Early in the morning in the office, Shen Yi was revising the proposal he had failed to finish the day before yesterday. There was nothing he could do about it. Taking compensatory leave felt wonderful at the time, but returning was like walking into a crematorium, 1,000 matters tangled together, leaving him no peace at all. His days off had been chopped into pieces, leaving the team's schedule in disarray, and everyone's spirits scattered, as if someone were hacking away at a discount platform's coupons just to scrape together enough for a full set. Shen Yi, you have to turn in that proposal tonight. The client wants it tomorrow. His deskmate Xiao Lu rose lightly from his seat, cradling a stack of files as he passed by Shen Yi's workstation, mentioning it in an offhand tone that sounded casual and unintentional. Shen Yi heard him, but did not even lift his head, mumbling a vague reply. Hearing the response, Xiao Lu paid it no mind, let out a mocking little laugh, tilted his chin, and strode out. This little act from Lu Changjiang was entirely within Shen Yi's expectations. As for the reason, the cause was simple. It was all because of that compensatory leave. The company's rule was that only one person in a group could take normal leave at a time. In special cases, compensatory leave could be arranged. Because Shen Yi had gone to apply a day earlier than Lu Changjiang, he disrupted Lu's plans, and Lu secretly began to resent him. Lu Changjiang was narrow-minded and loved to haggle over trifles, always sneaking off to file petty reports. He was a textbook workplace schemer, the kind that exists everywhere. The people around him were well aware of his nature and mostly kept their distance. Xiaoshen, that previous version still needs a few minor changes. The team leader is waiting for the report. Just as Shen Yi managed to chase thoughts of Lu Changjiang from his mind, a voice sounded by his ear. He hurriedly replied, "Oh, all right, Sister Wang, I'll get on it right away." Wang Ru was a married young woman who had looked after Shen Yi quite a bit when he first joined the company. She was gentle and warm toward everyone, her smile always preceding her words, and she was well liked within the office. Unlike with Lu Changjiang, Shen Yi did not dare slight her in the least. He nodded quickly and agreed. Yet he had barely sat back down when someone from the planning department came over, urging for the brand promotion draft from last time, saying the deadline was fixed for Monday. Shen Yi stared blankly for a moment, then grabbed his phone and checked. Damn it, today was Monday. Recalling the team leader's arrangements from last week, he knew this draft was supposed to be written by Lu Changjiang. But the people from the planning department waved dismissively, refusing to listen to any explanation from Shen Yi. They did not care who wrote the draft. It had been assigned to Group 3, and as long as it was delivered on time, everything else was none of their concern. After the planning staff left, Shen Yi sat at his workstation and finally pieced it together. That damned Lu Changjiang had suddenly taken compensatory leave just to run away, clearly intending to leave the mess for him to clean up. He ground his teeth for a while, then simply let it go. This was not the time to sulk. A mountain of tasks was piled up before him, time was tight, and he could not afford any extra emotions. Work at the company was miraculous that way. On idle days you had time to slack off everywhere, yet when the busy times came, tasks lined up one after another, like remembering to wash the dishes only once the food was already on the table, or deciding to blow your nose when the mucus was already at your lips. 10:30 in the evening. Shen Yi stood up, stretched, and loosened his stiff body. That's enough of this damned overtime shift for today. The proposal the client wanted was done, and the materials the team leader needed for his report had long been placed on his desk. At last, Shen Yi could get off work. As for the proposal the planning department wanted, whoever felt like writing it could write it. He certainly would not. With a cold sneer, Shen Yi grabbed his bag, without hesitation clocked out, and headed for the door. He was not the kind of good-natured pushover who let others walk all over him. His kindness was reserved for those who treated him well. If it were someone else, Shen Yi might have swallowed the grievance and helped, but Lu Changjiang clearly did not fall into that category. Just yesterday, Shen Yi had requested leave to move house, and still insisted on finishing his own work. On what grounds did Lu Changjiang get to use compensatory leave to deliberately dump the draft on him? The subway would stop running at 10:50. Shen Yi hurried and caught the last train, clutching his laptop bag as he found a seat and sat down. He could already picture the team leader's furious outburst tomorrow, but he did not care. At worst, they would accuse him of failing to see the bigger picture. After more than 2 years in the job, he had no desire for promotion anyway. It let them scold him as they pleased. Finding a comfortable position, Shen Yi pulled out his phone, ready to start a game and unwind. Golden Shovel launch. After graduating from university, intense competitive games had become too taxing on his hands and mind, and Shen Yi had gradually come to prefer more casual ones. He liked games he could start and stop at any time that were even better if they allowed him to idle. When he had a spare moment, he could take them out, tap a few times, and ease his nerves. Nice. Eat. Shen Yi murmured excitedly under his breath as he cradled his phone. His lineup was complete, unstoppable by gods or Buddhas alike. Damn, what a lucky dog. He actually managed to chase that out. Yet before he could enjoy his victory for long, another player desperately rolled into a 3-star 5-cost unit and wiped him out, handing him a consolation prize of second place. He set his phone down in annoyance just as the subway pulled into the station. Shen Yi grabbed his bag and stepped out. After an 8 or 9-minute walk, Shen Yi pushed open his front door and collapsed head first onto the lazy sofa, not wanting to move another inch. He had moved into this new place just yesterday, so everything still looked neat and orderly. Compared to his previous dump, which could hardly be called a home, the difference was like night and day. The apartment he had rented before had been close to the company, but both small and expensive. Shen Yi had felt heavily burdened and had long wanted to move, but never found the time. He had only managed it thanks to that compensatory leave, yet returning to the office had brought a heap of work that left him more exhausted than before. Curled up on the soft sofa, Shen Yi opened a food delivery app and casually ordered a meal. He had been busy since noon and had not yet had time for dinner. While waiting, Shen Yi intended to play another round of Golden Shovel, but as he recalled that lucky opponent from just now, his enthusiasm faded, as if he had swallowed a fly. With that thought, Shen Yi idly opened the App Store, planning to look for a casual idle game to pass the time. His finger slid up and down the rankings list. All the entries were familiar faces, either games he had already played or types in which he had absolutely no interest. This rankings list is getting more and more watered down, he muttered as he scrolled further down. Just then a pink app caught his eye. He had never seen it before. It sat precisely at the 100th spot on the chart. The Love Date Simulator just climbed up here. The rankings only showed 100 entries, so this app had clearly fought its way out from a crowd of competitors. It ought to have some redeeming qualities. Of course, what drew Shen Yi most was the app's icon, a pink heart pierced by Cupid's arrow. Normally, Cupid's arrow pierced 2 hearts, but this shaft was strung with a whole series of hearts, making the arrow look crowded and oddly bizarre. Are you roasting kidneys here? Shen Yi could not help but scoff, yet his curiosity was piqued at the same time. With a tap of his finger, he initiated the download. As he waited for the progress bar to fill, he casually scrolled down to read the description. Love Date Simulator. A blessing for those clumsy in love, a handbook for dating novices. Quickly match with the goddess of your dreams. Complete strategies to receive rewards and unlock exclusive achievements with perfect routes. Reading the description, Shen Yi's expression grew oddly complicated. Sounds almost convincing. I wonder if it's going to demand in-app purchases. The simulator was not large in size, and soon a notification popped up informing him the download was complete. Exiting the store, Shen Yi decided to dive in immediately. As for user reviews, he almost never bothered to look at them. Developers these days were cunning, many reviews were fake. What he dreaded most were those apps praised to the heavens that turned out, once opened with high hopes, to be nothing but a steaming pile of trash. He tapped the icon. A clear, pleasant melody flowed out, a flash of white light flickered, and his vision blurred for an instant as the app finished loading. His body flared with inexplicable heat for a heartbeat. So brief, he could not be sure it was not his imagination. Before he could think it through, a simple window popped up prompting him to name his character. The initial interface of the dating simulator was very simple. Only a single window popped up prompting Shen Yi to name his character. You can't even choose a gender, so it's locked to a male character by default. Shen Yi tapped casually a few times on the interface and discovered that aside from entering a name, there was nothing else he did not particularly mind. Although he had played female characters before, this was a romance simulation game, and he had absolutely no interest in conquering men. A man keeps his name wherever he goes. I'll be Shen Yi. As he spoke, he typed in the ID he always used and tapped to proceed to the next step. Shen Yi was the nickname he had used since childhood. It carried no special meaning, it was simply easy to remember, and he had grown used to it. As soon as the character was registered, the display jumped to reveal the character's 3-dimensional attributes. Name: Shen Yi. Level LV 1. Strength 7. Stamina 7. Energy 9. Charm 68. Assets 51243. 5. Strategy points 0. Oh, it's not straight into romance. There are actually character attributes as well. Looking at it, Shen Yi felt a sudden freshness. He had thought this kind of mini-game would throw him straight into courting girls and had not expected the character itself to come with a development system. Compared to ordinary dating games, this actually increased the difficulty, but it also, in another sense, greatly enhanced the playability. Although the UI looked rather plain, Shen Yi's interest was nonetheless stirred. He had always liked games with a few nurturing elements. Personally, training a character's growth made it easier to immerse oneself. Shen Yi speculated that the routes of conquest might very well branch into completely different options depending on how the 3 stats developed. I just don't know whether these starting stats are considered high or low, and why on earth is the starting asset such an oddly specific number. Shen Yi found it strange, but after searching around the interface, he could not find any option to roll for stats, and could only give up. Scrolling further down, 2 options appeared before him: text simulation and scene simulation. In this day and age, who still plays pure text simulations? Of course, I'm choosing scene simulation. In his early years, Shen Yi had played those forum-based wuxia text simulations where everything was described entirely in words. That was back when conditions were limited. Now hardly anyone was willing to make pure text simulations. Shen Yi immediately chose scene simulation, leaving text simulation for later if he felt like it. It was just a little mini-game. He did not think too deeply about it, and directly tapped the start matching button at the bottom. After a brief delay, a new interface popped up on the phone screen. A detailed message appeared: kind reminder from your dating assistant, the system will match you randomly with targets 2 at a time. You may choose one to pursue. The list refreshes only once per day. At any given time, you may only choose one dating target. Only after you succeed in your pursuit or give up may you select the next one. If after matching you fail to decide within 10 minutes, the system will randomly select one as your conquest target. Shen Yi skimmed over it. They were all ordinary notes, like a beginner's guide. A seasoned gamer like him simply tapped. A progress bar popped up on the screen showing searching. After about a dozen seconds, a prompt appeared: match successful. A clear full-body photo sprang into view, followed immediately by a series of details beneath it. Name Yongnan. Gender female. Age 21. Charm 66. Cup size A. Marital status unmarried. Number of dates 4. Number of sexual partners 0. Trait preferences literature pets details require strategy points to unlock. Overall score 74. Reading through the string of data, Shen Yi was taken aback. He had assumed that with such a bare-bones UI this was some workshop's cheap little game, but it turned out to have its merits. In the photo, the girl wore a white t-shirt on top and jeans on the bottom. She stood in the sunlight with a beaming smile and a completely bare face. Her looks could only be described as passable, but her temperament gave off the feeling of the girl next door, gentle and comfortable, though her height was a bit on the ordinary side. It feels so real. This doesn't look like something an AI spat out. Did they actually hire models just for a mini-game like this? That must cost a fortune. His fingertips slid over the girl's face on the screen. As he read the detailed description beneath, a strange look flashed across his features. Number of dates is one thing, but even the number of sexual experiences is listed. Is this really a proper game? Still, the less proper the better. Shen Yi rolled over on the sofa, adjusting his posture, and let out a low chuckle. He knew, however, that any game that could pass review and go on the shelves would at most flirt with the line and never truly cross into explicit territory. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Shen Yi hurriedly got up to open it, thanked the delivery guy, then returned to the dining table. Placing his phone on the tabletop, he sat down, unwrapping the takeout, while keeping his eyes fixed on the screen. He had to admit the game had already managed to hook him a little. He had finished reading the basic information for the first match target, Yongnan, but was in no hurry to start pursuing her. He planned to look at the next candidate before deciding. Stomach growling, Shen Yi picked up his chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles. With his left hand free, he swiped across the screen, and the next potential conquest appeared before his eyes. Again, there was a high-definition full-body photo paired with basic information. This one was much prettier than the previous target, Yongnan. In the photo, the girl's long black hair flowed down her back, and she wore a carefully crafted namacup look that was delicate and pleasing to the eye. She wore a tight little camisole with a black vest, and on her lower half a short skirt exposing a pair of long legs. Pale arms and ankles were inked with tattoos, and a slim lady's cigarette rested between her fingers, giving her a strikingly distinctive air. And she's even a rune mage, Shen Yi mused, inwardly twirling a chopstick full of noodles and blowing on it, teasing him. He took a big, satisfied slurp, and in that unguarded moment a drop of oil splashed onto the screen. Shen Yi hastily pulled out a tissue and wiped it away. Whether it was the oil or a moustache, the photo suddenly zoomed in. The tattoo on the girl's ankle came into sharp focus, a wreath formed by a ring of thorns. The sudden change made Shen Yi's eyes widen as he instinctively lifted the phone closer. The zoom was one thing, but he soon realized that the image could be rotated a full 360 degrees in panoramic view. Damn, they really went all out. Even the big romance titles on Steam hardly go this far. Shen Yi silently marveled as he spun the picture around. He could even see the back of the girl's head with absolute clarity. He could not help but admire the developer. Since the download was free, the in-game monetization must be heavy to ever recoup these costs. Cough, cough. All of a sudden, Shen Yi's face flushed red as he coughed violently, almost hacking his lungs out. Only after a long moment did he finally recover, dabbing at the tears at the corners of his eyes with a tissue before fixing his gaze back on the screen. That mouthful of noodles almost killed him, not because of the food, but because as he rotated the image, the angle had suddenly shifted to beneath the girl's skirt. What stunned Shen Yi was not that the angle could reach that position, but that this angle was actually rendered in the image, and he had not seen wrong. That flash of black, though it was only a pair of leggings, was displayed in utterly vivid detail. Shen Yi had no idea how such an effect was achieved technically, and could only silently marvel at the developer's underlying engine. He swiped back to the previous character, Yongnan. Sure enough, her photo could be rotated as well, but since she was wearing tight jeans, there was nothing particularly eye-catching from any. Poor Shen Yi had been single since birth. The last time he had glimpsed beneath a skirt the girl's name had been Spirit. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Shen Yi lost all appetite and hastily packed away the lunchbox before sitting back down, turning his gaze toward the basic profile of his second target. Name Jinli. Gender female. Age 25. Charm 78. Cup size C. Marital status single. Number of dates 169. Previous partners 0. Trait preferences materialistic, easily irritated, details require cultivation points to unlock. Overall score 81. Her high charm rating seems to be paradoxically suppressing her overall score, perhaps due to her extensive, yet Yongnan's appearance is objectively less striking than Jinli's, yet their overall scores are drawing closer, suggesting a hidden scoring mechanism at play. Shen Yi didn't dwell on it for long. After all, this was fundamentally a romance simulation game, where overall score equated directly to difficulty of conquest. Setting aside these system-generated traits, common sense dictated that someone more open-minded would naturally be easier to approach than someone reserved. Shen Yi tapped the Trait Preferences section, and instantly a prompt appeared. Dating assistant tip: trait preferences reflect a comprehensive assessment of your target encompassing likes, dislikes, inclinations, personality, and other internal and external factors. No traits are fixed while preferences are dynamic. The more cultivation points you spend, the more precise and detailed the unlocked descriptions become. Each target initially reveals 2 random attributes. The rest must be unlocked using cultivation points. Strategic use of these points yields richer intelligence and accelerates your progress. Cultivation points refresh once daily. A successful first invitation grants 1 additional point. Keep straight. Shen Yi nodded in quiet understanding. He was a veteran player, and such progression gates were standard across nearly every game. He accepted them without hesitation. Clicking next, the interface transformed. A compact chat application materialized labeled messages at the top. 2 female avatars appeared side by side in the contact list, each accompanied by 3 heart-shaped indicators beneath their portraits. Shen Yi casually tapped Yangnan's name, and a chat window opened. His finger hovered over the input field, no preset dialogue options, only a blank line awaiting his own words. Intrigued, he typed a tentative hi. Yangnan's avatar flickered instantly, and a reply flashed back, hello. He nodded satisfied. With today's advanced AI, logically robust and contextually coherent, even natural conversation frameworks were reliably maintained. So long as no deliberate absurdity was programmed, responses remained intelligent and grounded. Excluding professional correspondence, actual conversations with women were rare for him, so much so that he struggled to even identify a starting point. Yet reframing the experience as a puzzle game instantly clarified his strategy. Recalling her listed interests, literature, and pets, he decided to begin there. Though fully aware she was an AI construct, the immersive flow, complete with meticulous narrative framing and lifelike high-resolution portraits, effortlessly drew him in. The game streamlined its mechanics. Shen Yi had no intention of rambling through small talk or self-introduction. His goal was singular, to secure an in-person meeting, so he began typing without pause. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I understand you're passionate about literature. What books have you been reading lately? The message sent, and moments later her avatar pulsed. True to form, Yongnan replied immediately, how did you know? I've recently reread Stendhal's The Red and the Black. Do you enjoy it too? My favorite character is Mathilde de la Mole. Fervent, yet guileless, fiercely devoted, and unapologetically rebellious. Shen Yi stared at the lengthy reply scrolling across the screen, as if behind the glass a real young woman were animatedly sharing her literary reflections. Even at his most oblivious, he now recognized the opening. This was a conversational thread. Once established, it could spiral naturally forward, back and forth. He sprang up, typing with one hand, while retrieving his notebook from his bag with the other. Perhaps it's just synchronicity. Yes, I deeply admire this French master. His seminal works are of course essential reading. As he typed, he simultaneously opened his laptop and searched for analyses of The Red and the Black. He knew the novel well, had skimmed it during university, but now recalled almost nothing beyond Julian Sorel's name. To respond with substance, he'd need to cheat. Damn designers, why pick something so obscure? At least citing Lu Sun would have been relatable. Muttering inwardly, he copied a few polished lines from a critical review and pasted them into the chat. Predictably, the moment he sent it, her avatar trembled again, then flooded the screen with several enthusiastic paragraphs in rapid succession. But Shen Yi no longer wished to prolong the exchange. After a few perfunctory replies, he cut straight to his objective. Are you free right now? Would you like to meet in person? A textbook romantic game invitation. He tapped send. Her avatar froze, stunned perhaps, as if the sudden proposal had momentarily overloaded her system. Only after a long pause did she reply, huh? Now, but it's already quite late. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. Her refusal lacked conviction. He seized the moment. I find face-to-face conversation far more meaningful. I'd love to explore literature with you, beyond the screen. The words were startlingly direct, almost naked in their candor, something he'd never utter in real life. Yet here, unburdened by consequence, he sent them without hesitation. Yangnan's avatar remained still, suspended in deliberation. 3 minutes passed. As Shen Yi grew restless, her reply finally arrived. We're still getting to know each other. I think we'll wait until next time. It's late. I need to rest. After prolonged negotiation, she declined. Just then his phone vibrated sharply. The screen glowed rose pink at the edges, and a single heart bloomed at its center before bursting with a soft pop. One of the 3 hearts beneath Yangnan's avatar dimmed. Only 2 remained alight. Then her portrait itself faded to gray, halting Shen Yi mid-typing. So each character permits only 3 invitations, some kind of guaranteed fallback mechanism. The failure unsettled him not at all. It had merely been an experiment. Their chat, though pleasant, had been brief. By conventional gaming logic, where hidden affection levels govern outcomes, success on the first attempt was statistical. Shen Yi had planned to capitalize on success if it came, or else gradually nurture affection through sustained dialogue. Instead, the game defied convention. Once rejected, further pursuit was blocked. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already half past midnight. He headed to the bathroom to wash up, intending to continue playing in bed. This game, he mused, was unexpectedly compelling. After washing up, Shen Yi returned to his bed and picked up his phone to continue playing. Modern people's lifestyles are chaotic, and Shen Yi is no exception. He struggles to wake up during the day and cannot fall asleep at night. Even on ordinary days, he couldn't fall asleep until 1 or 2 in the morning without playing games, so now that he was wide awake, he decided to continue exploring on his phone. Yangnan's avatar had turned gray, but fortunately Shen Yi had another option. Although this one, called Jianlu Yi, seemed quite open, it was just lacking in practical experience. However, being open also meant lower difficulty in pursuing her. After all, he was just playing a game, and he didn't mind so much about his standards. At this moment, he was merely an emotionless gamer seeking successful strategies, character growth, and a flawless... He opened the chat box with Shen Yi and started with a simple hi. Her avatar vibrated, and she replied in a second, "If you have something to say, spit it out. I'm busy." Seeing this, Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking she had quite a personality. However, he wouldn't get angry at a character, so he... "What's wrong? You seem agitated. Why not talk to me?" Shen Yi's defining trait was her irritability, and this line fit her current anxious state, perfectly prompting Shen Yi to use it as an entry point. "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" Her tone remained sharp, but it was not uncommunicative. Shen Yi continued typing, "I am Shen Yi. You could try chatting with me, who knows, I might be able to help you. Alright, do you have money?" Shen Yi didn't expect her blatant materialism, avoiding the topic of her agitation, and instead asking if he had money. He glanced at his character's assets, showing over 50,000, uncertain if that was a lot in the game. However, since this was the initial amount, Shen Yi guessed it couldn't be considered much, so he replied rather tentatively. Not long after he sent the green text, Shen Yi's reply came through. "Let's meet and chat." Shen Yi was taken aback. He hadn't even suggested it, yet the target of his strategy was inviting him to meet. Could it be done this way? Ding. The target has initiated a date invitation. Please respond promptly. Note delays or no-shows will incur unknown risks. Ding. Successfully arranged the first date with the target. Reward strategy points 1. No problem, a reverse invitation counts 2. A series of notification messages appeared before Shen Yi. The message box retracted, revealing a map before him. Shen Yi's avatar floated in the center of the map, standing still. At this moment, a series of prompt options popped up on the screen. Please choose your date location: A. Cinema; B. Amusement park; C. D. Bar; E. Home. Wow, I can even invite her home. What is this? My home is quite spacious. Shen Yi couldn't help but comment on the obviously out-of-place option E. Although he was tempted to select it to see what would happen, his rationality led him to eliminate that choice. Looking at the other 4 options, Shen Yi was undecided. However, since he had just earned some strategy points, he decided to check Shen Yi's specific preferences before making a decision. Would you like to spend 1 strategy point to unlock her preferences? Yes, no. Shen Yi clicked yes on the screen. Name: Shen Yi. Preferences: irritable, materialistic, green tea bitch, likes cleanliness, pretentious, drinks movies. A heap of terms was displayed. Since Shen Yi only spent 1 strategy point, there were hardly any specific descriptions. However, the information revealed was still substantial enough for Shen Yi to make a choice. Wow. A pretentious green tea bitch who is also materialistic. This character generation is too chaotic. But it doesn't matter, since she's both materialistic and enjoys drinking, a bar would be a good choice. With this thought, Shen Yi casually clicked on option C. After selecting, he saw Shen Yi's avatar slowly moving towards the bar on the map. Shen Yi wasted no time and chose to set off as well. A new set of options popped up. Please choose your mode of transportation: A. Buy a car; B. Rent a car; C. Take a taxi; D. Walk; E. Teleport. There's even teleportation. Are they worried it'll be late? Unsurprisingly, there were 5 options again, and Shen Yi directly clicked on teleportation, as arriving on time for a date is basic courtesy, and he chose the fastest option. Notice insufficient balance. Shen Yi was startled. He actually needed money. He hurriedly switched to option C to take a taxi. This time the prompt was normal. It only cost $50, and a taxi icon appeared on the map heading towards the bar. Taking a taxi only cost $50, while teleportation indicated insufficient balance. Based on his assets, it suggested that teleportation would require at least 50,000, which he couldn't afford even if he sold everything. Shen Yi had reason to suspect this option was intended for spenders, meant for players who were not short on cash. The taxi was not slow either, the cartoon icon swaying along, arriving at the bar ahead of Shen Yi. As the icon disappeared and the map retracted, a realistic scene appeared before Shen Yi, with Shen Yi's avatar shrinking to the upper right corner. The realistic scene clearly took considerable effort, and before he could marvel at it, Shen Yi appeared in the frame right. Her appearance matched exactly with the photo, except she wore black stockings and had a small bag on her right arm. With a charm level of 78, she shone under conscious and careful makeup, surpassing most girls in daily life. The dialogue options popped up at the right moment. You are Shen Yi. I am Shen Yi. Let's go inside and talk. The two stepped into the bar one after the other. The character illustration was not only dynamic, but also featured voice acting. Shen Yi was amazed as Shen Yi's sweet voice came from the phone, prompting him to turn over in bed. The perspective in the screen switched, and the noise of the bar faded away as the camera followed Shen Yi to a secluded booth. A waiter presented the menu, and immediately a row of options appeared on Shen Yi's screen. Order yourself B. Ladies first C. Let's have 2 fruit platters, no one over 18 D. Bring the most expensive drinks. You have 4 options hovered on the interface, waiting for Shen Yi's choice. Shen Yi pondered. The first option was standard, not wrong, but also not particularly right, while the third option was clearly more playful. Given her materialistic nature, if Shen Yi dared to choose that, the date would definitely fail and the strategy would not progress. Without much hesitation, he placed the option on ladies first. The screen moved elegantly, presenting the wine list to Shen Yi. Jianlu visibly paused, her tense expression finally relaxing a bit as she picked up the menu and began to look it over. Immediately after, Shen Yi's phone vibrated, and in the upper right corner Jianlu's avatar displayed a pink bubble constantly showing cartoonish signs. Notice Jianlu's affection for you has increased. Watching the notification on his phone, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile. An increase in affection is a good beginning for a date. This option is not difficult, and generally it is hard for someone not to choose correctly unless they are deliberately causing trouble. However, according to Shen Yi's speculation, option D is not a playful choice. If it weren't for his concern about insufficient assets, he might have genuinely considered it. Jianlu carries a label of materialism. It is entirely possible for her to gain a great deal of affection by spending lavishly. If this tactic were used on a literary girl from earlier, it might lose its effectiveness, perhaps even less effective than simply gifting her a classic novel. I've made my selection. What would you like to drink? After their meeting, all of Jianlu's dialogues were broadcasted in a voice format. Shen Yi randomly selected one of the options that appeared. Jianlu pursed her lips and nodded readily, making arrangements. During the wait for the drinks, Jianlu spoke first. Although I don't know why you sought me out, thank you anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, some changes appeared in the options before him. No need to thank me, I just want to get to know you better. B. It's nothing, my shoulder is always available for you. C. Don't talk too much, my bed is big and comfortable. D. Please enter. An input field appeared among the options, evidently indicating dissatisfaction with the system's choices and allowing for free expression. Shen Yi currently lacked sufficient information and did not know how to respond, but it was crucial to keep the conversation going. The good news is that unlike cold text-based communication, the tone of voice carried emotions, allowing Shen Yi to discern better. Although Jianlu's attitude was slightly better than before, her tone was erratic and casual, clearly indicating a lack of interest, giving off a sense of restlessness. Shen Yi conservatively chose option A as he estimated that haphazardly making jokes might lead to an unpleasant situation. Although he wouldn't lose anything, he simply wanted to observe the process completely. Making jokes can wait for the second round. Smack. Jianlu picked up a cigarette and held it non-committally, responding to Shen Yi's answer, though she seemed to take it a little more seriously. Shen Yi, what do you do? I'm a fated worker. B. I'm a wealthy young master. C. I'm a top programmer. I'm just a passing master writer. E. Please enter. 5 options appeared on the screen, and Shen Yi chose the one that best matched the label of a wealthy young master, intending to cater to Jianlu's materialistic nature. Shen Yi's choice revealed a hint of doubt on Jianlu's face, as if she couldn't fully believe it, yet she still smiled and said, "Who would admit to being a wealthy young master? You're really funny." Affection remained unchanged, clearly indicating skepticism about Shen Yi's fabricated identity. However, upon reflection, Shen Yi found it reasonable, considering there was an option for free input. Would anyone believe it if he wrote about a giant from the kingdom of light? AI's intervention maintains a healthy skepticism to ensure the progression of the narrative. Shen Yi couldn't help but nod, praising the developers for their rigor. Before long, a waiter approached, busy with serving and changing cups, then gradually retreated. Jianlu raised a glass to clink with Shen Yi, and the scene shook, evidently indicating they both took a drink. Putting down her glass, Jianlu extinguished her cigarette and teased, "Young master, what do you usually like to do?" A new round of options appeared. This game typically employs branching paths seemingly vast, yet fundamentally fixed, with endless variations on a theme. Shen Yi scanned the various choices appearing on the screen. A. Discuss national affairs. B. Discuss domestic and international celebrities. C. Critique literary masterpieces. D. Discuss music and art. E. Please enter. There are surprisingly no outrageous options. Shen Yi muttered to himself, feeling a bit unaccustomed to such normal options, but these choices seemed too serious. Looking at Jianlu's expression, Shen Yi felt that discussing any of these topics with her would likely not be a good choice. For someone uninterested, they would seem tedious and profound, and forcing a conversation would come off as arrogant and aloof. With a sudden inspiration, Shen Yi decided to trust the information provided by the system, and thus extended his finger to input in the last field. Let's talk about luxury goods. Shen Yi was quite confident that this topic would resonate with Jianlu's tastes, as she not only valued material wealth, but also enjoyed shopping. The small handbag she carried appeared quite exquisite, indicating her familiarity with luxury goods. After inputting the new option, the screen froze for a moment, as if calculating. After waiting for a while, Shen Yi noticed Jianlu's expression gradually shifting from delight to confusion and ultimately to impatience. Gray-black bubbles continuously floated from the avatar in the upper right corner, and inexplicably, a significant amount of affection suddenly evaporated. However, the information fed back on the screen was too scant for Shen Yi to grasp what had gone wrong. The plot continued. Jianlu's expression turned cold as her thin lips uttered, "Then thank you, young Master Shen, for today's hospitality. I have a bit of business to attend to, so I must leave first." After saying this, she got up and left without any options appearing to stop her. The sound of her voice came through the phone's speaker, her tone no longer sweet, but rather mocking, especially emphasizing the words "young master." After Jianlu left, one of the hearts beneath her avatar immediately extinguished. The screen gradually faded out, and the sound of checkout echoed, displaying a bill that showed an asset deduction of 15000. Date ended. System processing. Overall evaluation D. A failed date. Reward 500 system. Comment. A false young master. Evaluation insufficient. Unable to sync. Would you like to review the scene? The screen was filled with rapidly refreshing text with the level evaluation standing out brightly, seemingly mocking Shen Yi. When had Shen Yi ever been humiliated like this? Feeling unjustly defeated, he glanced over the previous descriptions and hurriedly clicked to confirm the review prompt at the very bottom. The review unfolded, continuously flowing before Shen Yi's eyes in a textual format somewhat akin to a battle report. As he browsed through the earlier descriptions, he found nothing particularly unusual. The real variable had occurred after drinking and chatting. Your young master introduction successfully amused Jianlu. Although she did not fully believe it, she did not voice any doubts. After all, what if you really are? The cold wine flowed down her throat. Jianlu extinguished her cigarette, thinking of the profits she would gain today. Her mood improved significantly, and she decided to chat a bit more with you the fool. Jianlu's life was rather mundane, and she did not know where to start, so she decided to ask what you were interested in. Your response brought a smile to Jianlu's face, slightly piquing her interest. She did not expect you to also like luxury goods. After all, you're a young master, and she only has a bag to show off, leading her to speculate you must own quite a number of luxury items. Unfortunately, the real you knew very little about luxury goods, and forcing the conversation made you increasingly flustered, ultimately leaving you with no choice but to fabricate stories. Jianlu was greatly astonished, having seen through your false identity as a young master. Unable to accept your nonsensical chatter, she decided to get up and leave. She felt regret having thought you were a fat sheep. The review concluded and Shen Yi was shocked. He never expected to fall for his own flattery. Damn, if I don't select normal options, the character will just make up nonsense. Shen Yi was unsure whether to criticize the game's logic. He personally knew little about luxury goods, but shouldn't the game characters share the same data? Yeah, come on, help me out here. The dialogue seemed plausible, but when it came to specialized knowledge, it just couldn't be bothered to search right. This is so rigged. Indeed, free input is just a gimmick. Shen Yi grumbled as he habitually reached for the charging cable by the bedside to charge his phone. This free input dialogue ostensibly offers maximum freedom, yet such a major issue arises so early on. Shen Yi suddenly felt this was just a little trick by the developers. However, speaking of which, Jianlu's acting was quite good. He wondered what kind of training she had received to end up acting. What a shame. Shen Yi felt no lingering regret. After a brief mental recap, he redirected his full attention back. So absorbed was he that time slipped by swiftly. Before he knew it, it was nearly 1:30 a.m. Thanks to the game's uniquely immersive experience, Shen Yi felt not the slightest trace of drowsiness. A bar hostess is she, trying to fleece me as her easy mark. Humph. Shen Yi propped another pillow behind his head for comfort, placed his phone atop the blanket, cracked his knuckles, and then lifted the device again with solemn focus. Second run, initiate. He tapped Jianlu's avatar and selected restart route. A soft chime sounded. Dating assistant reminder: restarting this route will overwrite your previous evaluation, regardless of rating. Confirm route restart. Confirm. As Shen Yi confirmed, one of Jianlu's heart icons dimmed, leaving only a single glowing heart. If Shen Yi failed to win her favor within 3 consecutive attempts, he might have to discard her card entirely. I wonder if there'll be ways to replenish it later. His thought trailed off as the screen lit up, sharply interrupting his reverie and jolting him fully alert. Everything unfolded as before. The date, location remained the bar, and soon the leave home decision appeared on screen. Choose your mode of transportation. Purchase a car. B. Rent a car. C. Take a taxi. D. Walkie. Teleport. Facing the same 5 options once more, Shen Yi glanced at his character's remaining assets, and this time decisively chose to rent. The screen instantly shifted to the rental interface. Rows of vehicles scrolled past in dizzying variety, every model and brand meticulously catalogued. A faint smirk curled Shen Yi's lips. He dragged the scroll bar all the way to the bottom and randomly selected a Lamborghini from among the luxury fleet. He knew little about cars, but that hardly mattered. Price was its own credential. The daily rate was steep, 8,500 credits. Without hesitation, he committed, fully determined to overwhelm this gold-digging woman with sheer opulence and secure a high evaluation in this second run. After finalizing the rental, his remaining balance stood at 77693. 5 credits. Had the system not just awarded him 500 credits, sustaining such expenditure would have been genuinely taxing. Renting the car unlocked new options absent in the first run. Beneath the map, 2 buttons now appeared. One labeled Go to Bar, the other Pick Up Jianlu. Why had he rented the car at all, if not precisely to impress Jianlu? Without hesitation, he selected Pick Up. On the map, the sports car icon surged forward like lightning, swiftly intercepting Jianlu's slow, steady progress down the street. The perspective then shifted seamlessly to a cinematic real-world view. Shen Yi's viewpoint settled firmly in the driver's seat, the interior details rendered with striking clarity, while just beyond the passenger side window, Jianlu's slender silhouette walked steadily along the sidewalk. Beep, beep. A crisp horn blast startled Jianlu mid-stride. She turned eyes wide with confusion as the car halted directly before her. Choose your opening line. A. Friendly introduction. Hello, I'm Shen Yi. May you be Miss Jian. B. Leaning out to open the door, Miss Jianlei, your private chauffeur has arrived. C. Smirking crookedly, 10 years have passed. The time has come. My lady, please return home with this humble servant. D. Arrogant and enigmatic, a fine dog never blocks the path. E. Custom input. Shen Yi's lips twitched, utterly dumbfounded by the developer's audacious absurdity. In this second run, Jianlei had yet to recognize him. An ill-timed, outrageous remark might frighten her off and jeopardize his final evaluation. The moment Shen Yi selected option A, Jianlei's expression transformed from bewildered disbelief to radiant delight, then astonishingly to eager anticipation. That flawless, effortless metamorphosis left Shen Yi applauding silently before his screen, a performance so masterful it deserved inclusion in the Beijing Film Academy curriculum. Jianlei's affection toward you has increased. Thankfully, no further complications arose. After inviting her into the car, the scene glided smoothly toward the bar-lined avenue. Throughout the ride, Jianlei sat in the front passenger seat, incessantly striking poses and snapping photos, spending the latter half of the journey meticulously editing them, utterly ignoring Shen Yi. Once they arrived, she tucked her phone into her purse and leaned in warmly beside Shen Yi, beaming as they entered side by side. Seated at the bar, Shen Yi once again ceded ordering rights to her without hesitation. Yet this time Jianlei, who was in truth a bar hostess, unexpectedly declined. This is my first time here. I'm unfamiliar with the menu. Please go ahead and order, Mr. Shen. No need to spare expense. Just choose whatever pleases you, Mr. Shen. Her voice, honey sweet and dripping with charm, emanated from the phone, perfectly complemented by her demure posture, lending her words palpable sincerity. Shen Yi nearly laughed aloud. Had he not lived through the first run, he might well have believed her act. Just last time he had said, choose freely. Now the roles had reversed, and she uttered those very words. Truly she lived up to her reputation as a pretentious gold digger, a bar hostess who ignores the wine list and studies military strategy instead. But Shen Yi refused to play along. Instead, he deliberately chose option D, the one he'd skipped last time. This time he was resolved to overwhelm her with lavish spending, denying her any room to maneuver or negotiate. A sharp, crystalline snap echoed across the scene. Waiter, bring every single bottle of your most expensive wine. The prompt faded. In its wake, Jianlei's face flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from exhilarated surprise. Oh, how terribly improper. I'd hate to waste anything. In a notification, Jianlei's affection toward you has surged dramatically. Watching Jianlei grow increasingly flustered on-screen, Shen Yi felt an intoxicating rush of triumph. In that moment, he forgot entirely that this was a game. She felt vividly present across the table, her emotions swaying effortlessly at his command, her joy or sorrow summoned with a mere gesture. A troop of waiters, dressed in flamboyant redan green attire crowned with shimmering light balls, paraded in bearing bottles aloft, circling their table in rhythmic procession. Shen Yi rarely visited bars in reality, though he joined team-building outings a few times. This spectacle was undeniably grand, a clear sign the wines ordered were exorbitantly priced. Impressive visuals, and even hired extras for authenticity. Remarkably meticulous. Shen Yi hadn't expected such production value. Last run his modest order had earned no such fanfare. Once the waiters withdrew, Jianlei raised her glass with a dazzling smile. Unlike her bold, unreserved toast last time, she now took only a delicate, bashful sip, then set her glass down and asked softly, Shen Yi, what do you do for a living? The same question, the same answer choices, yet the context had utterly transformed. Shen Yi smiled faintly and tapped his selection with practiced ease. Me, merely a passing Cayman rider in disguise. Her response was not impatience, but unrestrained mirth. She threw her head back, laughing heartily, her amusement genuine and infectious. You're so funny. I don't believe you for a second. She patted her chest gently to catch her breath, then leaned abruptly toward the camera, her lovely face filling nearly half the screen. Shen Yi could even discern the subtle texture of her skin and the fine layer of white foundation dusting her cheek. Leaning in conspiratorially, she whispered with playful flattery, I sense the aura of a wealthy young master about you. Shen Yi burst into laughter, bitter, ironic, and deeply amused. Last run he'd strained to prove himself and been exposed. This time he tried desperately to deflect, and yet was still misread. Such was the exquisite irony of fate. Shen Yi found himself questioning, was this truly just a game? Such uncanny psychological precision, such masterful manipulation of human nuance. How had he never heard of a title like this before? Before Shen Yi could dwell further, Jianlei, unseen until now, had subtly slid closer, leaning against him at a languid angle, gazing at him with a dreamy, tipsy smile. Lying in bed, Shen Yi shook his head wryly. Where, pray tell, is your poise? Your sobriety, wine does not intoxicate. The heart intoxicates itself. The sound of the cash register rang out, 58000. The extravagant cost of the bar nearly drained Shen Yi's assets. As the cash register chimed, Shen Yi helped the inebriated Jianlei walk out of the bar. The perspective gradually faded, and when it became clear again, the two had already settled back into the car. After Jianlei became drunk, she could no longer drink. The original branching path did not trigger, and a new development emerged. Facing Jianlei, who pretended to be dazed in the passenger seat. Expose her, ask for her address, and send her home. B. Shake her awake and discuss where to go next. C. Open the car door and kick her out to sober her up. D. Ignore her and drive her home directly. E. Please enter. At this moment, holding his phone, Shen Yi couldn't help but sit up. He had a premonition that the outcome of this round of evaluation lay in the choices before him. The first and third options were immediately ruled out. Whether sending her home or kicking her would render Shen Yi's efforts from the entire night futile. Both were unfavorable choices. As for which of the remaining options to choose, Shen Yi was still somewhat indecisive. Both were good choices, but the outcomes could be vastly different. The light, gray UI dialog box could not completely obscure the situation inside the car. Shen Yi looked at Jian Lu, who was pretending to sleep, and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Shen Yi chose the second option. Although taking her home was also very tempting, he constantly reminded himself that he was strategizing, not just having a casual fling. This gold digger appeared defenseless, but casual intimacy after drinking could not be considered a successful strategy. Moreover, given her open persona, ending things hastily would likely result in a low rating. Since this was a strategy game, how could there be no confession phase? Based on Shen Yi's high-level experience, he inferred that only a successful confession would count as a complete strategy. Gently shaking her, Jian Lu opened her hazy eyes as if waking from a dream. I'm sorry, I can't hold my liquor. I've caused trouble for young Master Shen. Her tone was vague and coquettish, subtly changing her address. The title Young Master Shen gave Shen Yi goosebumps. It sounded strange to his ears, and he was quite unaccustomed to such a form of address. However, her demeanor was certainly that of a seasoned green tea girl. Since we still have time, where shall we go next? In response to Shen Yi's suggestion, Jian Lu nodded softly. Wherever young Master Shen goes, I will go. At your command. At this moment, Jian Lu appeared exceedingly obedient, almost portraying the essence of a harmonious couple. As soon as her words fell, Shen Yi faced a new choice: A. Park B. Hotel C. Cinema D. Public restroom. Among the three short options and one long, Shen Yi chose the cinema without much hesitation. If he remembered correctly, Jian Lu had a preference for movies, so this choice should be correct. After clicking confirm, unexpectedly Jian Lu's delicate brows furrowed, which made Shen Yi, who had been observing her reaction, feel anxious. Jian Lu frowned and hesitated before speaking. I don't usually like watching movies. I hardly ever go to the cinema. Hearing her response filled Shen Yi with confusion. Preference traits don't lie. How could the system really backstab? In his contemplation, he suddenly recalled what the assistant had previously described. Traits are fixed while preferences are dynamic. He abruptly came to an understanding. Jian Lu's traits of being a gold digger and a green tea girl were fixed, while drinking and movies could be considered preferences, which could be likes or dislikes. Shen Yi had simply received too little information, leading to a misjudgment. In reality, her true preference should be enjoying drinking and disliking watching movies. Having figured everything out, Shen Yi suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had unraveled a puzzle. At this moment, Jian Lu touched the carbon fiber interior, her fingers gliding over it, and her expression quickly brightened. But that was before I met you, young Master Shen. I find it too lonely to watch alone, so I rarely go. Let's go watch a movie now. Oh, I can't wait any longer. The drastic shift in her attitude left Shen Yi astonished. It turned out that with a significant boost in her affection, she could choose options that contradicted her preferences. Perhaps next time I can really try confessing in a public restroom and see her reaction. Shen Yi stroked his chin, harboring a mischievous thought, though he wondered whether it would be in the men's or women's restroom. After Jian Lu agreed, the screen displayed only the button for driving there, and Shen Yi clicked to confirm. The scene transitioned, and the two had already arrived at the cinema entrance. Rows of posters stood tall on both sides, but they were all shrouded in fog, making them hard to see clearly. The perspective then pushed further inside. Upon arriving at the ticket window with a chime, 160 yuan was deducted from Shen Yi, precisely the price for 2 tickets. At the same time, options popped up: A. Romantic film B. Action film C. Sci-fi film D. Horror film. Shen Yi casually selected a romantic film. After all, he wouldn't be able to see the content of the movie. It didn't matter which he picked, so he chose one that aligned with the correct answer. As they entered the cinema, time jumped, the scene darkened, and a dim light from the screen illuminated Jian Lu's face, capturing her profile, with tears streaming down like rain on a pear blossom. Faced with Jian Lu, who was deeply moved by the film's content, A. Acting like a sycophant, embrace her to comfort her. B. Wiping her tears, take the opportunity to confess deeply. C. Cursing, scold her for being so emotional. D. Standing up, command everyone's attention. Seeing these options while Shen Yi was focused on the screen, he finally laughed, suppressing his voice. Nice. After cheering, Shen Yi immediately clicked to confess. Jian Lu, engrossed in the screen, was caught off guard by the sudden confession. Her long-standing disguise was shattered in an instant, something she had never anticipated. Incredulity and emotion were written all over her face as she covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to speak. Tears flowed more abundantly, and she could only nod excitedly. The confession concluded. The entire screen turned white, illuminating Shen Yi's face, and the last scene he saw was Jian Lu rushing towards him. In his phone, Cupid's arrow pierced through a pink heart with a puff, freezing the frame. Date concluded. Strategy successful. System calculating. Overall evaluation: B. A successful date. Tip your charm has increased your strategy experience has increased reward 0 yuan charm 2 system comment money isn't everything, but without money nothing is possible. Evaluation met would you like to sync the reward? Would you like to review the scene? A series of messages flooded the screen like a waterfall. Shen Yi felt as though he had experienced an immersive movie and was still savoring it while he looked at the displayed information confirming each item. Why did I only get a B? The highest score is A or S. Did I fall short somewhere? Shen Yi frowned at the rating. Although he could accept a B, it simply didn't meet his expectations. He wasn't particularly concerned about the rewards for assets and charm, it was just a beginner's level. Given the output rate, there was still more grind ahead. Sync. Sync to where? Haven't the rewards already been distributed? Shen Yi was eager to see the scene review, so he casually clicked to confirm the sync. This dating mini-game had captivated him deeply. Now that he had received the answer sheet, he naturally wanted to see the reference. Confirm to proceed with the scene review. In the scene review, the perspective collapses into text revealing more information. Shen Yi humorously refers to it as the answer key. Jian Yi put on black stockings and stepped out of her home unaware that a big spender had come looking for her. However, isn't this a good thing? She prepared to go on the date. The grand entrance of your sports car stunned Jian Yi. As a hidden escort, when would she ever encounter someone of your upper-class status? Filled with confusion, yet eager to please, she got into the car. The atmosphere in the car was extremely tense. You focused intently on driving, leaving Jian Yi under immense pressure. Therefore, she could only pretend to take photos using the editing time to seek help from her friends in the bar group. Once the photo of the car's interior was sent, the group exploded with excitement, expressing envy. Many claimed it was a scam, while others suggested she should invest more. Jian Yi felt both excited and fearful. Her job, which was half deception and half scamming, made her dread forming long-term relationships. Torn between the hope of striking it big and the fear of ending up empty-handed, she unexpectedly deviated from the usual process and pushed the drink menu towards you. Seeing this, Shen Yi's expression turned dazed. Jian Yi's demeanor at the time was so affected and her tone so reserved, yet her inner thoughts were surprisingly complex. As Shen Yi continued to read, he saw Jian Yi transition from suspicion to belief after your lavish spending, eventually wanting to feign drunkenness to sell herself for a future. The more he read, the more complex Shen Yi's expression became. Jian Yi's various little thoughts were laid bare in the review, making it seem as if such a person truly existed. Her materialism was pure skillfully maneuvering among various men while never investing her emotions. She could compete in tea artistry with her colleagues and friends, yet also be moved to tears by third-rate romantic films. This authentic, yet complex portrayal left Shen Yi speechless, culminating in Jian Yi's inner monologue. You are Shen Yi, I am Jian Yi, but unfortunately, when we are combined, we will never reach two. The review concluded. It was just a dating game, why make it so melodramatic? Shen Yi muttered to himself. After reviewing the entire scene, Shen Yi finally understood why his rating wasn't improving. As the concluding remarks stated, money isn't everything. Throwing money at a materialistic woman may be a specific tactic, but it won't win her genuine affection. Based on the fragments Jian Yi revealed during the review, Shen Yi believed that to achieve a rating above B, he needed to delve deeper into the storyline to potentially craft a more perfect strategy. After a long day of work, he finally achieved some results. However, after the excitement fatigue washed over Shen Yi, rubbing his eyes and checking the time, he realized it was already past 3. Damn, I have to work tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. Shen Yi hurriedly turned off his phone and prepared to sleep. Originally, he had been busy all day at the company. He intended to relax a bit by playing games when he got home, but who knew that this relaxation turned into an obsession? He lost track of time, and it was already so late. Not long after lying down, Shen Yi felt drowsy, thinking that this game didn't require much operation. Perhaps he could play it during work hours tomorrow. As his consciousness sank, not long after Shen Yi entered dreamland, his phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up, and the game automatically ran to display a line of small text. Rewards have been successfully synchronized. At 9 in the morning, the annoying alarm clock rang on time. Shen Yi turned over reluctantly and climbed up. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep a little longer, but he had just moved and the distance to the company was farther, making his commute longer. When he lived closer, he would get up at 9:30, but now he had to wake up earlier. Shen Yi's company started work at 10 o'clock sharp, which was relatively late. Of course, the trade-off was that the off-duty time was quite uncertain. Officially, it was 6:30, but in reality, it was hard to say. He had never seen anyone leave at 6:30. Sleepily, he arrived at the bathroom. While squeezing toothpaste, his body swayed. He had played too enthusiastically last night, leading to a bit of sleep deprivation now. After washing up, Shen Yi stood in front of the mirror, suddenly frozen. For some reason, this old face that he had seen for 25 years seemed to have become a bit handsome this morning. Shen Yi was amused by the thoughts in his mind, simply assuming he was still half asleep. Bah, I was always this handsome. After saying that, he narcissistically hummed a tune and pushed the door out. The current place Shen Yi rented was not big, but it was much larger than his previous place. The small 30-plus square meters had been divided into 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and 1 living room with an additional balcony that could barely fit 2 people. The style was simply decorated, the rent was low, and despite being a bit far, Shen Yi felt quite satisfied. There was no kitchen paired with it. Although Shen Yi could cook a few home dishes, he was too lazy to do so, especially to wash the dishes. So he was quite happy without a kitchen. After dressing up, he grabbed his bag, took his phone and keys, and picked up the trash. After confirming he hadn't forgotten anything, Shen Yi left the house and went downstairs. For breakfast, Shen Yi usually either skipped it or quickly resolved it at the roadside, just like now. "Auntie, 2 buns and a cup of soy milk, please calculate the total for me." The aunt at the breakfast shop glanced at Shen Yi and noticed he was a newcomer. As she packed for other customers, she skillfully replied, "All right, young man, 350 scan here." Shen Yi transferred the bag from his left hand to the right side of his laptop bag, freeing a hand to scan for payment. "Auntie, I've sent you the payment, take a look." "Oh, no need for that. Auntie still trusts you, young man. Come back for more delicious food next time." The chubby aunt still smiled warmly and waved, indicating it was unnecessary to check. Shen Yi smiled and nodded. This breakfast shop was just downstairs from his home, and he would definitely be coming back more often to get familiar with the place. He took out a bun and bit into it, turning towards the subway entrance. He quickly finished his breakfast and took out his phone to check the unread messages that had accumulated overnight. Unless it's a call, Shen Yi wouldn't easily check the work group after work. Looking at it would only increase his troubles. This was one of the lessons he had learned. He flipped through casually. The work group had nothing of importance, and after a quick glance he moved on. However, the group leader tagged everyone in the small group chat, reminding everyone about the morning meeting. Shen Yi smiled after reading it, roughly estimating the reason behind it. However, he didn't care. After all, the anger wouldn't land solely on him. After handling work matters, Shen Yi opened 2 unread text messages. The first was a reminder of the 23 yuan he spent on takeaway last night. Since it was paid via credit card, he received a text notification. Seeing a red dot made Shen Yi uncomfortable. He quickly marked it as read and turned his attention to the second message that arrived around 3 in the morning. Bang! The laptop bag in his right hand dropped to the edge of the flower bed with a muffled thud. Shen Yi stared at his phone screen with wide eyes, completely oblivious to what was happening around him, fixated on the numbers displayed in the text message, repeatedly confirming. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. The message clearly showed that an organization called Tianhai Fund had transferred a total of 200,000 yuan to him at 3:21 in the morning. Earning money was no easy feat. Shen Yi had toiled diligently for 2.5 years, after which he had saved only 50,000 yuan, having already remitted substantial support to his family. To him, 200,000 yuan was an extraordinary sum. Did the transfer go awry? Shen Yi's first instinct was that it must be an error, a scenario he'd seen reported in the news more than once where misdirected funds were later reclaimed. After calming himself slightly, Shen Yi sat down right on the curb, staring intently at the figure displayed in the text message, its familiarity deepening with every glance, for he had encountered that very number just the night before. 200,000, 200,000. That game. Shen Yi murmured blankly, his gaze drifting into emptiness. Suddenly, he closed the message and, torn between suspicion and hope, opened the app titled Dating Simulator. A flash of white light illuminated the screen, revealing the familiar interface, and there unmistakably stood Shen Yi's 3-dimensional attributes, followed by buttons for simulation choices. Name: Shen Yi. Level: LV 1. Strength 7. Stamina 7. Energy 9. Charm 70. Assets 219533. 5. Dating points 1. The figure beside assets seemed like a profound vortex, drawing Shen Yi's gaze irresistibly. He swiftly retraced every detail of last night, the moment he first launched the game. Initial assets: target candidates, authentic photographs, scene composition Yang Nan and Jian Lui, immersive realism, incomplete reviews, synchronized rewards, scene recaps. Countless thoughts surged forth, converging gradually into a single coherent conclusion. Though disbelief lingered, the truth, however astonishing, could hardly be anything else. Unaware, Shen Yi had clenched his phone tightly in his palm, terrified that loosening his grip even slightly would make it vanish. Ding dong. A notification chime startled Shen Yi so violently he nearly leapt. It was merely a message from his workplace group chat. Cautiously glancing around, he rose, slung his bag over his shoulder, and strode purposefully back home. A torrent of questions demanded answers, and work could wait. Such trivialities paled before what now consumed his mind. The auntie at the breakfast stall watched Shen Yi rush back moments after leaving, puzzled. She muttered to herself, assuming he'd forgotten something at home. A common enough occurrence, she thought, and promptly dismissed it from her mind. Once home, he shut the door firmly behind him, barely pausing to catch his breath before sitting at the desk, pulling out his phone and opening the App Store, then swiping all the way to the bottom. Unlike last night, the 100th-ranked app had changed overnight to an unfamiliar title: Tower Defense 3 Kingdoms. Tapping and revealed a conventional pay-to-win tower defense game, so he exited immediately. Shen Yi meticulously scrolled up and down several times, then typed Dating Simulator directly into the search bar. The results were abundant, but none bore that distinctive pink icon. Refusing to give up, Shen Yi retrieved his laptop and scoured major search engines for any mention of dating simulators. Again, nothing surfaced, as if the game had fallen from the heavens without trace. Next, he searched for information on Tianhai Foundation. This time, he found something: a non-profit civilian organization registered 4 years ago, neither unusually recent nor particularly old. Further details remained inaccessible for now, so he set the matter aside. So that's how it is. So that's how. Now that everything fell into place, Shen Yi glanced at his bank account, 25,000 yuan, and felt its significance utterly dwarfed. He knew precisely what mattered most. His eyes locked onto the pink app icon nestled in the lower left corner of his phone. His heartbeat thundered, uncontainable joy surged from within, flushing his face crimson. He clenched his fists repeatedly, swinging them silently, desperate to suppress the urge to shout aloud. Shen Yi kept taking deep breaths to steady himself, yet his lips betrayed him, curling upward uncontrollably. In hushed, trembling excitement he whispered, "This is my cheat code, my golden finger. I finally have one too." His reaction bore no resemblance to the stoic protagonists he'd read about, those who remained unruffled even when cosmic fortune crashed upon them. He tried hard to emulate those legendary predecessors, but failed utterly. Merely restraining himself from leaping and roaring like a wild ape required every ounce of his willpower. He redirected his focus back to the phone, anything to regain composure. Without regaining clarity, he feared he might do something reckless. Pondering his account balance, Shen Yi performed rapid mental arithmetic, solving another lingering puzzle. Having just paid rent, his WeChat balance stood at 1040 yuan, adding his bank savings of 500 yuan, and the 5 yuan breakfast expense brought the total to exactly 51043. 5 yuan. That precise figure matched the character's initial assets. Last night Shen Yi had mused aloud why the amount ended in such odd decimals. Now the origin was clear. Could Jian Lu Yi be real? Her mannerisms and personality had felt startlingly authentic. No wonder he'd faltered. His ignorance of luxury brands left him with nothing to say, forcing him to fabricate aimlessly. Once all pieces clicked into place, Shen Yi rose and went to the bathroom, washing his face anew. After drying off, he studied his reflection closely in the mirror. Though his features hadn't transformed dramatically, he knew his own face best. Before, he'd noticed nothing unusual, but now, armed with the knowledge of his initial assets, even the faintest discrepancies began to reveal themselves. His skin appeared noticeably firmer, childhood acne scars along his jawline had vanished entirely. His entire visage simply looked more harmonious, more pleasing. Staring at his reflection, Shen Yi surmised this change stemmed from the 2-point boost to charm, from 68 to 70, granted after last night's synchronization reward. He estimated the maximum possible charm value was 100, placing his current 70 solidly in the upper mid-range, what one might call moderately handsome. Moreover, signs suggested further growth remained possible, kindling deep anticipation within him. Truly a game beyond mortal comprehension. He glanced at the clock, 9:40 am. Even if he hailed a taxi immediately, he'd miss work. So he picked up his phone and sent in a leave request. Whether his team leader approved or not was for now irrelevant. What consumed him now was an urgent need to explore this game thoroughly. Work had faded into insignificance. Reopening the app, Shen Yi hovered his finger over the begin matching button. By the rules, a new day granted him one automatic refresh, allowing him to draw 2 new dating targets. Shen Yi now fully grasped their value. These targets were his wealth. Higher scores meant richer rewards, and crucially, those rewards synced seamlessly into reality. No wonder his motivation burned fiercely. Just before pressing his finger paused, he recalled another mode, text-based simulation. He'd been using scene simulation to understand the game comprehensively. He couldn't overlook this alternative. With that thought, he returned to the attribute interface and tapped text simulation, ready to delve deeper. Dating assistant reminder. Text simulation operates in real-world mode, randomly selecting 2 compatible individuals from your immediate surroundings as potential targets. Only one dating target may be selected at a time. A new selection becomes available only upon successful completion or deliberate abandonment of the current pursuit. Each target permits 3 initial simulation attempts. Attempts automatically recharge once per natural day, or may be replenished instantly using additional dating points. If no decision is made within 10 minutes of initiating matching, the system will randomly assign 1 target. Begin reality simulation. Could that be it? Shen Yi was no fool. Although last night's scene simulation had felt remarkably real, the landmarks, the bars, the cinemas, and the like were vague in concrete detail. Nothing matched the real world exactly. At first he had assumed it was merely a game, so everything made sense. Now it seemed the scene simulation might be the opposite of the text simulation. The reality simulation was likely crafted directly from the real world as its blueprint. The gulf between reality and fiction was vast, but having come this far, Shen Yi had little left to hesitate over. He chose to begin the matching. Searching. Match successful. Name by Jia. Gender female. Age 31. Charm 75. CUPB. Marital status divorced. Dates 7. Number of partners 1. Traits, gentle, cleanliness, obsessed. Details require strategy points to unlock. Overall rating 79. They even have people who were married. Shen Yi thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Divorced means currently single, and being single makes someone a possible target rather than an impossible one. To be fair, according to the system data, Bai Jia's conditions were quite good. Her temperament was probably pleasant, and she seemed an excellent candidate to pursue. Still, Shen Yi decided to look at the next profile before making up his mind. Name Fu Nanji. Age 27. Charm 93. CUPD. Marital status single. Dates 0. Number of partners 0. Traits perfectionist, disciplined. Details require strategy points to unlock. Overall rating 97. I pulled an SSR. Such blinding charm and rating made Shen Yi exclaim. In a text simulation alone, if this were another game it would surely come with earth-shattering effects and gilded characters. Up until now the characters he rolled had hovered in the 70s and 80s which he was fairly satisfied with. Using Jinlei as a benchmark, a 70s or 80s overall rating in everyday life meant a rare beauty with a little grooming, good enough anywhere. But with Fu Nanzi's appearance the others paled. It was a pity the text simulation did not include photos like the scene simulation, otherwise he could have glimpsed her face. Shen Yi's gaze drifted between the two profiles. Reason told him not to rush. Anyone like Fu Nanji, blessed with such attributes, yet with no romantic experience at 27, must either conceal some unspeakable secret or be fiercely self-possessed. Winning her would be extraordinarily difficult. By contrast, Bai Jia was no poor choice. The system certified gentle temperament, and her current single divorce status made her more approachable. Shen Yi thought that relentless persistence might well win her over. He compared everything in his mind and found Fu Nanji to be the riskier option, but when it came down to it, he could not bring himself to abandon the idea of pursuing her. To hell with reason, it's only a simulation. No cowardice, he'll go for it. He had finally drawn a gold card and refused to let the opportunity slip, so he clicked to start the simulation. Selected Fu Nanji. Simulation begins. You are called Shen Yi, a 25-year-old ordinary office worker. Healthy, reasonably good-looking with both parents alive and a harmonious family. Apart from an aversion to going to work, you have no real troubles. Your goal is to find Fu Nanji and successfully begin a relationship. You collect your thoughts and realize you know nothing about her, so you decide to take a short nap to recuperate. B. Go downstairs to ask the breakfast shop auntie for news. C. Get dressed and go to work. D. Free action. Free action. Right. He had been so elated to draw an SSR that he had forgotten apart from Fu Nanzi's name Shen, he knew nothing about her. Scene simulations had photos and brief messages to assist, text simulations offered none of that. Is this the difficulty of a text simulation? He did not despair. He remembered the system's explanation. The reality simulation searched his surroundings, which meant Fu Nanji existed nearby. If he looked carefully, he could find her. After thinking it over, Shen Yi chose B. That morning he had noticed the downstairs breakfast shop was the busiest in the neighborhood. Many residents bought breakfast there. Asking the shop's owner auntie might yield something. You decide to go downstairs and speak with the kind plump auntie. When you arrive, breakfast has already sold out, and she is tidying up the shop. Faced with your questions and description, the auntie thought for a moment and then shook her head. She told you she would not forget such a beautiful woman coming to buy breakfast, and that the name was completely unfamiliar. Seeing your disappointment, she smiled warmly and promised to keep an eye out, suggesting you try the community property office next. You thanked her several times and left the shop. What do you decide next? Go to the property office. B. Go home and slack off. C. Continue to work. D. Free action. Continue to work. D. Free action. Free action. Shen Yi scratched his chin. If the plump auntie didn't know, chances were no one nearby did. The surname Fu was rather uncommon and distinctive, and Fu Nanzi's exceptional looks would have spread her reputation if she frequented the area. Still, the suggestion made sense. With so many residents, the property office was best suited to locate someone. Shen Yi reached out and selected option A. You decide to follow the advice and head to the property office. Walking past building 3, you enter the office and are received by a young woman at the reception. After explaining your purpose, the young woman looked troubled and said resident information was private and could not be disclosed. Confronted with refusal, you had a sudden idea. You lied that you had found an identity document belonging to Ms. Fu Nanji and had come to inquire about returning it. You spoke with righteous earnestness, insisting you had no intention of prying, only to return the document. The young woman believed you and agreed to check immediately. After a long while, she looked up and informed you that no such person lived in this community, suggesting you hand the document over to the police. You feigned regret and left the property office. After this setback, you decide, change course and prioritize keeping your job. B. Post missing person notices around, falsely claiming Fu Nanji is your long-lost sister. C. Call the police to have Fu Nanji apprehended. D. Free action. Free action. Desperation makes one try anything. Seeing the options grow more absurd, Shen Yi felt as if he had returned to last night's scene simulation, though. Then he had felt less burdened, assuming it was only a simple game. After much thought, Shen Yi tentatively selected free action to see what would change. Do you wish to spend 1 simulation point to gain a 1-hour timed free action? Free action projects your consciousness into the scene for a fully embodied simulation experience. Shen Yi grew increasingly astonished the simulator could do that. It meant that at critical moments he could intervene in person, far more convenient than acting through text, though it came with a steep cost and a time limit. He clicked no to retract the choice. Without even knowing where the target was, he did not yet need that feature. The path chosen by oneself must be walked even if one has to grit their teeth. As he faced a bottleneck, Shen Yi changed to a comfortable position, lying down to quietly ponder. Suddenly the phone vibrated with an incoming call. Shen Yi looked and saw it was his team leader Old Day's call. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up. Hello. Yes, that's right. I'm in the process of acceptance. Alright, if it ends early, you'll go back. Thank you for your concern, team leader. After hanging up, Shen Yi glanced at the simulator and found it to be quite special. The phone call did not affect its operating process, and it still maintained the options waiting for his choice. Dai Taifeng had been his superior since Shen Yi joined the company. They've known each other for more than 2 years, and people around them called him Old Dai. In his 30s, he was just a minor leader within the group. Over the years, he had developed a strong sense of crisis, which made him very proactive at work and eager to show off. This was not necessarily a bad thing, it just made things harder for Shen Yi and his colleagues. Over half an hour ago, Shen Yi had sent a message requesting leave. Since he was not focused at the time, he casually picked a reason saying that there was an issue with the acceptance of the house from his previous landlord. Old Dai called to check on him, and also to ask when he might come back to the company. With unspoken hints about the planning department matter, Shen Yi gave vague responses to brush it off for now. He had not yet decided whether to return to work. Logically, with the dating simulator, he could say he was free as a bird, having no need to worry about others' opinions. Wait, work. Shen Yi suddenly sat up, slapping his thigh as realization struck him. He should have thought of this earlier, having fallen into a fixed mindset. He thought the surroundings were just his residential area, not realizing he had only moved in yesterday. By this reasoning, the workplace should also be considered part of his daily activity range. Fu Nanji might be someone from the company. Shen Yi speculated. Looking back, even the simulator had hinted at this. The 3 consecutive choice branches all included options for going to work, but he had a strong aversion to it, thus wasting a lot of time. Shen Yi immediately chose option A to return to work. After a long day, he finally remembered he had to go to work. He rushed towards the subway station, but unfortunately, it was already 10:17. Even if he flew, he would still be late. Accepting his tardiness calmly, he shifted from running to walking. Since he was already late, it didn't matter if he took a bit longer or shorter. No matter how leisurely he was, he still arrived at the company entrance before 11. Upon reaching the 7th floor where his department was located, he pushed the door open just as a brief meeting had concluded, and all eyes turned to him. Old Dai, holding documents, called him over to inquire about the reason for his lateness. Shen Yi told the excuse he had prepared in advance, but to his surprise, the usually lenient Dai Taifeng did not listen to his excuse and instead scolded him. Using his lateness as an excuse, Old Dai brought up the issue with the planning department's documents, chastising him for being self-centered and pushing the work onto his colleagues. The middle-aged crisis had increased Old Dai's pressure, and his shiny bald head glistened, causing Shen Yi to squint as he hazily saw Lu Changjiang beside him, smirking with satisfaction. Shen Yi realized this was Lu Changjiang's behind-the-scenes scheming. Faced with the slander, he had to choose. Argue with reason, explain that he did nothing wrong. B. Expose the villain, angrily accuse Lu Changjiang of distorting the truth. C. Accept calmly, letting slander wash over him like a gentle breeze. D. Take independent action. Indeed, the villain is the villain. Even in the simulator, Lu Changjiang appeared unpleasant and annoying. Wait, if the simulator simulates reality, then in reality Lu Changjiang must have also slandered me. With this thought, Shen Yi's anger surged, his fists clenched. However, the simulation had to continue. Based on Shen Yi's understanding of Old Dai, choosing A and arguing would make Old Dai understand but not agree. He always believed that Team 3 was a whole, and everyone had the obligation to do any work. In his view, even if Lu Changjiang was truly avoiding work, Shen Yi should first complete Lu Changjiang's tasks before seeking him out and ultimately punishing Lu Changjiang. That was the correct way to handle the situation with the overall picture in mind. A could not be chosen, as Shen Yi's style was not to take a beating without fighting back, so he also wouldn't choose C. The only option left was B. Naturally, Lu Changjiang was prepared for your accusations and was not afraid to confront you. He feigned grievance, claiming he had come to the company yesterday, but had to apply for temporary leave due to an urgent family matter, reminding you of your writing tasks before leaving. Unexpectedly, you agreed verbally, but had not moved a finger. Listening to his distortion of the truth, you were momentarily speechless. Yesterday, Lu Changjiang had merely passed by to remind you about the client's proposal submission and had never mentioned anything about writing. You finally couldn't help but scold him. The commotion startled everyone, and chaos ensued. Dai Taifeng's face turned pale with anger as he shouted to restore order, approaching you to quietly suggest that you admit a mistake, assuring you that as long as you did, he would forgive you and let the matter slide. Regarding Dai Taifeng's suggestion, you choose bow your head and admit your mistake, reflecting on your self-centeredness. B. Look down upon it, submit your resignation, and leave gracefully. C. D. Take independent action. In front of the screen, Shen Yi clenched his fists in anger at Lu Changjiang's shamelessness. Now he understood why Lu Changjiang had deliberately hovered around him yesterday morning, saying worthless things. Lu Changjiang was not a fool. Given their relationship, it was unrealistic to expect him to help with writing. He specifically came over to ensure that if things escalated, he could retrieve surveillance footage proving he had indeed briefed Shen Yi. Understanding all this, Shen Yi temporarily suppressed his inner anger. Neither bowing his head to admit fault nor resigning to be a coward were choices he wanted to make. There was only one option left. He heavily pressed option C. The situation escalated. Old Dai was still trying to protect you despite being misled. You actually did not blame him. He had family and responsibilities and just wanted to climb higher, but you did not accept his advice and instead calmly bypassed him. Lu Changjiang, preparing to watch the show while crossing his arms, had long disliked you. You had taken his leave, so he was determined to retaliate severely, making you understand the price of crossing him. As you walked over, calmly rolling up your sleeves, a pressure surged towards you. Lu Changjiang stood nervously in place, glancing around for support, but finding none, he instinctively cleared his throat, wanting to say something to you. You walked straight towards Lu Changjiang, picking up the long-handled stapler from the desk, holding it upside down. A dull thud was accompanied by Lu Changjiang's scream and the crowd's shouts. The quiet office building instantly resembled boiling water, steam rushing out in a frenzy. The contrast between the crowd, who were shocked and standing still with their heads held, and you, who were silently striking. Crimson blood trickled down Lu Changjiang's scalp, and the pallid expression on Dai Taifeng's face revealed his alarm as he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. At this moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Dai Taifeng swiftly snatched the bloodstained stapler from your hand and tossed it far away as you were pulled back by the crowd. The once proud Lu Changjiang was now reduced to a pitiful figure groaning on the floor. The commotion drew the attention of everyone on the floor as curious onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, including colleagues from the 8th floor who rushed down. The situation was spiraling out of control, and someone called the police. You were pulled behind a desk, feeling a wave of relief when you suddenly heard a soft sob from behind and turned to look. It was Zhuo Huijun from your team, who had just graduated this year and was still new to the company. She was usually quiet and timid, but now she looked at you with tear-filled eyes, murmuring softly. "I didn't expect things to develop like this," she said. You looked at her in confusion, not understanding what had happened. She quietly recounted her observations from yesterday. Soon the police arrived, took your statement, and took you away while Lu Changjiang insisted on pressing charges with the injury report. It was only thanks to Dai Taifeng's frantic efforts that you were bailed out. After you were released, Lao Dai, with a complex expression, informed you that due to the negative impact of the incident, the company had decided to terminate your employment. Simulation complete. System calculating. Overall evaluation A. Reward: your fighting experience has slightly increased. System comment: A failed simulation. It seems you have yet to grasp the key points. Would you like to review the scene? Would you like to restart the simulation? Shen Yi exhaled. This outcome was within his expectations. Since he had decided to throw punches, anything could happen in a real simulation. A warm current flowed into his mind, flashing back several scenes. What kind of fighting experience is this? Lu Changjiang was as skinny as a monkey, as Shen Yi didn't think he needed any fighting skills to beat him. Click to confirm review. If he guessed correctly, the review method should be exactly the opposite of the previous one. A scene simulation was a textual review, so the textual simulation should be a real scene review. Buzz. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Yi suddenly experienced a blur before his eyes, and his consciousness rose as the scenes from the simulation flowed before him like a slideshow. The breakfast shop, Andy, the property receptionist, and colleagues at the company. All the details were vividly clear, and he could sense Lu Changjiang's fear as he lay on the ground, and he could empathize with the troubled expression on Dai Taifeng's face. As for Zhuo Huijun's tearful complaints, they made Shen Yi's expression grow serious. The scene froze on the disheveled face of Lao Dai, who appeared both helpless and guilty. As the review ended, Shen Yi stood up, his eyes bright with excitement. The capabilities of this simulator were truly remarkable. He had almost experienced everything that had just occurred from the perspective of his former self, with all information laid bare except for the inability to act freely. He turned to pack his computer bag, glancing at the time. It was already past 11. Though he wanted to continue the simulation, he still had to go to the company. He no longer cared much about this job, but he did care about his reputation. In the 2 years since he joined the company, he had not only been cautious, but also tried to get along with others. He couldn't afford to leave with a bad reputation, as people might think he was guilty for not showing up. As he went downstairs, Shen Yi called for a ride using a taxi app, not wanting to wait for the subway any longer. Soon the driver arrived and parked steadily at the company entrance, and Shen Yi quickly got out and headed upstairs. After clocking in, he pushed the door and stepped inside, quickly sitting at his workstation and habitually tidying up his desk. It was nearing lunchtime, and some were calling friends to order takeout, while others were already engrossed in their meals. "Xiaoshen, come here for a moment." As expected, shortly after he sat down, Lao Dai's voice called him over. Whether it was the timing or the setting, or perhaps Lao Dai was intentionally giving Shen Yi some face, this conversation was set to take place in his office. Lao Dai meant well, but Shen Yi still wanted to refuse. He had come for this, so he couldn't back down at the last moment. "No need, team leader, let's talk here." As he spoke, Shen Yi stood up and pointed to the long table which was used for temporary meetings and where many people often had. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Dai's expression darkened. He lowered his hand from the door frame and walked out of the office, replying, "Fine, as long as you don't mind the embarrassment." The atmosphere was tense. Those present were elites who understood workplace dynamics, immediately perked up their ears to listen. The rest of the first and second teams quietly crept closer, clutching their lunchboxes, takeout snacks and drinks. The entire hall became deathly silent, with only the sound of chair wheels rolling. By the time Shen Yi sat down, the area was already bustling with people, and it was surprising that such a small space for the third team could accommodate so many. Dai Taifeng frowned as he looked around the scene. However, it was break time, so he couldn't chase anyone away, and could only sit down across from Shen Yi, shaking his head helplessly as if to say this was of his own making. Shen, I'm not saying this to you, you've been in the group long enough. I've said many times that we are one team and we need to stick together. Lao Dai started with his usual routine. Shen Yi had heard this speech so many times that it had become repetitive. Everyone in the third team knew it by heart. Is the planning department that easy to deal with? If a draft is delayed, they will respond immediately. If it weren't for Xiao Zhuo arriving at the company early to save the day, our third team would have faced serious consequences. Why do you expect me to write Lu Changjiang's draft? Shen Yi interrupted him. Lao Dai paused, taken aback, and replied, wasn't that what you two agreed upon? Shen Yi scoffed, leaning forward to look directly into Dai Taifeng's eyes with utmost seriousness. Team leader Dai, do you think that given our relationship, he would come to me voluntarily? And would I agree to it? Taking a step back, he added, even if I did agree based on your understanding of me, do you think I would go back on my word? Lao Dai fell silent, slowly beginning to understand the dynamics between team members. He might not be clear about the conflict between Shen Yi and Lu Changjiang, but he knew well who Lu Changjiang was closer to. Indeed, Sun Yinxiao and Hu Wei were also present yesterday. If Lu Changjiang was anxious to return, he would seek their help, and he would never think to ask Shen Yi. At that moment, Shen Yi suddenly shouted, Lu Changjiang, come here. Lu Changjiang, who had been eavesdropping, was surprised that Shen Yi had called him, and despite his reluctance to comply, he stood up and left his workstation, prompted by the expectant gazes of those around him. Go, why not? If I don't go, they'll think I'm afraid of him. Lu Changjiang felt that Shen Yi was acting a bit differently today and steeled himself internally. The once spacious aisle now felt cramped with various unfamiliar and familiar faces gathering around, making it a challenge for 3 or 4 people to squeeze into one workstation. He took a few steps to the long table, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Just as Lu Changjiang was about to force a smile to lighten the mood, he noticed the team leader signaling for him to sit down. Lu Changjiang instinctively chose the side away from Shen Yi and sat next to old Dai on the right. After sitting down, Lu Changjiang immediately smiled at old Dai. Before speaking, team leader, you called for me. Dai Taifeng did not respond, but pointed to the table and asked, did you really ask Shen Yi to ghostwrite for you? Are you sure he agreed? Lu Changjiang appeared very confident upon hearing this, and quickly replied, yes, I was in a hurry to leave this morning, and I asked Brother Shen for a small favor. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance that was around 940 yesterday. His words were logical and well-reasoned, and the way he referred to Shen Yi was filled with emotion, as if they were very close friends. Shen Yi merely chuckled coldly, finding it quite novel to hear himself addressed in such a manner. Dai Taifeng's expression showed no change. Lu Changjiang had said the same thing earlier, but not with such detail. Now that he thought about it, there were many flaws in his story. He said in a low voice, the company regulations state that work handovers must have written or text message proof. Did you have a handover with Shen Yi in the work group or team group at that time? Lu Changjiang's expression changed at these words, but he managed to keep his composure and replied, I was in a hurry to leave, so I just gave a verbal handover. They'll pay more attention next time. At this moment, Shen Yi suddenly spoke up, asking Dai Taifeng team leader ID like to know what the reason was for Lu Changjiang's absence yesterday. Both old Dai and Lu Changjiang were momentarily taken aback, not understanding how the topic had suddenly shifted here. Lu Changjiang's grandmother twisted her ankle at home, and he rushed back to take her to the hospital. Despite the abruptness of the question, Dai Taifeng answered instantly. He was aware of every employee's leave or time off, just like he knew Shen Yi had moved the day before. All right, may I ask which hospital your grandmother went to for her ankle? After receiving the answer, Shen Yi suddenly turned to Lu Changjiang and asked urgently, huh? Oh, it's... Lu Changjiang was caught off guard by the sudden question, stammering before he suddenly reacted. Why do you need to know? This was something Shen Yi had no right to meddle in, yet his demeanor fell upon the eyes of everyone present, and his awkward posture made them all wonder. The central air conditioning was blowing cold air, yet sweat began to bead on Lu Changjiang's forehead. He felt that Shen Yi had suddenly become different today, and not only was his aura imposing, but he also spoke with unmatched confidence. Upon entering the company, every expression and action he made seemed more spirited and unrestrained. Compared to his previously taciturn nature, it was as if he had become a different person. Lu Changjiang couldn't fathom where this overwhelming confidence stemmed from. After just a few exchanges, he began to feel overwhelmed. Shen Yi, however, had no intention of letting him off the hook, and continued softly, I know where you went. Though his tone was light, it was filled with conviction, as if he could see through Lu Changjiang's innermost thoughts. Lu Changjiang felt a tightening in his heart, secretly becoming vigilant. I saw you having lunch with a lady at that barbecue restaurant on Huimin Road. Shen Yi, who had previously spoken quickly, now slowed his pace, each word piercing Lu Changjiang's heart like a sharp knife. As he spoke, Shen Yi took out his phone and stood up, saying, this is a photo I took at that time. Your taste in clothing is quite good, the coffee color suits you well. Each of his statements hit home, causing Lu Changjiang to panic. Shen Yi described in detail where he had eaten, what he had eaten, and what he wore the previous day. Seeing that he had even taken a photo, Lu Changjiang felt a rush of anxiety and instinctively stood up to grab the phone. But as soon as he grasped Shen Yi's wrist, he found that the phone screen was turned off. Lu Changjiang froze in place. He seemed to say nothing, yet everything was implied. If he hadn't been struck at his sore spot, who would instinctively want to stop him? I took a normal leave, not violating any company regulations. What business is it of yours? At this point, Lu Changjiang could only stubbornly hold his ground. Unfortunately, no one cared about the stubbornness of a dying duck. Everyone only wanted to hear what they were curious about. Such a rapid reversal obviously met expectations, making the surrounding people exclaim in delight, unconsciously bowing their heads to eagerly devour a few large mouthfuls of their food, savoring the sweetness. The eloquent speech Lu Changjiang gave in the morning meeting had just garnered him quite a bit of sympathy, but now it had all turned into a fierce boomerang striking back at him. Dai Taifeng understood the entire situation, stood up, without saying a word, pointed a finger at Lu Changjiang, and waved his hand to leave. He despised those who disrupted unity the most. Although as team leader, he did not have the authority to fire Lu Changjiang, he had plenty of ways to make it uncomfortable for him to stay. With the matter thoroughly resolved, Shen Yi no longer paid attention to the stunned Lu Changjiang and walked back with a light heart. As he left, the surrounding colleagues sighed with unfulfilled curiosity and quietly discussed as they departed. By tomorrow, this incident would be spun into more than 10 versions circulating within the department, with only one person as the clown. As he passed by Zhuo Huijin's workstation, the young girl was lowered her head, dealing with a bowl of Chongqing noodles. Shen Yi suddenly said a quiet thank you. The sudden gratitude startled her. Zhuo Huijin looked up at Shen Yi in confusion, her mouth stained with red oil, making her quite adorable. Shen Yi smiled knowingly and returned to his own workstation. Being able to turn the tables relied on the simulator, but Zhuo Huijin's contribution could not be overlooked. It just so happened that she was on leave yesterday and encountered Lu Changjiang while he was on a date. In the simulation, due to her timid and somewhat self-conscious nature, she didn't dare to speak up against Lu Changjiang when he slandered Shen Yi, planning to quietly tell Shen Yi when he came. Little did she know that Shen Yi took a leave, and upon returning to the company things escalated, leaving her unable to enter. The situation later developed into something uncontrollable. She believed it was all her fault and cried inconsolably, pulling Shen Yi aside to reveal the truth. Thus the information was preemptively provided, and naturally there were no photos, but Shen Yi's thanks were genuine. Today the work was not busy, and everyone enjoyed the leisurely pace. After just having a satisfying meal, they lounged at their workstations like a bunch of limp rabbits. Shen Yi intended to take out his phone to engage in an exciting and tense romance simulation, but he was mindful of the impact. After gaining some attention, it was not appropriate for him to openly slack off. Feeling bored, Shen Yi suddenly had an idea and decided to inquire about the whereabouts of Fu Nanji. He had previously speculated that she might be someone from the group. If he could find out where she was, it would save him a lot of trouble in the simulation. With this thought, Shen Yi turned to his buddy, Su Sun, sitting next to him, and asked, "Bro, does our company have any stunning beauty?" Shen Yi dared not directly mention Fu Nanji's name. This was reality. If he bumped into someone with a loose tongue the next day, the whole group would know he was looking for someone. Fu Nanji was no ordinary person. The celebrity effect was terrifying. If the news got to her ears, he would be sitting on hot coals. Upon hearing this, Su Sun chuckled and gave Shen Yi a thumbs up, meaning it was self-evident. He had long found Lu Changjiang displeasing, and Shen Yi's question was like a proxy for his grievances. "If you're blind, you'll pay for your treatment. Lin Ruyu from Team 1 is such a stunning beauty that she's almost charmed away the souls of everyone in our department." Listening to his teasing, Shen Yi couldn't help but give him the middle finger that one doesn't count. Shen Yi's remark about being unnatural does not imply that Lin Ruyu isn't beautiful, rather it's about his own department's perspective. Lin Ruyu is a gem of their advertising department, a fact known even to the mice on the 7th floor. Shen Yi's inquiry is certainly not directed at her. "Well, I don't know. My heart belongs only to Ryu, and it cannot accommodate other women." Su Sun held his heart in a flamboyant manner, making one unable to resist the urge to hit him. Seeing that he couldn't gather any information here, Shen Yi decided to change his target, picking up the water cup on the table and heading towards the tea room. After filling the cup with water, Shen Yi politely nodded to a few greetings, blowing on the cup as he walked, and eventually leaning casually against Wang Ru's workstation. "Sister Wang, are you busy?" "Oh, Xiao Xin, you're finally making a name for yourself today," Wang Ru replied with a smile, inserting the pen cap back as she noticed Shen Yi approaching. "Oh, please don't tease me." Shen Yi helplessly twisted the lid of the teacup, looking around before whispering, "What is it?" Wang Ru replied without hesitation. Shen Yi asked her, "Are there any beauties in our group? The exceptionally beautiful kind?" "Oh, this is serious. Have you finally opened your eyes?" Wang Ru's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Shen Yi. It's known that he is notoriously reserved, yet here he is inquiring about women. However, this guy does look much more pleasant today. Seeing Shen Yi's embarrassed and pleading expression, Wang Ru didn't tease him further and replied, "There are plenty. Not to mention Lin Ruyu, the administrative department just transferred a supervisor named Cheng Jun, a stunning beauty, who is also a Ritter Ni and the daughter of a top leader. I wouldn't dare to aspire to that. Is there anyone else? Then it has to be the Iron Lady of the marketing department, Fang Qian. She's both beautiful and charismatic, the kind who walks with a breeze, but I heard she has a boyfriend already." Wang Ru casually admired her nails, saying, "A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Is there anyone else?" Shen Yi, not hearing the answer he wanted, pressed on. Wang Ru rolled her eyes and replied, "It seems you're not here to inquire about matters, rather you're interested in people, huh?" "Nothing escapes your notice, Sister Wang," Shen Yi hurriedly replied with a laugh. Wang Ru is friendly and amiable, her nature kind, and she isn't truly angry with Shen Yi. "Go on, tell me the name, and I'll see if I know them." Shen Yi leaned in and whispered, Fu Nanji. After saying it, he was worried she wouldn't understand and drew the character Fu on the table with his finger. Upon hearing the name, Wang Ru frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't recall anything. Finally, she hesitated and said, Surname Fu. That's quite rare, I haven't heard of them. They're not from the company, are they? Shen Yi felt a bit disappointed. If Wang Ru didn't know about her, then it was highly likely she wasn't from the company. No worries, thank you, Sister Wang. They'll treat you to bubble tea later. Though Shen Yi didn't get an answer, he still thanked Wang Ru. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, don't. If I drink any more, I'll really balloon up. After complimenting her a couple of times, Shen Yi turned to leave, but just as he reached the tea room, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, it was Zhuo Huijun. Zhuo Huijun pulled Shen Yi into the tea room and closed the door. What's wrong, Xiao Zhui? Shen Yi found it somewhat amusing that the young girl didn't dare call out to him in public, following him all the way from her workstation just to tug at his sleeve to indicate she had something to say. Zhuo Huijun, petite and shyly looking down, made it difficult for Shen Yi to see her expression. He only heard, I know some news about Fu Nanji. Shen Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he eagerly asked, You know? Did you hear what we were talking about earlier? The young girl nodded. Her workstation was right next to the aisle, and she had vaguely heard part of their conversation. Last week, I went to the legal department to deliver some materials, and I saw Fu Nanzi's name in the printing room. I thought the name was lovely, so I remembered it. That's all I know. This timely news exhilarated Shen Yi, and he quickly thanked Zhuo Huijun. The legal department. Thank you so much, Xiao Zhuo. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? The young girl immediately waved her hands, nervously refusing. I'm glad to help, but I have to work overtime tonight, so I can't eat. After saying this, she lowered her head and pushed the door to leave, leaving Shen Yi standing alone. Shen Yi sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, but he didn't know how to help. This was a girl who was self-deprecating to the core, and he didn't dare to push her, only able to care for her gently. It's ironic that helping someone made him feel awkward, as if the gratitude of others weighed 1,000 pounds, and he felt unworthy to bear it. In the group chat, she was always the first to respond, never complaining about the dirty work or heavy tasks, and she always included an emoticon with her message, fearful that others might misinterpret her tone. Returning to his workstation, Shen Yi felt a bit hungry and suddenly remembered that there had been too many things happening that day. He had only eaten 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk. He turned to Su Sun, grabbing a pack of chips and 2 sausages to satisfy his hunger, then gulped down a cup of water, feeling a bit more at ease. Finally, he had managed to gather some information and at least learned that Fu Nanji was in the legal department. Looks like he'll have to come to the company every day from now on. Shen Yi mused to himself. The dating simulator was a real-life simulation, and since Fu Nanji was part of the group, it would be difficult to approach her without a company identity. To successfully pursue her, Shen Yi couldn't afford to lose this job for the time being. Shen Yi thought about how he used to come to work every day without any advantages, but now even with a cheat, he still had to come to work every day, or it seemed the cheat was quite useless. Hey, who has a golden finger and still goes to work every day? Su Sun seemed to have heard Shen Yi's quiet sigh, thinking he had just read some novel, and without looking up he replied, What do you mean? Didn't Japanese high school students save the world and still have to obediently return to class? Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, insightful. After a round of banter, everyone began to focus on their own tasks, and the movement in the office gradually decreased. The advertising department where Shen Yi worked had a diverse range of daily tasks, such as strategic planning, creative design, media placement, and market research, among many others. Since Shen Yi had cleared all his tasks yesterday, he could take a moment to relax, but he couldn't be too arrogant. Because once you start to appear idle, tasks would come piling up one after another. Thinking back to when Shen Yi first joined the company, he was assigned tasks that he completed quickly and diligently. However, in the company, as long as you work hard, there will always be endless tasks waiting for you. Opening his notebook, Shen Yi casually opened a document to give the appearance of working, but in reality, it was a simulation. The afternoon time could not be wasted. Having just obtained some clues, Shen Yi was determined to investigate further. Start the simulation. You are an ordinary worker who is happily slacking off at your workstation, but you suddenly remember that you just received some information that might help you find Fu Nanji. Given this, you decide to keep slacking off and enjoy it. B. Take the initiative and go to the legal department to find Fu Nanji. C. I'm hungry, so we'll go downstairs to eat first. D. E. Look for the team leader to assign work. Shen Yi casually glanced over the options A and B, directly dismissing them. As for dining, since his true self hadn't eaten, what could a simulation possibly consume? He simply clicked B to take the initiative. You were prepared to fully leverage your initiative to seek out Fu Nanji. You left your workstation, exited the advertising department, and took the elevator to the 11th floor where the legal department was located. The legal department was small, with fewer people than your advertising department. As a newcomer, many of the employees looked up to stare at you upon your entrance. A legal intern stood up and jogged over to ask what you needed. Faced with his inquiry, you chose to quietly ask him about Fu Nanji, claiming you needed to see her. B. To shout, Fu Nanji, don't hide in there, and be silent, I know you're in there. C. To apologize and say you walked into the wrong department and leave. D. To excuse yourself by saying the printer was broken and that you wanted to borrow one. E. To act freely. Shen Yi twirled a pen in his hand, feeling that options A and D were both viable. Choosing the first option meant directly seeking her out, while selecting the fourth was more about gathering information. After some thought, Shen Yi settled on a regardless he wanted to meet Fu Nanji first. You stated that you needed to find Fu Nanji, and the intern looked at you in surprise, seemingly doubting that you would know her. Despite his doubts, he still led you to Fu Nanji's office. You looked at the sign on the door that read legal advisor. After the intern left, you took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in, a brief female voice called from within, and you pushed the door open to enter. Upon entering, the woman behind the desk was intently focused on the materials in her hands, not lifting her head, as she quickly told you to take a seat. Seeing that she was busy, you were glad to relax, and sat down on the sofa from where you could perfectly observe her. She sat upright in her chair, her professional skirt accentuating her figure exquisitely, her hair elegantly pinned up, looking both simple and refined. You gazed at her beautifully sculpted fair profile, entranced. Despite the somewhat clunky black-framed glasses she wore, it did not diminish her beauty. Her slender wrists were delicate, her fingers long, and the only sound in the room was the rustling of paper as she shuffled through it. You were stunned by her beauty, and your original intentions began to waver. Could you truly pursue her? Finally, I see the real deal. After countless calls, she appears. Shen Yi remarked as he watched his avatar in the simulator finally meet Fu Nanji. Before long, Fu Nanji finished reviewing the documents in her hand and lifted her head to look at you. A look of confusion flashed across her face as she hesitantly asked, "Do we know each other?" You waved your hand, indicating that you did not know her. Upon hearing your response, Fu Nanji visibly sighed in relief and then inquired about your purpose. Faced with Fu Nanji's question, you chose to express that you had been looking for her, desperately dropping to one knee to confess your feelings. B. To seriously introduce yourself and boldly express your admiration. C. To take a gradual approach, using legal consultation as an excuse to get closer. D. To act freely. After having been slacking off at your workstation for too long, Shen Yi decided to employ his second strategy, taking a paid break. Sitting on the toilet, Shen Yi thought and quickly dismissed option A. Confessing feelings on a first meeting would likely result in an immediate rejection, possibly ending the simulation. As for options B and C, they represented two different paths, one being direct and the other more subtle. Both methods were theoretically viable, with no strict superiority between them. After considering, Shen Yi felt he still knew too little about Fu Nanji and decided to play it safe, opting for C, to approach her gradually. Just as he moved his hand, he paused, suddenly remembering he hadn't unlocked Fu Nanji's preferences yet. Having previously struggled to even find her, he had delayed this long enough. Now was the perfect time to take a look and gather some reference. Would you like to spend one strategy point to unlock preferences? Yes. Name: Fu Nanji. Preferences: perfectionist, self-disciplined, faceblind, strong, desires, shameflower, arrangement, swimming. The unlocked traits opened Shen Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected that beneath Fu Nanji's perfect exterior lay some unspeakable complexities. This gave Shen Yi a thrill of having uncovered a secret. These strange traits clashed, making Fu Nanji seem like a paradox. She's actually faceblind. Is it literally faceblind? Shen Yi mumbled. Nowadays, many claim to be faceblind, but it's hard to judge the truth of their words. Originally, Shen Yi had planned to take a subtle approach, but the traits inspired him. Perhaps he could switch to a more direct method. His fingers circled in the air, finally landing on option B. Faced with her question, you earnestly introduced yourself, stating your name, department, and age, then praised her beauty and expressed your desire to get to know her. Your response did not surprise her too much. It seemed she had become accustomed to such encounters. Fu Nanji first expressed her gratitude for your praise, then shared her plans, stating that she currently had no thoughts of romance and only wanted to focus on her career. Her response was considerate and tactful, and although you felt somewhat disheartened, it was hard to feel any disappointment. She politely stood up to see you off, and you returned to your workstation in resignation. Fu Nanji had seen through your intentions. Confession failed. Simulation ended. System calculating. Overall evaluation D. Reward: your strategy experience has increased. System comment: a brave attempt, but unfortunately your intentions were exposed too early. Would you like to review the scene? Would you like to restart the simulation? Damn. I just wanted to get to know her. This is too Shen Yi slapped his thigh and complained that Fu Nanji was too resolute. He had barely hinted at his intentions before receiving a clear rejection. He had often heard that good girls would firmly refuse if they weren't interested, while those who were ambiguous tended to be more manipulative. Now Shen Yi wished Fu Nanji was a bit more lenient. At least she wouldn't completely shut him out. Regrettably, both simulation evaluations were too low, yielding almost no rewards. Shen Yi began to miss Jian Lu. That girl was easy to get along with as long as he spent some money. With a sigh, he proceeded to the scene review. In the scene, after arriving on the 11th floor, Shen Yi knocked on Fu Nanji's door under the guidance of the intern. Upon seeing Fu Nanji, all of Shen Yi's previous regrets were cast aside. During the tech simulation, it hadn't felt that profound, but when Shen Yi was truly face-to-face with her, he realized that being mesmerized was no mere expression. Fu Nanji's height seemed to be between 165 and 170 centimeters, her skin taut, her waist slender, and most importantly, her bosom was strikingly eye-catching, with her white shirt stretched to its limits, while her blazer barely buttoned up. Compared to her traits, her body was also a contradiction, embodying both the mature shape of a young woman and the firm skin of a youthful girl. Her posture and demeanor were impeccable, clearly indicative of a highly disciplined lifestyle, with every movement ingrained into her very being. When Fu Nanji looked at him, Shen Yi suspected she was genuinely face-blind. Despite her efforts to identify him calmly, the bewildered look in her eyes told Shen Yi that she could not recognize him. A normal person would grasp the identity of a stranger with just a glance. Only a face-blind individual would repeatedly observe others trying to discern their identity through subtle detail. Pressing the flush button, Shen Yi returned to his workstation. It seemed that his intentions towards Su Nanji could not be too obvious. Despite her striking appearance and the numerous suitors around her, she had yet to experience love at the age of 27. If it were that easy to win her over, he wouldn't have waited until now. With this thought, Shen Yi felt relieved and continued to start the simulator, using up his last chance for today. Simulation begins. Although you are just an ordinary office worker, you have lived 3 lifetimes, and in this life, you still have not forgotten your goals. When faced with Su Nanji's inquiry, you choose. The previous options remained unchanged, and Shen Yi decided to quickly skim through them before skipping ahead. Having died due to option B last time, Shen Yi decided to take a more covert approach this time. You decide to hide your true feelings and subtly approach her through work-related interactions. After making up your mind, you casually fabricated a small dispute involving a contract to consult her, as you often dealt with client contracts, making this second nature for you. As expected, Su Nanji did not notice anything amiss. In response to your inquiry, she answered your questions in detail and explained several clauses in an easy-to-understand manner. Su Nanji's serious and responsible demeanor touched you, and you found yourself liking her even more. After a brief thank you, you did not linger and left directly. In the following days, you frequently sought out Su Nanji under the pretense of consulting her. Since you concealed your intentions well and maintained a professional demeanor, your relationship remained stable. As time went on, you and Su Nanji gradually became familiar with each other. Although she still struggled to remember your appearance, she could accurately recognize your voice. However, the good times did not last long. Your frequent consultations on the 11th floor attracted quite a bit of attention. Su Nanji also began to sense something from the discussions among others and your endless questions. Yet your demeanor always left Su Nanji with no complaints, and she remained unable to confront the situation directly. She decided to devise a way to make you reconsider. When you consulted her again, Su Nanji did not immediately answer your question, but instead listed a long string of books. Pointing to the book list, she indicated that everything you wanted to know could be answered within those pages. Just as you reached out to take it, Su Nanji pressed her slender finger on top. Looking into your eyes, Su Nanji seriously asked, "Are you really here to consult me about legal issues?" Your response, Unfazed, you take the book list and say you'll look it over carefully. B. I'm done pretending. I like you. C. Calmly, you tell her you are indeed here for consultation. D. Free action. Self-reveal is first to be eliminated. Although in the simulation you have become quite familiar with Su Nanji, Shen Yi is sure that any choice will lead to an explosion. After some thought, Shen Yi ultimately decided to choose A. As for why he did not choose C, he felt that since Su Nanji was trying to make him back off, failing to read the room could easily ruin the situation he had carefully maintained. You did not directly answer Su Nanji's question, but gently pulled the book list from under her hand. You acted as if you were completely unaware of her probing and calmly told Su Nanji that you would look it over attentively. Su Nanji was taken aback by your unexpected choice. She even failed to notice that the book list had been taken from her hand. You left. In the days that followed, you did not return to the 11th floor, but instead purchased numerous legal books based on Su Nanji's list and began self-studying. You simply believed that to pursue someone you must first ensure your own excellence. If you bloom, butterflies will come. You absorbed knowledge like a sponge, even purchasing online courses to study at home. Your full immersion allowed you to regain the feeling of learning, making you feel quite at ease. After some time, your theoretical knowledge became complete. You took on the entire interface between the advertising department and the legal department, and your team leader was impressed by your transformation. The contracts you drafted for clients were both quick and well done, and even the legal colleagues praised you after reviewing them, complimenting how you saved them a lot of time. Su Nanji also heard about your changes and appeared very surprised, yet pleased. She felt happy for your progress. Due to your outstanding performance, you were transferred to the legal department. Standing before Su Nanji again, you exuded an overwhelming confidence. Su Nanji looked a bit haggard, but still congratulated you. You humbly smiled, stating that it was all thanks to her guidance that you walked this path, and that she was the one who deserved gratitude. With work as an excuse, your interactions gradually increased. Although still superficial, you believed persistence would eventually lead to change. Su Nanji's perfectionist nature offended many, as she was never one to compromise easily. She held herself to high standards and often corrected others' mistakes. She always aimed for perfection in her work, which led many to secretly label her as obsessive-compulsive due to her. You could only barely keep up with her pace. Fortunately, she was merely a legal consultant, and there were other consultants in the company, so few dared to provoke her, and gradually only you had work-related interactions with her. However, work remained work, and privately your relationship progressed almost not at all. She was focused on her work and did not seek pleasure, making it hard for you to find a reason to invite her to dinner. Whenever you saw her, she was always impeccably dressed, whether it was her attire or hairstyle. Over time, even your patience began to dwindle, and you started to doubt yourself. During the days without visible changes, you began to shift your focus to the judicial examination, wanting to find. While seriously preparing for the exam, you gradually reduced your visits to Sunanji. Balancing work and study consumed all your energy. 3 years later, you successfully passed the judicial examination. With joy bubbling inside you, you suddenly thought of Sunanji. Had it not been for her guidance, you would not have taken this path, and you wanted to thank her. Standing in front of her door, you knocked after a long time. Upon entering, you found a strange male consultant, instead leaving you puzzled as you wondered if you had entered the wrong room. After some inquiries, you learned that Sunanji had not been around for quite some time. Disappointed, you closed the door. Later, after extensive inquiries, you found out she had been suffering from depression and was resting at home. You were surprised to hear this and decided to visit her. She refused to see you. Simulation ends. Systems settling in progress. Overall evaluation C. Reward strategy points 1. You gained a wealth of legal knowledge. Your strategy experience has increased, and now you can level up on your panel. System comment. Overly serious study has made you overlook lesser-known details. You are highly compatible at work, yet your heart remains stagnant. At least you have made a good start. Would you like to conduct a scene review? A hum resonated as a torrent of knowledge surged into Shen Yi's mind, causing his head to throb. He instinctively rubbed his forehead to alleviate the dizziness. The discomfort came swiftly but faded just as quickly. Once he regained his composure, Shen Yi discovered that he had inexplicably acquired a wealth of legal knowledge, as if he had systematically studied it. Contractual matters, debts, commercial disputes, intellectual property protection. Fleeting memories flowed through his mind like a rushing stream. This sensation was truly miraculous. As Shen Yi recalled, he searched on his computer. Everything was precise. This is amazing. If only I had this knowledge back in school, wouldn't Peking University and Tsinghua be within my reach? Shen Yi felt elated, estimating that with his current abilities, he could easily handle most legal tasks. As for becoming a lawyer, it was more about connections, a skills ranked second in importance. After a flurry of thoughts, Shen Yi clicked on the scene review. Within the scene, he accelerated through snippets of learning and jumped directly to subsequent events. Fu Nanji was indeed a remarkable woman, yet she was also quite difficult to get along with. Could someone so strong-willed and perfectionistic also suffer from depression? Was her heart really so fragile? With this question in mind, Shen Yi stepped into the scene. Compared to text, the visuals were far more vivid and impactful. As the elevator doors opened, Fu Nanji walked forward. Good morning, Consultant Fu. Morning. May I ask who you are? Ahaha, Consultant Fu, you really have a lot on your mind. I am Xiao Li, who came to consult yesterday. My apologies. Xiao Li, I'll remember. After repeating his name a couple of times, Fu Nanji politely nodded and left, leaving a few people exchanging glances. This new consultant is quite arrogant. Shoo. Consultant Fu, do you think this version is acceptable? This section needs some adjustments. The intern girl had already made 3 trips to the printing room, and her bangs were damp with sweat. Here, and here need to be changed. But this was fine before the intern muttered softly in protest. It's different. If these clauses are scrutinized too strictly, it could lead to future issues. We can't be careless. Fu Nanji warned earnestly. All right, I will make the changes. Once outside, the young girl looked at the dark sky and the empty office, tears slipping down her cheeks. This clause's responsibility is still a bit unclear. I'll go ask Consultant Fu. Don't. Go ask Consultant. What's wrong? It's nothing, it's just that Consultant Fu is quite busy, but it's better not to disturb her. All the details Shen Yi had overlooked in the text gradually unfolded in the scene review. Seeing various situations, Shen Yi shook his head. No matter who was consulting, Fu Nanji treated everyone and everything with utmost seriousness and fairness. At work, Fu Nanji was meticulous and responsible, reviewing each contract 2 or 3 times, scrutinizing every word. This was an exceptional quality for legal work. While her diligence was commendable, it led to a situation where, apart from Shen Yi, no one else dared to approach her. Moreover, she suffered from prosopagnosia, leaving her without even a social circle outside of work. Many admirers, after a few failed attempts to connect, gave up. Only Shen Yi had spent a year or 2 interacting with her continuously. Based on his observations, Fu Nanji was not the type to completely shut off her emotions. It seemed she was deliberately suppressing herself, caught in a cycle of internal conflict, shuttling between the office and home every day. No gatherings, no friendships, no socializing. No one truly understood her. The identity of the culprit behind her depression remained unknown. Upon closer inspection, her behavior was far from normal. I've been watching you for a while. What are you daydreaming about? Shen Yi was jolted awake when someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found it was old Dai. Oh, it's you, team leader. What's up? Nothing much. It's past 8. If there's nothing to do today, don't just sit around. Go home. Oh. Only then did Shen Yi awaken from his reverie. He had been so engrossed in the scene review that he looked up to find most of his colleagues had already left. Packing his bag, Shen Yi stood up to say goodbye to old Dai. Then, team leader, I'll be off first. You should head back early too. All right, no need to worry about me. Just be careful on your way. Old Dai waved his hand and strolled away. Got it. Once outside the office, Shen Yi felt a gnawing hunger. He hadn't eaten properly all day, consumed by the simulation. With his eyes reddened from hunger, he entered a noodle shop. Boss, 1 bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles with extra noodles please. And 2 fried eggs, no cilantro, and please hurry. Just a moment. Shen Yi hurriedly placed his order and sat down anxiously waiting. In no time the boss brought out a steaming bowl filled with aroma. He chose the noodle shop for its speed. Shen Yi couldn't wait to slurp down a large mouthful, feeling his vitality return with each bite. Rubbing his stuffed belly, Shen Yi pushed open the door to his home, tossing his bag aside and collapsing onto the sofa. After catching his breath, he pulled out his phone. Earlier, aside from reviewing scenes, he had reminded himself that his character's level had increased. Now with some free time, he decided to check it out. As the character panel appeared, Shen Yi saw the level section indeed displayed a plus sign. After he clicked on it, a window popped up on his phone. System upgrading, please wait. Shen Yi initially thought it was a character upgrade, but unexpectedly the game system was also upgrading. However, with this upgrade, he couldn't use any features, so he decided to leave it running in the background while it updated at its own. Taking advantage of the time, Shen Yi entered the bathroom to wash up and also scrubbed his changed clothes to hang them out. Returning to the sofa, he noticed the progress bar was still moving, uncertain of when it would finish. With the simulator unplayable and it being only a little past 9, Shen Yi found himself at a loose end. Holding his phone, he realized he had completely lost interest in the small games he had downloaded. After experiencing the simulator, he felt that no other game could attract him. Opening his mobile banking app, he found that the 250 yuan he had was quietly lying in his account all day, and he thought there shouldn't be any issues. He then transferred 500 yuan to his family. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more, he was just afraid of startling his parents. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after the transfer, his phone rang. Hello, Mom. I've had breakfast already. How could I not have eaten at this hour? The money. That's my own earnings. I didn't steal or rob it. Just don't hesitate to use it. What about Dad? Oh, he's fine. I'm 1.8 meters tall. How could I eat less? No need to worry about me. Girlfriend. Let's discuss that later. Alright, take care of your health. Bye. Hang up. Shen Yi sighed, feeling much more relaxed. At 7:30 in the morning, Shen Yi woke up. He had unknowingly fallen asleep early the night before, and upon waking he felt refreshed. It was still early, so he decided to linger in bed for a while, turning over to grab his phone. He opened the simulator, and after a night's progress it displayed that the update was complete. Shen Yi tapped with his finger. Whoosh! The simulator instantly transformed into a streak of light and drilled into Shen Yi's mind. Shen Yi was momentarily dazzled as a glowing screen appeared before him, revealing his attribute panel. Wow! With a thought the screen vanished, and with another thought it unfolded again. The sensation of controlling his consciousness was very novel to Shen Yi. He played around with it several times, and the system within his mind alleviated a significant concern he had. It was neither convenient nor safe to keep the simulator on his phone, as he dared not attempt it easily, fearing others might see. Now, however, its concealment was unmatched. Even if someone were to pry into Shen Yi's mind, they would find nothing. Looking at his phone again, he noticed that the pink app had long since vanished, eliminating the last trace of potential risk. Lying in bed, Shen Yi began to experience the upgraded simulator. Name: Shen Yi. Level LV 2. Strength 7. Stamina 7. Energy 9. Charm 70. Assets 219,533. 5. Strategy points 2. Attribute points 1. Attribute points. Are they rewards for leveling up? An additional attribute appeared in the attribute bar, and all the three-dimensional attributes had a sign after them. It was evident that this indicated Shen Yi could freely allocate points. It seemed that the free attribute points were not linked to charm. Having learned from the example of Jianli, Shen Yi believed that increasing charm would likely require strategies directed at targets. Which one should I add? Perhaps I should save it for a critical moment. Shen Yi prided himself on being an experienced player, and the tactic of saving attribute points was not new to him. He wasn't in the midst of leveling up by fighting monsters, and he felt no pressing survival pressure. Keeping some points would not cause him to lose any. As for the last section, the strategy points awarded from yesterday's simulation was 1 point combined with 1 point recovered from the natural daily recovery, totaling exactly 2 points. Glancing at the time, it was only just past 8 o'clock, still far from work time. Shen Yi, feeling invigorated, decided to dive into a thrilling simulation. Yesterday's 3 simulation attempts had already been exhausted, and today he had naturally recovered 1. Start simulation. You can now enter scene review at any time. This was great. The system's prompt made Shen Yi feel delighted. The text descriptions had caused him to miss many details before, but now being able to project his consciousness at any time would be much more convenient. Though you are merely a diligent worker, even the ancient emperors cannot compare to you, for you have already lived your 4th life. In this life you remain steadfast in your unwavering goal. With ample sleep you are now full of energy, so you decide A. To be lazy and take a nap. B. To maintain health by going downstairs for a walk. C. To head to the company and act as a corporate spy to undermine your colleagues. D. Free action. Shen Yi chose C without much thought among the options. He almost treated his simulated self as a mere slave, for neither sleeping nor practicing would benefit his real body. Shen Yi had no interest in being a corporate spy. He was simply an emotionless strategist. You quickly got up, washed up, hastily dealt with breakfast, and hurried to the company, believing that your efforts would surely be noticed by the leadership. By 8:30 you arrived at the company where the surroundings were still quite quiet. After clocking in, as you pushed the door open you were the first to arrive, even outpacing the early bird Zhuo Huijun. After sitting idly for a while you began to feel somewhat bored. After all, you weren't really there to be a corporate spy. Bored, you decided to wander around. As you strolled around you found yourself on the 11th floor of the legal department. When the elevator opened you expected a quiet building with only the cleaning lady and the security guard, but to your surprise, there was a cacophony coming from the legal department. Curious, you approached to investigate. In the warm embrace of your bed, Shen Yi focused on the text before him, and in a flash his consciousness slipped into the scene. The noise filtered through the glass door. Shen Yi glanced over to see several individuals in suits gathered around, some on the phone, others speaking heatedly over the documents in their hands. As he pushed the door and took a few steps forward, the noise swelled considerably. Only then did Shen Yi see a legal assistant surrounded by several people, but 3 years from now, he would only be a clerk in turn. This was someone he had met in the last simulation, now sweating profusely as he stammered explanations. As Shen Yi listened closely, he understood that they urgently needed to draft an important contract, but there was no standardized template available for this. However, it was still too early, and most people had not yet arrived at work. This clerk had coincidentally come in a bit early today, and as a result he was caught in the middle of the situation. But as an intern his skill level was predictable, and he was already drenched in sweat under the scrutiny of several people. The legal team was slow to arrive, and they could only relay information little by little through a video call, which was terribly inefficient. Having grasped the situation, Shen Yi slowly stepped forward and quietly said to the group, "How about I give it a try?" Your quiet approach startled a few people, and they all questioned where you had come from. You smiled faintly and did not rush to answer, instead looking at the person leading the group. Seeing your confident demeanor, he decided to let you take a look. You took the document and quickly got into the groove, methodically asking questions, while making revisions, occasionally adding in places that others had overlooked. The person guiding you on the phone gradually fell silent, beginning to wonder who you were. Your proficient manner made you appear as a seasoned legal professional, yet no one could recognize you. Before long, you successfully completed the task. The middle-aged leader with graying hair and an imposing presence clearly had held a high position for a long time. The big shot asked which department you were from. You answered truthfully. Your response took him by surprise, questioning how the company could have overlooked someone like you, stating it was a waste for such talent to be in the advertising department. He asked if you wanted to switch departments. Faced with his inquiry, you chose to firmly refuse, declaring that you were born an advertising department member and would die as one. B. To subtly agree, believing that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. C. To express your wandering life, stating that if he does not abandon you, you would gladly become his adopted son. D. Free action. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that coming in early could lead to unexpected gains. In the last simulation, he had to find an excuse to get clothes, but this time, he could be directly transferred to the legal department, clearly saving him a lot of effort. But without the prior knowledge accumulation, he would not have been able to seize this opportunity. Wait, doesn't that mean the company is currently lacking legal personnel? Shen Yi felt a momentary impulse to get up and seize the opportunity, but he quickly abandoned the idea. Firstly, he might not even make it in time, and secondly, switching departments would require starting from scratch. He was no longer the person he used to be and had no obsession with climbing up. That momentary impulse was merely a subconscious reaction. Moreover, even if Shen Yi did not intervene, someone else would eventually resolve the issue. It would just be a bit of a hassle. Shen Yi had already decided that after completing this strategy, he would resign, for working was too much of a hindrance to his progress. The finger lingered on option B. Changing departments would allow for an advantageous position. This time, with the identity of a legal professional, I could approach Fu Nanji sooner. The big shot's appreciation did not throw you off balance. You politely and subtly agreed. There was more admiration after everyone left. A big shot mentioned you in the department's morning meeting, not sparing any flattering words. Your reputation spread across various departments, with many envying you. Before long, the company transferred you to a new position. As expected, you were moved to the legal department. Your arrival did not catch Fu Nanji's attention. It was then that you learned Fu Nanji was not from Tianqing Group. She was a lawyer at the city's most powerful law firm. Jinheng Law Firm has a long-standing cooperative relationship with Tianqing Group. Fu Nanji was borrowed by Tianqing as a legal consultant. She had only just started a week ago. You did not rush to engage with Fu Nanji, but rather utilized the memories from your previous life to gradually interact with your colleagues. In work you were proficient and helpful, while in private your pleasant personality allowed you to blend in with everyone. Soon you gained a considerable reputation within the entire department. Being a sudden transfer with notable skills, your colleagues speculated about your profound background. Seeing this, Shen Yi revealed a faint smile, as the last simulation had not been without its gains. 3 years of interaction enabled Shen Yi to understand the personalities and preferences of his colleagues, and now starting anew, he quickly integrated into the entire department. Once you established yourself in the department, you turned your attention to formally engaging with Fu Nanji. Your first interaction went exceptionally smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Fu Nanji instinctively adjusted her clothing and spoke with formality, "Please come in." After receiving permission, Shen Yi entered and placed the documents on the desk. Fu Nanji pushed her glasses and quietly tried to recognize the person before her. Unfortunately, having been at the firm for such a short time, she could not identify him. Fu lawyer, these business contracts need your review, so I can hand them over to the business department. As Shen Yi's voice came through, Fu Nanji finally realized, alright, I'll take a look now. After saying that, Fu Nanji immediately began to seriously review the contracts. The sales staff often went to great lengths to ensure the contracts would pass quickly through legal, as everything was for performance. One cannot say this approach is wrong, it merely highlights the necessity of having legal oversight. Due to the differing partners, the contractual backgrounds and parties involved vary, necessitating reviews and professional evaluations from legal consultants. Not long into her review, Nanzi's brow furrowed. In her view, the risk assessments for these contracts were all subpar. Shen Yi noticed and thought it wouldn't end well if this woman was about to offend someone. Sure enough, all the contracts were rejected. Shen Yi sighed as he took back the contracts, wondering if this would lead to your subsequent depression. Unaware of the potential workplace dynamics, Fu Nanji maintained high standards for herself and others as always. You knew that changing her views wouldn't happen overnight. You could only subtly influence her over time. Taking the contract documents, you left the room, returned to your workstation, and began to revise. For someone with your expertise, this was not a challenge. You handled the matter perfectly. Nanji, you've been here for half a month, right? How are you feeling? In the meeting room, Chung Tianwei poured a cup of tea for Fu Nanji, who sat opposite him. Fu Nanji accepted it with a soft thank you. Thank you, Uncle Chung. It's been very fulfilling. Ha! Chung Tianwei laughed heartily and continued. I see you are adapting well. Xiebin from legal even praised you to me. Fu Nanji, upon hearing this, did not rush to feel happy, but rather felt a bit puzzled. Xiebin was the director of the legal department, a significant figure in the department. She had only met him once. Why would he suddenly mention her? Few knew of the relationship between her father and Uncle Chung. She had always been strong-willed and had been cautioned repeatedly before coming here. Could it be that Uncle Chung had given him a heads up? As she thought about it, Fu Nanji felt somewhat uncomfortable, her delicate fingers tracing the teacup in silence. What kind of expression is that, girl? Let me tell you, Uncle Chung didn't give any heads up. You being a specially invited employee is something Xiebin can't miss. Seeing Fu Nanzi's expression, Chung Tianwei knew what she was thinking, leisurely sipping his tea as he continued, moreover, it isn't just flattery, there's evidence. I'll show you. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the desk, and picked up a stack of contracts, placing them in front of Fu Nanji. Here, do they look familiar? Fu Nanji set down her cup and picked up the contract to flip through it. As Chung Tianwei washed the teacup, he spoke. What's the meaning of this from your dad? If you really want to train, you should come to Uncle Chung. Oh, look, you're doing quite well here. At this moment, Fu Nanji could not absorb what he was saying. Her attention was entirely on the contract in her hand. These business contracts had indeed passed through her hands, but she distinctly remembered having sent them all back. However, the version in her hands was filled with numerous modification notes. As Fu Nanji read, her eyes sparkled. The person who revised this contract was not inferior to her. Many of the ideas aligned with her own, and the phrasing was something she could never achieve. The intent was precise, and even the tone was much more tactful. If she were to write it, she could never reach such a level. At this point, Chung Tianwei was still oblivious, proudly stating, many of the contracts you revised have been acknowledged by Xiebin, and the company has decided to standardize them for broader learning. In contract-related work, many drafts follow fixed templates. However, revising them into standardized versions is not something everyone can do. It is indeed a privilege. After browsing through the contracts, Fu Nanji interrupted the enthusiastic Chung Tianwei. Uncle Chung, I'm sorry, but I didn't revise these. If your dad knew that you. Chung Tianwei, who had been speaking passionately, suddenly stumbled, Although Fu Nanji wanted to say she was the one who revised them and no one would question it, her morals, upbringing, and character prevented her from doing so. What do you mean, girl? If this isn't your revision, then whose is it? Chung Tianwei looked at Fu Nanji, who was adamantly denying it, confusion spreading in his heart. Fu Nanji seriously recalled the sequence of events, and a vague face surfaced in her mind. Shen Yi. Chung Tianwei pondered for a moment and understood. Shen. I've heard of him, he was in the advertising department. Fu Nanji, however, was unaware of this, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. The advertising department and the legal department are worlds apart. Oh, what could have led to his transfer? It briefly narrated the event where Shen Yi came to the rescue. Fu Nanzi's curiosity intensified, and she felt a stronger recognition of her colleague. Chung Tianwei, in his prime, was well aware of the group's affairs, and naturally Shen Yi's situation reached his ears. Once the cause and effect were explained, Chung Tianwei realized that there must have been some mix-up. Sighing helplessly, Chung Tianwei remarked, what a situation this is. It's a good deed that was misattributed. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chung Tianwei clapped his hands and looked at Fu Nanji, who appeared hesitant. But the group's commendation has already been announced, and the template has been implemented. What do you think, girlie? How about we just... Chung Tianwei looked at her with a slightly negotiating tone, his meaning unmistakable. Of course, uncle will definitely compensate him separately. At worst, he will be commended again. It's not good to keep changing decisions. Facing Chung Tianwei's dilemma, Fu Nanji met him with a determined gaze. Chung Tianwei found himself at a loss for words. He had watched Fu Nanji grow up, and he understood her character very well. Once she had decided on something, not even 10 bulls could drag her back. This was in stark contrast to his daughter, who was slippery like an eel approaching the age of an old maid, and he had no way of dealing with her. Fine. It's just a change we can retract and amend it. With that thought, Qing Tianwei decisively waved his hand. Hearing this, Fu Nanji finally showed a glimmer of joy in her eyes, as if she were happier than if she had received a reward herself. Soon your deeds were reported throughout the group. You received the company's commendation, further validating the speculations of many colleagues. Your professional abilities and meticulous work style greatly appealed to Fu Nanji. Although she never said it out loud, she secretly admired you. In the days to come, your interactions gradually increased. Fu Nanji's pursuit of perfection still offended many people, as she never easily compromised. Not only did she hold herself to high standards, but she also often corrected others' mistakes. However, with your timely interventions, things didn't spiral into negativity, and most matters landed smoothly. As a bridge buffering both sides, you guided Fu Nanji to slowly change, while also acting as her protective shield, easing relationships among colleagues. Due to your good rapport, although many still had grievances against her, no one dared to express it openly because of your back. Over time, under your guidance, your colleagues gradually came to understand Fu Nanji's true character, realizing she did not act out of malice. While you resolved work-related problems, her behavior in daily life still gave you a headache. Whether it was public dinners or private gatherings, Fu Nanji always found an excuse to refuse. Her outstanding appearance made many within the group secretly want to pursue her, yet she remained indifferent. She spent her days moving between the company and home, living a very self-focused life, with no one ever truly succeeding in inviting her. Despite your familiarity, there were still times when she didn't recognize you. Observing closely, you noticed it always took her a while to identify you, especially during the first couple of days after you changed your clothes. She concealed her face blindness, making an effort to remember the features of each new person she met, striving to prevent anyone from noticing her difference. You found this stubborn woman endearing and secretly took the time to get yourself a pair of black non-prescription glasses. Ever since you started wearing them, Fu Nanji had been able to recognize you accurately. Not knowing if it was your illusion, her attitude towards you seemed to have subtly changed. Shen Yi gazed at the text in front of him, his consciousness slowly sinking into it. Holding a document, Shen Yi naturally pushed open the door and entered Fu Nanji's office. Having known each other for a long time, the two had long abandoned the formalities of knocking. Of course, this was only true for Shen Yi. The office was empty, but Shen Yi didn't mind walking in with ease. Just as he was about to place the document and leave, he was suddenly drawn to an open notebook scattered on the desk. The small notebook was finely crafted and slightly ajar on both sides. The gentle breeze from the air conditioning made the pages flutter up and down. Shen Yi didn't intend to look, but the faint handwriting still piqued his curiosity, leading him to pick it up and glance at the open page. He saw that the notebook clearly described the characteristics of various colleagues in the department, such as Tang Youqian, curly hair, wearing a Longines watch; Zhang Rui, silver earring in left ear; Li Weinan, tall crew cut; Cheng Yuqian has dimples when smiling, mole under the corner of her eye. Shen Yi was taken aback, realizing that this notebook almost covered everyone in the department. Each person had one or two notable characteristics described, some of which Shen Yi had never even noticed. In that moment, he fell silent, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. In a world where everyone looked the same, quietly observing and noting the features of so many people was no easy task, especially considering she never actively disclosed her face blindness. Wait, Shen Yi realized he hadn't seen. Where am I? Shen Yi wondered as he flipped back and found a rather amusing scene. Shen Yi, white shirt, black. Looking at the handwriting, it seemed to have been crossed out not long after, updated to Shen Yi, white shirt, gray suit. It was then crossed out again, Shen Yi, blue shirt, diagonal striped tie. Repeatedly rearranging among these few options and continuously adding new colors only to have them crossed out again. During this process, Shen Yi witnessed Fu Nanji's transition from calm to gradually becoming frantic, with so many notes that a whole page could be dedicated just to him. Looking at the densely filled page, Shen Yi didn't know what to say. This stubborn woman hadn't revealed a single word from beginning to end. If he hadn't discovered early, and specially got a pair of glasses, who knows when she'd keep recording. However, he couldn't blame Shen Yi. His life was already quite simple, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, having no outstanding features. He also had no habit of wearing accessories, basically wearing just those few sets of clothes. When he was in the advertising department, it was fine, and at least he could wear casual clothes. After moving to the legal department, aside from the 2 suits provided by the company and the 2 he bought when he first joined, he only rotated between these 4 sets. Poor Fu Nanji had already come up with various combinations for Shen Yi's clothes. As Shen Yi continued flipping through, new content appeared. Shen Yi, black glasses; Shen Yi, social anxiety; Shen Yi, arrogant; Shen Yi, annoying; Shen Yi, scatterbrained; Shen Yi, not clever. The update stopped here. After Shen Yi put on the black glasses, Fu Nanji gradually transformed her notebook full of records into a diary of complaints about Shen Yi. Today, Shen Yi took the liberty of making decisions for her again. Tomorrow he would come to bother her again. The day after tomorrow, he would introduce new colleagues to her. However, as time passed, the tone of her writing became gradually gentler, easily evoking images of her smiling mouth. Who are you? Just as Shen Yi was engrossed in reading, a voice of doubt came from behind. The voice of Fu Nanji suddenly sounded behind Shen Yi, startling him into a tremor. As Fu Nanji saw the familiar black glasses when he turned around, she breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yi, is there something you need? She asked while peering through the gap between Shen Yi's arms towards her desk. As if suddenly recalling something, she was startled and hurriedly dashed towards her seat. In her unsteady movement, her chest buttons seemed on the verge of bursting, drawing attention. Shen Yi cleared his throat, speaking in a casual tone. The publicity department just sent over some promotional text for a new product, asking you to review the description. However, at that moment, Fu Nanji was completely oblivious, circling around her desk. Her heart sank when she saw her little notebook laid open on the table. Fu Nanji's face instantly flushed crimson, her beautiful features resembling a ripe peach. She shot a glare at Shen Yi in embarrassment and quickly closed the notebook, shoving it into her drawer. Shen Yi was captivated by her charming demeanor, aware that he couldn't hide it from her, yet he still insisted it wasn't intentional. It opened up by itself when I arrived. Fu Nanji's mind was in turmoil, unsure if Shen Yi had seen the contents. Seeing him still talking, she hurriedly replied, "Are you still going on about this?" Shen Yi awkwardly chuckled and said, "You check it first, he'll come back for it later." With that, he hurriedly exited the room. After Shen Yi left, Fu Nanji slumped into her chair, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes almost into a knot. This was unimaginable for someone like her who usually cared deeply about her appearance. The issue of face blindness was a silent secret between the two, but she was unsure if he had noticed her handwriting when she complained about Shen Yi. Thinking about it was pointless now, as she would pretend to be unaware. After calming herself for a while, Fu Nanji reopened her drawer and took out her small notebook. She opened it and wrote a new line: "Shen Yi, annoying guy." Fu Nanji wasn't truly angry with you. It didn't take long for her to return to normal. You still maintained a purely professional relationship, and on the surface, she treated you no differently than anyone else. But you knew that everything was different. In work, you collaborated seamlessly, and behind the scenes, there was an unspoken understanding between you. With your help, Fu Nanji gradually integrated into the department. She could greet everyone with ease and occasionally join conversations about gossip. Although the demands of work remained high, she had learned how to express herself diplomatically and compromise appropriately. No one noticed her face blindness except for you. She appeared to be perfect. You often exchanged smiles. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Half a year later, on an ordinary Friday morning, you headed to the office as usual. Upon arriving at the company, the group announced some tragic news. It read, "Consultant Fu Nanji from the legal department tragically drowned last night. Deeply mourned." You were stunned. Simulation ended. System calculating. Overall evaluation, B. Reward strategy points 1, strength 1. Your strategy experience increased. System comment, you will never know whether tomorrow or an accident arrives first. You achieved a level evaluation. You can now spend 1 strategy point to select any time point in the previous simulation as your starting entry. What? Suddenly jolted awake by this tragic news, Shen Yi sat up abruptly from his bed. The attributes granted by the system flowed within him, and he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his limbs, his arms visibly gaining some definition. Yet Shen Yi couldn't care for these matters now. His mind echoed with the news of Fu Nanji's drowning. No way how everything had been progressing so smoothly, yet it abruptly came to a halt, engendering a sense of absurdity within it. For many, the first child they must raise upon entering society is themselves. In the last simulation, Fu Nanji had fallen into depression. This time Shen Yi had painstakingly helped her, only for a new crisis to arise now. Shen Yi was perplexed. After so long together, he had come to accept Fu Nanji deeply. Could it be that my appearance caused a change in variables leading to this accident, or was it a long-planned suicide? Shen Yi couldn't help but feel guilty. But wait, there is still a chance. Shen Yi looked at the last line of description from the system calculation. As long as I spend 1 strategy point, I can trace back to the moment the accident occurred. Oh, I still have a chance to save her. Despite knowing it was fictitious, Shen Yi was still captivated by the personality Fu Nanji displayed. She had worked hard to integrate in and changed many of her past shortcomings. How could someone like her not be liked? Shen Yi thought as his resolve gradually firmed up. At home. That sound of water, could she be lying to me? Is she planning to? A bad premonition rose in Shen Yi's heart, and he quickly pressed on, "Are you really at home? Where is your home? I need to find you right now." Fu Nanji's voice came through. Seemingly caught off guard by Shen Yi's request, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Maybe not, it's quite late now. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Indeed, Fu Nanji's response made Shen Yi feel even more uneasy. How could he easily let her off the hook? At this moment, he knew he couldn't provoke her further, so Shen Yi took a deep breath to calm his anxious heart and adopted a shameless tone. "Isn't it all because of you? You made me work overtime. Do you know about that lawsuit we had before?" As soon as he mentioned work, Fu Nanji indeed stopped being entangled and followed Shen Yi's lead, asking, "What about the lawsuit?" "You got it wrong." Shen Yi was jogging through the parking lot while making up stories. "You made a mistake in one part of the lawsuit. Now the department's people are here saying you handled it before. I don't know the specifics, so I can only muddle through for now. We need to clarify this quickly. Where are you? I'll come find you." Shen Yi steered with one hand, putting the phone on speaker while fastening his seatbelt. "Messed up?" Fu Nanji asked, her tone filled with doubt. There were too many consulting cases Shed dealt with. It was hard to recall one on the spot, which was why Shen Yi dared to fabricate. "What's the name of the party involved? Is there an electronic version? Send it to me. Shen Yi had no idea who the party involved was. Driving out of the parking lot, he kept babbling, I didn't remember the party's name, but I printed everything out. Give me your address, and I'll bring it over now. Fu Nanzi's lips moved, and in the end, she still told Shen Yi Songping Garden Phase 1 No. 114, Pinggu Residence. Seeing that he finally got the answer, Shen Yi stepped on the gas and set off, reminding her, I'm on my way. Don't sleep, you must wait for me. Fu Nanji replied helplessly, I won't sleep. After hanging up, Shen Yi was quick to open the navigation. Although he had somewhat stabilized Fu Nanji over the phone, he couldn't guarantee that no other complications would arise. Plus time was limited, and he had to hurry. Under normal circumstances, Fu Nanji had a conservative and rule-abiding personality, as she usually wouldn't allow outsiders into her home. This even applied to Shen Yi. Fortunately, Shen Yi knew her very well and had grasped her soft spot for being responsible. Once work was mentioned, especially regarding her oversight, he immediately obtained her home address. Pinggu Residence. Fu Nanji, dressed in a swimsuit, glided through the long pool like a streak of pure white moonlight, bright and translucent. It was now March and the temperature was somewhat cool, but she loved swimming and had a habit of swimming after work. In the water, everything seemed to slow down. The constant temperature of the water enveloped her, making her feel at ease as if she had returned to the womb. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly the phone placed on the bench by the shore rang. Fu Nanji heard it in the water, but didn't want to pay attention, planning to return the call after finishing her swim. Yet the phone seemed to be working against her, ringing incessantly and becoming quite annoying. With no other option, Fu Nanji sighed and swam to the shore. Without getting out of the water, she reached for the phone resting in her hand. Looking at the contact name Shen Yi, she answered it. Hello? Shen Yi, what's the matter so late at night? Shen Yi suddenly called in the dead of night. Throughout the call, he repeatedly asked her about her location and home address, causing Fu Nanji to feel suspicious. Hearing Shen Yi suggest he wanted to come find her, Fu Nanji looked down at her rather simple attire and hesitated, thinking there was no reason to discuss things now. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? However, when Shen Yi mentioned a previous lawsuit, Fu Nanzi's attitude quickly turned serious regarding work matters. She had handled too many cases, and at that moment, she couldn't recall who exactly it was. As Shen Yi indicated he wanted to come find her, Fu Nanji instinctively felt resistant. It wasn't that she particularly disliked him, it was just that she wasn't in a suitable state to see him right now. She wanted to refuse but thought that this was indeed her oversight and he had worked overtime for her. Now he was still making the effort to come find her. His work attitude had always been something Fu Nanji deeply admired. Her red lips silently moved against the receiver a few times, and in the end she still revealed her address to Shen Yi. Listening to Shen Yi remind her not to sleep, Fu Nanji felt quite helpless. Was she really the kind of person to be so? After hanging up, Fu Nanji was willing to swim a little longer, but knowing Shen Yi would arrive soon, she had to prepare to go. Just thinking about how he would see her in such attire. That scene made Fu Nanji feel she couldn't face it, and her skin, even her cheeks, flushed as if on fire. The cool pool water seemed unable to extinguish the fire in her heart. Fu Nanji quickly grabbed the handle by the pool's edge, intending to rise from the water and change her clothes. Her damp, delicate feet touched the floor, and water trickled down her body. Fu Nanji was distracted, still holding her phone in one hand. As she climbed out, her balance suddenly wavered, and in her panic, she could only let out a scream before she heavily fell to the ground. Accompanied by a cry of distress, half of Fu Nanzi's body slammed against the edge of the pool. Lying on the floor, she couldn't move for a long time. After a long while, once she managed to recover slightly, Fu Nanji noticed her knee was bruised and her ankle stiff. A slight movement brought sharp pain. Looks like I twisted it. The pain made beads of sweat appear on Fu Nanzi's forehead. She wanted to call for help, but after the sudden fall, her phone had slipped from her hand and was now at the bottom of the pool. What bad luck. The series of unfortunate events made Fu Nanji sigh. Currently, she was the only one living in Pinggu Residence. She had chosen this place because it was closest to Tianqing, making her commute more convenient. Her mother had wanted to come over to take care of her, but she had refused, leaving her with no one to call for help now. After a little while, Fu Nanji tried to move again, but the moment she applied pressure, a wave of pain surged, causing her vision to go dark and half of her body to go numb. She had never experienced such intense pain before. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she held them back with great effort. Meanwhile, in the car, Shen Yi was driving calmly. According to the navigation, Songping Garden wasn't far from the company. In just 20 minutes, Shen Yi arrived at the entrance of the community. The security guard at the entrance politely stopped Shen Yi, asking for his name and whether he had an appointment. Shen Yi nodded and gave Fu Nanzi's residence number. Watching the security guard go back to confirm, Shen Yi's fingers incessantly tapped on the steering while patiently waiting. Although Pinggu Residence appeared simply decorated, it was actually understatedly luxurious, suggesting that the residents here were either wealthy or noble. Shen Yi had long realized that Fu Nanji came from a good family. While she didn't like to show off, her temperament, upbringing, and usual behavior all attested to this. Before long, the security guard returned, leaning down to apologize to Shen Yi. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. The resident at No. 114 you wish to visit has no visitor application. We called the owner, but no one is answering at the moment. Could you check again? Shen Yi couldn't hear the rest of what the guard said, feeling anxious. Had he rushed over only to be late? Panic filled his heart, but thankfully, he still maintained his composure. He quickly reached for his phone to call Fu Nanji, but the constant busy tone made Shen Yi feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. With no time to think too much, Shen Yi suddenly composed himself and softly said to the security guard beside him, "Could you please step back a bit?" The guard, confused by what he heard, instinctively took a step back due to his good professional training. What answered him was the roar of the engine. The floor was icy cold, and the pool water was chilling. Fu Nanji, drenched and sweating, felt goosebumps rise on her delicate skin as a gentle breeze blew. The chill relentlessly pierced into her body. "I can't stay on the floor any longer," Fu Nanji thought to herself. Otherwise, it would not only be her body that was injured, but she would also catch a cold. Looking at the hallway not far away, Fu Nanji considered carefully moving over. However, her body was facing the pool. She needed to turn her body first so that the uninjured side could touch the ground. Cautiously adjusting her posture, Fu Nanji tried not to engage the injured area with any force. Just then the doorbell rang, followed by Shen Yi's voice coming through the gate. Fu Nanji, open the door for me." Fu Nanji froze upon hearing this, having completely forgotten that Shen Yi was coming due to her focus on moving. She hurriedly shouted, "You! Wait, it's not convenient for me to open the door right now." But her voice was nowhere near as loud as Shen Yi's, and being so far away, she couldn't tell if he heard her. As Fu Nanji had only turned halfway, she heard Shen Yi banging on the door outside. With no time to think about how Shen Yi got into the neighborhood, Fu Nanji glanced at her swimsuit, feeling a surge of panic inside. This outfit was hardly better than underwear, and being exposed like this exceeded her comfort level. In her urgency, she disregarded the pain, forcing herself to twist her body to get up. Yet as soon as her ankle touched the ground, she couldn't bear the weight. She only managed a sharp scream before falling back into the pool. Oh! Inundated by the endless pool water, Fu Nanji felt her mind spiral into chaos. Fortunately, her instincts kicked in, and she reflexively kicked her legs in the water, but the pain did not vanish upon entering the water. The excruciating pain made her gulp down a mouthful of water. This choking made her limbs go limp, and gradually her struggles weakened. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Fu Nanji's mind was not on survival, but rather on the thought of not wanting Shen Yi to see her in such a pitiful state. The security guard attending to Shen Yi stared at the shattered pieces of the card reader on the ground, feeling it was absurd. "If you're in a hurry, just say so. This gate is neither a border checkpoint nor a DUI checkpoint. Oh, what's the point of breaking in?" Filming a movie. In such a high-end residential area, there had been attempts to break in, but today's blatant act was singular. Without further thought, the security team quickly sprang into action upon hearing the buzz from the intercom. Not to mention how to handle the entrance, Shen Yi, filled with anxiety, rushed in, counting the door numbers as he sped along. After taking 3 consecutive turns, the door number 114 was in sight. Shen Yi didn't even have time to extinguish the engine. He hastily parked, unbuckled his seatbelt, and sprinted to the door, banging and ringing the doorbell. Fu Nanji, open the door for me." After shouting loudly and receiving no response from inside, Shen Yi immediately contemplated breaking in. However, the sturdy security door was exceptionally thick. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi abandoned that thought and turned to the courtyard wall. Fortunately, the privacy of Pinggu residence was quite good, with the courtyard wall not being very high. Stepping back a few paces, Shen Yi took a running leap and vaulted over it. Thanks to the system recently awarding him an increase in strength, he made it to the small garden with almost no effort. Rounding the garden, he hurried into the front hall, calling out Fu Nanji's name as he rushed inside. The small villa looked unassuming, yet it resembled a maze, as Shen Yi could only proceed by following the light inside. Upon reaching the living room, Shen Yi saw the television was playing a show, but the opposite sofa was empty. Fu Nanji. He turned and climbed upstairs to the master bedroom, calling out continuously as he moved towards the bathroom. Knocking on the door and receiving no answer, Shen Yi mentally prepared himself before pushing the door open, dreading what he might find. The good news was that the room was empty. The bad news was also that. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shen Yi, seeing no one around, turned and rushed downstairs. The only places with water besides the bathtub were the pool. Stepping out of the living room into the backyard, he immediately spotted a figure floating in the pool. In the rectangular pool, long hair spread out in the water, resembling a black vortex. Coupled with the dark night, an unspoken fear began to spread. Seeing this, Shen Yi leaped into the pool, embracing the submerged figure and pushing her towards the shore. Since she was almost close to the edge, he dragged her up with little effort. Her bare body lay horizontally in Shen Yi's arms, reflecting a pale hue on the ground, whether from being submerged in water or the moonlight. Holding her icy hand devoid of any warmth, Shen Yi felt an emptiness in his heart. At that moment, gazing at Fu Nanji, whose eyes were tightly shut, he simply could not regard this as just a game, as a mere simulation. He laid Fu Nanji flat on the ground, recalling the basic first aid he learned during military training in college. Shaking, he placed his hands on her chest and began performing chest compressions. The compressions should be 30 times, but after a few artificial breaths, Shen Yi could no longer remember whether it was 2 times or 3. Counting silently in his mind, he pressed on, adhering to the maximum count. Her lips felt as cold as ice, with only her chest holding a hint of warmth. Shen Yi cast aside any extraneous emotions and mechanically repeated the process. Perhaps it was due to the short time she had been submerged, or possibly the effectiveness of Shen Yi's rudimentary first aid. Cough cough. A rush of water was expelled from Fu Nanzi's mouth along with her cough. Swimming in the water could be counted among Fu Nanzi's few hobbies in life. Sometimes she often thought that if dying meant drowning, it probably wouldn't be too painful, just like falling asleep. However, it turned out not to be the case. Fu Nanji painfully coughed up a mouthful of clean water, slowly regaining her consciousness. Dazed Fu Nanji opened her eyes to see someone half kneeling on the ground facing her with hands stacked together pressing down repeatedly. What are you doing? Fu Nanji stared blankly at that person. Her subjective awareness seemed to have been submerged in water, unable to coalesce, as if she were dreaming. Before Fu Nanji could ponder further, she saw that person suddenly lean down, bringing their face close to hers. Instinctively, her weary arms lifted to block in front of her. The force wasn't much stronger than a gentle touch. This is sexual assault. I'm a lawyer. Her voice was weak and faint, almost undetectable. Had Shen Yi not been preparing to alternate with artificial respiration, he might not have even realized she had regained consciousness. Hearing her speak, Shen Yi finally felt a weight lift from his heart. But with it came more confusion and anger. After caring for her like this, her current state was truly disappointing. Listening to her, Shen Yi restrained his anger and coldly replied, "Fu, the esteemed lawyer, what a refined interest. I had no idea you enjoyed diving in your home pool." As soon as that familiar voice reached her ears, Fu Nanji immediately became fully alert. "Shen Yi." As Shen Yi's voice rang out, she instantly recalled the sequence of events, and the discomfort from nearly drowning faded significantly. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." She was inherently reserved, almost rejecting anyone who approached her, and the unfamiliar face before her naturally triggered her subconscious resistance. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi instinctively touched his face, only then remembering that his glasses were no longer there. After jumping into the pool to save someone, water droplets had splashed onto the lenses, rendering them too blurry to see, so he had taken them off and set them aside. Understanding the reason behind her reaction calmed his heart considerably, yet Shen Yi still couldn't let her off the hook. "So are you going to accuse me of illegal entry? Do you know that if I hadn't heard you responding while climbing over the wall, I would have seen your face in the news tomorrow?" By saying this, Shen Yi was discreetly patching things up, eliminating any traces of intent to avoid raising her suspicion. At the same time, he was observing her expression, wanting to discern the true reason behind her behavior. At this moment, Fu Nanji was also feeling a subtle fear. Tonight had been particularly unlucky, first falling and getting injured, and then directly tumbling into the swimming pool. If it hadn't been for Shen Yi arriving in time tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fu Nanji envisioned her parents' sorrow upon hearing of her demise and shivered involuntarily. Shen Yi noticed her shivering and thought she must be cold, so he decided to help her up. As soon as he touched her shoulder, a gasp escaped her lips. It was then that Shen Yi realized his left hand, which had just performed CPR, had not left her chest. Fu Nanji had a beautiful and voluptuous figure, and the exquisite sensation made him instinctively close his palm, eliciting another gasp. This was not merely a simulated scene, it was the genuine interaction of real bodies. He had been so focused on saving her that he hadn't noticed until now, and being called out felt somewhat embarrassing. Shen Yi quickly released his hand, helping her to sit up on a lounge chair. Throughout this, Fu Nanji remained silent, and Shen Yi assumed she was just as embarrassed, so he didn't pay much attention. He casually grabbed a large bath towel from the long chair and draped it over her to keep her warm. Only then did Shen Yi realize that at some point Fu Nanzi's fair skin had turned bright red. From her long, elegant neck to her smooth back and down to her straight legs, every inch of her body was flushed. It was as if she were in a steaming basket with intense heat enveloping her, yet the droplets of water still clung to her skin. Shen Yi had never seen such a sight before and wondered if she was having an allergic reaction. "What's wrong with you?" Confused, he leaned closer, only to find her face also flushed, glistening with water like a peach freshly pulled from a stream. Seeing her in such a state, Shen Yi quickly raised his hand to touch her forehead, needing to check her temperature, as this situation was far from normal. Don't touch me." Fu Nanji finally broke her silence, lowering her head to avoid Shen Yi's gaze, her voice trembling as she tried to prevent him from getting closer. Having just experienced near drowning, Shen Yi did not want any further accidents and quickly lowered his head to look at her. Fu Nanji avoided his gaze, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, waves of anxiety gnawing at her inside. Since puberty, Fu Nanji had realized that she was different from others. She had developed at a pace far beyond her peer. Usually it wasn't too troublesome, but once she undid her code in private, it was undeniably apparent, which troubled her deeply. However, that was not the most difficult thing for her to express. It was her sensitivity, which was unlike anyone else's, making it impossible for anyone to touch her. Even when she scrubbed herself a bit harder while bathing, it would make her feel as if she were drunk. Dizzy and parched, this brought her shame. Thus, she became even more silent, trying her best to wrap herself up tightly without revealing a hint. Over 20 years of self-discipline suppressed the burgeoning volcano within her. Her perfectionist tendencies would not allow her to tolerate an uncontrollable self. No friends, no socializing, no contact. She severed all budding connections in the physical sense. Until Shen Yi appeared. His presence was gentle and unassuming, seamlessly integrating into the surrounding environment, causing Su Nanji to feel no sense of awkwardness. Su Nanji was not a heartless person. On the contrary, her emotions surged within her. Although she often suppressed, she had encountered many people with ulterior motives, but none were as special as Shen Yi. Even the occasional hints of his thoughts could only draw a knowing smile from her, never provoking any annoyance. Sometimes Su Nanji even wondered if Shen Yi was a worm in her stomach, otherwise how could he understand her so well? Thus, when Shen Yi suggested visiting her after much hesitation, she unexpectedly agreed. It should be noted that apart from her parents, no one had ever visited her home. The volcano within Su Nanji had been suppressed for years, although she usually appeared quiet, as if in hibernation, the hidden fiery magma would not simply vanish. Shen Yi's arrival stirred her emotions. Yet Su Nanji herself had not anticipated that this contact would be so intense. To Shen Yi, it was merely a hasty act of saving someone, but for Su Nanji, it felt like a monumental earthquake. The volcano erupted in an instant. The scorching flames engulfed her heart and body. As Su Nanji trembled, she warned Shen Yi to stay back, while desperately trying to suppress herself once again. But an internal battle raged within her. With her body flushed and trembling, Shen Yi, naturally worried, wouldn't heed her request. He crouched in front of her, holding her shoulders and forcing her to look up at him. What a spectacle it was! As Shen Yi was almost mesmerized. Without her clunky glasses, Su Nanji seemed to be truly free from her seal. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, with long arched eyebrows, lips that appeared juicy and alluring, and an overall countenance radiating a unique charm that captivated anyone. Especially her striking eyes, which seemed to have hooks, ensnaring one's soul with just a glance. Shen Yi had never seen such boldness in her gaze, and his heart raced uncontrollably. "You, don't touch me." Su Nanji suppressed her emotions, her tone anxious. But before Shen Yi could recover from his astonishment, she blurted out, "Why are you smiling at me? Stop smiling, don't smile at me." "I'm not smiling." Shen Yi was taken aback, wondering when he had smiled. At that moment, Su Nanji suddenly turned her head away, whispering, "Don't come near me, I don't want to make a mistake." The rolling heat confused Su Nanji's thoughts as she looked at Shen Yi's face, familiar yet strange. "Why are you so close? Do you want to kiss me? I warn you, if you kiss me, I will turn against you." Su Nanji gazed into Shen Yi's eyes like two magnetic poles, involuntarily drawn closer, while her words contradicted her actions. Shen Yi swallowed hard, nearly unable to resist such temptation, but he feared that Su Nanji might have lost her mind in her current state, so he hurriedly grasped her arms, trying to calm her down. "Are you out of your mind?" However, Su Nanji didn't want to heed Shen Yi's words, or perhaps she heard them, but chose not to "Don't come any closer, I can't take it." Su Nanji struggled internally to push Shen Yi away, yet the next moment, she couldn't resist the stirring within her heart. "Fine, I agree, kiss me quickly. I'm telling you, if you don't kiss me, I'll turn against you." Once those words escaped her lips, a tingling sensation spread through Su Nanji, akin to being drunk, with warmth flooding to her ears. This long-suppressed release felt exhilarating. Almost instantly, Su Nanji leaned in, swallowing Shen Yi's unfinished words back down. To speak without embarrassment, Shen Yi's impressions of kissing were largely confined to dreams, hazy, indistinct, and utterly devoid of tangible experience. Perhaps this stemmed from a dearth of real-world reference, leaving his mind to skim over the subject only in reverie. The earlier rescue attempts certainly did not count. At that moment, Shen Yi had been consumed by frantic urgency. There had been no room for sensation. Now, however, it was different, no longer the cold, detached contact of before, but something warm and profoundly beautiful. Shen Yi even caught a delicate, refreshing fragrance, though he could not discern its source. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of door chimes shattered their tentative, unpracticed embrace. Fu Nanji's lips parted slightly, a soft flush bloomed at the corners of her mouth, her gaze hazy and dazed. When Shen Yi lifted his head, she looked at him with quiet bewilderment. She seemed unaware of what had just transpired, as if silently asking, "Why did you pull away?" Her dazed expression struck Shen Yi as utterly endearing, and he nearly reached out to pinch her cheek. The persistent chimes jolted Shen Yi back to reality. He recalled bursting past the security checkpoint. Outside, the building's security team had surely arrived, alerted by the commotion. With no time for explanation, he urged Fu Nanji, the resident, to handle the situation first. He helped her rise, only then noticing the bruised discoloration marring her knees as she winced. As the chimes grew more insistent, Shen Yi swept her into his arms and strode toward the living room. Fu Nanji managed only a soft gasp before she found herself nestled securely against Shen Yi's chest. Her body stiffened for an instant, then relaxed, swiftly adapting to the embrace. She gently repositioned her head, settling it against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, until almost imperceptibly her own breath steadied in kind. Entering the living room and approaching the front door, Fu Nanji gestured for Shen Yi to carry her forward. At the main control panel, she tapped a button. The chimes ceased at last. Beep, beep, beep. A voice connection opened, followed by the guard's courteous greeting. "Apologies for the intrusion. May we speak with Miss Fu?" "Yes, this is she. We received a report that a Mr. Shen attempted to visit you and forcibly entered the premises. Are you aware of this?" Fu Nanji glanced sharply at Shen Yi, startled, yet replied promptly, "Yes, I am aware." I apologize. I was showering and missed your call. Mr. Shen was indeed invited by me. Understood, miss. Fu. However, Mr. Shen drove through the gatehouse, a highly dangerous act. For your safety, we request permission to enter and verify the situation. Would that be convenient? Only then did Fu Nanji realize Shen Yi had not only scaled the wall, but also rammed the guard booth. An act so alarming that a swarm of security personnel trailing him was hardly surprising. Her emotions churned, yet practicality prevailed. She needed to defuse the situation first, and her current attire made opening the door entirely impractical. I apologize. I'm not appropriately dressed to open the door. Still, I wish to avoid inconveniencing you. Within the hour, we'll visit the property management office, and I'll fully compensate for any damages incurred. The security staff fulfilling their duty accepted her explanation without objection, merely acknowledging her presence. Hearing Fu Nanji's crisp, composed tone, and detecting no signs of coercion, the guards remained skeptical, yet ultimately acquiesced. Very well, miss. Fu, should you not arrive within the hour, we'll return to confirm in person. No problem, Fu Nanji replied. Your vehicle is obstructing the main thoroughfare. We'll relocate it to the designated visitor parking space. You may collect the keys at the guard booth shortly. We'll leave you in peace now. Understood. Shen Yi responded. His car hastily abandoned mid-road, still idling. Having dismissed the security team, he carried Fu Nanji to the sofa and activated the air conditioner's heating mode. He then fetched a fresh towel from the bathroom and carefully patted her hair dry, spreading it gently, before using a hairdryer to warm each strand thoroughly. Even in spring, damp hair risked colds or headaches. Only after completing these tasks did Shen Yi finally look up and ask, "Do you have a first aid kit?" Fu Nanji sat quietly on the sofa wrapped in her towel, watching Shen Yi move with quiet diligence, and a faint involuntary smile curved her lips. Off. Oh, it's in the bottom drawer beneath the television cabinet. Shaking off the strange thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Yi retrieved the kit and opened it. Extend your leg. I need to examine it. A long, slender, pale leg stretched before him. Her otherwise flawless knee bore a dark mottled bruise, disrupting its elegance. Lower down, her delicate ankle had swollen grotesquely, puffing up like a steamed bun. Faint crimson streaks threaded through the swelling, evidence of a severe sprain. Even the lightest touch drew a sharp intake of breath from Fu Nanji. Shen Yi, unable to assess further, began disinfecting the injury instead. He sprayed Yunnan Baiyao onto both sites. Its anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties brought immediate relief. Her discomfort visibly subsided. Only then did Shen Yi find space to ask, why would you choose such a method to end your life? What burden weighs so heavily upon you? And do you have any idea how terrified I was? Fu Nanji blinked, stunned. How had this veered into suicide? She protested at once. I didn't. How could you think that? Yet when I burst in, you were nearly floating. Surely you aren't claiming you were practicing deep-sea diving. Shen Yi's expression turned grave as he turned to face her. Fu Nanji knew his concern was genuine, and found herself unable to refute him. Had he not intervened, anyone else witnessing that scene would have drawn the same conclusion. I slipped getting out of the water, lost my footing and fell. Her voice tightened with suppressed frustration as she spoke. Shen Yi hadn't expected such a simple answer. Yet the sight of her pale leg suspended before him told another story. This injury clearly resulted from impact with the floor, not from submersion. Fine, let's accept it was a fall. But why didn't you answer my calls? Fu Nanji hesitated. My phone fell into the pool. Oh, so you were rescuing your phone just now? Shen Yi's tone held a teasing lilt. Unaware of his gentle mockery, Fu Nanji coughed softly and shook her head. No, I dropped it when I fell. She lowered her gaze, too mortified to continue. She'd tumbled into the pool precisely because she'd panicked, rising too hastily, overwhelmed by sudden shyness. To admit that aloud would be absurdly foolish. Then what? Seeing her falter, Shen Yi pressed gently, determined to hear the truth. Fu Nanji buried her face in her hands, letting out two muffled whimpers before shaking her head, refusing to answer. Shen Yi studied her closely and found no trace of suicidal intent. He believed for the most part her account of the fall. In the vast, hushed living room, silence settled, soft, intimate, and faintly charged. Neither mentioned what had transpired moments earlier. Shen Yi appeared calm, but in truth he was a complete novice in matters of intimacy. His theoretical knowledge was boundless, his practical experience virtually non-existent. Rummaging through the kit, he seized upon a bottle of Honghua oil and waved it lightly before her. Shall I apply and massage it in for you? At this moment, Fu Nanji, feeling flustered and confused, did not know what to say. Fortunately, Shen Yi spoke first, and she hurriedly nodded in agreement to dispel her inner shyness. Seeing her consent, Shen Yi poured a bit of medicine into his palm, rubbing it gently to warm it up. To be honest, Fu Nanji's psychological state seemed to Shen Yi to be extremely polarized. On the surface, Fu Nanji appeared to be a 27-year-old elite lawyer, diligent at work, stern, and highly self-disciplined. In reality, Fu Nanji was like a radiant 18-year-old girl, in private, childlike, and stubbornly adorable. Her psychological age was completely out of sync with her physical age. With a mature physique, but a youthful heart, Shen Yi reminded her as he placed his hand on her ankle. Hang in there. After saying that, he gently pressed on the swollen area, applying slow pressure. Despite Shen Yi's prior warning, the sharp and aching sensation made Fu Nanji furrow her brows and let out a sound. Shen Yi did not stop because of her cries. This was not the time for compassion. Taking the medicine thoroughly and reducing the swelling would help her recover faster. Skillfully kneading back and forth, Shen Yi marveled at Fu Nanzi's perfect leg shape, her calves long, straight, and devoid of excess flesh, reflecting white under the light. Holding her leg felt like holding a delicate porcelain piece, making him hesitant to apply too much force, fearing the treasure would break in his hands. Meanwhile, Fu Nanji bit her lower lip, covering her face to prevent Shen Yi from noticing her changing expressions. The pain in her ankle made it impossible for her to remain still. The medicinal oil was pungent, his palm warm, and the injured area felt both painful and sore with a swelling sensation mixed in. It felt as if she had swum several kilometers and then used a massage gun to relax herself at the shore. What troubled her most was a peculiar sensation suppressing the excruciating pain, giving rise to an unusual shyness that left her speechless. This feeling blurred the boundaries of sharp pain, and the flush that had just faded reappeared, swiftly enveloping her. The bath towel was pinched into shape by her slender fingers. A drop of sweat beaded on the tip of Fu Nanzi's nose as she struggled to remain silent. She feared that if she opened her mouth, a shameful sound would escape. Shen Yi was completely oblivious to Fu Nanzi's embarrassment, focused on his task. It was only when he noticed that her fair legs had inexplicably taken on a hint of crimson that he became alert. Releasing his hand, the swelling in her ankle had noticeably diminished. With a couple more days of rest, she would likely heal completely. You? What exactly happened to you? Shen Yi turned to look at Fu Nanji, noting that this was not the first time she was in such a state. Each time she resembled someone who had drunk too much, her entire face flushed and her speech nonsensical. Fortunately, this time Fu Nanji still retained some rationality, though her voice was barely above a whisper, barely audible to Shen Yi. Take me upstairs, or I need to change my clothes. Yet Fu Nanji could not articulate more. Thankfully, Shen Yi stopped just in time. After coming out of the pool, she had already sweated profusely several times. Fu Nanji felt sticky all over, eager to take a shower and change into fresh clothes. Shen Yi picked her up in a horizontal embrace and carried her upstairs, pushing open the master bedroom door and placing Fu Nanji in the bathroom. Can you manage by yourself? Shen Yi asked, concerned, after setting Fu Nanji down, noticing her difficulty in moving. Fu Nanji, wrapped in a bath towel, nodded silently. In her heart, she thought, what does it matter if it's inconvenient? I can't. Shen Yi felt he had asked a redundant question, lightly tapping his fingers before quietly closing the door and stepping out. Listening to the sounds gradually emanating from the bathroom, Shen Yi was suddenly reminded of Fu Nanji emerging from the water, her curvaceous figure and soft fair form, the splashing water, sending his heart racing. Shen Yi shook his head to dispel the thoughts and hurriedly walked away, idly wandering around the room. Fu Nanzi's master bedroom was not large, but was decorated warmly. A gigantic teddy bear, small plush toys, and charming little felt decorations cluttered the room. The warm-toned lighting created an ambience reminiscent of a little girl's room. Shen Yi thought that anyone from the company visiting would never believe this was Fu Nanzi's room. Approaching the cabinet, he found several photo frames displayed. The first photo was an old one showing a cute little girl holding a pinwheel, laughing joyfully in a field. Though the photo was aged, it was well preserved, capturing Fu Nanzi's beaming smile. The second photo was taken by a lakeside, featuring 3 people together. In the center, Fu Nanji appeared as a young girl, radiantly cheerful. Shen Yi guessed that the 2 middle-aged individuals flanking her were her parents. The man looked steady and resolute, wearing glasses that gave him a solemn appearance, while the woman exuded warmth and grace, her embrace around her daughter, smiling radiantly. Turning his gaze away, he saw another graduation photo. At that time, Fu Nanji had already blossomed into a graceful figure, wearing a somewhat outdated large black frame, while wearing a modest smile. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her oversized graduation robe could not completely conceal her proud figure, like a dazzling diamond buried within gravel. Shen Yi scanned through the photos one by one, as if he was stepping into Fu Nanzi's growth trajectory from childhood to adulthood. Suddenly, he vaguely heard Fu Nanzi's soft call. Taking a few steps to the illuminated door, he heard her softly say, Shen Yi, could you bring me my... Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, recalling that he had just carried her in and had not grabbed any change of clothes. Shen Yi agreed, but upon turning around, he realized he had no idea where Fu Nanzi's clothes were kept. He quickly turned back to ask, where are your clothes? After a brief silence inside, she replied quickly, in the wardrobe, the first drawer on the first row, the first drawer on the third row, and just grab any piece of clothing for me. Oh, anything hanging will do. Fu Nanji quickly listed where her clothes were, and then fell silent, her words flowing like a rapid-fire order, as if she would become shy if she paused. After taking note, Shen Yi turned right and entered the wardrobe. Both sides of the closet were opened, revealing a dazzling array of neatly hung clothes. Bending down to open the first drawer, Shen Yi's breath hitched. Inside were neatly stacked lingerie, most of them in solid colors, not too flashy. Shen Yi pushed aside his distractions and randomly picked one before approaching the next drawer. Opening it, he found it was indeed what he expected, containing upper garments, all of considerable size and very uniform in shape. Choosing a color-coordinated piece, Shen Yi casually tossed it onto a nearby hanger and walked out. He reached the door, twisting the doorknob to crack it open. In a gentlemanly manner, Shen Yi extended his left hand, holding the clothes inside, hoping Fu Nanji would take them herself. Leaning against the door, he waited for quite a while, but received no response from Fu Nanji. At that moment, Fu Nanzi's voice rang out. Shen Yi, could you bring it in? I can't reach. What? Shen Yi instinctively replied, then realized, and spoke out in confusion, you can bring it in. Ooh, I can't reach it from this far away. Fu Nanji thought Shen Yi hadn't heard clearly and blushed as she repeated it. This time Shen Yi definitely heard her. His heart raced as he pushed open the door and walked in. What met his eyes was a fogged-up mirror where a pale figure appeared indistinctly. Shen Yi stiffly turned his head, and upon seeing the situation clearly he sighed in relief, but was also filled with regret. At that moment Fu Nanji was curled up behind the shower curtain, cautiously peering out, with half her head visible. The milky white curtain blocked the entire view, making one feel a sense of loss. Shen Yi adjusted his mindset and handed over the clothes. Careful to take them, Fu Nanji shrank back again, and soon a rustling sound followed. Fu Nanji felt that the excitement of this day surpassed all the thrills of her previous half-life to the point where she was now somewhat numb. After putting on the underwear selected by Shen Yi, she finally felt a bit of security. Looking at the remaining outerwear beside her, Fu Nanji couldn't help but pout. The shirt Shen Yi casually grabbed was actually a dress shirt which should be paired with slacks or a skirt. Wearing it alone felt too awkward. Yet given the current situation, Fu Nanji had no choice but to put it on. The shirt was not large. After buttoning it, it felt a bit tight, and the hem fell near her thighs. It wasn't much at first, but now being half concealed made her feel even more shy. Hesitating, while holding the curtain, Fu Nanji, with a mindset of what's the worst that could happen, pulled open the shower curtain. In the steamy bathroom, Fu Nanji appeared wrapped in a towel, which caught Shen Yi's eye. She was unable to move on her own, so she naturally had to rely on Shen Yi for everything. He bent down and picked her up, her long legs dangling in his arms as the bright light filled his vision. Previously, just wearing a swimsuit was enough to astonish, yet it turned out that even with half the garment, the situation not only didn't improve, but rather intensified the imagination. Shen Yi felt a warmth in his nose as if he was about to burst into flames. He hadn't expected that casually picking a piece of clothing would have such an effect. Whether it was Fu Nanzi's figure being too stunning or his choice being too wrong, he laid Fu Nanji down on the bed, tucked her in, and intended to take his leave. The chaotic day seemed aimless, yet upon reflection, it was quite thrilling. After hearing this, Fu Nanji struggled to sit up and said, I'll go with you. I need to stop by the property management. They are waiting for me. Shen Yi shook his head and pressed her back down, refusing. Your legs aren't convenient. I'll explain it myself. Besides, Wei Nan's car is still parked there. I need to return it. Since it was just a simulation, it didn't matter whether the property management provided any information tonight. Shen Yi didn't plan to trouble Fu Nanji anymore. Okay. Fu Nanji obediently lay back down, though her big eyes were still fixed on Shen Yi. Her gaze was somewhat fervent as Shen Yi did not avoid it and looked back at her. The atmosphere fell silent again. Fu Nanji wanted to speak but couldn't find her voice. Shen Yi wanted to leave but couldn't move. Locking eyes, their hands under the blanket had unknowingly intertwined. With warmth intertwined, the two slowly drew closer. Your free action time has expired. Simulation continues. Suddenly Shen Yi, who was at home, stood up, having just been kicked out of the simulation, looking utterly bewildered. Come on, man, the timing was just right, and you cut it off. Are you even human? It's no wonder Shen Yi erupted in frustration. At that critical moment, Fu Nanzi's bashful expression with her eyes closed was right in front of him, making it impossible not to go wild. The system, however, didn't care about Shen Yi's thoughts. The 1-hour limit was fixed and wouldn't change due to anyone's will. Fortunately, the simulation continued and did not break due to the time limit. It was just that Shen Yi could no longer act freely. Love is the end of one relationship and the beginning of another. You love all of Fu Nanji, lingering on her beauty, and the joy in your heart feels like it could burst, even wanting to dance. Fu Nanji transitioned from shyness to curiosity, from yearning to seeking. Your chemistry was extraordinary, and you were harmoniously unified. You talked until late into the night. The property management downstairs came to check in again, which you both managed to handle. Li Weinan called you, and Fu Nanji freed a hand to hang up the phone. You stayed overnight at Fu Nanzi's home. Confession is the victory's song, not the charge's horn. Tonight your horn was particularly loud, accompanied by the soft strains of the violin nearby. You both fell in love. Simulation ends. System settling. Overall evaluation S. Your charm has increased and your strategy experience has increased. Reward strategy points 1, free attribute points 1, a charm 4. System comment: the best love is not because we need to be together, but because we want to be together. You received an S-level evaluation reward talent card. Would you like to unlock the S-level exclusive achievement reward? A cascade of notifications filled the screen, overwhelming Shen Yi with various evaluation rewards. Fu Nanji, a high-difficulty character with a comprehensive score of 97, was ultimately successfully conquered by Shen Yi after multiple simulations. Though he had a premonition that the evaluation wouldn't be too poor, the S rating still invigorated Shen Yi, making his Indeed, after achieving such a high evaluation, the rewards did not disappoint Shen Yi. Not only were there attribute point rewards, but he was also generously given 4 points in charm. Shen Yi estimated that after conquering a few more times, breaking 100 wouldn't be a dream. Everyone has a love for beauty. Shen Yi could not escape this norm, having seen countless examples of facial advantages throughout his life. It may not be apparent in school, but after a few years in society, Shen Yi deeply felt this. To put it crudely, appearance is a resource and innate advantage that applies to all regardless of gender. No one would complain about being too good-looking, otherwise the cosmetic surgery industry wouldn't exist. Below was a series of new information, all rewards given with this level evaluation. Shen Yi clicked on the talent card, and immediately its specific information was displayed. Talent card: randomly draw one talent from the talent card pool. The description was simple and easy to understand, but Shen Yi didn't know what kind of talents were included in this talent pool. However, since it was a draw, he could only leave it to fate. Surely the talent wouldn't be too bad. Just as he was about to click, Shen Yi withdrew his hand. He wasn't particularly fond of metaphysics, but since the system had appeared, it was better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. Shen Yi decided to wait until after his shower and change before drawing the card. As it was, this was already quite rudimentary. Back in college, when his roommate played games and drew cards, it was almost akin to a seance. Including but not limited to showering, changing clothes, lighting incense, reciting incantations, choosing auspicious days, and sacrificing lifespan. Of course, the sacrifice of lifespan usually isn't one's own. Although Shen Yi didn't adopt such complex rituals, he still needed to pay attention to his image and attitude. Setting aside the gotcha matters, Shen Yi turned his attention to the final option. Unlock S-rank exclusive achievement reward. Yes. You have unlocked Fu Nanzi's exclusive romance achievement, growing old together. Initiate scene tracing. Perplexed, but with no choice, Shen Yi tapped forward. Yes. You have entered a romantic relationship. Fu Nanji's temperament is reserved and serene, yet her affections run deep and turbulent. Once she has chosen you, she declares her love to her entire world without restraint. Though her world is in truth exceedingly small. Colleagues in the corporate division were first stunned. None had imagined that the aloof, unapproachable Gardenia would be claimed so swiftly. Baffled at first, they soon understood and smiled knowingly. Who else but you could possibly win her heart? Though colleagues privately wished them well, office romances were strictly prohibited by company policy. Soon both received formal warnings from their department. Upon learning this, Fu Nanji blinked playfully and whispered, "I'm about to activate my superpower." You assumed it was merely another of her whims, dismissing it lightly. Soon enough, the superpower manifested. Jinheng Law Firm, the most prestigious legal practice in the city and indeed across the province, extended you an offer. Though the position began at assistant level, it remained a golden ladder many dreamed of but never scaled. Nervous, yet hopeful, you reported for duty, only to push open the office door and find Fu Nanji seated primly at the head of the table, dressed immaculately in formal attire. Seeing your dazed expression, she broke into unrestrained laughter, her youthful radiance blooming like spring sunlight, as she lunged forward, soft and warm, wrapping her arms around you like a child seeking praise. It turned out Fu Nanji had also resigned from her advisory role and transferred back from Tianqing Group to be by your side. That is precisely why it is called a superpower, its irresistible nature. Jinheng's founder is Fu Yuanyu. Fu Nanji had previously served as his personal assistant, and you in turn had. When you asked Fu Nanji what your official duties were, she replied with a grin, "Loving me and making me laugh." When you asked how long this assignment would last, she answered simply, "For life." This was sheer inescapable force majeure, against which you crumbled utterly, and thus you sank blissfully into the embrace of tenderness. Fu Nanji's world was small, but holding you she rejoiced as though she held the entire universe in her arms. Gradually, under her boundless affection and indulgence, you softened, until even your stomach began to protest. Once you'd aspired to stand tall as a man of unwavering strength, yet now presented with a bowl of effortless comfort, who among mortals can defy the Wang Jingza principle? Beyond the inevitable delicious, no other word remains. Fu Nanji's parents wholeheartedly supported your union. In the past, her punishing self-discipline had alarmed her father and pained her mother. Assigning her to Tianqing Group had been a deliberate effort to gently ease her emotional burdens. Now, witnessing your inseparable devotion, those burdens dissolved entirely, replaced instead by bonds so tight they felt like permanent entanglement. Regardless, Fu Nanji, now radiant with girlish charm, had transformed beyond recognition. Even her parents, who had not seen such lightness in over a decade, could only nod in quiet, profound satisfaction. You became engaged. Fu Nanji refused any bride price, offering only a modest dowry. "I cannot contribute much," she told you. "After marriage, I'll provide 1 villa, 2 vehicles, and a modest sum of cash. Our parents wish us to build our future ourselves." Shen Yi's lips twitched. Where truly does one find such a woman? For the first time, he felt a pang of envy for himself and longed futilely to step inside this simulation. The wedding was swiftly arranged. After both sets of parents met, a grand ceremony was held. There you exchanged rings and pledged your vows before all. At the banquet, you toasted and shared glances across the table. Fu Nanji clung to you, tears of pure joy trembling on her lashes. Classmates and colleagues showered you with blessings, gazing upon you both as the perfect fated pair. Old Dai, thoroughly intoxicated, draped an arm over your shoulder and boomed, "You married brilliantly." Su Sun, equally drunk, gripped your arm and lamented, half envious, half wistful, "We swore lifelong bachelorhood, yet you slipped away to feast on soft rice." You laughed, soothing him. Then raised your cup with your closest friends drinking until oblivion claimed you. Shen Yi's vision blurred, and the words dissolved into the scene. Silken curtains hung low, casting a hazy, dreamlike glow. Brocade draped the bed's perimeter, while embroidered felt lined the ceiling, warm, intimate, and deeply serene. Beneath crimson quilts the newlyweds slept soundly. Shen Yi stirred awake, pressing a hand to his temple and drawing a slow, steadying breath, the dull throb of last night's revelry still clinging to his skull. Turning his head, he found Fu Nanji sleeping peacefully, her delicate nose elegantly arched, lashes long and graceful, her beauty ethereal, almost celestial. Beneath the quilt her silhouette shimmered with quiet allure, youthful, supple, and exquisitely tender. Last night's exertions had left her still slumbering. A gentle smile touched Shen Yi's lips. Marrying her truly felt like a blessing earned across 3 lifetimes. Leaning down, he brushed a kiss across her forehead, then rose quietly, intending to prepare breakfast for her. Just as he shifted, a slender arm slid over his shoulder. Husband. Fu Nanji hadn't opened her eyes, her voice drowsy, murmuring his name like a secret. Her arm coiled lightly, drawing him back beside her. What is it, Nanji? He asked softly. Her eyes crinkled with mischief, fingers threading behind his neck as she purred. Don't leave, husband. I want you again. Shen Yi shook his head, feigning resignation. Fu Nanji's passion for learning knew no bounds. Even last night's studies had run late, and now it seemed morning lessons were non-negotiable. Since the pool incident, Fu Nanji had shed her shyness entirely. Their bond deepened daily, their intimacy growing ever more fervent and insatiable. Today is our first day as husband and wife. Must we linger in bed? Besides, skipping breakfast harms the body. Be good. Rest a while longer. I'll cook for you. Her eyes sparkled, lips pouting playfully. Mother and father don't live with us. Do you rise so early to attend? Then tightening her grip around his neck, she giggled. Breakfast? No, come eat me. And she leaned in to kiss him. Shen Yi tilted his head back, pretending disgust. You haven't brushed your teeth. No kissing yet. Oh, daring to criticize me. Remember your duty, love me, and make me laugh. Now get to work. She freed a hand to tickle him, contorting her face into comical grimaces. Shen Yi burst into helpless laughter, and instantly retaliated, hands flying to her sides. Very well. Today this sovereign shall neglect his throne. Fu Nanji dissolved into peals of delight, her laughter softening, gradually fading into breathless whispers as silken sheets billowed and bodies tangled beneath the warm, rosy canopy. Bliss, unbroken joy, unbounded. What happened next? The soft bed, the red curtains, the quilt rolling, and then Shen Yi was so angry he slapped his thigh. The earlier scene was so exciting, but just when it reached the critical moment, the screen cut away. The source of the scene was beyond Shen Yi's control. He could only guess that the memory was too vast, fearing it would overwhelm him. The recollection continued. Your married life is blissful and harmonious, a couple deeply in love, living like a pair of celestial beings. Your father-in-law is wise and understanding, and your mother-in-law is gentle and dignified. Neither looks down on you because of your background, only wishing for your happiness and a wonderful life together. You are grateful for the support of your in-laws, taking care of Su Nanji, pampering her, and being diligent and responsible. Moreover, you are not incompetent. With your professional knowledge and a bit of help from your father-in-law, you quickly achieved notable. With both career and love flourishing, you felt very pleased and soon brought your parents to live in the city. Your parents were very approving of Su Nanji as a daughter-in-law, only showing satisfaction, making you feel like an outsider. As time passed, you gradually entered middle age. Aside from your waning stamina, everything in your life was steadily improving. The only regret is that you still do not have a child. The eager expectations of both sets of parents left Su Nanji feeling suffocated. The source scene reappeared. It was night with the moon bright and stars sparse. The bright moonlight streamed in through the curtains, laying silver frost on the floor and illuminating the room. The fragrance of the moon could not compare to the scent of the person beside her. With a disheveled bridal outfit, rippling waves, and distant thunder, the spring rain subsided as clouds dispersed. On the soft bed, Shen Yi held Su Nanji, with only their faint breaths remaining in the room. Entering middle age, his physique had declined. Unlike the vigor of newlyweds, even the slightest movement left him breathless. Yet his wife, full of charm, irresistibly stirred his heart. Today Su Nanji was somewhat silent, not asking for anything, just resting against Shen Yi's chest. Suddenly a few drops of moisture soaked into his skin. Shen Yi, puzzled, lowered his head and asked Nanji, what's wrong? What responded to Shen Yi was Su Nanji sobbing. I'm 35. Su Nanji was 2 years older than Shen Yi. Hearing her say this, he thought she was anxious and comforted her. What's wrong with 35? My wife is as beautiful as a celestial being, just like an 18-year-old girl. Su Nanji's tears flowed uncontrollably, shaking her head. I tried again last week, but I still haven't conceived. This matter had weighed on Su Nanji's heart for a long time. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, her belly still showed no signs of life. They had checked their bodies countless times, with all results indicating good health. They had tried various methods to maintain a pregnancy, but none had succeeded in keeping a child. The longing eyes of both sets of parents, combined with Su Nanji's own desire for children, made it impossible for her to hold back her emotions that night. Shen Yi immediately turned over and wrapped his arms around Su Nanji from behind, holding her tightly. It's not your fault, it's my body that's not working. Su Nanji continued to cry, choking back her words. It's not your problem, it's me. Shen Yi's little tadpoles were lively, as confirmed by multiple tests. Although Shen Yi always shifted the blame onto himself, how could he hide the truth from Su Nanji? The human body is both wondrous and complex, and the inability to find a reason kept Su Nanji clinging to a glimmer of hope. But now at 35, even with advanced technology, she was considered in advanced maternal age. The prolonged inability to conceive coupled with her age eventually overwhelmed her. Shen Yi knew that she had a tendency towards depression and paid special attention to her emotions, quickly saying the checkup, said you are very healthy, could the doctor be lying to you? I've seen the report, it's my problem. I don't even dare to go home and see my mom. As she spoke, Su Nanji was unable to continue, her tears flowing endlessly. Shen Yi leaned down and kissed her earlobe, whispering in her ear, I married you, not your parents. I've already talked to them, I don't like children. It's okay, just leave it to me. Shen Yi's words slightly warmed Su Nanji, but she understood it was just an excuse to spare her feelings. But I like children, oh I want to have a baby for you. Shen Yi was aware of Su Nanji's thoughts. Over the years they had raised cats and dogs at home, but sometimes while shopping Su Nanji would still daydream about other people's children. Shen Yi did not want Su Nanji to remain in her low spirits, so he playfully pinched the soft flesh on her body. Alright, if you want a child, come and take it, after saying that he dove under the covers to tease her. However, the usually demanding Su Nanji held Shen Yi down. In the moonlight, her radiant face appeared almost celestial, but 2 lines of tears marred this divine impression, making Shen Yi feel an overwhelming urge to protect her. Husband, why don't you find someone else? What? Shen Yi thought he had misheard. Go find someone outside to have a child, we can raise it ourselves. Su Nanji's eyes were clear, her tone serious, indicating that this idea had been on her mind for some time. Shen Yi in disbelief said, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? It's fine to pay someone, or we can use IVF, but once it's born I'll raise it as my own. Su Nanji's voice was firm, as if she were enchanted. Shen Yi could not listen to her crazy talk. He shook his head, holding her tightly, and refusing, no, I don't want a child that wasn't born to you. After saying that, he stubbornly kissed her, silencing her next words. The scene faded away. Shen Yi let out a barely perceptible sigh. Beneath the facade of a happy and blissful life lay unspoken regrets. Su Nanji's temperament was extreme, and there had been signs of this during the previous simulation. She was a born perfectionist, previously seeking perfection only in her work, but after meeting Shen Yi, her life became perfect too. However, the inability to bear children was a flaw she could not tolerate. Now, after long periods of repression, she had even thought of such an idea, indicating her desperation. Your comfort had temporarily calmed Su Nanji, but it was merely a facade, her heartache remained. Your father-in-law Su Yuan is aging and has gradually handed over most of the affairs of Jinheng to you in recent years. You have lived up to his expectations, managing the firm with great success. In your prime, you spent most of your time working while Su Nanji secretly planned something without your knowledge. Fortunately, your concern for Su Nanji never waned, and you soon noticed her odd behavior. After pressing her, you learned that she had secretly been contacting people on your behalf, and she still hadn't given up on her previous wild thoughts. You resolutely rejected her and forced her to give up. You would never do such a thing. Su Nanji, not wanting to upset you, severed all contact. In the days that followed, you returned to how things were, but her spirit gradually diminished. Fu Nanji viewed herself as imperfect, engaging in daily internal struggles. As Fu Nanji grew increasingly silent, her demeanor seemed to revert to the time when you first met. You officially adopted a baby girl, giving her the surname Fu Nanji and naming her Fu Shinin with the nickname Belle. When you brought little Belle to Fu Nanji, her eyes finally regained their spark. Fu Nanji, who already adored children, couldn't resist and embraced her as if she were her own. Fu Nanji recovered, her face lit up with smiles as she busied herself all day learning and caring for the baby, fearing she might not be competent as a mother. As little Belle thrived, your life gradually returned to its normal course. 10 years later, you officially took over the Jinheng law firm from your father-in-law, inheriting all his connections and resources. After years of management, you gained a stellar reputation in the industry, achieving great acclaim and reaching the pinnacle. Fu Nanji, at the age of 40, still retained her beauty, resembling a cup of rich aged wine, with a lingering and unforgettable taste that you could never tire of. 20 years later, you bid farewell to 2 elderly relatives and realized that you too had become one of the elder. Little Belle had already grown into adulthood, embarking on her own life story. You and Fu Nanji remained affectionate. She could recognize you just by your breath, and all past grievances had turned into gentle rain, over time nourishing the fields of your life. 50 years later, you found yourself aging, having lived more than 80 years with few regrets. Jinheng was entrusted to your daughter Fu Shinin, and you and Fu Nanji no longer wished to intervene or had the energy to do so. Years ago, you both moved to an unnamed small island to enjoy your later years. The weather was fine, and the mornings, lacking sleep, Shen Yi opened his eyes around 5 or 6 o'clock and found he could not fall back asleep. As one ages, physical capabilities diminish. Shen Yi now found it difficult to walk. He declined the help of a Livian caregiver, and Fu Nanji took over the wheelchair, pushing him outside. The yard was filled with various flowers, a hobby developed in old age, providing some leisure time. The warm sunlight and fragrant flowers created a comfortable atmosphere that made one drowsy. Today, however, Shen Yi felt particularly energetic. He turned to Fu Nanji and suggested, "Nanji, I want to see the outside world." Fu Nanji, with her short hair and vibrant demeanor, smiled brightly, exuding a kind and graceful aura. "Where to?" "Just wander around the island." Seeing Shen Yi nod, Fu Nanji understood and quickly arranged for a blanket, saying, "All right, I'll have someone bring you a blanket and we'll go right away." Once lovers, now they were family filled with love in a different form. In their youth, Shen Yi had pampered Fu Nanji, but in their old age the roles had reversed. Shen Yi had become a playful old child, sometimes a bit capricious. Fu Nanji always smiled and indulged him, allowing everything. Her pampering even made their daughter feel envious. She covered Shen Yi's legs with a blanket, tucking it in carefully before pushing him out. The seaside was windy. Although it was spring, Fu Nanji always paid attention to Shen Yi's frail condition. The wheelchair rolled over the grass, and the sea breeze cleared his mind, bringing memories of the past. Today, Shen Yi was particularly talkative, reminiscing about the past with Fu Nanji, making her laugh heartily. "Your eldest grandson said he would come to see you in a while." Fu Nanji pushed the wheelchair, recounting her daughter Fu Xinyan's phone call from the previous night. She was quite busy and couldn't visit them often, so she thought to have her son come and keep them company for a while. Shen Yi waved his hand and said, "No need to come, let them be." Having been that age himself, he knew it was a time for fun and did not wish to accompany some old man. Fu Nanji, of course, did not mind, smiling, "Whatever you say." They slowly made their way to the southern side of the island, where the rocks were abundant, and thus they could only stop. The sea continuously crashed against the shore, and the vast ocean stretched out, easing one's mind. Shen Yi suddenly sighed, "You are still so healthy, while I can't keep up with you anymore." Fu Nanji frowned and chided, "Nonsense, the doctor says you are fine. They say that the older one gets, the more one becomes at peace." But Fu Nanji grew increasingly worried, often apprehensive about Shen Yi mentioning life and death, even though they both knew that day would inevitably come. But Fu Nanji thought the later that day came, the better. "Are you some kind of fairy?" Shen Yi suddenly turned back and joked. Fu Nanji was puzzled by Shen Yi's nonsense, wondering what childlike whim he was having. "What fairy? How could I be a Shen Yi spoke in a mysterious tone. "I believe you are a fairy. When I was young you absorbed my vitality. Oh, otherwise how could you be so healthy?" As he spoke, he couldn't continue and burst into laughter. Fu Nanzi's expression turned increasingly awkward, a rare blush appearing on her cheeks. She gently patted Shen Yi's arm, which was covered in age spots, and laughed. "You old rascal, what are you talking about?" Suddenly Fu Nanji, who had been exceptionally joyful today, felt a jolt in her heart, her smile gradually fading. She realized that Shen Yi, who had just been laughing, had fallen silent. Fu Nanji stumbled a bit, rounding to Shen Yi's front, only to find he had tilted his head and was no longer making a sound, serene, as if he had fallen asleep. She first felt a pang of sadness, her eyes filled with confusion, gripping Shen Yi's hand and caressing his face. Then she smiled, suddenly feeling at peace, and gently leaned down to kiss his forehead. "You passed away peacefully at the age of... In your final moments you never forgot your duty to make her laugh every day. Your countless assets were left to Fu Nanji, who divided half among the children and donated the other half, leaving nothing for herself. Fu Nanji seriously held a funeral for you, burying you amidst a sea of gardenias on the southern side of the island. A month after your burial, Fu Nanji's once healthy body began to deteriorate rapidly. She could not endure a single night without you, and soon she departed this world. Fu Nanji was buried beside you, finding peace only in your embrace. On the back of your gravestone, it is inscribed, "The best love is not because we need to be together, but because we want to be." The source of it all has ended. Shen Yi sat in front of the bed, lost in thought for a long time. Intense emotions surged within him, making it impossible to hold back the tears that welled up. Even though the system provided protection, the vast memories after being obscured did not overwhelm him. However, such a vivid and immersive experience still left Shen Yi unsettled. That long and splendid life filled with deep love between two people lacked any tragic separations, only the tranquility of love and familial bonds. No wonder their achievement was called growing old together. Shen Yi took a deep breath to shake off the melancholy, redirecting his attention to his own attributes. Name: Shen Yi. Level LV 2. Strength 8. Stamina 7. Energy 9. Charm 74. Assets 219,533. 5. Strategy points 2. Attribute points 2. The benefits of increasing strength by 1 point have already become apparent, raising the value of free attribute points in Shen Yi's mind. Shen Yi's original physical condition could only be described as slightly better than that of a frail university student. Over 2 years of sedentary lifestyle and irregular eating habits had left him with a layer of soft flesh around his waist. Now, with the addition of 1 point of strength, his overall state had improved noticeably. After getting up to wash up, Shen Yi glanced at the time and discovered it was already 10:30. Great, I'm late again. In the simulation, the passage of time was hardly noticeable. Just moments ago it was 8 o'clock, and now 2.5 hours had slipped by. Being late didn't matter much anymore. Fu Nanji had already succeeded in her strategy, so going to work was natural. Shen Yi still planned to make one more trip, firstly to handle the resignation procedures and see it through to the end, and secondly, to say goodbye to colleagues and friends. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shen Yi smiled. The 4 points of charm had an instant effect. He casually styled his hair, and his entire demeanor felt completely different. Dressed and ready, he left the house and took a taxi to the company. Upon entering the advertising department, many people whispered as they watched him walk in. Shen Yi ignored them and sat at his workstation feeling a bit dazed. In the simulation, he spent most of his time in the legal department, and sitting down now gave him a sense of returning to familiar ground. At that moment, Su Sun leaned over with a wink saying, "Wow, brother, looking handsome for a blind date." Shen Yi felt a sense of familiarity looking at Su Sun and teased back, "You're going on a blind date with your beautiful Lin." After hearing this, Su Sun playfully pointed at him, pretending to be serious. "Hey, brothers are brothers, but you can't touch a friend's wife, you know." Shen Yi continued tidying up his things at his workstation while bantering with him. "So how's your progress?" Upon mentioning this, Su Sun's expression brightened. "Almost there, we've reached the point of exchanging names." Shen Yi's lips twitched at this. Everyone in the department could exchange names with Lin Ryu. Then he sighed deeply, saying, "If I could marry Lin Ryu in this life, even if it meant driving a luxury car and living in a villa, I wouldn't mind." This left Shen Yi utterly speechless. "BYD, so you get all the good things, huh?" Suddenly Shen Yi froze. Wasn't that just him in the simulation? He almost cursed himself. As he was halfway through packing up, the door to old Deus' office opened, and he heard the call come from inside. Shen Yi was not surprised. Given his character, it would be odd not to have a heart-to-heart talk after being late again. Su Sun winked, wishing him good luck. Shen Yi responded with a reassuring glance and stood up to walk over. After closing the door, Shen Yi sat down. Old Dai looked at him with a frown and asked, "What unexpected things happened today?" This gave him a chance to explain, serving as a gentle opening. Shen Yi internally thanked him for his consideration, shaking his head. "Nothing unexpected. I just want to resign." Dai Typhoon was taken aback, almost dropping his cigarette, hastily asking, "What's wrong? Why the sudden resignation?" Before Shen Yi could answer, he immediately added, "Is it because of Lu Changjiang?" "Don't worry, I won't keep such a troublemaker around. With my methods, even if he refuses to leave, I have 9 ways to deal with him." 9. Shen Yi smiled and waved his hand, despite only one day having passed. Hearing that name felt as though a century had gone by. People like Lu Changjiang left no hindrance in Shen Yi's heart. "It's not because of him. I want to venture out for As he spoke, Shen Yi stood up and brought over the ashtray from his right to place it in front of Dai Tiefeng, continuing, "Old Dai, you've treated me well over the past 2 years. Brother, I'm grateful for your kindness. If you ever need me, feel free to contact me at any time." Old Dai took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled, flicked off the ash in front of him, and nodded. "All right, then, brother wishes you a bright future. The report will be signed by me." Once Shen Yi mentioned this, Old Dai realized he couldn't keep him, and although it was regrettable, he could only wish him well. The news of his resignation spread quickly among the team, and soon everyone in Group 3 knew. Everyone came over to ask. Some were curious, some offered consolation, some felt regret, and some were hopeful. Shen Yi patiently answered each one, not treating them with indifference simply because he was leaving. Finding a moment, Shen Yi approached Zhuo Huijun to greet her, offering her some encouragement. The young girl was great in every way, just lacking in confidence. Zhuo Huijun nodded in a daze, sneaking glances at him. In the crowd, Shen Yi radiated vitality, his demeanor spirited, and his conduct poised, exuding an extraordinary presence, as if he were glowing. After submitting his resignation report, it quickly received approval from the team leader and supervisor. Ideally, the report should have been submitted a month earlier, but the actual situation was not so complicated. Such situations only occur when the company does not want to let you go or when the handover is unclear. Shen Yi was just a minor character, too insignificant to deserve such treatment, with a multitude of college students waiting to take his place. After completing the formalities and bidding farewell to his colleagues, Shen Yi took his box into the elevator. His finger hovered over the 11th floor button, but ultimately, he didn't press it, and instead selected the first floor. He wanted to visit the legal department, but had neither the reason nor the identity to do so. Looking would only add to his troubles. After all, a simulation was just a simulation, and Shen Yi reminded himself to keep it separate from reality. Exiting the company, Shen Yi took one last look at the Tianqing Group sign before hailing a taxi to return home. Songping Garden Pinga residence. Fu Nanji woke from her dreams, her head feeling a bit heavy, as if she had been asleep for a long time. Sitting up in bed, she pressed her forehead, feeling a throbbing sensation, as if she had just experienced an exceptionally long dream. After a few minutes of daze, she finally sorted through her thoughts. Is this a dream? Or have I been reborn? Thanks to the internet, she had watched many dramas and was familiar with the concept of rebirth. This dream was strikingly realistic, depicting her entire life. Although many memories were somewhat hazy, she could recall the general outline of her past experiences. The logic was complete, with every detail vividly present. It felt too real to be a dream. Husband. Shen Yi. Suddenly Fu Nanji remembered the person who had accompanied her throughout her life. At the mention of him, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. At that moment, she desperately hoped she had been reborn, because only then could she find him again. As a lawyer, Fu Nanzi's logical thinking has always been clear. If it's true or not, we can verify that. The scenes in her dream felt too real for Fu Nanji to doubt them. She recalled a small incident that could be used to verify. Fu Nanji once had a favorite necklace that suddenly disappeared one day. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Over time she thought she had lost it accidentally, but after a while of dating Shen Yi, he surprisingly found it for her. Fu Nanji got out of bed, her silky nightgown flowing like water. She squatted down in front of the vanity, calming her nervous heart, and carefully moved the cabinet. Indeed, a platinum necklace lay quietly in place. Fu Nanji immediately picked it up, cradling it in her palms and bringing it to her chest. How wonderful, everything is real. Her eyes sparkled with hope and her heart seemed to swell with infinite joy, which ultimately transformed into a simple phrase, how wonderful. Taking out her phone, Fu Nanji nervously dialed her mother. When the call connected, hearing her mother's familiar voice made a surge of emotion rise from her chest, causing her eyes to redden instantly. Mom. Perhaps sensing her daughter's choked voice, her mother Ji Shulan quickly asked, "What happened, Nanji? Did someone bully you?" Fu Nanji sniffed, blinking back tears, and hurriedly replied with a smile, "It's nothing, Mom. I just had a dream." Her mother sighed in relief and responded with a smile, "It must have been a nightmare. Don't listen to your dad. If you want to come back, just do it. I'll make you something delicious." The mother and daughter chatted briefly before hanging up. Fu Nanji really wanted to tell her mother that it wasn't a nightmare, it was the most fulfilling dream. After tidying her emotions, Fu Nanji got up and headed to the bathroom to wash up and get ready. Perhaps because the dream felt so long, she had woken up late today and saw that it was already a little past 10. However, her work as a legal consultant wasn't very busy, and since she had just recently joined Tianxing, no one was monitoring her. Being a bit late was no big deal. She walked into the cloakroom and took off her nightgown, revealing her beautiful curves. Her fingers glided over the hangers, and Fu Nanji smiled knowingly, recalling the scene from when they first met. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up a dark suit. Fu Nanji only remembered that Shen Yi had transferred from the advertising department, but she didn't know exactly when. She didn't want any variables in the process of reintroducing herself to Shen Yi, so she chose the outfit she usually wore. After dressing up, Fu Nanji approached the vanity and picked up her somewhat outdated large black-framed glasses. In fact, she wasn't nearsighted, she wore glasses just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even so, she had never lacked suitors, as she just hadn't been interested before. After driving out of the garage and realizing she was already late, Fu Nanji decided to turn her car around and visit an eyewear store. It could be said that the change in their relationship began with a pair of glasses. He was so clever to have guessed her face blindness and come up with such a solution. He neither acted rashly nor feigned sympathy, he simply increased his own recognizability without making a fuss. This was the key point that had sparked Fu Nanji's fondness for him at the beginning. Stopping the car and stepping into the eyewear store, Fu Nanji directly made her request to the staff. After the staff prepared the glasses, she walked out holding the glasses case. "If you are mine, and no one can take you away." In her dream, Shen Yi was quite popular in the department. He had good looks and a great personality, and many young girls liked to surround him. Although Fu Nanji had confidence in herself and Shen Yi, she couldn't help but feel anxious. These glasses were like a magic spell she prepared for herself, as she was no longer the person she used to be, who asserting her claim was essential. The previous pair of glasses was hastily fitted by Shen Yi and was of poor quality, breaking after a short time. This time Fu Nanji decided to get him a good pair. After parking her car, she stuffed the glasses case into her bag and walked into the elevator. As she entered the department, "Fu lawyer, good morning." Fu Nanji stopped and surveyed her surroundings, responding skillfully, "Good morning, Shaoli." Thanks to Shen Yi, she would have likely failed to recognize them before. Walking down the long hallway, Fu Nanji subtly turned her head to glance at the familiar workstation. As she expected, it was completely empty. He probably hasn't transferred over yet, Fu Nanji thought to herself. Pushing open the office door, she sat down and placed her bag down. Though only a day had passed the arrangement before, her strangely felt unfamiliar. Casually flipping through the documents on the desk, she found that they were all brought in by the intern legal assistant before she arrived. Some needed her review, while others required her signature. Taking the glasses case out of her bag, Fu Nanji opened the drawer and placed it in the corner. A familiar notebook. Fu Nanji picked it up and flipped through it, seeing it filled with notes about the characteristics of various colleagues in the department, all of which she had previously recorded. Looking at it now, Fu Nanji couldn't help but smile, as she no longer needed it. She now knew everyone in the department. Although the notebook was no longer needed, Fu Nanji didn't throw it away, as she simply kept it in her drawer as a memory. He'll just wait for him to show up. While driving, Fu Nanji had thought about going directly to find Shen Yi, but she was afraid of. After contemplating, she decided not to alter the history and let things flow naturally. Reliving the process of their acquaintance was to Fu Nanji a source of joy. Finally resigning from her job, she felt light and unburdened. Since graduating from university, Shen Yi had been working continuously for more than 2 years. He had hardly any time to go home except during the new year, and his usual breaks were intermittent. When not busy, he might only get 3 or 4 days off in a month, and when things were hectic, he might not have a single day off. Having worked tirelessly for nearly 2 years without moving an inch, and worse still, with no hope of progress in sight, Shen Yi suddenly realized. Throwing his bag aside, Shen Yi lay back on the bed, rolling comfortably from side to side. After resting for a moment, he took out his phone and cleaned out all the work-related group chats, discussions, and miscellaneous groups. Next, he uninstalled the work apps and DingTalk in one smooth motion. After checking his clean phone, Shen Yi finally felt at ease. Initially, Shen Yi hadn't felt much upon resigning, but only after deleting the apps did he truly feel relieved. It was as if the weight he had carried for over 2 years finally hit the ground, and he no longer had to worry about his phone ringing unexpectedly. It seemed like all his anxiety about ringtones had been cured in an instant. This sense of relief was something outsiders could never understand. After lying down for a while, he started to feel a bit hungry. Let's eat. Let's go out and have something good. Shen Yi flipped over and stood up. He no longer wanted to order takeout at home. Now that he had time and a bit of money, he wanted to try all the things he hadn't dared to eat before. In the past, while mindlessly scrolling through his phone, Shen Yi had unknowingly saved countless food vloggers' videos, and he randomly chose one to visit. It was either a small restaurant downstairs or ordering takeout primarily just to get by. Properly sitting down to enjoy a meal was a rarity. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, he simply lacked the leisure, always feeling rushed. Otherwise, Shen Yi wouldn't have developed a habit of playing small games. Carrying the takeout box back, he felt a bit stuffed and decided to walk it off. I ordered too much. Shen Yi easily overestimated his appetite when hungry, and he had followed the vlogger's orders, but he simply couldn't match their appetite. Frugality had become a habit, so Shen Yi packed the leftovers to save for dinner and avoid waste. After returning home and resting for a while, he summoned his attribute panel. With a flick of his fingers, he pointed at the talent card in the light screen. Whoosh! A card flew out spinning and stopping in front of Shen Yi. The card was palm-sized with colorful lights flowing around its edges, looking quite mysterious. It was also Shen Yi's first time seeing this thing, and he tentatively reached out to touch it. With a hum, a sound akin to a device activating resonated softly. The front of the card emitted golden light, as if something was being nurtured within. Shen Yi didn't have to wait long. The golden glow dimmed, revealing a golden character. Body. Before Shen Yi could get a clearer look, the card transformed into a streak of light and darted into his body. It felt like a current flowing through him, and before he could savor it, it vanished without a trace. A talent related to physical strength. Shen Yi stood still, squeezing his palm, but he didn't feel any significant changes within himself. Body. Your stamina recovery speed increases tenfold, and this multiplier will grow with exercise. So that's it, it's restoring my stamina. The system's light screen promptly explained this talent. Without a point of reference, Shen Yi couldn't tell if the talent he had drawn was, I might as well test it out. With that thought in mind, he decided to do push-ups right there in his small living space. To be honest, Shen Yi hadn't exercised in a long time. In university, he had the habit of running, but since starting work, his biggest physical activity had been occasionally moving advertising materials. After work, he barely got enough sleep, let alone time to exercise. Physical strength was his weak point. Now, lying down and having just done 30 or 40 push-ups, he was already a bit out of breath. This was after he had added 1 point to his strength. Otherwise, he would have probably collapsed after just 20. But strangely, despite panting, he felt a continuous flow of energy supporting him. Even after a long bout of breathlessness, Shen Yi felt as if he could keep going as long as he persisted. With this thought, he continued, determined not to stop until he collapsed. He had lost count of how many he had done. A sweat kept rolling down, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open, pooling on the ground. Finally, Shen Yi could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor, his lips parched and his forehead drenched in sweat. His arms felt incredibly sore, and he struggled to grab his phone to check the time. Just a rough estimate indicated that he had done push-ups for at least 20 minutes, even counting 2 seconds for each. He had done at least 600. Moreover, during the brief moment he spent looking at his phone, he had only rested for about 2 minutes, yet his breathing was already stabilizing. His arms, which had just been too weak to lift, seemed to regain their mobility. This is truly impressive. Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at how astonishing the stamina recovery speed was. After completely exhausting himself, he only needed a few minutes to nearly recover. This was still with his long period of inactivity. Standing up, Shen Yi poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down, having sweated quite a lot and in urgent need of hydration. After putting down the cup, Shen Yi felt that his state was already indistinguishable from before he started exercising. The continuous flow of stamina made his eyes shine with vitality. Unable to resist, he dropped back down to do more push-ups for further testing. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, unlike before when he aimed to exhaust himself. Half an hour later. Huff huff. Even though he was panting heavily, Shen Yi had not stopped at all in this half hour. As he had guessed, after slowing his pace, the speed of his stamina recovery was now able to keep up with his consumption. He quickly got up and drank 2 more glasses of water. It wasn't that he couldn't keep going, it was that his body was still but flesh and blood. He feared that excessive exercise could lead to muscle breakdown. Besides, his stamina was only recovering quickly, not appearing out of nowhere. As soon as he stopped, Shen Yi immediately felt a burning hunger in his stomach. It hadn't been 2 hours since he had eaten, yet now he was starving. Hurrying to the table, Shen Yi tore open the takeout box and began to eat ravenously. After exercising, his appetite was excellent. In a whirlwind of eating, he quickly finished the leftover food from lunch. This talent is great, but exercise must be done in moderation. After finishing his meal, Shen Yi leaned back in his chair, pondering. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he could swallow a cow whole. After a simple test, Shen Yi obtained several pieces of information. While the enhancement from the stamina talent was indeed miraculous, it wasn't without its constraints. All consumption had to be replenished by him. The tenfold recovery speed wasn't fixed, but it could grow with exercise. To To Shen Yi, the most crucial point was that the current recovery speed was determined by his present stamina. For instance, Shen Yi's current stamina was like a small pond 7 meters deep. Consumption was like water flowing out and recovery was like water flowing in, and no matter how fast the recovery speed, the pond could only hold so much. Finding ways to expand the pond was of utmost importance. Shen Yi looked at his attribute panel, and the benefits of saving attribute points were now apparent. Being a jack of all trades means being a master of none, but it's better to specialize in one. Moreover, since I have a talent for stamina, I might as well focus on that first. With that thought, Shen Yi allocated all 2 points to stamina, raising it to 9 points. Humph. As soon as he invested 2 points into stamina, Shen Yi quickly felt the effects somewhat akin to the sensation experienced when increasing strength, only more intense. With no time to return to bed, Shen Yi immediately lay down on the couch. The changes came swiftly. He first felt a tingling sensation in his limbs, followed by a feeling of swelling, as if someone was inflating him. Finally, a warm sensation flowed throughout his body, incredibly comforting. Shen Yi closed his eyes, quietly savoring it. It felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring, so relaxing that he wanted to fall asleep. When he awoke again, the sun had already set, and the dim yellow streetlight streamed in, casting light on Shen Yi's face. He picked up his phone and was shocked to see that it was already 8:30. After the point allocation, he had slept for over 5 hours. Shen Yi stood up and jumped around the room, experiencing the changes in his body. After bouncing a few times, Shen Yi felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body, as if he had shed a heavy burden. He stepped into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, noticing the significant change. Shen Yi's current physique resembled that of a long-distance runner he had seen on television. His muscles were streamlined and not overly developed. They fit snugly against his body, giving off a sense of lightness at first glance. Wait, have I grown taller? The mirror in this rented room was positioned low, and Shen Yi had previously complained about it when he first used it. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized it was even lower than before, with his hair sticking out above the mirror's edge, clearly indicating that he had indeed grown taller. Although he often claimed to be 6 feet tall, his actual height was only around 5'8", and he could only make such claims when wearing shoes. Shen Yi couldn't quite gauge how much he had grown in the mirror, but he estimated it to be at least 2 or 3 centimeters. He spun around a few times, feeling quite satisfied with his current state. He quickly changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, put on his shoes, and prepared to go for a run. The space at home was too cramped to fully test his physical capabilities. He needed to go outside. After going downstairs, Shen Yi didn't plan a route and simply began jogging along the small path. Perhaps due to the scorching August heat, there were hardly any night runners around. At first, Shen Yi's pace was not too fast, but after acclimating, he gradually began to pick up speed. After several adjustments, he settled into a comfortable pace. Despite this comfortable pace being faster than an average person's sprint, the cool breeze hit his face, and as he watched the scenery blur past him, Shen Yi grew more exhilarated and delighted, feeling no fatigue at all. He maintained this speed for nearly an hour. Gradually, he came to a stop, not because he couldn't run any longer, but because the enticing aroma lured him to a barbecue stall, and Shen Yi realized the truth behind the saying that life often inspires jokes. Night running for weight loss can indeed lead to failure. He ordered all his favorite skewers in one go and also requested a bottle of ice-cold cola. The cola had to be sugary. After all, he wasn't on a diet, and he didn't particularly like beer. As he savored the skewers, Shen Yi took out his phone to calculate how far he had run. To his surprise, the results were quite shocking. The app showed that he had run for 57 minutes, covering a distance of nearly 20 kilometers. Shen Yi wasn't sure about the standards, but a simple calculation suggested that this performance would also be commendable among athletes. Of course, the most important aspect was not the speed, but the fact that Shen Yi felt no hint of fatigue at all. He stopped only because he was hungry. In other words, if Shen Yi wanted to, he could continue running even at a faster pace than before, as long as his energy. Taking a sip of soda, Shen Yi marveled to himself. This is the power of the system. I need to work harder to Possibly due to the increase in his physique, Shen Yi's appetite had also grown significantly. He casually finished a meal for 3, leaving a pile of bamboo skewers on the table. He patted his flat stomach and stood up to settle the bill. Despite being far from home, Shen Yi still planned to run back. After this test, he understood that with 2 points in stamina and the boost from his talent, this level of exercise was practically equivalent to a casual walk for him. Upon returning home, Shen Yi took a shower, changed into clean clothes, turned on the air conditioning, and sank into the lazy sofa. Simulator activate. The familiar interface appeared before him. Suddenly, bright points began flashing in the lower right corner of the screen, drawing Shen Yi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a symbol resembling an envelope. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and clicked on it, and the envelope flew toward him, enlarging as it approached. The envelope burst open, scattering numerous pink magpies that danced gracefully, creating a stunning rainbow. A short arched bridge formed at both ends. The night silver candles autumn light, the moon shines bright on the willow tops, the weaver girl meets the cowherd, and the magpies sing joyfully. 1,000 miles of fate connected by a single thread. Special discounts for the Qixi festival. Click to learn more. Shen Yi was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He had intended to engage in a light scene simulation. After all, he still vividly remembered the appearance and smile of Fu Nenji, The impact of his previous experiences was indeed a bit overwhelming. Is this really a game system? It actually has events. Shen Yi felt a surge of novelty and clicked on the screen. According to the calendar, it was mid-August, quite close to the Qixi festival, so it wasn't surprising that there was an event. After Shen Yi chose to learn more, the magpies dispersed, revealing a large amount of information. Qixi Festival Special: fulfill your Qixi dreams. Embark on a dream world adventure with your target character. Explore endless worlds, create your love story, alter character destinies, and embark on a legendary adventure. Random worlds, random matching, role-playing, and perfect conquests lead to limited achievements and rare rewards. Click to start. Dating Assistant warm reminder: the dream world is a full consciousness simulation involving your true self. This promotional line has a distinctly second-rate online game vibe. Shen Yi scoffed. However, despite his complaints, Shen Yi had no intention of passing up such an intriguing holiday event. Unlike simulations, Shen Yi believed that this dream world might be a completely new realm constructed by the system. Even if it wasn't for the purpose of conquest, merely experiencing it would be a worthwhile adventure. Shen Yi speculated that this dream world was akin to the full-dive virtual games described in old novels, where one's consciousness enters another world to level up and fight monsters. He hesitated for only a moment before choosing to start without further delay. As his hand hovered in the air, Shen Yi felt an irresistible wave of drowsiness wash over him. His eyelids began to droop and his consciousness started to fade. So soon. The clothes in the washing machine haven't dried yet. With his last conscious thought, Shen Yi fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brilliantly lit pure white space. In the void, a massive roulette wheel appeared. Starting random world. The bronze-colored wheel began to spin incessantly, emitting a low humming sound. Countless words formed black lines on the wheel which Shen Yi could hardly make out. Gradually the spinning slowed, allowing him to see a portion of the text. Martial arts world, female supremacy world, immortal hero world, ancient world, hentai world. A long list that made his head spin. Various worlds rolled by on the wheel, each more intriguing than the last, expanding Shen Yi's horizons. As the wheel slowed to a complete stop, the pointer finally landed on Cataclysm World. The world has been anchored. A world of cataclysm. This designation sent a jolt through Shen Yi's heart. Whether it be martial cultivation realms, immortal cultivation realms, ancient historical settings, or fantastical worlds, danger may abound, but order persists. Even in the gravest peril, pockets of peace endure. But a cataclysmic world. Its very name evokes chaos and lawlessness. Its environment likely hostile and unforgiving. My luck, truly extraordinary. May it not land me in some apocalyptic hellscape, earthquakes, tsunamis, or bioengineered plagues. Shen Yi murmured to himself. A system prompt materialized, commencing random selection of your target character. Silhouettes flickered rapidly before him, dozens of faces flashing and vanishing like phantoms. Fortunately, every single one was female, a detail that eased his tension. With a soft chime, the images froze. Target selected: Cheng Yun. A radiant figure shimmered into existence midair, appearing to be 22 or 23 years old. Shen Yi's gaze locked onto her instantly. Her beauty was arresting. Raven black tresses cascaded freely, exuding an understated natural grace. Her eyes were large and luminous, bright with wit and mischief. Her skin glowed like freshly fallen snow, her features as delicately rendered as ink-painted brushwork. Her waist was slender, easily encircled by two hands, and even as a mere holographic projection, she held his attention utterly. Cheng Yun. That name rings faintly familiar. The name stirred a vague echo, yet the moment he beheld her projection, doubt surged. This woman was so exquisitely beautiful, she seemed carved from dream and moonlight, perhaps even more stunning than Fu Nanji. He had no memory of ever meeting her. Had he encountered her in reality, he'd remember, even if reduced to a vegetative state. Please select your starter gift. Countless iridescent bubbles bloomed in the void, drifting and bursting like fragile soap spheres. Only 3 remained suspended before him. Each bubble was roughly the size of a human head. On the left, a black military-grade medical kit. In the center, a handgun loaded with 2 spare magazines. On the right, a compact survival pack tailored for apocalyptic conditions. Medical supplies, weaponry, or survival gear. 3 indispensable essentials in any apocalypse, yet only one could be chosen. Frankly, he wished he could claim them all. After brief deliberation, Shen Yi selected the central bubble. Supplies could be scavenged later, but in a cataclysmic world, a weapon was non-negotiable for immediate self-preservation. Deployment initiated. The moment he confirmed his choice, darkness swallowed his vision. His consciousness faded, then returned abruptly to the rhythmic thudding of a heartbeat. Sunlight streamed unreservedly into a bright, spacious room. Thick vines clung to the walls, unfurling broad leaves that drank greedily from the morning light. Shen Yi rose and surveyed his surroundings. It was a living room, scattered with weathered furniture whose aged wood and cracked leather reeked of deep decay. Clearly no one had dwelled here for years. Most conspicuous were the plants. Vines and root systems embedded deep into the walls, sprouting leaves and tendrils alike. He stomped lightly, rubbing his foot across the floor. Smooth ceramic tiles now carpeted with an unknown species of velvety moss. Every breath, every tactile sensation felt startlingly real. nearly identical to his prior simulated immersion. He tentatively summoned his attribute interface, and to his relief it responded. A pale translucent interface shimmered into view. The good news. All physical enhancements and innate talents acquired through stat allocation had seamlessly transferred into this dream realm. His attributes appeared grayed out and uneditable. Only a pistol icon pulsed steadily beneath them, followed by newly displayed text. Cataclysmic Apocalypse. Briefing year 1 of the Cataclysm Era CE corresponding to 2020 CE. A small meteorite descended from the heavens carrying an extraterrestrial plant adrift in cosmic void. Upon impact, it erupted across the globe with terrifying speed, exhibiting unparalleled adaptability, voracious consumption, and relentless expansion. Within half a year, human civilization stood on the brink of total collapse. Countdown 365 days. This revelation struck Shen Yi like a physical blow. A botanical invasion. No wonder the flora here thrived with such grotesque vitality. He stepped closer. Leaves stretching toward the window were vast as palm fronds, their color shifting subtly emerald at the tips, deep violet at the midrib, and nearly black near the stems. Such unnaturally pigmented flora had never existed in his world. A countdown. Does it mean I have exactly falling in love during the apocalypse? That's like a centenarian seeking death by hanging. Enough speculation. I'll find her first. Where is Shen Yi now? Having arrived, overthinking served no purpose. Shen Yi resolved to leave the building and survey the vicinity. With a tap on the interface, a matte black handgun materialized in his palm. It was his first time holding a real firearm, yet its allure was undeniable. No man, least of all Shen Yi, could resist the primal magnetism of steel and controlled violence. He rotated the weapon once, testing its weight and balance. Intuition guiding him effortlessly. After all, he may never have fired a gun, but he'd watched enough to know how it worked. This was a standard 9mm semi-automatic pistol, 12 rounds in the magazine, plus 2 full spare magazines gifted by the system, 36 rounds total. 36 bullets wasn't many, not when a few blind trigger pulls could exhaust them entirely. Without formal training, his marksmanship was untested until he found more ammunition. Every shot would need to count. The silver lining. The pistol was system-issued, fully controllable, storable, and retrievable at will. In a crisis, it could become his most potent surprise. Before stepping out, Shen Yi conducted a swift search indoors. Vegetation dominated every visible surface. He yanked open the refrigerator door and recoiled, instantly slamming it shut. How long had the power been out? Inside, refrigerated vegetables and meats had liquefied into a foul, unidentifiable slurry thick with mold and reeking of putrid decay. He drew a kitchen knife. Its sheath rusted, but the blade remained keen. After a pause, he decided to keep it. He dashed to the bedroom, retrieved a dusty backpack, dusted it off, slung it over his shoulders, and secured the knife at his side. Finding nothing else of value, he pushed open the front door and descended the stairs. Questions swirled in his mind. What was the true state of this world? Were there survivors? Did any human governance still exist? Had the military resorted to nuclear-level ordnance? For now, though, acclimating to the environment and locating Shen Yi took precedence. She had no system guidance. To be thrust alone into this alien world would test even the strongest will. He stepped outside and began descending. Emerging from the stairwell, he cautiously extended half his body into the open, scanning the street. Sunlight poured down like golden filaments, softly piercing the clouds, draping the world in a gauzy, ethereal veil. Silence reigned. Skyscrapers and storefronts were smothered under dense vegetation. Only fragmented stretches of concrete and steel dared to breach the green tide. A city of steel now devoured by jungle. All semblance of civilization had vanished, replaced instead by the primordial hush of an ancient forest. People are like the phoenix trees. They can still stand when their hearts are empty, and others believe they will sprout in the next spring, but in fact they died that winter. This was also the mindset of Fu Nanji before losing her lifelong companion made her unable to adapt to living alone, causing her health to deteriorate rapidly and her heart to gradually wither. Now that the dream has awakened, the days experienced within it are not false. Fu Nanji has chosen to call it the previous life in memory. A brand new day has arrived, and Fu Nanji wakes up full of energy. Unlike the haze of her past life, her mood now is uplifting and filled with anticipation. Humming a cheerful tune softly, she busies herself in the kitchen. In the past, she never cooked. It was usually Shen Yi who prepared meals, but as she gradually became busy and had no time, she slowly learned to cook. Now she is still a bit unskilled, but gradually she has become adept. 2 days ago, she had no habit of having breakfast. One reason was that she found it troublesome, and the other was that due to her unique physique, eating too much would make her chest swell up. It seemed as if the fat specifically accumulated in one place. During her youth, she was deeply ashamed and dared not eat much, and over time she abandoned the habit of having breakfast. A plate of stir-fried bean vermicelli with mixed vegetables, a bowl of sweet potato porridge, and an egg. Simple and light, the ingredients were bought the night before. The dishes emitted a sweet aroma, and as soon as Fu Nanji caught a whiff, she sat down to eat. If I don't have breakfast, I wonder what he would say about me. Drinking the porridge, a smile unconsciously crept on Fu Nanji's lips, as if she could hear Shen Yi's incessant nagging in her ears. After finishing her meal in a few bites, Fu Nanji quickly got up to clean up. She placed the dishes in the sink intending to leave, but after a moment's thought, she turned back to wash them. Feeling the water flowing over her hands, her thoughts began to drift. Shen Yi loved to cook for her, but never liked to clean up, always coaxing her into doing it. From then on, they split the chores, one cooked while the other cleaned. After living alone for a long time, every corner bore his traces. Once everything was tidied up, Fu Nanji went to freshen herself up before heading out to the garage to drive. Generally, she didn't need to put on makeup, but today was different. Today is the day he transfers over. Soft music played in the car, and Fu Nanji looked at her face in the rearview mirror, her smile never faltering. In the last 2 days, she carefully recalled and clarified her thoughts, confirming that Shen Yi was supposed to be transferred to the legal department today. However, at that time, she hadn't paid attention to this small detail. The real increase in their interactions came later. Today she got up early, so she hurried to the company. With a heart full of expectation, she pushed open the door, and there were colleagues in the department who had also arrived early. Fu Nanji had been transferred for almost 2 weeks, and due to her beauty and remarkable demeanor, many were observing her quietly. Seeing her come in, they all greeted her. Fu Nanji responded with a proper smile, mentally noting each person's name and characteristics. Arriving at her office, she dropped her bag and picked up a small water bottle to water the indoor plants, casually pulling up the blinds a bit. Sitting back on her chair from this angle, she could see the outside situation with a slight turn of her head. Fu Nanji felt satisfied as her focus landed on an empty spot to the right. Seeing the view clearly, she nodded in satisfaction. With a heart full of energy, she bent down to handle today's work, and the leaves of the water-drunk pot hose on her desk gently swayed, as if resonating with her mood. As noon approached, Fu Nanji pulled herself away from her focus. It was lunchtime, and the outside was gradually filled with noisy sounds. Unconsciously lifting her head, a vibrant light suddenly flashed in her eyes. At some point, a person had appeared in the empty spot she had been watching. Joy filled her heart as she put down her work and closed the drawer. Fu Nanji stood up, ready to head over immediately, but she hesitated and took out a small mirror from her bag to check. Examining her flawless face in the mirror, she nodded in satisfaction. After adjusting the hem of her clothes and tidying her hair, Fu Nanji finally walked out after collecting her emotions. A woman makes herself beautiful for the one she loves. For their first meeting in this life, Fu Nanji wanted to avoid any surprises or flaws, wishing to show him her most beautiful side. The bustling corridor was filled with pairs of people, some chatting softly, while others hurried to work. Fu Nanji had only one target in her eyes as she slowly walked to that workstation. He was lowering his head, rummaging through his bag to arrange his personal items at the workstation. Fu Nanji, with an excited heart, took a deep breath and gently tapped his shoulder. The person stopped moving and slowly turned his head. A completely unfamiliar face appeared before Fu Nanji's eyes, causing her footsteps to hesitate. She had spent every day with Shen Yi, so she was very familiar with his presence, his scent, and even his breath. She was confident that she would recognize him even if he didn't speak. But the completely unfamiliar face and scent in front of her made her hesitate. Could this be him? At that moment of doubt, he caught sight of Fu Nanji's face, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, smiling broadly as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Zhang Mingjia. I am a newly hired intern. Is there anything I can help you with?" After speaking, he politely extended his hand. If Fu Nanji still had doubts about his appearance, his voice was the clearest identifier. She would never mishear it at any time. "He is not Shen Yi." In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed in her mind, making her head spin. At this moment, Fu Nanji could not absorb any of his words, and an overwhelming fear nearly swallowed her. Her hands went weak, losing strength, and the box she had tightly clutched fell to the ground. A variable had appeared. Fu Nanji's heart felt hollow, but she barely maintained her composure. She forced a smile as Zhang Mingjia bent down to pick up the box from the floor, and then, without acknowledging his outstretched hand, she turned and left. Faced with Fu Nanji's coldness, Zhang Mingjia could only awkwardly smile and sit back down. Fu Nanji's earlier actions seemed like a case of mistaken identity or a greeting, but since he had just arrived, he could only temporarily hold his confusion inside. As for the item that had fallen on the ground, he glanced at it quickly, noticing it looked like a glasses case. Fu Nanji couldn't recall how she made her way back, collapsing into her chair with her mind in a complete muddle. She had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, but none were like this one. He was clearly sitting there in the previous life. How could it be someone else now? Could it be that Shen Yi never existed? Was he just a figment of my imagination? This speculation arose unbidden in her mind. But then she immediately negated it. The events and people from her past life had all been confirmed. If she were dreaming or imagining, she couldn't possibly construct information she didn't know. For instance, the unknown necklace and unfamiliar colleagues. Moreover, he felt so real that Fu Nanji could never believe Shen Yi was a fabrication. Yet now everything was unfolding according to the previous live's timeline, with the only variable being Shen Yi himself. The one who had accompanied her was gone. She had placed too much faith in her past life, convinced he would inevitably be transferred here today. Yet now reality had deviated sharply from her certainty. Shen Yi's disappearance felt like a negation of her entire former existence, a chilling reminder that the happiness she once cherished was in truth illusory. It was as if a flawlessly rated film had suddenly lost its leading man, leaving behind only silence and absence. The sheer magnitude of that psychological rupture nearly shattered her capacity to accept it. In that instant, Fu Nanji thought she had lost her mind, yet clarity returned swiftly. Tracing the smooth surface of her glasses case with trembling fingers, she was overcome by profound regret. She slid open the drawer and placed the case back into its quiet corner, then whispered softly to the small black box, "I'm sorry. I couldn't deliver you today." Then she noticed her notebook and pulled it out, opening it to a fresh page. There, drawn in simple lines, stood a faceless figure, its only feature a hollow, empty eyeglass frame. Beside it, another figure with long flowing hair held hands with the first. She had sketched this yesterday idly in a moment of quiet solitude, a tender, unspoken part of herself she could never voice aloud. She had imagined their reunion countless times, yet fate had intervened with cruel irony. Beneath the sketch, she had replicated fragments of her past life, musings: Shen Yi, black-rimmed glasses. Shen Yi, the ultimate social butterfly. Shen Yi, the incorrigible egoist. Shen Yi, the relentless nuisance. Shen Yi, the absent-minded one. Shen Yi, the slow-witted one. Gazing at these words, vivid scenes flooded Fu Nanji's mind. Each one achingly real, each one stirring her soul to its core. Tears blurred her vision, her lashes fluttered rapidly, desperate to hold them back. Picking up her pen, she wrote on a new line: "Shen Yi, where are you?" The moment she finished, her hand slipped. Her pen skidded across the page in a jagged, unsteady line mirroring the disarray within her heart. A single heavy tear fell, splashing directly onto the name Shen Yi, bleeding the ink into dark, spreading shadows. Sorrow and fear surged over her like a tide, encircling her completely, threatening to shatter the fragile armor of strength she had so carefully constructed. "You broke your word. You swore you'd love me and make me laugh for all our days. I can't bear this alone." Fu Nanji slowly lowered her forehead onto the desk, arms wrapping tightly around herself, yearning for the solidity of his embrace. Yet her chest ached with a vast, hollow emptiness. "Shen Yi, I think I've lost you." Her soft sobs gradually faded into silence. Her heart had always been tender, vulnerable. Yet in her past life, Shen Yi's unwavering care had allowed her to forge an outer shell of resilience. But that shell had never stood alone. It had drawn constant nourishment from him, sustained by his steady presence. Now that source had vanished, and Fu Nanji faced the daunting task of standing entirely on her own. She feared she might slip back into the version of herself consumed by endless inner turmoil. With him, imperfection felt whole. Without him, even perfection now felt hollow, counterfeit. Suddenly, as if struck by revelation, Fu Nanji wiped her tears and sat upright. Perhaps some subtle, unseen variable had shifted, causing Shen Yi to miss his appointed moment entirely. That did not mean he ceased to exist. To conclude otherwise was merely to terrify herself needlessly. This tentative hypothesis steadied her just slightly. "Impossible. You cannot be unreal." Then, as though declaring a vow, or rallying her own spirit, she spoke with quiet conviction: "Wherever you are, I will find you." Without hesitation, she rose, splashed cold water on her face, gathered the documents she had finalized that morning, and carried them out, placing them neatly on the legal assistant's desk before walking straight out of the legal department. Stepping into the elevator, she pressed the button for the 23rd floor, the domain of the chairman. Cheng Tianwei was not only her father's closest business partner, but also the current CEO of Tianqing Group. Jinheng and Tianqing shared an inseparable bond, two families bound by generations of trust and friendship. This was her first visit to Tianqing since joining the company. After exchanging a few hushed words with the secretary outside, she was promptly ushered inside. Pushing the door open, she saw a middle-aged man seated behind the executive desk, his square-jawed features radiating warmth and approachability. Fu Nanji paused briefly to confirm his identity, then glanced at the watch on his wrist before offering her greeting. "Uncle Cheng Nanji has come to see you." Cheng Tianwei burst into hearty laughter, rose from his chair, and walked into the reception area to greet her warmly. What an unexpected guest. "My dear Nanji, you've finally come to visit Uncle Cheng. If you hadn't, I'd have sought you out myself in a few days. How are things going? Are you settling in well at Tianqing?" Fu Nanji replied politely, "Tianqing is wonderful. I truly enjoy it." It was the same question she had answered before, but in her past life, she'd offered only vague reassurances of fulfillment. Now, because of one person, her answer had transformed entirely. Cheng Tianwei, utterly devoid of pretense, chuckled and said, "Your father may say nothing, but he's asked me about you more times than I can count. Worried sick you wouldn't adjust. You should have seen him." He waved his hand, playfully mimicking Fu Yuanyu's mannerisms, then laughed heartily at his own impression. A faint smile softened Fu Nanji's expression. She thought wryly that this uncle wasn't much better. Her cousin Cheng Yun, famously spirited and mischievous, had just returned from overseas studies, and Uncle Cheng certainly bore no shortage of worries about her. Both men were over 50, yet neither had shed the playful rivalry of their youth, forever delighting in teasing each other into comic embarrassment. Her assignment to Tianqing had come at her father's explicit direction. At first, she hadn't understood, but gradually she came to appreciate his deep, quiet wisdom. Had she never met Shen Yi, perhaps she would have drifted through life numb and unawakened. Yet exposure to new people and broader experiences was never a misstep. It was essential. After the light-hearted banter subsided, Cheng Tianwei turned serious, speaking briefly with Fu Nanji about her work and asking whether she faced any difficulties despite her repeated assurances before joining that she needed no special consideration. Still, as someone who had watched her grow up, he felt compelled to check in personally. Fu Nanji shook her head, then spoke directly. There's something I'd like to ask a favor of you, Uncle Chang. Cheng Tianwei didn't hesitate. He nodded immediately. It's rare for you to seek my help. Go ahead, what is it? Suppressing her rising anxiety, Fu Nanji replied quickly, I'm trying to locate someone who works at our group. His name is Shen Yi. Shen as in the surname, Yi as in the numeral 1. Cheng Tianwei was genuinely surprised. This was not the sort of request he'd expected from her. Shen Yi, male or female? Male? A flicker of curiosity crossed Cheng Tianwei's face. He knew Fu Nanji well. Her asking for assistance meant this matter weighed heavily upon her. Yet on the surface, it was a trivial request, merely identifying a person. And since the individual belonged to the group, it would be effortless for him to verify. He took out his phone and dialed Human Resources, glancing at Fu Nanji before placing it on the table and activating speaker. Once the call connected, he spoke clearly. Please check right away. Does our group employ a male staff member named Shen Yi? Shen as in the surname, Yi as in the numeral 1. Understood, Mr. Chung. I'll check immediately. The voice on the other end responded crisply. Less than a minute later, the reply came. We've checked thoroughly, Mr. Chung. There is no employee named Shen Yi in the group. Before Cheng Tianwei could speak, Fu Nanji, who had been listening attentively, suddenly panicked and hurriedly said, How could there be none? He is from the advertising department. Check again. This? The voice on the phone hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by the young female voice. Seeing this, Cheng Tianwei quickly interjected, Do as she says. Understood, President Cheng. After a while, the voice on the phone spoke again. I finished checking, President Cheng. There is still no one named Shen Yi, but there are 4 people with the surname Shen in the group. There is indeed one in the advertising department, but his name is Shen Yi, with E referring to the I Ching. Although I still couldn't find him, I provided a lot of reference information. The person on the phone was quick-witted and efficient, finishing up his explanation swiftly. Fu Nanji listened intently, her heart rising and falling anxiously, her expression now uncertain. Cheng Tianwei noticed her silence and waved his hand, making a decision for her. Send me all the employee files with the surname Shen right now. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Noticing Fu Nanzi's poor mood, Cheng Tianwei teased. In less than half a month, someone has stolen our Fu girl's heart. I didn't expect Tianqing to have such talented young people. Fu Nanzi's mood was akin to waiting for exam results, filled with anxiety, and she could only manage a forced smile in response to Cheng Tianwei. Cheng Tianwei was astonished. Fu Nanzi's reaction was far beyond his expectations. To his teasing, she showed no signs of shyness. It seemed their relationship was either ordinary or extraordinary. Fu Nanji was unaware of Cheng Tianwei's thoughts, but even if she knew, she wouldn't care too much. In her past life, she had met Cheng Tianwei with Shen Yi more than once. He had even officiated at their wedding. Moreover, with her heart, now filled with anxiety, she wouldn't feel shy at all. Finally, there was a knock at the door, and the secretary came over, handing a form to Cheng Tianwei. Cheng Tianwei found it amusing to see Fu Nanji eagerly staring at the form and simply handed it over to her. Fu Nanji quickly flipped to Shen Yi's personal file. The upper right corner of the form had a photo taken during Shen Yi's university graduation. Although Fu Nanji still couldn't recognize him, her intuition from years of acquaintance led her to feel that this must be Shen Yi. She scanned down the details: age, date of birth, and hometown. Fu Nanji had indeed visited Shen Yi's hometown, where she had met his parents, whom she had called father and mother for decades. Furthermore, Shen Yi's birthday was also in October, and the more she looked, the more she felt it matched. Holding the form against her chest, Fu Nanji calmed her thumping heartbeat, her joy evident. This is him, she exclaimed. But why has his name changed from Shen Yi to Shen Yi? With this confusion, questions arose in Fu Nanzi's mind. Cheng Tianwei, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of jealousy, as if someone had stolen his prized cabbage, but he was also pleased. Fu Nanzi's personality had always concerned her old friend Fu Yuanyu, and he was aware of this. Now seeing her able to make friends openly, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fu girl, are you sure it's him? Cheng Tianwei asked with a smile. Fu Nanji nodded vigorously and replied, It's him. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. Should I call him over now? Cheng Tianwei teased her intentionally. No need, just knowing he is around puts... Cheng Tianwei's suggestion made Fu Nanzi's heart flutter for a moment, but she ultimately decided against it. After all, Shen Yi didn't know her yet, and being called over by a high-ranking executive might frighten him. Much had already changed from her past life, though Fu Nanji didn't want any more surprises. Just then the secretary, who had been standing by, softly reminded her, President Cheng, this Shen Yi has already resigned, though he probably won't be able to come over. Just yesterday, the signatures were just completed in the department. This... Cheng Tianwei glanced at Fu Nanji, who was still clutching the form, his expression thoughtful. Shen Yi walked down the tree-lined street, the surroundings eerily quiet. This road had many vehicles, all haphazardly parked, some having been in accidents. However, upon closer observation, there were no humans in sight, no corpses, not even a trace of blood. The silence was terrifying. Apart from his own footsteps, he could hear no birds or insects. Shen Yi felt as if he were in a scene from I Am Legend, unable to find any living beings in the vast city. Being amidst a post-apocalyptic disaster, the wrecked vehicles around him constantly reminded him of the lurking dangers. Shen Yi dared not call out loudly or venture into the shadowy corners. He could only move forward in the sunlight. Stepping over a vine blocking his path, Shen Yi bent down to pick up a cell phone. The phone had fallen beside a damaged car, its screen covered in cracks. It was a square phone of a brand Shen Yi had never seen before. He tried to turn it on, but it showed no response. It probably ran out of battery. Judging by the level of decay and dust inside, no one had been active here for at least half a year, so the phone naturally couldn't have stayed charged for that long. This street was still considered bustling, but after walking for less than 10 minutes, it remained eerily quiet. The anticipated monsters such as mutant zombies or man-eating flowers had not appeared. It seems that just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean there will be zombies. Shen Yi muttered to himself, his right hand raised in a defensive posture, prepared to draw his gun at any moment. Of course, he didn't want to use the gun unless absolutely necessary. First, he lacked confidence in his marksmanship. His skills could be described as barely competent. He often missed 10 out of 10 shots. Secondly, he was concerned about making noise. This world appeared silent for now, but once noise was made, it could attract unwanted attention. After walking around for a long time without any significant discoveries, Shen Yi had to temporarily give up. Although this was a system-arranged Qixi festival event, he truly had no mood for romance in an apocalyptic scenario. He would have to stay in this cursed place for a whole year. He believed that the priority was to ensure survival. Without survival, there was no point in pursuing any romantic fantasies. Whether it was due to the otherworldly nature or not, the morning sun was indeed scorching. Shen Yi had no choice but to sit under a shady plant to rest and sort out his thoughts. In his spare time, Shen Yi had watched many videos on simulated post-apocalyptic survival. The key to survival was certainly food and water, along with a safe place to stay. As he walked, he paid a bit of attention to his surroundings. The good news was that this place seemed to be a large commercial area, likely housing a big supermarket and several shops. There were also numerous convenience stores along the street. The bad news was that at least half a year had passed. He had no idea how much supplies remained inside. This did not discount the possibility of prior looting and natural decay. Spotting a small convenience store across the street, Shen Yi patted his rear and stood up, preparing to check it out. At that moment, Shen Yi halted his steps. Up! A faint scream echoed from afar. Cheng-Jun has been back from studying abroad for more than half a year. Yet she is utterly lazy. As a returee, she has truly become like a turtle. After being idle at home for 6 months, her father could no longer tolerate it and pushed her into the company. The work is quite dull, and she fears boredom the most. The bland and monotonous life offers her no feedback. She yearns for a bit of unusual excitement. This is a bit too stimulating, isn't it? This joke has gone too far. In the dim light, Cheng-Jun gradually regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she immediately sensed something was amiss. She was not lying on her soft bed, but waking among ruins and rubble. The uneven stones beneath her pressed painfully against her back, constantly reminding her that she wasn't dreaming. Rising to her feet, she carefully avoided the debris as she made her way out. A patch of lush bushes blocked her path. Parting the branches, fragmented sunlight pierced through the darkness, and she crouched down and crawled out. Is this still Earth? Have I crossed over? The dilapidated high-rise before her was covered with creeping vines and greenery, exuding a surreal, dreamlike quality. The old street with moss filling the cracks between bricks possessed a strange beauty. It resembled an ancient oil painting. Surrounding her was an eerie silence as Cheng-Jun walked dazedly into the sunlight. The sunlight cast a veil over the scenery reminiscent of the AAA games Cheng-Jun had played. Her heart was flooded with confusion. She had fantasized about crossing over numerous times, but those were merely fantasies. She had never hoped that one day it would actually come true. Looking down at her attire, she was still in her work outfit, a professional dress, paired with high heels. Well, at least I'm not in a nightgown. Frowning for a moment, she took off her high heels, her delicate toes. Holding the shoes upside down, she knocked the heels on the ground. Putting them back on, and walking a few steps, though uncomfortable, they at least did not hinder her from running. Then with both hands gripping the hem of her dress, she pulled vigorously. With a tearing sound, the knee-length dress was transformed into a cheapao, her white legs subtly visible with each step. She had encountered countless games, novels, anime, and movies. The scene before her was clearly abnormal, and should anything dangerous arise, this dress and high heels would be her shackles. Doing so at least increased her chances of survival. Taking a deep breath to stabilize her emotions, Cheng-Jun forced herself to accept reality and began to cautiously explore her surroundings. Leaning on the roof of a dilapidated car to look inside, she found the driver's seat empty. Is anyone there? Cheng-Jun softly called out as she walked the clear weather, giving her great courage. This was a simple human instinct. Standing in the sunlight, neither ghosts nor monsters could harm them. Suddenly, a rustling sound faintly reached her ears. Turning her head and identifying the direction of the sound, she saw a shadow. The convenience store's door seemed to be a gaping mouth waiting for her to enter. Cheng-Jun stood at the boundary between sunlight and shadow. After hesitating for a moment, she chose not to go inside. In both horror and disaster films, the foolish supporting characters always meet their demise alone. Cheng-Jun was unsure if she was the protagonist or a supporting character, but she dared not take the risk. After a brief thought, she crouched down and picked up a small stone, throwing it inside the convenience store. Eek! A strange cry accompanied by a shadow dashed out. The speed was so fast that one could hardly see it. Cheng Jun's heart leapt to her throat. Startled by this sudden turn of events, she instinctively let out a scream. Up! The sharp female voice echoed far in the dead silence. Upon hearing it, Shen Yi immediately shifted direction and ran towards the source of the sound. If he guessed correctly, the owner of that voice was likely the Cheng Jun he was searching for. The scream was urgent, suggesting she must have encountered danger. Despite the unclear situation, Shen Yi could not just stand by and do nothing. Without any hesitation, he began to run, and thanks to his physical talent, he was now incredibly fast. Carefully dodging obstacles, Shen Yi maintained his speed. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived nearby. The scream lasted only a brief moment before stopping, leaving him to guess its general location. He had rushed over as quickly as possible. If anything unfortunate had happened, he could only express his regrets. Fortunately, as he turned the corner, he spotted a woman crouching on the ground. Looking closely, she was merely a bit ragged in her clothing with no obvious external injuries, which relieved Shen Yi greatly. He ran over a few steps and quietly asked, "Are you okay?" Cheng Jun also noticed Shen Yi's figure, her eyes flashing with surprise. No matter what, having a living person to communicate with was always comforting. "I'm fine. Where's this?" Refusing Shen Yi's assistance, she stood up on her own. Although she had seen a projection of Cheng Jun's appearance, she was still taken aback upon seeing her in person. She had to admit that she was the most beautiful woman Shen Yi had ever seen, at least in terms of appearance. Her features were so exquisite that she seemed crafted by the hands of Nuwa herself, with slightly fair skin and a tall, proportionate figure. With a bare face, her brows slightly furrowed, she stared directly at Shen Yi. Dust clung to her forehead, adding a touch of humanity to her celestial beauty, making her even more alluring. Seeing her frown, Shen Yi cleared his throat and replied, "I don't know. What happened here?" Cheng Jun asked, filled with curiosity. "I don't know." The repeated answer stirred something in Cheng Jun's heart. "Aren't you from here? How come you don't know?" Mainly because Shen Yi's attire was too misleading, looking well-dressed, and even carrying a bag. Coupled with her preconceived notion of being a traveler, she naturally regarded Shen Yi as a local. "I woke up here mysteriously just over 10 minutes ago, and don't know this place any better than you do." Seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, Shen Yi added, "I only just heard your cry for help and rushed over." "Thank you then. Like you, I also just opened my eyes and ended up here. What should I call you?" "Shen Yi, and you?" In the dream, Shen Yi couldn't be bothered to give a false name. "Cheng Jun." Cheng Jun replied while brushing the dust off her dress. "What did you just encounter?" Shen Yi asked, his curiosity piqued as he eagerly wanted to learn more about this. Mentioning this made Cheng Jun's arms break out in goosebumps. "I didn't see clearly. It was a shadow that flashed by, small, probably a rat." She wasn't afraid of snakes, but she had always been terrified of rats. The shadow had moved so quickly that she could only speculate based on its size. Cheng Jun's words stirred something in Shen Yi. Throughout his journey, he hadn't seen a single insect, let alone an animal. That rat is probably no ordinary one. Shen Yi mused silently. He noted this place in his mind, and given the unclear situation, decided to leave. Cheng Jun was quick to adapt and had a lively mind. This place was strange and eerie, but fortunately, she still had a fellow countryman by her side. For now, they could only huddle together for warmth. She was very clear about her position, just a weak woman with no strength to tie a chicken. In their small group, she needed to secure the position of brains to have any value. "What are your plans for now?" Cheng Jun asked him. "Are you planning?" Shen Yi did not expect Cheng Jun to have such strong adaptability, as she was the first to ask him. "Let's focus on survival first, and then figure out where we are, and see if we can find a way home." Shen Yi responded according to the thoughts of an ordinary person. Cheng Jun nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate?" She clapped her hands and looked at Shen Yi with sincere eyes. "This place seems quite extraordinary. If we join forces, we can look out for each other. It's definitely better than going solo." These words had been circling in Cheng Jun's mind for a long time, and she was fairly certain that Shen Yi would agree. Firstly, she had confidence in her own beauty. Throughout her life, unless one was blind, few could resist their own appearance. Secondly, there was fear of the unknown. Humans are social creatures, especially in dangerous environments where they naturally tend to huddle together for warmth. As expected, Shen Yi agreed without much hesitation, saying, "All right, I agree." Cheng Jun felt a slight lift in her spirits and continued, "Let's exchange some information first. They'll start with my discoveries. I estimated based on my instincts that it has been about half an hour since I woke up, yet the sun is becoming increasingly fierce. I suspect that the daylight here lasts longer, and it's likely that a day is not 24 hours. After a pause, Cheng Jun's expression became inscrutable. "Moreover, these plants with developed root systems have leaves that are green, purple, and black. From a botanical perspective, this is extremely dangerous, as the black material can absorb more radiation emitted by the sun. Such plants will absorb more heat, but this also makes it difficult for them to survive under the sun. This is precisely the danger that Cheng Jun was worried about. After all, there are no black plants on Earth. Such bizarre plants defy evolutionary instincts and must harbor unknown secrets." Shen Yi couldn't help but show astonishment, nearly applauding her. Cheng Jun was not only intelligent, but also had remarkable observation skills, managing to guess the answers quite accurately. This apocalyptic disaster was indeed triggered by an extraterrestrial plant. If it weren't for the system prompts, he would never have thought of so much. In comparison, he felt like a fool. Thinking like this, Shen Yi continued to add, I ran back and forth along the entire street, and besides you I haven't seen any living creatures. He then continued with a serious tone, you just saw a rat, yet I haven't discovered a single bird or insect. This place seems clean, as if something has plowed through it. There are vehicles everywhere that have crashed into each other, yet there are no corpses or bloodstains. Cheng Jun also wore a grave expression. Everything here exuded strangeness. It felt like a game where the map had just been created, but they forgot to generate NPCs. Thinking about this for now is useless, let's find a place to settle down first. Cheng Jun proposed. During their exchange, she started to intentionally consider their mutual interests, aiming to eliminate any feelings of distance between them. Only by doing so could she take the initiative and establish a position of leadership. The sun was getting hotter, and the climate was extremely bizarre. Shen Yi naturally had no objections and readily said, let's head nearby. The building where I woke up has been checked by me, and it should be safe. We can settle there for now. All right. Cheng Jun smiled slightly. The two walked back along the shady side of the road, one in front and the other. Shen Yi carefully observed the surroundings while Cheng Jun followed with a thoughtful expression. Since they were still not familiar with each other, neither spoke along the way. After going upstairs and closing the door, the room felt cool, allowing Cheng Jun, who had been sweating from the journey, to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Shen Yi, she found him acting normally without any reaction, and he had even started to clean up. The room had not been inhabited for a long time, with a thin layer of dust covering the table and chairs. Shen Yi briefly tidied up and brought over 2 chairs for them to sit and rest. Cheng Jun carefully sat down, adjusting her skirt with a somewhat awkward posture. The hem of her dress had been torn, and while standing it wasn't noticeable, sitting made it hard to manage both front and back. Any sudden movement could easily lead to unintended exposure. Shen Yi noticed her discomfort and pretended not to see to spare her the embarrassment. After resting for a while, Shen Yi could no longer sit still and said, you rest a bit longer, I'll go out to gather some supplies. The food in this room is all spoiled. In a post-apocalyptic world, nothing is more important than food and water. Cheng Jun, who had just sweated a lot, felt thirsty upon hearing this, and stood up as well. He'll go with you. If something happens, at least there will be someone to help. Cheng Jun did not want Shen Yi to think of her as a freeloader, which would not benefit their future relationship. Shen Yi thought for a moment, but still refused, saying, it's more convenient for me to go alone and return quickly. Why don't you clean up the house a bit? We will be staying here tonight. Cheng Jun was momentarily taken aback, as if she understood something, her heart warming slightly. All right, please be safe. She was so focused on proving her worth that she overlooked the danger. After all, Shen Yi was a strong man, or if anything happened, he would have to look out for himself. If he had to escape alone, it would be easier. With her attire, she would only be a burden. After their discussion, Shen Yi shouldered his bag and set off. Not far from the street corner was a convenience store, and Shen Yi planned to go there first. If nothing unexpected happened, basic survival supplies should still be available. For his first exploration, he did not want to go too far, ensuring safety first, and then gradually expanding outward was the plan. Soon Shen Yi arrived at the convenience store's entrance. The sign above was slightly yellowed, and the corners had been eroded by vines, making it possible to discern only a single character. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a row of collapsed shelves with many products scattered on the floor. Fortunately, a small portion was still intact. While Shen Yi felt joy, his worry deepened. The fact that some supplies remained intact meant that the disaster had occurred almost instantaneously. Humanity had not even had time to react before the world was thrown into chaos. If there had been any response time, all the visible supplies on the streets would have been ravaged by the crowd. Thinking too much was futile at this point. Shen Yi unzipped his backpack and squatted down to pick out supplies. Naturally, the food essential for survival would be high energy and high calorie. He quickly grabbed a handful of candies and chocolates and stuffed them into his bag. Then he looked for various types of biscuits and a few small cans. Shen Yi dared not touch most of the convenience store's instant foods. Firstly, they took up space, and secondly, their shelf life was short and thus unsafe. He also temporarily gave up on some foods that required further processing. It was uncertain if there was any water supply in the room, but there was certainly no electricity, making it impossible to cook these items. Casually picking and choosing, Shen Yi unknowingly filled his backpack to the brim. Currently still unfamiliar with the surrounding environment, Shen Yi decided not to delay any longer with a full backpack and prepared to head back directly. His free hand was also busy carrying 2 bags of 5-liter mineral water. By this time it was already past noon, and the air in the middle of the road had become distorted from the heat. The plants everywhere appeared more vibrant, not showing a hint of wilting. Shen Yi carefully returned to his residence, dodging the sunlight. Upon opening the door, he saw Cheng Jun bend over with a broom, cleaning the floor. A glimpse of her dress brushed against the ground, revealing the contours of her figure. Hearing the noise, Cheng Jun stood up to greet him, asking with concern, "Are you all right on the way back?" Shen Yi snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "I'm fine. The supplies are pretty good, and some are still intact." At that moment, Cheng Jun had tied her long hair up with a thin string she found somewhere, her cheeks dusted with a bit of dirt, giving her a homely and virtuous air. During the time Shen Yi was out, she hadn't been idle either, managing to keep the indoor space relatively clean. The tables and chairs had been wiped down, and the floor was nearly swept. Shen Yi placed his backpack on the table and looked around, finding it had a bit of a homey feel now. You sit down and rest, I just have a little more to finish up. Cheng Jun invited Shen Yi to sit down, then clumsily picked up the broom again to sweep the dust on the floor outside. At home she was accustomed to being lazy, relying on the maid for most chores, and hardly ever lifting a finger herself. Yet she was also a very clever person, never failing to understand the situation, and would not throw a tantrum in front of Shen Yi as a spoiled young lady. The two were originally strangers. Even if she was beautiful, it was not her capital to be capricious. Shen Yi himself was not tired at all. This little bit of physical activity was hardly anything. Naturally, he felt embarrassed to just sit there while Cheng Jun was laboring hard. He walked over to a somewhat decayed sofa and pushed it into another abandoned room. The middle of the sofa had rotted and become hollow, emitting a strong odor. Throwing it away would be too troublesome, so he had no choice but to set it aside. Entering the kitchen, he found the window was not properly closed and many tendrils of vines had crept in. Shen Yi tried the switches one by one. The electricity had been cut off and the gas was unresponsive, so he finally tried the faucet. The faucet wheezed as if it were asthmatic and no water came out after a long while, indicating it had also been stopped. At this time Cheng Jun, hearing the noise, walked in and asked what's wrong. There's no water, electricity, or gas. We might need to think of another solution in the future, Shen Yi replied. That is indeed a problem, but I already have some ideas. Let's discuss them later. After tidying up, Cheng Jun was about to pull Shen Yi into a discussion when she saw him handing her a paper bag. Upon taking it, she discovered it contained a set of clean clothes. I picked these up while passing by a clothing store. Try them on and see if they fit, Shen Yi said. Cheng Jun froze for a moment, then glanced down at her exposed lower half, showing a hint of shyness, and silently nodded as she walked into the adjacent bedroom and closed the door. On his way back with supplies, Shen Yi happened to pass by a ready-made clothing store. In the chaos, most of the places he visited were supermarkets and convenience stores, so this clothing store remained well preserved. Thinking of Cheng Jun's embarrassed expression, Shen Yi casually chose a set for her. She was tall, at least around 1.7 meters, so he wasn't sure if what he picked would fit. At that moment the door opened, and Cheng Jun came out slowly, having changed her clothes. Sensing Shen Yi's gaze on her, she lowered her head to adjust her hair, her ears turning bright red. She wore a pure white t-shirt on top and a pair of blue skinny jeans below. However, her underwear was light yellow, a mismatch in color, and the straps were clearly visible under her white t-shirt. Clearly it was just a very ordinary outfit, but now on her it exuded temptation, appearing quite alluring. Cheng Jun awkwardly tugged at the neckline, but couldn't blame Shen Yi. After all, he meant well. Shen Yi's judgment was quite accurate. The length of the jeans was just right. Although the t-shirt was tied around her chest, it was still much better than the clothes she had before. At least it was more convenient to move around and not as hot. Cheng Jun walked over and sat down, expressing her thanks. Her initial impression of Shen Yi was quite good. He was emotionally stable, meticulous, and had good physical qualities, plus he was good-looking. It was not that she was snobbish, but these were all excellent qualities beneficial for survival. The more capable Shen Yi was, the safer she felt, and naturally she would be happier. Shen Yi unzipped the bag and handed her a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit, knowing she must be hungry after a busy morning. Watching Cheng Jun take small sips of water, he opened a packet for himself and started eating. The biscuit was meat-flavored, had a long shelf life, and tasted rather average with a dry texture. However, it tasted good when hungry, and Shen Yi quickly finished a whole piece with water. Cheng Jun, on the other hand, was much more refined, holding the packaging like a little hamster and nibbling on it bit by bit. After they were both full, Cheng Jun went into the room and brought out a notebook and a pen. Flipping open the notebook, she said to Shen Yi, "We still don't know how long we'll be here, so we should make some plans together." Shen Yi naturally agreed and nodded, saying, "As the saying goes, since we are here, let's settle in. You decide." Survival rules suggest that in an apocalyptic environment we should collect information as much as possible, then make plans and keep ourselves busy to improve our chances of survival. In an apocalyptic environment, it's not just about material survival, mental fortitude is equally important. Under pressure, setting a goal for oneself and establishing a belief helps prevent collapse. Shen Yi looked at her with admiration. Cheng Jun was not merely a beautiful vase, but also an exceptional person. He understood the cause and effect of things, but she had no idea. The system's countdown screen reminded him of the time, but for Cheng Jun this was the real world, and she could not see how it was already quite difficult to maintain faith under such immense pressure. Shen Yi could not guarantee he could do better than her if he were in her shoes. Cheng Jun, oblivious, continued, "Our top priority is to search for stored supplies, while also gathering as much information about this place as possible. The short-term goal is to survive, first exploring more areas while ensuring our own safety. As for the long-term goal, it is to find other survivors, understand our current situation, seek the truth, and ultimately." However, she did not hold too much hope for this long-term goal. Throughout her previous wording, she had always referred to this place, but she also knew they were most likely not on Earth anymore. The reason she never used this world was to keep a hope of returning home. Although it was difficult, it was still necessary otherwise she wouldn't be able to hold on. Removing the pen cap, she opened her notebook and continued, "First, we need to keep accounts. I will record all the supplies we gather in the future. We need to be aware of what we have gained and what we have consumed so that we can manage the remaining supplies and be somewhat prepared for unexpected events." This was indeed a great suggestion, and it was something Shen Yi also wanted to express. When he was in middle school, he was young and couldn't save money. He often spent the money he received at the beginning of the school year, carelessly, leading to a decline in his quality of life. By the time the holiday was just 2 days away, he was often in a state of having eaten one meal, but not knowing when he would eat the next. After that, he realized the importance of keeping accounts to save money. Take out the food we just brought back and you can report it to me for recording, Chung-jun suggested. Okay, Shen Yi nodded, standing up to rummage through his bag. 12 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of honey, a large handful of candies. 4 cans of luncheon meat, 1 can of kidney beans, 2 cans of fermented fish, 2 cans of treasure porridge. Shen Yi reported each item, with the most being canned goods. From the perspective of shelf life, canned goods are the safest, and as long as they are not bulging, Shen Yi picked them all up. While other items may spoil, it is a minor issue, but getting food poisoning is serious. If one falls ill, it's truly a matter of calling for help with no response, and the only option left is to venture out for medicine. Once all was recorded, Chung-jun pushed the notebook over and said, "This backpack will last us both a week if we ration it." A neat handwriting filled the pages with each item and quantity clearly listed. Although this seemed like a lot, the supplies wouldn't last long, which left Shen Yi feeling insecure. He looked outside at the sky and said to Chung-jun, "While it's still light, I'll make a few more trips. We are missing quite a few items." Chung-jun hesitated upon hearing this. While she wanted to gather more supplies, she was also worried about Shen Yi's safety, feeling conflicted. If anything were to happen to Shen Yi, she would find it extremely difficult to endure alone in an unfamiliar environment. Shen Yi noticed her worries and reassured her. "It's okay, I've already made 2 trips, and am quite familiar with the surroundings. Clear out the spare room, so we have a place to rest tonight." They had only managed to clear the living room, and the master and guest bedrooms were untouched. If they didn't tidy up, they wouldn't have a place to sleep at night. Seeing Shen Yi's determination, Chung-jun could only agree. "All right, you. Be quick and come back soon." Shen Yi took his bag and walked out, not wanting to change his route. For now, he prioritized stability. The convenience store nearby posed no danger, so he planned to go there. This time, Shen Yi wasn't just after food, but also sought out many daily necessities. Cups, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels. These personal items were also part of his goal, as even in the apocalypse, he didn't want to let himself become untidy. Moreover, with the current conditions, allowing no one would come looking for him to pay. He packed each item, and even if they were just worthless little things, the process of searching was quite enjoyable. Suddenly, Shen Yi understood the joy of zero-cost shopping. Getting things for free indeed brought happiness. He temporarily skipped over oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, as there was no condition to start a fire, making these condiments useless for now. Every convenience store has a storage room. Shen Yi didn't search carefully and found a door behind the freezer. After opening it, he cautiously waited for a moment, and upon sensing no movement, he slowly walked in. The storeroom was piled with goods, but due to the lack of light, Shen Yi couldn't see very clearly. He quickly grabbed 2 boxes of mineral water and exited. Water was currently the most important. Everything else could wait, since no one was there to steal it. With a backpack on his back and 2 boxes of water in tow, Shen Yi walked steadily back. After returning to their living place and dropping off the items, he hurriedly went out again. 2 hours passed like this, with Shen Yi making 3 trips back and forth like a diligent ant, constantly moving and hauling. Chung-jun stayed at home counting the supplies and recording them. Their division of labor finally wrapped up work by evening. Chung-jun, exhausted, sat in a chair to catch her breath, her eyes sparkling as she watched the still lively Shen Yi. She was already tired from just staying at home, without moving, while the one responsible for transporting Shen Yi appeared. Chung-jun had no idea that this amount of exercise for Shen Yi was hardly a consumption that couldn't keep up with his recovery speed. He didn't need to rest at all. At this moment, Shen Yi was admiring his masterpiece. He noticed that the corner of the room was unknowingly piled high with supplies. Just a glance made him feel a heavy sense of security in his heart. It felt somewhat like playing a post-apocalyptic scavenging game, filled with the joy of harvest. The sun gradually set, and the temperature began to drop. The 2 of them sat down at the dining table to have dinner, which Chung-jun had portioned out. She divided the food on the table into 1 large and 1 small pile, pushing the larger pile toward Shen Yi, and keeping the smaller one for herself. "You have consumed more energy, so you should eat a bit more." Chung-jun helped Shen Yi open a can of treasure porridge, quietly explaining, "I'm a girl, and I haven't moved much today, so I won't eat a lot." Shen Yi frowned at her, uncertain whether she was being deliberate or truly couldn't eat much, and advised her, "There's no need to starve yourself. Supplies are everywhere. Once we finish, I can go get more." Upon hearing this, Chung-jun simply shook her head, insisting, "The account book is already well noted. Given the current uncertain situation, saving a little is better. Besides, I'm not eating too little either." Chung-jun provided Shen Yi with plenty, but didn't shortchange herself either. She calculated her caloric intake and found it sufficient. She wouldn't ask for more under the poor conditions. She intentionally cultivated her habits to rid herself of her own delicateness. The meal was a mix of fast food along with some snacks and candies, striving for nutritional balance. The entire meal had no warmth to it, and the taste was naturally not very good. However, since both were quite active, they were hungry, making the food taste sweet. Now that there were no errands or takeout, having a filling meal was already quite a feat. The 2 finished dinner in silence, tidied up a bit, and fell silent again. The sky gradually darkened, estimating it should be just before 7 o'clock. Shen Yi cautiously pulled up the curtains, then lit a candle for illumination. Candles were relatively difficult to find. There were none in the convenience store, but he found some in a nearby gift shop. They were small cup candles made of glass, not producing a very bright flame. Shen Yi inferred based on the post-apocalyptic films he had seen that the calm and peace of the day did not guarantee the same for the night. A slight light at night might attract unknown entities, so maintaining silence was a good strategy. Both were modern youths naturally not accustomed to going to bed early. With no electricity, no phones, they couldn't play games or watch videos. Shen Yi was fine, but for Chung Jun, who was normally a gaming addict, it was quite tough. Earlier, she had been busy with things, forcing herself not to think about it. But now that it was dark and she sat still, her chaotic thoughts surged forth like a tide. With nothing else to do, the two had no choice but to sit down and chat. The dim light flickered like small beams, barely illuminating their faces. After spending half a day together, the two had developed a preliminary understanding, no longer feeling as alienated as before. Now they were engaged in a casual conversation. There was no other choice, that was simply too boring. You seem to have good stamina. Are you an athlete? Chung Jun took the initiative to open the conversation. Shen Yi smiled and shook his head. No, I just have a hobby of exercising regularly. Oh. Chung Jun had noticed Shen Yi's demeanor during the day. What about you? What do you do? Shen Yi asked in return. Chung Jun fiddled with her fingers, staring at the flames before her. Not much, just stayed at home before, and now I work at the family company. Why do you sound so resentful? Being a rich second generation with a family fortune should be good, right? Shen Yi teased her. It's not resentment, oh, I just don't want to be arranged for everything. Chung Jun did not deny being a rich second generation. She just shook her head and slowly leaned on the table to rest. Isn't being arranged good? My family wishes they could arrange me, but they don't have the ability to do so, Shen Yi comforted her. The gap between their social classes was vast, and they were not thinking about the same things. Shen Yi pursued material wealth because he was already a wealthy man in spirit. Shen's parents loved him dearly. Though they were ordinary people, they could provide him with a happy, growing environment, and he could not ask for more. Chung Jun's family background was top-notch, yet her spiritual world was barren. What have they arranged for you? Oh, a lot. Abandoning hobbies, changing majors, studying abroad, managing the company. A whole bunch of things, none of which I want to do. Who has really asked for my opinion? At this, Chung Jun's voice couldn't help but rise. It seemed she was not as calm as she claimed, and there were still some people are different. If this were placed on Shen Yi, he would probably laugh it off. Why bother to exhaust himself like a dog at the... However, this was a family issue that could not be clarified. Shen Yi chose not to say much and instead shifted the topic. So what hobby have you given up? Drawing. Chung Jun sighed. She had many things she liked. Games, movies, pets, novels. But the only true hobby she had was this one. If it weren't for her father's intervention back, then she would have chosen to major in art. Shen Yi twitched his mouth, about to say that pursuing art was a dead end, but then thought that her family had wealth, so a bit of artistic pursuit was normal. Do you still draw now? Yes. Then how can that be considered abandoned? If you love drawing, nothing can stop you. Chung Jun fell silent, straightened her back, and turned the conversation back to him. Enough about me, what about you? Where do you work? Shen Yi waved his hand and laughed. Work. I'm just an ordinary worker toiling away at the company every day. In fact, he had already quit his job, but it sounded better to say he was working than to admit he was unemployed. If you're so capable, your company is lucky to have you. I'm just passing the time. The two suddenly fell silent, and for a moment no one spoke. Hey, I wonder how we ended up here. Chung Jun said softly. As night deepened, her mood began to lower, and she felt, I have no idea, maybe some bored deity did this, Shen Yi replied. Outside it was quiet, with only the sound of the wind and no other noise. The small candle on the table had burned down halfway. Forget it, let's rest early. Picking up the candle, the two got up and walked inside. Only the master bedroom had been tidied up. The windows had been opened during the day for ventilation, so the smell was not too There was only a mattress on the bed. The quilt and sheets had already become moldy and were thrown out by Chung Jun. The two could only sit on the bed fully clothed, exchanging awkward glances. Let's make do for now. They'll go find some blankets and bedding tomorrow. Shen Yi placed the candle on the bedside table and said to Chung Jun. Chung Jun leaned against the headboard with her arms crossed, managing to squeeze out a syllable from her throat. Luckily, the bed was big enough. The two of them were on opposite sides. The room was quiet, with only the sound of their breathing. Chung Jun felt a bit suppressed and couldn't help but speak. Shen Yi. What is it? Shen Yi was resting with his eyes closed. It's nothing, just asking if you're asleep yet. Chung Jun changed the topic and retreated. It's too early for that. If you're tired, just sleep first. Shen Yi, illuminated by the faint light, could see Chung Jun's sparkling eyes and thought she was sleepy. Meanwhile, Chung Jun fell silent again. In truth, she was still a bit scared. Although she had established her persona during the day and tried to prove to Shen Yi that she was not useless, she still felt uneasy. Shen Yi's demeanor had also eased her worries, but one could know a person's appearance, yet not their heart. In this strange environment, it seemed only natural for something to happen between a man and a woman. Any man in such a situation would likely think the same way. The most critical point was that if he wanted to force things, Chung Jun felt she had no means to resist. She was still an ordinary girl with romantic fantasies and did not want to lose her innocence so carelessly. At least he is quite a gentleman. Chung Jun thought in a muddled state. After a long and exhausting day, now leaning against the soft edge of the bed, drowsiness began to wash over her. Shen Yi had not expected Qing Jun's mind to be so turbulent, but even if he knew, he had no mood for it. Tonight he planned to keep watch until midnight. He didn't dare to sleep so easily. This was the first night in a post-apocalyptic world, and he still needed to maintain a degree of vigilance. The reason he didn't tell Qing Jun was also that she looked extremely tired. Based on her previous performance, he knew that if he mentioned it, she would definitely insist on keeping watch together. Time flowed slowly, and Qing Jun's breathing gradually stabilized. Shen Yi lowered his head to blow out the candle and carefully approached the window to lift the curtain and look outside. The moonlight cast a silver glow, brightening the ground. The street was silent except for the leaves rustling in the wind. Shen Yi stared for a while, but found nothing unusual, and soon gave up. Returning to sit by the window, he still did not lower his guard. Thanks to his physical endurance, he was relatively energetic now and did not feel sleepy yet. As dawn approached, Qing Jun suddenly woke from her dream. After a moment of confusion, she confirmed that this was not a dream. She was truly left in this world. Without time to ponder, a strange sensation from her body fully awakened her. She realized that at some point she had pulled Shen Yi's arm and was now cuddled up to him. Qing Jun suddenly released her grip and sat up, a flush of embarrassment rising to her cheeks. After checking, she found her clothes intact and her heart relaxed. Turning her body, Qing Jun instinctively wanted to confront him, but after glancing around, she understood that she couldn't really blame Shen Yi for this. They had each occupied their respective sides before sleeping, leaving a large space in between. Now waking up, they had all unconsciously shrunk to one side. She had even actively held on to Shen Yi's arm, clearly having moved over unconsciously during the night. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Fortunately, Shen Yi was still asleep, otherwise she would have no face to meet him. Qing Jun was filled with frustration, but had no choice but to blame herself. Shen Yi, wake up. Shen Yi opened his eyes to see Qing Jun gently pushing him at the bedside. I'll get up now. Shen Yi responded and sat up. Last night, he had sat up until the middle of the night and finally fell asleep. Normally, he would be first in staying up late, but that was when there was electricity, a phone, and games. Now sitting here like a primitive man in a deserted environment, it was unbearable to just sit still. There was nothing to do, and when a person was bored, it was easy to feel sleepy. In the living room, Qing Jun was sitting at the table and beckoned him, go wash up first, then we'll have breakfast. Shen Yi agreed and pushed the door to enter the bathroom. There was naturally no water in the bathroom, but Qing Jun had left him half a bottle of 1.5 liters of mineral water. Although washing up with mineral water was a bit wasteful, thankfully, there was still plenty of water resources at the moment, so this usage was just a temporary measure. The toothbrush, cup, and towel had already been neatly arranged by Qing Jun. Not all rich second-generation kids have a spoiled princess temperament. Shen Yi smiled slightly, thinking to himself. After a casual chat last night, the two of them had learned quite a bit about each other. Qing Jun came from a good family, but surprisingly had no airs about her. She was very intelligent and aware of the situation. If the system had matched him with a spoiled little fairy, he would have had a tough time in this apocalyptic environment. Having someone with a good personality made things much less exhausting. After a simple wash-up, Shen Yi came out. Let's just have a simple breakfast. Qing Jun had already laid out the food on the table and called Shen Yi over. Shen Yi agreed and sat down. Qing Jun was not idle during breakfast. One hand was nibbling on a biscuit while the other was writing and drawing in a notebook. How did you sleep last night? Shen Yi casually chatted while eating. Qing Jun paused, her writing hand, turned her face, seemingly unconcerned. It was good. I sleep quite deeply. After finishing breakfast, Qing Jun revealed her notebook. The two of them huddled together to formulate their plan for the day. If they were to say they were just waiting to die, the supplies that Shen Yi brought back yesterday would be enough for 2 people to last a month. However, this was only under the condition of meeting the minimum survival needs. Did they have to live every day just eating and sleeping? Anyone who had a certain pursuit of quality of life would be unable to tolerate such a life. The existing plan remained unchanged with only a slight adjustment in focus. Shen Yi would go out to explore the surrounding situation and understand the environment they were in. Qing Jun would stay at the base camp and assist in transporting supplies when necessary. Of course, there was some disagreement between the two on this point. Ultimately, under Shen Yi's insistence, Qing Jun reluctantly agreed. After all, this was a dangerous job, and Shen Yi did not want to be distracted by taking care of her. Once he understood the surrounding situation, he could allow Qing Jun to get involved. In the days that followed, Shen Yi began to explore outward from their current base camp. They were situated in a bustling from the starting point to where Qing Jun woke up. There were 3 streets with all kinds of shops and stores. Only a part of the area had been damaged while most of it had been preserved quite well. It was unclear whether this was intentional by the system or if there had been some significant change in the disaster-stricken world itself. During Shen Yi's explorations, he still had not encountered anything particularly unusual except for the magical plants that were everywhere. Neither survivors nor any living creatures had been seen. Now, of course, this was also related to his caution, as Shen Yi rarely approached areas dense with plants. On the first day, Shen Yi had not seen the mysterious shadow that Qing Jun encountered. The more he explored, the more confused he became, as if there were only the 2 of them left in the world. 7 full days had passed, and Shen Yi had run through the 3 surrounding streets. Every day he returned, he would tell Qingjun about the routes and what he had seen. Since he had not encountered any dangers, Shen Yi's courage gradually increased, and he began to take Qingjun out with him. Qingjun even took the liberty of drawing a simple map based on her drawing skills. The range was not large, covering only the places they had explored. Qingjun had also carefully made annotations marking the locations of some special supplies that could be retrieved when needed. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, breakfast was still ate treasure porridge paired with biscuits and canned fish. Although he knew rationally that he needed to replenish energy, his body instinctively rejected it. After eating such things for 7 consecutive days, not only Qingjun, but even Shen Yi began to feel nauseous. Even if he tried hard to swallow, his tongue seemed to stick to his teeth, making it impossible to get the food down. Qingjun agreed with this. It was not just the food. There was one thing that particularly made Qingjun unable to endure. That was taking a shower. The daytime temperature here was very high, and coupled with the need for physical labor, it made one sweat easily. By the end of the day, Qingjun felt sticky all over. Even though she had taken plenty of clothes from the mall to change into, and had not developed any unpleasant odors, it did not solve the fundamental problem. Neither of them was extravagant enough to use mineral water to bathe. So every night Qingjun had no choice but to secretly wipe her body with a little water. At this point, she could no longer bear it. After forcing herself to drink half a bottle of water, Qingjun opened her notebook. She had not been idle these past few days. It's already the 8th day, and there's still no sign of officials or survivors. We don't need to be so cautious anymore. First of all, we definitely need to change our living place. Being on the 3rd floor is too inconvenient. Shen Yi was picking at the fermented black beans and the canned fish. This had some flavor as his mouth was getting bland. He wanted to eat something hot like stir-fried dishes, hot pot, anything, but cold canned food and biscuits. Hearing what Qingjun said, he nodded. The place I found the day before yesterday is quite good. It looks like a small Western-style building, 2 stories that seem spacious. Next door is an artificial lake. Across the street is a supermarket, and not far away is a big restaurant. Everything is very convenient. Qingjun's eyes lit up as she flipped to the page with the map, sliding her finger across the notebook. Is this it? Yes, that's it. Great, then we can solve the electricity issue next. Qingjun stroked her belly on the paper, as she had been contemplating this matter for a while. They had already been like mountain-dwelling cavemen for a week. Having distanced themselves from the conveniences of modern life, the various discomforts could make one feel miserable. Electricity was the foremost issue. Only those who had experienced a lack of it knew how precious electricity was. A look of realization appeared in Shen Yi's eyes, uncertainly saying, "Are you saying?" Qingjun winked at Shen Yi and snapped her fingers coolly. Exactly, it's a diesel generator. I've been wandering around these past few days and confirmed at least 3 locations where there should be generators. In fact, many large restaurants, supermarkets, hotels, and hospitals require a reliable backup power source to ensure basic electricity supply. It's not difficult to find if you look carefully. That's fantastic. Once we settle down, I'll find a way to bring electricity here. Shen Yi was eager for power. With electricity, there would be no need for candles, and they could enjoy warm meals. Qingjun frowned. I just wonder how much diesel is available. It seems there are no gas stations nearby. Shen Yi dismissed it as a minor issue, waving his hand. We don't have to worry about that for now, but we can look for it later. Besides, if there's no diesel, we can use solar panels to generate electricity. In this world, the sun is fierce during the day and solar panels can be utilized. However, it might be harder to find them compared to diesel generators. Shen Yi had wandered around, but found no place selling them. They might even have to disassemble them from residential buildings. Qingjun, seeing this, didn't dwell on it too much and noted in her notebook, the electricity issue is temporarily resolved. Next, we should consider the gas and water problems. Gas is crucial for cooking and boiling water, making it a top priority. As for water, they could still manage with bottled water for now. But as Qingjun knew, bottled water also has an expiration date, so it couldn't be relied upon indefinitely. For daily drinking it was fine, but they would still need to find a way for water for washing laundry and bathing. Currently natural gas is out, so we need to prioritize finding a gas cylinder. If we consider starting a fire, it is not only unsafe, but also consumes a lot of wood, so we should avoid that unless absolutely necessary. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. If they had gas, there was no need to start a fire. Chopping down trees was not only labor-intensive, but also required transporting the wood back, which would be much more effort. Let's put the water issue on hold for now. There are still plenty of water resources in the city, Shen Yi said nonchalantly. Worst case, he would go out to collect more. Every store had plenty of purified water, enough for the 2 of them. Qingjun nodded. Sure, if that doesn't work, we can inspect the artificial lake for water quality. If we find a pump, we won't be sure. If the water quality is good, they could boil it for drinking. If not, it would still be a decent choice for daily use. Then it settled. After their discussion, they began to divide their tasks. Only by taking charge did they realize how expensive daily necessities can be. It became clear that life was much more difficult than they had expected. Despite having made detailed plans, they still couldn't cover everything. Shen Yi used to be the sort of person who could feed the whole family with just his own meal. Qingjun was even more of a pampered young lady, accustomed to having everything done for her. The 2 of them clumsily began to set up their little home. Like unfamiliar spouses, yet resembling familiar tenants, they cautiously approached and tested each other. 2 days later, Shen Yi finally completed the move. They did not abandon the supplies from their original base, as they had worked hard to bring them back. All of it was moved to their new home. The new and old locations were nearly 2 streets apart, which would exhaust them if they moved everything one by one. Shen Yi searched the street for a vehicle. Many intact vehicles were parked along the road, most of which had only minor dents that did not affect their operation. However, after more than half a year, many vehicles had dead batteries and couldn't start. Only a small number could still start normally. The white pickup truck he found was Shen Yi's favorite. It had good power, was sturdy, and most importantly, it could carry things. Vehicles were scattered along the road, and starting up one could create obstacles everywhere. It was inevitable that there would be bumps along the way. With insufficient horsepower, it couldn't clear the road, making the robust pickup a solid choice. After parking the vehicle, Shen Yi opened the truck bed. He then began transporting boxes of supplies into the small villa. The 2-story villa was quite spacious, right next to a garden adjacent to an artificial lake. It seemed that someone had just finished renovating it, planning to use it for retirement, but unexpectedly faced misfortune and never got to use it. The second floor was converted into their living space. The first floor was temporarily used for storing miscellaneous items and parking, with further considerations to be made later. The best part was that it even had a basement. Cheng Jun was considering placing the generator downstairs, as it would make less noise when running. Before long, Shen Yi had moved all the collected supplies indoors. He was energetic and quick, hardly needing to rest. Cheng Jun heard the commotion and came downstairs, having just finished arranging the bedding upstairs. Shen Yi had brought back quite a few bedding sets from the home textile store, ensuring that they wouldn't have to squeeze onto one mattress anymore. They each had their own room, ensuring personal space. "You move so quickly," I wanted to help. Cheng Jun, wearing a light-colored silk top, had a gentle hue that complemented her clear eyes. Her face was adorned with a bright smile, adding a touch of playfulness, while the fitted cut highlighted her graceful figure. Paired with snug jeans, her overall appearance exuded a fresh and natural aura. The beauty beside him made Shen Yi feel like he was basking in spring. Her gentle demeanor seemed to relax him completely. It must be said that being around a beautiful woman made everything feel pleasant. "I thought there weren't many things, so I didn't call you." Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, what's this?" As he spoke, he noticed a black plastic bag at his feet and questioned curiously. He had clearly not seen it on the vehicle. As he bent down to pick it up, he was surprised to find Cheng Jun snatch it away. "Oh, that's mine," she exclaimed, hiding the bag behind her back, her ears turning red with embarrassment. Although Cheng Jun was quick in her movements, Shen Yi caught a glimpse of its contents. Inside were some sanitary napkins and pads with little wings. It turned out to be personal items for girls. No wonder she felt shy about it. Shen Yi understood, seeing Cheng Jun's face as red as boiling water. He didn't want to provoke her further. Cheng Jun, with her delicate fingers clenched tightly behind her back, felt extremely embarrassed. These were items she had secretly gathered over the past few days. In this apocalypse, these items were equally important, but she didn't want to trouble Shen Yi with it, so she had to sneak around to find them, only to be caught by him. Shen Yi didn't think too much of it. After all, menstruation was a natural occurrence that couldn't be avoided. "They'll go out again," he simply said before getting back into the vehicle and leaving. Watching Shen Yi leave, Cheng Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After more than a week of spending time together, they had grown relatively familiar. They could chat more casually, but they weren't close enough to share such intimate matters. Cheng Jun stood in place, her cheeks puffed like a bun, looking quite adorable. Her fair face resembled a snowy pastry with a hint of red inside. She didn't dislike Shen Yi, she was just a bit shy. Meanwhile, Shen Yi found that the streets were relatively clear as he pushed aside the obstructive vehicles, as if he were playing bumper cars, which was quite thrilling. In reality, there was no such experience. He had to be very careful with any scratches. It had been nearly 10 days since he came here, and most of the time Shen Yi felt like he was playing a game. Every day, he went out to hunt, exploring new territories and searching for useful supplies. Now that he had a vehicle, he could expand the boundaries of the map. Shen Yi's playful spirit ignited, driving the pickup like a bumper car. With no one on the road, he drove casually, steering with one hand while picking up a note from the passenger seat. This was a list of supplies given to him by Cheng Jun before leaving, detailing items to collect: lights, rice flour, bed linens, clothes, gas cylinders, lighting lamps, diesel generators, gasoline, and so on. Some items crossed off were ones Shen Yi had already found. "Where on earth do I find a gas cylinder? A restaurant, perhaps?" Nowadays, it seems that restaurants are using fewer gas cylinders, but the world has changed, so it's not out of the question that some might still be in use. Shen Yi decided to take a look around anyway. With a turn of the wheel, Shen Yi headed straight for the street with the most restaurants. After checking a few, he quickly gave up. Currently, most restaurants use large gas stoves connected to dedicated gas pipelines, having long phased out old equipment like gas cylinders. During his search, he discovered a generator set in the back kitchen of a large restaurant. Shen Yi wasn't very knowledgeable about such equipment, but it appeared quite new from the outside. It seemed to have been in use for a short time and was well preserved. Unfortunately, this generator was likely used to power a cold storage unit. The entire setup was over 4 meters long, about the height of a person, secured to the ground with a fence. Not to mention how to dismantle it. Even with 4 people, he wouldn't be able to move it. Shen Yi had no choice but to give up. The good news was that there were 2 large metal barrels of diesel nearby. This could be transported. He had rubber hoses in the truck, which could be used to transfer it into smaller oil barrels in batches. He used the same method to consume the gasoline in his pickup, There were plenty of parked cars on the side of the road, many of which still had fuel, so Shen Yi didn't need to search extensively, he could just siphon it off at random. Most of the vegetables and ingredients in the back kitchen had rotted into a black mess. Shen Yi hadn't had green leafy vegetables in days. Now he could only watch and swallow his saliva. Before leaving, he could only take some of the intact items. One jar contained pickled vegetables made by the chef. Upon opening and smelling it, Shen Yi found it had not spoiled and happily took it with him. Next, he found several packs of dry noodles under the table, a treasure he naturally confiscated. Finally, there were some dried spices like tangerine peel, Sichuan pepper, and dried red dates. Though not directly edible, they were essential for cooking later. Carrying a sense of bountiful harvest, Shen Yi loaded everything into the truck bed. Shen Yi turned back to silently note this place. This large restaurant had a cold storage unit. The doors were tightly sealed and hard to open, but Shen Yi guessed that even if the power was cut, there would still be solid ice inside, likely preserving a lot of meat. He could pry the door open here if the opportunity arose. This trip to the restaurant reminded Shen Yi that he didn't necessarily have to rely on gas cylinders for gas. Starting the vehicle, Shen Yi took a detour towards the northeast corner. There was an outdoor goods store he discovered during a prior reconnaissance, but he had only passed by without entering. Inside, most of the items for sale were outdoor survival supplies. Shen Yi truly found a lot of good things, and they're all very practical. He grabbed 3 camping stoves and 2 full boxes of gas canisters. With these, he could cook for himself in the future, no longer needing to gnaw on cold food every day. Just thinking about it made Shen Yi happy. He had craved hot meals for so long. Although these devices had a smaller firepower, they were portable and convenient, more reliable than searching for a gas stove. Setting down the gas canisters, Shen Yi went back in for a few raincoats and work clothes, durable and practical for when he worked. He also grabbed several camping lamps and a fishing rod. The camping lamps could be charged with the diesel generator, providing illumination. The fishing rod was intended for the artificial lake later, not so much to improve his diet, but more so Shen Yi wanted to ascertain whether there were fish in the water. Returning fully loaded, Shen Yi drove back with satisfaction. Cheng Jun, you handle washing the rice, and he'll stir-fry a couple of dishes. All right, I'll take care of it. You can cook. Cheng Jun replied cheerfully, a smile spreading across her face. She had also been craving good food lately. The room was thoroughly cleaned by Cheng Jun. There were quite a few rooms on the second floor, and this one by the window was repurposed into a kitchen by the two of them. Shen Yi set up 2 camping stoves on the table, piling the various collected ingredients on top. Sigh. I can cook a few home-style dishes, but I'm really tired of bread, biscuits, and canned food. That's still better than me. Ooh, I can only boil instant noodles. Shen Yi laughed as he self-deprecatingly admitted he was so lazy that he usually had the housekeeper cook. Haha. Cheng Jun covered her mouth and laughed at herself being so lazy that she always relied on the housekeeper for meals. Shen Yi smiled, shook his head, and began to chop vegetables. The two worked in tandem, one preparing the ingredients, the other washing the rice. They rinsed the rice thoroughly with pure water twice, and Cheng Jun placed the pot on the camping stove. With 2 stoves, one for stir-frying and the other for boiling rice, neither task was delayed. How much water should I add? Cheng Jun asked, holding the water bottle and looking at Shen Yi. Without lifting his head, Shen Yi replied, just add enough water to cover the rice by 1 finger joint. After pouring the water, stick your index finger in to measure. Oh. Looking at Shen Yi's serious profile, Cheng Jun pouted, feeling a bit foolish. She cleaned the pot and heated it, adding oil to the cold pot. Shen Yi added the chopped ingredients into the pot. After a round of stir-frying, he began to season the dish. The aroma began to waft out, and Cheng Jun stood nearby holding a plate, constantly praising Shen Yi. She was quite clever, knowing she couldn't help much and could only do what was within her ability while providing some emotional support. Shen Yi was also very happy to be cooking this meal, finally getting to eat a hot meal. With such a beautiful woman standing beside him, it also added a touch of charm to the meal. Cheng Jun set up the table and washed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Shen Yi lifted the lid on the pot, and dense steam accompanied by the fragrance of rice wafted out. The rice grains had a shiny layer, each one glistening and plump, looking incredibly appetizing. He used a spatula to stir it a bit. This stove was not like an electric rice cooker, and the heat was hard to control. A layer of slightly yellow crust had formed at the edge of the pot. However, the crust was very fragrant. Shen Yi had likely made it when he was young, and he loved eating it. Cheng Jun brought over 2 stools, and they sat down facing each other. It smells so good. Cheng Jun held her rice bowl, her throat rolling as she swallowed hard. She took a bite of the hot steam mixed with the aroma of the rice, and after chewing a couple of bites, a sweet taste dispersed, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. Cheng Jun suddenly felt like crying. In modern society, she couldn't get mountain delicacies or rare treasures, yet she never cherished them. What is happiness? She used to never grasp it. It turned out that in a simple and difficult environment, a bowl of rice could instantly make her fully experience it. Happiness is in fact very simple. Don't just eat the rice. Help yourself to the dishes. Shen Yi urged Cheng Jun to serve herself. Cheng Jun sniffled softly, blinking rapidly to hold back her tears. All right, try them. I'd welcome your honor. Shen Yi had prepared 3 dishes: braised luncheon meat with mung bean sprouts, beef stewed with tomatoes, and minced pork with preserved mustard greens and vermicelli. A small side dish of pickled cucumber, brought home from a local restaurant, sat neatly on the table. Though modest in scale, the meal was arranged with deliberate care. Even the most skilled cook cannot conjure abundance from scarcity. Constrained by limited ingredients, Shen Yi had done his utmost. Cheng picked up a steaming piece of beef and placed it in her mouth. The beef melted effortlessly at the touch of her tongue, its tender richness harmonizing perfectly with the bright sweetness and gentle acidity of the tomatoes. An intoxicating aroma surged upward, filling her senses. Delicious. Cheng managed only this before instinctively quickening her pace. Chopsticks darting, hands moving ceaselessly, savoring every bite. Watching her, Shen Yi took a piece for himself, nodded in quiet satisfaction, and ate 2 spoonfuls of rice. Truth be told, this was no banquet of rare delicacies. Yet after over 10 days without proper meals, the warmth of freshly cooked rice, paired with hearty stews, proved profoundly restorative. Their starved palates, long deprived, now sang with delight. For the remainder of the meal, neither spoke, only bent their heads over their bowls. The entire pot of rice vanished completely. Though generous in portion, the dishes still left enough for reheating later that evening. Cheng sat back on her stool, cradling her full belly. She had eaten until thoroughly satiated, 2 full bowls of rice, more than she'd ever consumed even at home. Her lips parted slightly, glistening with a faint sheen of oil, and a single grain of rice clung playfully to her lower lip. Shen Yi smiled and gently pointed to his own mouth as a silent cue. Cheng blinked up at him, puzzled. Then, after a moment's pause, comprehension dawned. Hastily plucking away the stray grain, she felt warmth rise slowly across her cheeks. Though simple in appearance, the meal had demanded considerable effort. The only truly fresh vegetable was the mung bean sprouts, sprouted by Cheng herself from yellow soybeans 3 or 4 days prior. The luncheon meat, beef, tomatoes, and preserved mustard greens with minced pork, all came from tins. Ingredients were scarce indeed. Fortunately, seasonings were plentiful: oil, salt, soy sauce, broad bean paste, chili sauce. Though the presentation lacked refinement, the flavors were rich and well-balanced. The seasoning leaned bold and savory, so both were drinking water steadily. Shen Yi's appetite was larger, and he hadn't eaten to fullness. While Cheng rested, he rose to clear the table. Cheng quickly interceded. Wait, let's establish some ground rules first. Oh, what kind of rule? Shen Yi paused and turned to her. It's just the 2 of us now. Everything must be done ourselves. We can't rely solely on you. Fairness demands shared responsibility. She spoke with quiet seriousness. Seeing no trace of jest in her expression, Shen Yi nodded. That's entirely reasonable. Tell me how you'd like to proceed. Cheng had rehearsed this proposal carefully in her mind. In this environment, complete independence from Shen Yi was impossible, but neither did she wish to burden him with every task. They had been strangers before circumstance forced them together. She still knew little of his temperament, and had no idea how long their cohabitation might last. Thus, she believed it vital to define roles early, to clarify duties, and prevent future friction. Should their partnership fracture, Cheng knew she would bear the greater cost. Here's my suggestion: daily chores should be split evenly. Any new responsibilities that arise can be negotiated. She counted off each duty on her fingers. Given that you're male and I'm female, heavier tasks, carrying supplies, fetching water, gathering resources, fall to you. Lighter duties, cleaning rooms, washing clothes, doing dishes, cooking. She hesitated, then added with a faint blush, I don't know how to cook yet, but I'll learn. After all, you made today's meal. Her current skill level made it impossible to claim culinary responsibility with confidence. Yet Shen Yi would inevitably venture outside, to explore and scavenge, and could hardly return exhausted only to prepare dinner. So Cheng resolved to learn gradually, striving to have a warm meal ready whenever he returned. Shen Yi listened with genuine admiration, praising her warmly. An excellent proposal. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Her perspective embodied true equity, not leveraging her gender to claim privilege, but embracing shared accountability. Such balance was no small achievement. Though she may not have begun with inherent bias, her natural beauty had long drawn unearned favor. And societal norms like ladies first subtly reinforced expectations of deference, gradually reshaping her assumptions. Even without her words, Shen Yi would have willingly cared for her. Yet her initiative settled something deeper within him. Coexisting with someone thoughtful and grounded was simply comforting. Then it settled. With that, Cheng stood and began gathering the dishes. These are mine now. You needn't lift a gentle smile curved Shen Yi's lips. Not only was Cheng free of haughty airs, she was also charming, principled, and refreshingly self-reliant. He felt quietly fortunate the system's random pairing had truly delivered a gem. Among many virtues, one stood out particularly: he wouldn't have to wash dishes. Cooking, fine, but scrubbing pots and clearing tables, his least favorite chore, by far. Humming lightly, Shen Yi descended the stairs. Cheng washed the utensils using leftover rice washing water supplemented sparingly with clean water. Water remained precious, but paper towels were abundant. Shen Yi had brought back over a dozen rolls. She dried each item meticulously with paper towels. These tasks were unfamiliar, one she'd rarely if ever performed before. Though somewhat unsteady at first, she managed capably. They were, after all, straightforward duties. Downstairs, Shen Yi continued his work. Their new home was still in its infancy. Every corner demanded attention. The villa had been recently renovated, and most rooms stood bare and echoing. Planning for long-term residence, they mapped everything with precision: which rooms stored rice, flour, water, oil, or grain. each designated for immediate intuitive access. Shen Yi had even visited a furniture emporium hauling back full sets of dining tables and chairs, assembling a sofa and installing simple storage cabinets. Day after day, they worked from dawn until exhaustion claimed them. Yet the rhythm felt purposeful, fulfilling. Gradually, the living room and bedrooms filled with life, furniture, textiles, objects. They'd hoped to add greenery, but every potted plant Shen Yi found had undergone grotesque mutation. Thick gnarled roots had shattered their ceramic vessels, burrowing deep into the soil to feed autonomously. Defeated, they settled instead for several hardy cacti placed along the windowsill. Cheng-Jun hunted down decorative accents and framed prints, transforming their surroundings with quiet artistry. Even amid apocalypse, the human spirit yearned for beauty and grace. When the final touches were done, they exchanged a fleeting, wordless smile, then looked away shyly. Whatever else lay ahead, one truth resonated clearly: this was beginning to feel like home. Early in the morning, Cheng-Jun woke up. She tidied her quilt and pulled open the curtains. The warm morning sunlight, accompanied by the gentle breeze, filled her with joy. Stepping out of her room, she saw the closed door of Shen Yi's room. Cheng-Jun looked at the tightly shut door and chose not to knock. Instead, she lowered her head to take clothes out of the laundry basket. According to their previous arrangement, it was her responsibility to wash the clothes. Shen Yi had placed a laundry basket at the door where all the dirty clothes could be conveniently put for her to collect. They had agreed upon their private spaces, promising not to enter each other's rooms without consent. Cheng-Jun took both her and Shen Yi's dirty clothes downstairs. After placing all the clothes in the basin, Cheng-Jun lightly rummaged through them and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there are no of his undergarments. This was the first time she had washed someone else's clothes, especially a man's. The thought of hand-washing someone else's intimate garments made her feel uneasy. Logically, the clothes that remained in this world should be enough for two people to wear and discard. However, the reality was quite the opposite, and it was troublesome. Each piece had to be searched for individually due to size requirements. It wasn't as simple as just picking up any two pieces. For instance, the short sleeve Shen Yi first brought over was too tight around her chest. Additionally, many clothes had become damp and moldy due to improper storage. Even if they weren't moldy, they had collected quite a bit of dust. They still needed to be cleaned before wearing. The trouble of both methods was actually comparable, so needing to wash clothes was quite reasonable. She opened the lid and took a scoop of water to soak the clothes. There were two large white buckets standing by the door filled with water that Shen Yi had brought back from his drive yesterday. The water was from an artificial lake deep in the pool, but still quite clear. Unsure if it was drinkable, she could only use it for daily tasks. Washing clothes, mopping the floor, washing her face, and showering were all done with it. Seeing the clothes were already soaked, Cheng-Jun picked up a bag of laundry detergent and poured it in. Once bubbles formed on the surface, she began to scrub the clothes. Given the conditions, Cheng-Jun didn't have many preferences. The two of their coats were washed together. To her surprise, scrubbing this basin of clothes was quite exhausting. Cheng-Jun had barely started when sweat began to bead on her forehead, prompting her to wipe it away with her arm. In modern times, despite her laziness, she had her pride. Before her transmigration, she had only hand-washed her intimate garments at most. Coats and pants were all taken care of by the washing machine, as she hadn't done anything herself in a long time. Now the soaked coat was wide and heavy, and before long her arms felt sore. I really feel useless. I can't even wash clothes properly. She felt dejected, lightly striking the basin with her small fist, causing a splash of water. Before her transmigration, Cheng-Jun, though lazy, had her own pride. Yet now the skills she possessed were of no use here. There was no company for her to manage, and she couldn't even draw food. She felt even less capable than an ordinary person, unable to handle even the smallest tasks. After feeling emo for a while, she refused to give in, gritting her teeth and starting to scrub the clothes again. At that moment, Shen Yi came downstairs and stood beside Cheng-Jun. After just a glance, he said, "You put too much detergent in." Huh? Cheng-Jun turned her head to look at him, her eyes bewildered with a few bubbles dotting her pert nose. Seeing her like this, Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, let it be for now. Wash your hands and come eat breakfast." Shen Yi's laughter made Cheng-Jun feel shy, her toes curling as she thought to herself, "No wonder. I thought the more I scrubbed, the more bubbles appeared. It must be the detergent's fault. Well, I clearly used to put this much in before." Sitting at the dining table, she watched as Shen Yi brought over breakfast. It was a simple morning meal. Shen Yi had fried a few slices of luncheon meat, an instant bacon, and heated up 2 cups of milk to go with 2 slices of bread. "Let's make do with this for now. Oh, it's a pity we can't find eggs, or I could fry 2 sunny side up ones," Shen Yi said as he pushed the milk towards her. Eggs have a short shelf life, and those Shen Yi found were either bad or spoiled. The warm milk lifted Cheng-Jun's spirits considerably as she shook her head, saying, "It's fine. Breakfast is already quite generous like this. Hurry and eat while it's hot. I'll go down to help you hang the clothes later," Shen Yi said, placing the luncheon meat between the slices of bread and quickly devouring half of it. "We lack vegetables. While we can supplement the meat with canned goods for vegetables, we only have dehydrated ones or canned tomatoes," Shen Yi said as he took a sip of milk and continued. For many days now, it was hard to see green leafy vegetables on the table, as nearly all the vegetables available in the market had gone bad. Being in the city center, they couldn't be self-sufficient. Vegetables and fruits were originally supplied through transportation. I'm thinking that in a couple of days I'll drive to the outskirts of the city to see if I can find a vegetable greenhouse where there might be fresh vegetables. If we can find it, then we won't lack for our vegetable supply later, Shen Yi discussed with Jun while they were having breakfast. Jun's eyes flickered as she contemplated. After hesitating, she said, "The situation in the outskirts is uncertain, and the journey is long. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Even if you find some, transporting them back and forth would be inconvenient." Deep down, she was reluctant for Shen Yi to take such risks, so she thought of a safer plan. "Why don't we grow our own? While vegetables may be hard to find, seeds are relatively easy. There's a plot of land by the artificial lake. If we tidy it up, it would be enough for us. It's close to the water, making it easy to water them. But I don't know how to farm. Do you know how?" Jun said, awkwardly, feeling like a mere strategist. All talk. Shen Yi didn't mind, and hearing her words, his eyes brightened. "No worries, I do. This is also a good method. Growing our own is safe, and harvesting would be easy. I'll go out this afternoon to find seeds." Shen Yi had a vegetable garden in the backyard of his family home, and he often helped out during his breaks. As for the growth cycle, he had some understanding from helping his mother sow seeds before. Generally, cabbage, spinach, and lettuce grow the fastest, usually taking 20 days to a month to mature. In contrast, tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers take relatively longer, about 3 to 5 months. To ensure a steady supply of vegetables in the future, growing them was definitely a priority. As someone from a family of farmers, what was wrong with growing vegetables in the apocalypse? "All right, once we find the seeds, we'll plant them, and you can teach me when the time comes," she said. "No problem, it's actually quite simple." Nodding, Shen Yi finished his breakfast in a whirlwind, downing the remaining milk in one gulp before heading downstairs. Jun elegantly nibbled on her slice of bread, not eating slowly. Before long, she stood up to start clearing the table. After washing the utensils, she hurried to follow him downstairs. At that moment, Shen Yi had already changed the water and started rinsing the clothes. "Let me do it, we agreed on this." Jun quickly moved over to take the clothes. She felt it was important to do whatever she could by herself, not wanting to trouble Shen Yi for everything. She consciously worked on developing her independence, discarding her bad habits from before her transmigration. Shen Yi neither agreed nor refused, but instead handed one end of the clothes over. "Here, you hold this end, and let's twist it dry together." Jun was momentarily taken aback and instinctively began to exert force following Shen Yi's actions. The two worked in perfect harmony, quickly twisting one piece of clothing after another, while Jun went to fetch a clothes hanger. The clutter at the entrance had been cleared away by Shen Yi, opening up a large space. A long, thin wire connected from the door railing to a streetlight by the roadside. Jun hung the clothes she had stretched out on the wires, spaced apart with plenty of sunlight. They should be dry by the afternoon. This method of hanging clothes would certainly have hindered the aesthetics of the city in the past. But nowadays, no one came out to manage it. Work should be done step by step. Don't overexert yourself. "All right, I'm heading out." Shen Yi shook the water off his hands, opened the car door, got in, and started the engine in one smooth motion. Jun instinctively waved her hand. "Be careful, and come back early." Shen Yi did not respond, merely pressed the horn as a signal. Watching the car drive away, Jun stood dazed in place. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clothes hanger onto her face, casting a gentle halo of golden and red light. Suddenly, Jun smiled, not knowing what thought had crossed her mind. The sunlight seemed to lose its color in that instant. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene went unseen. 3 days later in the afternoon, Shen Yi parked the car steadily, and as soon as he got out, he shouted inside, Jun, come out and see what I found." Jun, hearing his voice, came down from upstairs. She had just been sorting through the vegetable seeds Shen Yi had found earlier, planning to plant them once the land was prepared in a couple of days. "What's up? What good stuff?" she said with a smile while walking down the stairs. "Come and see." Shen Yi eagerly opened the truck bed, revealing 2 black metal machines. "It's a diesel generator." Jun exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to Shen Yi's side. Shen Yi chuckled and patted the machine twice. "Yes, it took me half a day to bring them back." In the past few days, aside from searching for seeds, Shen Yi had also made a round of all the locations Jun had previously marked. Today, he had indeed found these 2 generators in the electrical room of a nearby community. According to the markings, these were 2 20-volt generators. Shen Yi estimated that each weighed at least 80 to 100 kilograms, extremely heavy. "Step aside, I'll get it to the basement." "Whether we can get power depends on this," Shen Yi said as he unfolded a 4-wheeled. Without this contraption's help, he would be exhausted trying to move it. Shen Yi then walked to the back of the truck, his arms tensed and his muscles straining. He exerted a sudden force to lift the generator. Slowly turning around, Shen Yi carefully placed the machine onto the cart bit by bit. Jun stepped back a little, as she couldn't help much in this regard. Although Shen Yi's movements were steady, the veins popping on his neck indicated that this was no easy task. Just these few actions caused him to break into a sweat. If it weren't for his innate talent and quick recovery speed, he wouldn't have been able to lift it out of the electrical room, even with breaks in between. After much effort, he finally moved both diesel generators to the basement. This was also the original plan. These machines are extremely noisy, so placing them below would minimize the disturbance. In the dimly lit basement, Shen Yi squatted in front of the machine, studying it with intent. Jun held a flashlight to help illuminate the area. Neither of them understood how generators worked. They had grown accustomed to powerful search engines, making them lazy to learn and memorize certain knowledge. After all, any question they had could be answered with a simple search. Shen Yi was better off as he had seen a generator at a neighbor's house when he was young. In his memory, it was quite simple: add oil, connect the battery, and turn on the switch. Shen Yi had already observed that there was oil stored inside before moving it. However, now facing the switch and pressing it for a long time resulted in no response. The machine was completely silent. Their entire electricity plan depended on this generator, and if they couldn't figure it out, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, Shen Yi had brought back the manual before leaving. Bring the flashlight closer. Together, under the light of the flashlight, they leaned close and studied it for a while before finally understanding. To use the switch, it required battery power, but the battery Shen Yi had brought back had likely been drained for a long time. The only way forward was to pull the rope manually to start it. After putting down the manual, they were so close now that they could even hear each other's breaths. Shen Yi cleared his throat and stood up, turning to face the generator. I'll try switching to the pull rope. In the dim light, Ching Jun couldn't see his expression clearly, but she softly agreed and pointed the flashlight at Shen Yi. Shen Yi added coolant to the machine as per the manual and disconnected the city power connection. Then, taking a deep breath, he gripped the pull rope and yanked it with all his strength. The machine emitted a muffled sound, as if waking from slumber, but quickly fell silent again. Shen Yi guessed that it was not spinning fast enough, and without losing heart, he pulled the rope again. After several attempts, the speed finally picked up. A ding signaled the indicator light turning on. The generator roared to life, officially starting to run. Shen Yi and Cheng Jun exchanged glances, both finding joy reflected in each other's eyes. Cheng Jun, quickly go get the power strip and the camping lamp. Oh, okay. Cheng Jun quickly replied, handing the flashlight to Shen Yi before running out. In no time she returned. Shen Yi took the power strip and connected it to the battery. Then he retrieved the camping lamp he had found at the outdoor supply store. All these lamps needed to be charged, and upon checking, none of them lit up. Shen Yi felt anxious as he charged the lamp. Watching the green light turn on, he immediately pressed the switch. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the incandescent light illuminated the entire basement. The dazzling brightness suddenly appeared before them, blinding them momentarily. But neither of them had time to care, as their hearts were already filled with joy. They couldn't help but embrace each other, gazing at the bright light source with happy smiles. As Shen Yi tightened his arms, Cheng Jun felt her feet lift off the ground and soon began to spin. The soft, delicate body in his embrace made Shen Yi's heart race, stirring feelings within him. Cheng Jun also sensed something was off. Her face flushed as she avoided Shen Yi's gaze, embarrassment turning her face red. Why don't you put me down? Oh. Shen Yi immediately set Cheng Jun down, and the two awkwardly stepped apart. The generator roared to life, marking a small step for humanity in the apocalypse. Yet it was a giant leap for the two of them into the era of electricity. This burst of light meant much more to them than it was also a beacon of hope for their future lives. Cheng Jun straightened up and patted her sore lower back, resting on her hoe for a moment. Turning her gaze towards Shen Yi, she saw him vigorously swinging his hoe at the other and seemingly unaware of fatigue. The evening glow draped over Cheng Jun, the soft pastoral scenery, creating a dazzling and beautiful sight that momentarily left her in a daze. If it weren't for the peculiar colored plants constantly reminding her, she almost believed that she was still on Earth. Bring over the seeds, scatter a few in each hole. At this moment, Shen Yi had already turned the soil twice and looked up at Cheng Jun. The soil here is very fertile, turning easily. Oh, Cheng Jun replied, and picked up the vegetable seeds she had prepared, scattering them one by one. Shen Yi took out a small water pump from the vehicle, inserted it into the artificial lake, connected it to the battery, and started it. Clear water was continuously drawn in. Shen Yi attached a rubber hose and sprayed water over the field. After they finished their work, the two stood together, looking at the land before them, filled with a sense of achievement. A genetic awakening seemed to stir within her, and a smile spread across her face. Shen Yi turned around and took out 2 cold drinks from the cooler in the back seat, handing one to Cheng Jun. Opening the drink, the coolness flowed down her throat, dispelling the heat from their labor. Ice cubes were also one of the conveniences of electricity. Let's head back, but it's getting late. In the future, we can come back to water the plants every so often. Leaning against the doorway while drinking soda, Shen Yi said, in a few days we will have vegetables to eat. Cheng Jun nodded with a smile, taking off her straw hat, letting her long hair cascade down like a waterfall. She gathered her hair with both hands, revealing her elongated swan-like neck, holding a green rubber band in her mouth. After days of labor, her skin was no longer as pale as before. It now exhibited a healthier hue. Spending every day together, Shen Yi never grew tired of this scene, no matter how many times he saw it. After getting into the car and returning home, Shen Yi went upstairs to prepare dinner, while Cheng Jun stayed downstairs to tidy up the tools. After simply preparing a couple of dishes, Shen Yi called for Cheng Jun to come upstairs for dinner. At the dinner table, Shen Yi noticed that Cheng Jun's hand movements while picking up food seemed a bit odd, prompting him to ask her what's wrong. Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. Let me see your hand. Cheng Jun silently shook her head, hiding her hands, but she couldn't withstand Shen Yi's insistence as he forcefully grabbed her and opened her palm for inspection. To his dismay, he saw that her delicate palms were covered in blisters, some of which had already burst, revealing bright red flesh. Shen Yi fell silent at the sight. He had experienced blisters himself, and the pain was excruciating. After dinner, wash the bowls. You shouldn't touch water. I'll apply medicine for you later. Cheng Jun seemed like a duck cornered, her entire being reduced to a hardening beak. It's nothing, it'll get better. This isn't trivial, there are no doctors here, and we lack medical supplies. If it gets infected it won't be a joke. Shen Yi looked at her with a serious expression. Not only her, but Shen Yi himself was also trying to avoid injury. Cheng Jun hesitated for a moment, her lips moving, but in the end she remained silent. After tidying up, Shen Yi sat down beside Cheng Jun. Just endure it a bit. He opened her palm. The smaller blisters he ignored as they would absorb and disappear on their own, but the larger ones, especially the already burst ones, needed disinfectant and medicine. Hiss. Despite Shen Yi's prior warning, the sharp pain still made Cheng Jun gasp. These blisters were formed when she was hoeing in the afternoon. Shen Yi hadn't expected her to endure so well. Most people would have given up if their hands turned red. Although her movements were slow and not very skilled for a young lady who had never done hard work, the fact that she didn't complain about pain or fatigue was already remarkable. While thinking, Shen Yi quickly wrapped her hand with gauze, his tone softening. Don't let the wound touch water, it will heal in a couple of days. Why make yourself so miserable? Tears lingered in Cheng Jun's eyes for a long moment, and upon hearing this, she quickly turned her face away, not wanting him to see. Although her palm hurt greatly, her heart felt extremely warm. Time passes this way, simultaneously reminiscing and continuing, never stopping to linger. Cheng Jun wrote the number 74 on a load-bearing wall with a marker. This was the 74th day since she arrived in this world. She appeared noticeably fuller, and her entire demeanor had undergone a significant change. With less frailty and more competence, her expression was one of calm determination. After having to be self-reliant, the environment truly forged a person. Cheng Jun, breakfast is ready. In the next moment, she instantly broke her stoic facade, revealing a bright smile. I'm coming. After nearly 3 months of spending every day together, it felt as if years had passed. Time seemed to stretch, and the two became so familiar that they could talk about anything. The pressure of survival had dissipated, but the questions that arose were no less. Had humanity been wiped out? Were there any survivors? What was the source of the bizarre plants? In recent days, whenever they had the time, they would drive around the city exploring. Whether it was shouting through a loudspeaker, playing music, or honking the horn, they had tried every method to attract attention. Every time Shen Yi arrived at a new place, he tirelessly turned on the radio, hoping to catch some signal. Yet it felt as though they had been cast onto a deserted island, completely isolated from the world. No one responded. In the driver's seat, Shen Yi, wearing sunglasses, looked at Cheng Jun, who was scribbling beside him, and asked, which direction are we heading today? Southeast. Let's explore the places we didn't finish last time. Cheng Jun said, picking up a pen and marking a small cross on the map to make her decision. Upon closer inspection, the map was already densely covered with crosses indicating all the places they had visited. All right then, fasten your seatbelt. The experienced driver is about to hit the road. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi immediately pressed the accelerator, jokingly saying, are you trying to kill us? Cheng Jun was startled by the sudden acceleration, and after stabilizing herself, playfully hit Shen Yi's shoulder in annoyance. What followed was Shen Yi's triumphant laughter. The car sped southward. Cheng Jun habitually pulled out a loudspeaker from under her seat, continuously playing the broadcast in an attempt to attract attention. As noon approached, the loudspeaker, which had been working all morning, had run out of power, and naturally no one responded. Cheng Jun accustomedly took down the loudspeaker, and the car stopped in the middle of the road as the two began to rest. Shen Yi set up a sunshade while Cheng Jun opened a folding chair. They took out the lunchboxes prepared in the morning and began to enjoy their lunch. The door was half open and the melodious music echoed inside the car. After they had eaten to their heart's content, the two reclined their chairs, one holding a bottle of cold drink, and began their midday rest on the zebra crossing. In the chaos of the streets, amidst the dilapidated remnants of the city, the surroundings were silent except for the music. They blissfully napped in the center of the intersection, oblivious to the world. A fantastical scene that no one witnessed. This was a romance exclusive to the apocalypse. Shen Yi squinted his eyes and lazily hummed along to the melody. Suddenly something caught his peripheral vision, startling him into sitting up straight. A shadow flashed beneath the car. Shen Yi's movement made a sound, prompting Cheng Jun to open her eyes. What's wrong, Shen Yi? Chill. Shen Yi gestured for Cheng Jun to be quiet and slowly moved toward the car. His right hand hung naturally, ready to summon his handgun while trying to make as little noise as possible. Cheng Jun was no longer the person she used to be. The two shared an unspoken understanding. After receiving Shen Yi's signal, she sat silently, even her breathing becoming much lighter. As she circled to the side of the pickup, Shen Yi paused his steps. What lay before them was surprisingly a rat. However, this rat had an unusual physique, measuring at least as long as his forearm, and its entire body was a purplish black under the sunlight. Most peculiar was a black flower sprouting from its forehead. The flower had 4 petals with roots resembling whiskers anchoring it to the little rat's head, indistinguishable from either fur or antennae. At that moment, it was clutching a small piece of jerky and nibbling on it, its bean-sized eyes scanning the surroundings. Slowly its gaze turned to meet Shen Yi's eyes. There was no panic, no movement, it simply remained in place, continuing to eat. Shen Yi cautiously took a step back to maintain some distance. The jerky had been accidentally dropped on the ground during their lunch, and it had surprisingly picked it up. Cheng Jun, blocked from view by the car, and hearing no sounds for a while, grew worried about Shen Yi, and slowly rose to lean closer. She dared not make a sound, cautiously moving to stand behind Shen Yi. The shiny furred rat came into view, and Cheng Jun quickly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. This was precisely the shadow she had encountered on the first day. By now the small piece of jerky had been consumed, and the rat suddenly stood on its hind legs, the flower on its head swaying gently. The surrounding weeds, flowers, and greenery seemed to lean toward it. Chirp! Its green bean-sized eyes glanced at the two, seemingly reflecting a hint of human-like emotion. Then it crouched down and disappeared in a flash. Shen Yi maintained his vigilance, not making any unnecessary. This strange creature resembled a rat, yet Shen Yi could not treat it as such, nor could he guarantee its harmlessness. Moreover, it was incredibly fast. Fortunately, it had no intention to harm, otherwise Shen Yi might not have been able to defend himself. For a moment, both lost the desire for an afternoon nap, packed up their things, and returned to the car. Did you notice? Cheng Jun suddenly asked. Notice what? That thing seemed to have awareness. It looked at me before. I know it had been staring at me too. This is the only living creature we've encountered besides us. It must be hiding some. Still, we should be cautious. It was just attracted by the jerky. Its small size doesn't mean it's harmless. Cheng Jun recalled the oddly shaped rat. Its lively eyes sent a chill down her spine, and she couldn't help but hug herself, trying to regain a bit of warmth. Shen Yi focused on the road ahead, driving steadily, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm here. Though his words were light, their weight was profound. They had supported each other for so long, needing little explanation. On the way back, it began to rain. The rain was heavy. The curtain of rain seemed to stretch endlessly like the Milky Way pouring down. The small white car resembled a leaf drifting in water flowing downward. The small villa stood quietly, and they returned home through the curtain of water. The torrential rain kept washing away, but Cheng Jun's heart remained unsettled as she held a cup of hot tea by the window. Holding the cup with both hands and sipping carefully, the warmth flowed through her, but did not reach her heart. The world seemed to turn upside down, and everything before her felt foreign. The steam from the hot tea swirled in front of the glass window, the mist blurring her view. A profound sense of loneliness washed over her, enveloping and consuming her. Suddenly a blanket was draped over her shoulders. You just got soaked in the rain, be sure to keep warm. Shen Yi stood beside her, stretching lazily, as if no one else were around. Rainy days made one feel lethargic, ideal for sleeping. His presence reignited the spark in Cheng Jun's dim eyes. Shen Yi gazed at the rain while Cheng Jun looked at him. Yes, it was only him who brought her this sense of security. Gripping his hand tightly, she felt that as long as he was with her, even if it were the end of the world, there was nothing to fear. In her eyes, there was nothing that could defeat Shen Yi. He was sometimes energetic, sometimes uplifting, never pessimistic even when trapped, and never giving up even in the face of the apocalypse. In contrast, she was lost, afraid, discouraged, and tormented. In such an environment, Shen Yi felt like a steady light source that made her want to chase after and draw near. Although the incident with the strange rat made her anxious, life had to go on, and she needed to look ahead. After spending a few peaceful days at home, the two went out again. By the artificial lake, Shen Yi set up his fishing rod, preparing to see if there were any fish in the deep waters. The seeds they had sown earlier were now nearing harvest time. A patch of vibrant green vegetables grew splendidly, perhaps due to the fertile soil. They hardly needed to fertilize or water the plants. Shen Yi's mouth watered. He wasn't craving meat right now, but this green leafy vegetable. While Cheng Jun was inspecting the field, Shen Yi quietly approached her from behind with a package. Ding ding ding, guess what this is, eh? Cheng Jun looked at Shen Yi's beaming smile, taking the package with her hand, saying, Is this for me? What good thing is it? You'll find out when you look. Shen Yi maintained his smile, looking as if he was sure she would be satisfied. Curiosity piqued. Cheng Jun hurriedly opened the bag, her eyes widening in surprise, the joy evident in her. This is... Where did you find this? The bag contained a complete set of watercolor paints along with several brushes and a palette. Haha, are you satisfied? The drawing board is in the car. I knew you would like it. I found this in a small obscure shop. I don't really know about painting. If you see anything missing, let me know, and I'll get it for you now. Shen Yi wasn't sure what kind of painting style Cheng Jun preferred, so he made an effort to gather all the tools. Cheng Jun was touched that he remembered her casual mention from back then. I'm so satisfied. This is the best gift I've ever received. Thank you. She held the paints, lost in thought, her eyes gradually reddening. Shen Yi gently patted her shoulder, deliberately interrupting her emotions, saying, They'll go get your drawing board and take a look at your masterpiece. Cheng Jun suddenly snapped back from her memories, giving him a sidelong glance and retorting, I'm not painting anything, let alone a masterpiece. Yet despite her words, she hadn't picked up a brush in a long time, and now with the tools at hand, she felt a twinge of excitement. Glancing over, she saw Shen Yi already setting up the drawing board. She didn't respond verbally, but stepped towards him. Hey, the drawing board isn't set up like that. I haven't even ordered the canvas yet. I knew it. You say you don't love painting. Shen Yi teased as he handed her the drawing board. Cheng Jun gradually warmed up, letting out a playful hum, ignoring Shen Yi. Thus one fished while the other painted. It felt as if the apocalypse was shut out, creating a tranquil pastoral scene. However, just at that moment, boom! The ground trembled slightly, as if a dragon was turning in its sleep. The ground trembled suddenly. Shen Yi, who was sitting and fishing, was able to maintain his balance, while Cheng Jun beside him wavered unsteadily, causing her paintbrush to fall from her hand and hit the ground. Shen Yi quickly got up to support her, and the two leaned against a wall gazing into the distance. A tall building shed part of its wall during the tremor, sending up large clouds of dust. The vines on the outer wall seemed like ropes clinging to the cracks in the concrete, surprisingly holding the structure of the building intact, without completely collapsing. In the southern direction lay a place they had yet to explore. The tremor did not last long, and the surroundings fell silent once more. Cheng-jun's face turned pale, her lips quivering. Is it an earthquake? Shen Yi supporting Cheng-jun looked equally grave. It might not be that simple. If it were just an earthquake, it would be manageable, but the real concern lay in whether this disturbance was caused by something far more terrifying. The calm life was merely a facade. Shen Yi constantly reminded himself that he was in an apocalyptic world. Let's go, we should head home and check. Home has just experienced an earthquake. I wonder if there's any damage. Our immediate priority is to go back and see. Shen Yi left the fishing rod behind and quickly tidied up his belongings to place in the car. Creak. The familiar sound made Shen Yi stop in his tracks. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw that same purple mouse from before. It had knocked over a drink during the earthquake and was now licking up the sweet syrup that had spilled out. Shen Yi rushed over in a few quick steps, grabbing the mouse tightly and glaring at it. Were you the one who did that? Out of Cheng-jun's sight, Shen Yi had already summoned a pistol and pressed it against the mouse's neck. If it made any sudden movements, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. No matter what kind of monster this was, he thought if he shot it in the head, he could see if it would still move. Yet the mouse remained silent and still in his grasp, neither biting nor trying to escape. To his surprise, Shen Yi saw innocence in its eyes, as if it were saying, "I'm just a mouse caught here." Suddenly, the purple mouse slipped like water from his hand, landing back on the ground to continue licking the remnants of the drink. Shen Yi was startled. The slip was not just a metaphor, but literal. It had transformed into a puddle of black liquid resembling oil that fell to the ground. What's wrong, Shen Yi? Who are you talking to? At that moment, Cheng-jun, having put down her things, came running over. Curious. Shen Yi said little, merely pointing at the mouse. It continued to drink nonchalantly, completely ignoring the two. It appeared again. Cheng-jun's expression was not good. She was already afraid of mice, feeling uncomfortable at the mere sight of one. Could the earthquake just now have been caused by it? Cheng-jun clearly began to suspect, as it was impossible not to connect the dots. This mouse was the only living creature they had encountered in this world. If they didn't suspect it, who else could they suspect? I'm not sure, there's too little information to refer to. We are completely in the dark. Shen Yi shook his head, a vague premonition telling him that the real culprit was not this mouse. However, its peculiar nature was undoubtedly related to the situation. Cheng-jun was deeply worried. It had only been 2 or 3 months since life returned to normal, and now strange occurrences were becoming frequent. The more she learned, the more questions filled her mind. Most of the phones, tablets, and notebooks they had collected at home were password protected, and with no internet access, they still had not grasped even a glimpse of the disaster that had befallen the world. After some thought, Shen Yi squatted down, trying to communicate with it. Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can nod your head. Shen Yi's words caused the purple mouse in the drink bottle to lift its head. It made no other response, simply turning the little flower on its head, which caused the surrounding weeds to grow slightly denser. Then with a whoosh, it disappeared from their view again. What do you think that flower on its head looks like? On the way back, both of them were lost. Shen Yi scratched his chin in contemplation, thinking of something similar. The sun ladder. This was a plant derived from the setting of the game Resident Evil that Shen Yi had played in college, considered the origin of the Resident Evil story, as the virus was extracted from this flower. This plant seemed to fit the background setting. Shen Yi had learned about an invasion of alien flora. Cheng-jun hadn't seen it, but he had clearly witnessed the mouse transform into a puddle of liquid that slipped from his hand. Resident Evil. It makes some sense, but it doesn't quite fit. I can think of a more suitable story background: The Last of Us. What's that? It's also a game where the infected are similar to the state of that mouse just now. Cheng-jun explained as she had played more games and provided a closer example. She then described the plot to Shen Yi in detail. After listening, he nodded. It did seem more reasonable. The small Western-style building was newly constructed and had not sustained much damage during the earthquake. The two of them entered the house and propped up several fallen decorations. They each began checking the supplies stored in the room. At the dining table, Shen Yi watched as Cheng-jun ate with an expression as if chewing wax. After their earlier conversation, she remained anxious, so he engaged her in small talk. Tomorrow I'll go check the site where the earthquake occurred. We can't just keep our eyes closed like blind men. Cheng-jun put down her bowl and chopsticks upon hearing this, losing all interest in her food, her worry evident in her expression. I'll go with you. Shen Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth before replying, no way. I took you out before because there was no disturbance, but this time the situation is serious. I can't risk taking you with me. But you? Cheng-jun furrowed her brows, speechless. If you think it's dangerous for me to go, doesn't that mean it's dangerous for you too? Shen Yi naturally saw her concerns. Their fates were closely intertwined. If anything happened to him here, Cheng-jun would likely struggle to survive alone. In the brief months they had spent together, Shen Yi found himself both fond of and admiring her. She was resilient, sensible, opinionated, and had a certain fierceness about her. Shen Yi often thought somewhat foolishly how wonderful it would be if she could be his girlfriend. In reality, it would be a dream worth waking up from. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Shen Yi reassured her, don't worry, I'll just watch from a distance and won't get close. It's like throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away, you understand. Once he said this, even Chung Jun quick-witted as she took a while to grasp this old joke. As a result, her previously low spirits lifted and the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched. Seeing this, Shen Yi's eyes brightened, and he asked, "You understand this too? You underestimate me." Chung Jun rolled her eyes at him. "I've been immersed in the ACG community for so long, how could I not know? It's just marginal OB." Before her transmigration, her hobbies included games, anime, and novels, but after living here for 3 months, it felt like a lifetime ago. After some playful banter, they chatted endlessly on this topic, but in the end, Shen Yi was the one who fell silent first. His work had left him with little time for such interests, and naturally, he felt less knowledgeable when the conversation deepened. The outcome was that Chung Jun seized the opportunity to mock him extensively. Even in the calm of the apocalypse, this place was still foreign. The longing for home could only be soaked in memories to find a moment of peace. In the kitchen, Chung Jun was washing the dishes, still immersed in the delightful mood from earlier, softly humming her favorite song from before. Gradually, Chung Jun realized that she had unknowingly cast aside the heavy emotions from the dining table, finding joy in Shen Yi's antics. Indeed, he always had a way. Lost in thought, she polished the utensils in her hands until they gleamed without realizing it. The sound of singing once again echoed through the kitchen. On the afternoon of the second day, Shen Yi greeted the mild sun outside and set off. The collapsed building from yesterday's earthquake was to the south. Shen Yi had been there before, but only reached the shopping center and did not venture deeper. The place where Shen Yi was located was called Jiangxing District, not quite the central area. According to the complete map of Huaijing City, they found that spot was closer to the city center. Beep. A prompt sound of electricity came from the walkie-talkie, and Chung Jun's slightly distorted voice came through. Shen Yi, please respond if you receive this." "Received, what's up?" Shen Yi controlled the steering wheel with one hand, freeing his right hand to pick up the walkie-talkie and reply. "Nothing, just checking on your situation. Am fine, getting closer to the central area, probably less than 10 minutes left. Good, you. Be careful, contact me if anything happens. Don't worry, I'm here." Shen Yi replied, and Chung Jun reluctantly hung up. The walkie-talkie had limited power, so it was best to save it for key communications and not chat for too long. This pair was found from the security booth, which had been idle until last night, when Chung Jun dug it out and charged it for communication. Shen Yi passed the shopping center he had been to before and ventured deeper. The vegetation grew denser, with many roots breaking through the concrete pavement, causing Shen Yi to slow down. Unlike the well-preserved buildings in Jiangxing District, most of what he saw in the city center was in ruins, with few intact structures remaining. Stopping the car, Shen Yi clipped the walkie-talkie to his waist. The road ahead was blocked by plants and rubble, making it impossible for the car to pass. Finding a gap, Shen Yi crouched and squeezed through. The environment here finally bore a taste of the apocalypse, with ruins, wrecked cars, and wasteland everywhere, nothing remaining intact. After walking for a while, Shen Yi looked up and saw the half-collapsed building from yesterday was now right in front of him. It should be just ahead. Shen Yi continued forward to investigate. He passed through a coffee shop missing half its roof. Countless roots were exposed, densely converging toward a center. The sight of the layered roots made Shen Yi frown, feeling nauseated. Could yesterday's earthquake have been caused by the movement of these roots? He cautiously avoided the roots and pushed aside the vines to look inside. There at the center, surrounded by countless roots, were just a few black flowers. The leaves of this plant were broad like opened umbrellas, thin and almost transparent, allowing sunlight to penetrate down to the ground. The black flowers had 4 petals, not bright in color, yet the sunlight refracted into 7 hues resembling a rainbow. The stem was entirely black, resembling a carbon fiber column from a distance, and it seemed there was a liquid swirling inside. Shen Yi glanced over and felt an immensely vibrant life force flowing within. Is this that strange flower? He quickly spotted the black flower in the center, clearly the same as the one. The connection here was evident, and Shen Yi's heart tightened. Is this plant the culprit that led to the downfall of this? To the naked eye, aside from its odd color, this flower was no different from ordinary wildflowers, fragile enough that a single step could crush a large patch. However, looking at the thick roots beneath his feet, Shen Yi could not underestimate it. The multitude of thick roots resembled the tip of an iceberg with no visible end beneath. So much nutrition was being supplied to this small plant, one could only imagine how terrifying the life energy it contained was. This thing did not seem easy to deal with, and Shen Yi decided to leave quickly. As for the reckless thought of getting closer, or even picking it, he didn't dare to entertain it. Slowly backing away, Shen Yi returned to the coffee shop position. Suddenly, a 3-legged chair collapsed due to decay, startling Shen Yi. He cautiously observed the surroundings for any other sounds, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing. He did not dare to take chances, and hurriedly walked outside. This was a world-destroying weapon. Even moving a single vine could get him killed multiple times. He rushed to the car, finally having time to think. Could it be in a state of slumber? Or have I not offended it? Regardless, no danger was a good thing. Getting in the car and turning around to head back, Shen Yi replied to Chung Jun. As soon as the call connected, she impatiently asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, heading back now. I'll tell you more when I get home." Shen Yi briefly reassured her, and pressed down on the accelerator. As soon as the car turned in, Shen Yi noticed Qingjun already waiting by the door, resembling a stone waiting for her husband. Once Shen Yi got out, Qingjun came over and dusted off his clothes, saying, "Pretty quick, what was it like inside?" Sighing, Shen Yi snatched the towel from her hands and walked inside. He had thought about a lot on the way. The situation is not optimistic. This was not an earthquake. You know, the plants in this world have mutated. Qingjun nodded as she followed behind. Shen Yi described the scene he had seen that afternoon. This thing isn't a native species, right? Where is there any space for other life to survive with it around? With his description, Qingjun's intelligence had already guessed the truth with great accuracy. Given the way this strange flower devoured nutrients and land, there was no room for other plants and animals to develop and survive. Could it be something that mutated? That rat was probably controlled by it. I don't think so. There are only a few flowers. How can one control multiple beings with just one? That's true, but why did that rat approach us several times? Currently, there are no clues. It was still early, and the two sat down in the living room, setting up the chessboard while chatting and playing chess. Qingjun analyzed and casually placed a piece. They often played chess as a pastime, one of the few games they had time for. Qingjun's skill was slightly better, and usually Shen Yi lost more than he won. Holding a chess piece as if deep in thought, Shen Yi said, "We might have to move. You also think about moving? Of course, who can live peacefully under the tiger's eyelids? Don't be fooled by the current calm. Likely the tiger would squash the nearest bug the moment it opens its eyes." As for coexisting peacefully, Shen Yi had no such hope. If that were possible, where would all the people in this city have gone? But where can we move to? The two thought along the same lines, but when it came to moving, they faced difficulties. They were not locals, nor were they originally from this world. It wasn't that they were reluctant to leave this place, but they simply didn't know where to go. Venturing into the unknown might not be any safer, and there were questions about whether they could obtain resources more stably. Not to mention Qingjun, even Shen Yi thought that only about 3 months had passed in this year's time limit. There was still plenty of time ahead. Where would their wandering end? Placing a piece on the chessboard, Shen Yi shook his head and said, "I concede, I can't beat you." Qingjun frowned at the board, confused, and asked, "Did you let me win? How come it was even faster than last time?" "No way. You're improving too fast." Shen Yi protested. "Really? We haven't played in the last couple of days. Where did the improvement come from?" Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly changed the subject. Dinner time. I'll go cook." "Don't move while I'll cook today. You can't always be the one cooking, especially since you went out today." Qingjun stopped Shen Yi as she stood up. "All right, then it's your turn." Seeing her enthusiasm, Shen Yi reluctant. In the night, the lights in the small Western-style building were dim. Due to the issue with the mutated plants, Shen Yi turned off the generator in the basement to reduce noise. At the same time, in order to save energy, the previously brightly lit environment would no longer occur. Now they only had a camping lantern hanging above their heads. Dinner was prepared by Qingjun, marking her first time in the kitchen. When Shen Yi offered to help, she promptly pushed him away. At that moment, seeing her bring the plates over, he immediately smiled and teased her. "I want to taste your exclusive secret recipe. Why are you hiding it from me?" Qingjun blushed, tucking the hair that fell over her face behind her ear. "What nonsense are you talking about? I only know how to make Western cuisine at home. Just try it out." She didn't want Shen Yi to help simply because she easily got nervous. Cooking was something she wasn't familiar with, and having Shen Yi watch her would only add to her stress. Dinner consisted of a piece of steak for each person, accompanied by a bit of pasta with tomatoes and spinach as side decorations. Given the poor conditions and lack of ingredients, they made do with whatever they had. The beef was retrieved by Shen Yi from the cold storage he opened last time. They had stockpiled some meat. Once the storage door opened, the cold air escaped continuously, and the meat inside would spoil, if not consumed. Under Qingjun's expectant gaze, Shen Yi cut a small piece and chewed it. It was a bit tough, and the part he cut had some burnt edges, possibly due to not mastering the heat with the cooking pan. Shen Yi swallowed without changing his expression and replied, "Not bad, but there's plenty of room for improvement." Qingjun, unable to taste the flavor, smiled and stood up. "Really? This needs to be paired with some red wine. I'll go get it since it's already breathing." Shen Yi smiled as he watched her back and shook his head, subtly, discreetly flipping the steak to hide the burnt side. When he looked up, Qingjun had already come out holding a large bowl. "I couldn't find a decanter, so I'll make do with this." "No problem, it's all the same." Qingjun then busily got wine glasses, pouring a glass for both of them. Shen Yi seldom drank and had no particular taste for it. He could drink this wine without it needing to breathe. Although he didn't enjoy drinking, he had stockpiled some liquor for these things that served more purposes than just drinking. "Cheers." They clinked their glasses. Qingjun first sniffed it before drinking. Shen Yi was a common man. Frankly speaking, the flavor was quite smooth and not unpleasant to drink. As the wine went down, her face immediately flushed. She hurriedly cut a piece of meat and put it in her mouth to press it down. The next moment, the meat hit her tongue. Her face instantly scrunched up. "Tui, it's bitter." After spitting it out, she suddenly realized and looked at Shen Yi, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't control the heat well. Just throw it away. I'll go make a bowl of noodles for you." Shen Yi waved his hand, showing no signs of blaming her. "It's fine, this piece is quite good. Just cut away the burnt parts. Throwing the whole thing away would be too wasteful. No need to make noodles. We have pasta here." Qingjun didn't expect to mess up her first cooking attempt, especially after secretly planning for so long. The dishes she made at home had tasted quite good. Shen Yi was not one to indulge her. He was used to hardship. For him, if it was cooked it was edible. He comforted Chungjun, and they began to chat over drinks about the topics from the afternoon. Looking back now, it's truly fortunate that we didn't encounter any issues despite all the commotion we caused before. Yeah, but it rooted itself in the city center, which is quite far from us. The commotion referred to their previous search efforts, blasting loudspeakers and calling out in every direction, yet they had never gotten close to the city center. Shen Yi, do you think there are any other living people in this world besides us? After drinking more than half of her glass, Chungjun twisted the base of her goblet, her tone low. Previously there were only internal troubles, now external threats had also emerged, making it hard for her to remain optimistic. There must be. Humanity can't be extinguished so easily. According to the system's introduction, the area was close to being overrun, but not completely lost. Perhaps some survivors were hiding somewhere. Shen Yi could only respond this way. Chungjun remained non-committal to this answer. Even if they found people, what would it matter? She was an outsider with no family or friends, waking up only to this messy city. She took another large sip, her emotions surging as she slowly laid her head on the table, her gaze dazed like a startled fawn, tears rolling down her cheeks. Why? Why is it me? Why am I here? No matter how bitter or difficult it was, Chungjun had gritted her teeth and endured, but the doubts pressed deep in her heart could never be released. In the third month of the apocalypse, she finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Shen Yi set down his glass and walked over to gently pat her shoulders, softly comforting her. Chungjun suddenly looked up and hugged Shen Yi's waist, her tear-filled eyes resting against him. Shen Yi, I miss home. That confused and sorrowful gaze struck Shen Yi's heart hard, filling him with guilt and nearly making him want to reveal the truth. This was essentially just a dream, a game, yet it entangled the innocent soul of Chungjun. Shen Yi knew this was a game, but Chungjun was merely a victim kept in the dark. It would have been fine if she were just a programmed NPC, but the copied version of her was a living person. With her joys and sorrows, she held herself, her warmth, heartbeat, tears. Everything felt so real. How could he remain indifferent? Gently stroking Chungjun's hair, Shen Yi spoke earnestly, perhaps this is just a dream. A nightmare will eventually have a time to wake up, and maybe one day, when you open your eyes, you'll return home. Family, friends, warmth, peace, everything as it should be. Right now, he didn't want to care whether this was a projection of the system. At least in this moment, he treated Chungjun as a person rather than a character to be conquered. Perhaps Shen Yi's comfort had an effect. Chungjun gradually stopped crying. She raised her head with red eyes, smoothing out the wrinkles in Shen Yi's clothes, which had just been dampened by her tears. Sorry, I feel much better now. As she sat up straight, Shen Yi returned to his seat. Chungjun refilled both their glasses and raised her cup again. Seeing her drink another large gulp, Shen Yi frowned and advised, you should drink less. He had figured it out. Chungjun had a large appetite for drinking, but didn't handle it well, yet she drank without hesitation. Chungjun ignored him, downing another glass of red wine. With a sigh of relief, she comforted herself. You're right, what if this is a dream? By the way, Shen Yi, I haven't asked where you're from. My hometown is a poor place called Linjiang County, part of the Gusu province. As for the city I work in now, it's Jingyuan. Unexpectedly, Chungjun's eyes lit up. You're also in Jingyuan City. So am I. Which district are you in? Jingyuan District. What a coincidence. I live in Shanyang District, but my workplace is also in Jingyuan. You know Tianqing Group, right? Chungjun hadn't expected that they lived so close, but it was indeed a fateful encounter. Jingyuan. Tianqing. Chungjun. Though the words were light, they resonated loudly in Shen Yi's ears. Wang Ru's words immediately came back to him. The administrative department just transferred a supervisor named Chungjun, a beautiful woman, and Aridani, the daughter of a top leader. It's her. Shen Yi finally understood why the name sounded familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. He then internally complained, Fu Nanji is one, Chungjun is also one. Why does this damned system keep targeting a single sheep to fleece? Seeing Shen Yi in a daze, Chungjun waved her hand in front of his eyes. The Tianqing Group is a leading enterprise. Who doesn't know about it? I'm so envious of you. Shen Yi didn't know why, but instinctively he didn't mention that he was also part of Tianqing Group. Chungjun poked at her pasta with a fork, showing no joy at the compliment. There's nothing to be envious about, it's just a company. If I get the chance to go back, I'll recommend you there. After a pause, she glanced elsewhere and added, I still have some connections with Tianqing. Arranging it won't be a problem. Knowing her background, Shen Yi understood exactly what she meant and pretended to be excited as he replied, Ha, then I really believe you, but you mustn't trick me. Regardless of whether they could return, this playful agreement lifted Chungjun's spirits considerably. She clinked glasses with Shen Yi again. After finishing a glass of red wine, Chungjun felt a slight dizziness, but she didn't mind. This fuzzy feeling was quite pleasant, allowing her to forget her worries, making her feel light all over. With her cheeks flushed, she unbuttoned the first button of her blouse, revealing a patch of fair rosy skin. Boldly glancing at Shen Yi, she asked, Shen Yi, how old are you this year? Shen Yi was focused on his steak, but upon hearing her, he looked up and replied, Me. I'm 25 wise. Chungjun covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, feeling a bit muddled as she joyfully said, I'm 26, a year older than you, you should call me sister. Shen Yi found her amusing, putting down his cutlery and joking, You don't really look like an older sister, I think you should call me brother instead. Cheng Jun didn't catch that Shen Yi was joking. She stared blankly, seriously contemplating the logic behind it. Right, he excels at everything, takes care of me. So well, I don't deserve to be the older sister. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. With her dazed eyes, she nodded at the hazy figure of Shen Yi, saying, yes, what you said makes sense. I should call you. Taking a deep breath, she called out to Shen Yi, brother. Her voice was soft and sweet. Her eyes were hazy yet sincere, charming, without being seductive. This call sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine, as if his throat was coated with sugar, making his voice come out raspy. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Cheng Jun's cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish as she stubbornly continued to babble with Shen Yi. Shen Yi sighed, too lazy to argue with her, and stood up saying, I'll help you back to rest. No, I'm not going. I want leave. Cheng Jun saw Shen Yi approaching and sat firmly in her chair, using her head to lean against Shen Yi's abdomen while flailing her arms like a windmill. Shen Yi had never seen such a scene. Cheng Jun, when drunk, was akin to a fairy revealing her true form. The goddess had turned into a bit of a lunatic. With no other choice, Shen Yi grasped both her hands, half squatting to help her sit up straight. But she was as limp as if she had no bones, leaning against Shen Yi's shoulder, and suddenly said, Who told you to let me? I don't want you to let me. Her warm breath brushed against Shen Yi's ear, making it feel ticklish. A fragrance of orchids accompanied by a faint scent of alcohol invaded his nostrils. This statement was indeed whimsical. Shen Yi took a moment to realize she was referring to their chess game in the afternoon. Seeing her drunk, Shen Yi could only go along with her whims. Yes, it's my fault. I promise not to let you win next time. I will definitely give it my all next time. Not receiving a response from her, Shen Yi wasn't sure if she heard him, so he simply lifted her up to take her back. Bending down, Shen Yi lifted her horizontally. Her body was soft and squishy, feeling wonderful to hold. Resting her head in the crook of Shen Yi's arm, her eyes squinted, and her face glowed like a peach, fine enough that it seemed one could see her blood vessels. Looking at her sleeping face, Shen Yi sighed as he walked to the room. But before he could push the door open, he heard her mumbling, I need to pee. What? I need to pee. After confirming several times, Shen Yi realized he hadn't misheard, and not wanting to watch her wet her pants, he helplessly approached the bathroom door. He went in and placed her on the toilet, feeling at a loss. Fortunately, she wasn't completely unconscious. As soon as she sat down, she fumbled to unbutton her pants. Shen Yi sighed in relief and quickly stepped outside, leaving a reminder, call me when you're done. Back at the dining table, Shen Yi shook his head and began to clean up the mess. Cheng Jun, before and after drinking, was like two different people. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. It seemed he should let her drink less in the future. After some effort, Shen Yi had cleaned the tableware and still hadn't heard Cheng Jun moving. Shaking off the water from his hands, he hurried to the bathroom door and knocked. After a few knocks with no response, Shen Yi immediately pushed the door open to take a look. He saw Cheng Jun had unknowingly fallen asleep on the toilet, her pants only halfway down. Shen Yi, seeing this, didn't know how many times he had sighed tonight. He walked over to help her up to check. Fortunately, she hadn't wet her pants. Otherwise, Shen Yi wouldn't know how to deal with it. He lifted her up again, pushed open the room door, and placed her on the bed. Her clothes were disheveled, revealing large areas of skin. Her hair sprawled out like blooming begonia flowers. In this moment, with the fragrant softness beside him, Shen Yi's heart raced. He was a normal man, and to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. At this moment, it seemed there was nothing wrong with feeling this way. But glancing down, he saw Cheng Jun lying on the bed, seemingly having a nightmare. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her forehead creased, eyes tightly closed, thin lips pursed. The whole face exuded a sense of fragmented beauty that made one want to protect her. Sitting at the head of the bed, Shen Yi was silent, finally reaching out to try and smooth her furrowed brow. He took off her shoes and pulled the quilt over her, leaving her clothes as they were. Leaning down, he gently kissed her forehead before retreating. Whether he seemed pretentious or dull, he still believed that first and foremost he treated Cheng Jun as a person. Everything else was beyond his concern. After taking a cold shower to calm down, Shen Yi finally went upstairs to rest. The next morning, while brushing his teeth, Cheng Jun suddenly barged in with messy hair and asked, last night. Did nothing happen last night? Cheng Jun had just sat up from the bed. Despite not having a headache, her memories of last night were fragmented. She only vaguely remembered a part of it. Worried she might have made a fool of herself, so she hurried to confirm. Facing her inquiry, Shen Yi didn't rush to answer. Instead, he leisurely rinsed his mouth before saying, nothing happened. Oh, that's good. Sorry, you continue. Cheng Jun sighed in relief after hearing this, apologized to Shen Yi, and prepared. But as soon as she touched the doorknob, Shen Yi's light voice came floating in, if we exclude your performance as a windmill. Cheng Jun's expression froze, and the fragmented scenes in her mind slowly pieced together, making her face go from flushed to bright red, as if she were a boiling teapot about to burst. Don't say any more, I don't want to hear it. Finishing her words, she fled, as if escaping. Shen Yi chuckled lightly. Oh, after all the trouble last night, he finally felt a sense of relief. Let's see if you dare to act drunk next time. The peaceful days lasted less than 3 days. The second earthquake struck again. Although the duration was not long, the two eventually put aside their delusions. Shen Yi began to contemplate an escape route. He drove back a large jeep he had previously found. Aside from a slightly deformed front bumper, the vehicle was overall in good condition. The two began to modify the vehicle. In fact, it was merely removing the rear seats to create more space. They packed easy toaster food cans, clean water, and strong liquor. Batteries, camping lights, a portable stove, gas canisters, bowls, chopsticks, and cooking utensils. Almost everything they could think of was loaded into the vehicle. They also prepared 2 barrels of gasoline and tied a tent to the roof of the car. They were ready to flee at any moment, aiming to be able to leave the moment something felt off. Another 4 days passed. The third earthquake arrived. Cheng Jun speculated that it might be expanding its territory. Each tremor felt like the roots underground were drawing in nutrients, stretching their bodies. In other words, it was only a matter of time before its surface roots would spread around the two. On the afternoon of the 99th day of the apocalypse, Shen Yi and Cheng Jun had completely cut off all unnecessary outings. Cheng Jun, feeling anxious, pushed the chessboard aside, as she simply could not concentrate. Shen Yi understood her frustration, but felt helpless. What else could they do but wait passively? Squeak. A familiar sound echoed, and the two exchanged a glance before immediately getting up. As they descended the stairs, they found it was indeed the same mouse. It now stood upright, watching as the black flowers above them swayed and shifted. Shen Yi stopped Cheng Jun, intending to approach alone. Wait. Cheng Jun grabbed Shen Yi's hand, took a deep breath, and forced down her discomfort, saying, "It might be conveying some message. Look at the flowers on its head." With this, Shen Yi recalled the times he had seen it. He had only been astonished by its appearance or suspicious of its intentions, thus overlooking this small change. Shen Yi walked closer, staring intently at the mouse. "Do you mean that there is something in that direction?" The mouse showed no response, merely the flowers above its head began to gently sway. Shen Yi's heart stirred, and he asked it again, "Are you suggesting I follow you?" This time it did not disappear immediately, but squeaked once, and the black flowers turned again. Shen Yi finally realized that every time the mouse appeared it was giving him hints. He just had not understood its meaning before. Seeing that it had not left, Shen Yi turned to Cheng Jun and said, "If it's a blessing and not a curse, going with it might yield some rewards." "Is that really possible?" "It's just a guess. If it wanted to harm us, it wouldn't go to such lengths. There must be some other situation. Then this time I'm going with you." Cheng Jun looked seriously at Shen Yi, her tone resolute. "All right." Seeing her stubborn gaze, Shen Yi could not refuse this time. The doubts in their hearts were simply too many, so even knowing that following it might carry risks, they still chose to go. The feeling of being blindfolded was too uncomfortable. Having made up their minds, Shen Yi tentatively said to the motionless mouse, "Let's go." With a whoosh, the mouse transformed into a shadow and vanished, appearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. It stopped and looked back at the two as if asking why they had not followed. Seeing this, Shen Yi immediately pulled Cheng Jun. Thus the three of them ventured down the street. The distance was not long. After less than 10 minutes, the mouse stopped in front of some ruins. "This place is..." Cheng Jun murmured, "This is where I woke up." Having only passed 100 days, returning to this place gave Cheng Jun a sense of strangeness. Following the mouse deeper, Cheng Jun pushed aside the lush bushes. "After crossing over, I was lying here." Pointing to the ground, Cheng Jun turned to Shen Yi. Shen Yi did not know the reason. When he met Cheng Jun, she was already squatting on the main road. He thought for a moment and said to Cheng Jun, "Perhaps the mouse was guiding you back then. Don't forget you were the first to encounter it." "That's possible, but I was so scared of the mouse that I didn't pay attention." Cheng Jun thought about it and realized it was indeed possible. After all, the mouse had come to find her right after she crawled out. The deeper they went into the ruins, the more darkness swallowed everything. Shen Yi pulled out a retrieved phone and turned on the flashlight. This thing now had very little use, as Shen Yi usually just used it to check the time. Following the mouse, they arrived at a large hollow. The flashlight's light reflected around the walls, hazily illuminating the entire space. As their feet touched the ground, they could hear the sound of water in the quiet space. Distant dripping echoed far. The air was filled with a moldy smell mixed with decay and a hint of blood, suggesting that this place had long been deprived of sunlight, cold and damp, and the atmosphere was murky. This environment was very unsettling, and Cheng Jun tightly gripped Shen Yi's hand, causing it to sweat. Shen Yi continued walking forward. Now that they were here, there was no reason to retreat. Cheng Jun was afraid he wouldn't follow, so she could only force herself to stay calm. Finally, the mouse stopped in front of a half-open door. The moment Shen Yi stepped onto it, buzz! A buzzing sound echoed, and white light illuminated the surroundings, brightening the entire space. "There's actually electricity," Shen Yi exclaimed. Regardless, having light at least made it feel much more reassuring. As they stepped inside, Cheng Jun observed the surrounding architecture. "It looks like some kind of underground laboratory. Do you think so too?" A pungent smell wafted down the long corridor. Shen Yi cautiously approached and discovered it was a very indescribable substance. It resembled moss, yet also fungi, with large white tendrils linking them, spiraling down like a grid. It looked bizarre and disgusting, yet oddly intertwined with a sense of complex beauty. They were attached in large patches to the walls and ground. Regardless, touching them under unknown circumstances was not a wise choice. Shen Yi carefully led Cheng Jun around. Turning the corner of the corridor, the mouse was already waiting. Once they entered, their eyes were met with chaos, scattered documents, dried blood, and that strange moldy plant they had encountered earlier. Crossing various glass partitions, Shen Yi followed the mouse into an office. This could be considered both an office and a research lab. Inside were many incomprehensible tools and instruments, and a large number of scattered documents on the desk. On the other side was a transparent incubator, though it had a large hole in the middle. Cheng Jun had already bent down to start looking through the documents while Shen Yi compared the size of the hole to the mouse's figure. He secretly estimated that this mouse might have escaped from the laboratory. Since entering the office, the mouse had been struggling with the small cage on the desk, trying to squeeze inside. However, its body was already too large to fit. Suddenly, it transformed into a pool of liquid resembling oil flowed into the cage, and after returning to its original form, it could not move. Therefore, it had to ooze out of the cage again. Cheng Jun flipped through the documents on the table with a solemn expression. The veil of the world was gradually revealing itself to her. The various doubts she once had were now being resolved one by one, yet instead of feeling relieved, she found herself increasingly terrified. Sometimes ignorance is a kind of happiness. The more one knows, the heavier the fear in their heart becomes. Exhaling softly, she spoke, "Shen Yi, come take a look." At that moment, Shen Yi was fiddling with a brick. Hearing her, he hurried over. "What's wrong? Any new discoveries?" "Not discoveries, it can be considered a complete upheaval." Cheng Jun said with deep concern. 9 months ago, this world was still peaceful and tranquil. But then a small meteor exploded and scattered across the planet, marking its arrival. Cheng Jun subtly pointed at the purple rat. Shen Yi understood she was referring to the black flower and nodded. "This plant is extremely domineering. Once it lands, it quickly takes root and sprouts, seizing territory and nutrients, causing massive public panic and economic loss. According to the records, in just 3 short hours, it nearly caused all the greenery in a city to wither. Now, all the plants visible to us are the results of its later proliferation. But that's not the most terrifying part. After human intervention attempted to eliminate it, it released spores and began, thus the infected were born. They are highly contagious and possess formidable combat power, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to contend with them, and even escape is incredibly difficult." As she spoke, Cheng Jun handed over the research section regarding the infected. Shen Yi took it and saw that it clearly documented the entire process of an ordinary person becoming infected and undergoing mutation. A healthy adult after infection will experience a headache within 15 minutes as the spores enter the bloodstream. Half an hour later, they will develop a high fever that shows no signs of subsiding. An hour later, the nasal cavity will itch and produce mycelium, the eyes will swell and redden, and consciousness will begin to blur. 2 hours later, the fever will subside, and the body's muscle fibers will transform into plant fibers, greatly increasing strength and resilience. 3 hours later, consciousness will be completely lost, and the body will become a breeding ground for mycelium, starting to produce spores to infect new hosts. At this point, the person has truly transformed into an infected, their every movement carrying contagion. Their physical fitness is generally equivalent to that of a second-tier athlete, and they exhibit a strong aggressiveness towards non-infected individuals, with those showing individual differences being even more formidable. The transformation process is irreversible. Even if the host dies, as long as the head and torso remain intact, the infection process cannot be halted. Aside from a vulnerability to head damage and a fear of flames, they have no other weaknesses, and they become more vigorous under sunlight, tirelessly capable of repairing their bodies through photosynthesis. Shen Yi grew increasingly alarmed, feeling astonished without being able to summon any other emotions. Zombies wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes in front of it. Aside from being slightly slower in infection than zombies, these infected beings are simply a one-sided massacre against ordinary civilians. With few weaknesses, strong abilities, and the ability to regain health from sunlight, they are like athletic champions capable of fighting regardless of life or death. One can imagine that even necromancers would come begging for guidance. However, this led to new doubts. Shen Yi set down the materials and asked Cheng Jun, "Is there no response from him?" Cheng Jun had anticipated this question from Shen Yi. Flicking through another document, she replied, "Despite the large-scale invasion of alien plants, humanity is not without resistance. In a very short time, countless scientific teams intervened in the research, naming the alien plant eukaryotic fungi master, also referred to in the West as Krikia. According to research feedback, the fungal colony is merely its outward manifestation. Its true form is a black liquid resembling oil. It can take the form of flowers, leaves, or plants, and naturally it can also be a fungal colony." Cheng Jun added, "It only became a colony because that is advantageous for its survival." At this point, Shen Yi instinctively looked at the rat. He had seen it transform into liquid more than once. Cheng Jun pulled out a research log and began reading, revealing key information related to their situation. Originally, during the early stages of the disaster, armed forces forcibly separated a portion of the eukaryotic fungi master while it was weak. This portion was taken back to the laboratory for research. Fortunately, it hadn't yet reached a level of power where it could disregard the conservation of energy. Separated from nutrients and sunlight, even with its extraordinary abilities, it could only obediently be studied in a culture chamber. It was during this time that much key information about it was uncovered. The subsequent events aligned closely with Cheng Jun's conjectures. During an accidental experiment, the separated small colony of eukaryotic fungi was forced to parasitize a white mouse. After obtaining a body, survival instinct compelled it to escape the laboratory with a small amount of energy. What about the researchers in the lab? Did they all evacuate, or were they all killed? The experimental log was still quite clear at this point, though evidently the situation did not end simply. Cheng Jun rubbed her arms as goosebumps rose, forcing herself to say no researchers survived. As for their whereabouts, those in the corridor, just now were all. This relates to another characteristic of the infected. In the absence of sunlight, they consume the host's flesh and bones to survive until only a mass of mycelium remains. In the dark underground laboratory, these infected beings all perished through self-cannibalism. Shen Yi hadn't expected that those colonies he saw just now were all transformed individuals, causing a chill to creep up his spine. So this big rat is the same as that little white mouse from back then. Yes. Cheng Jun nodded, pointing to a new log entry as she continued. After that portion of eukaryotic fungi escaped, it was unable to reach sunlight and unable to change its white mouse habits, it surprisingly returned. At this point, the surviving researchers didn't think of evacuating, but continued their research. Cheng Jun was astonished, unable to help but marvel at the researchers' reckless courage. As Shen Yi looked back at the scene of the rat climbing into the cage, he suddenly understood. When it was still a white mouse, it was likely confined within this cage, retaining some of the mouse's innate instincts. But how do we explain its current behavior? Why did it bring us here out of a sense of conscience? New doubts arose. This part Cheng Jun did not know. She hadn't had time to examine it yet. There were no further experimental logs. All had transformed into conjectures recorded in a series of notes. These cannot be classified as diaries. They can only be considered as spontaneous records during moments of inspiration. The truth was beginning to surface, and Shen Yi felt an increasing sense of unease. Stopping Cheng Jun from reciting, he said, "Grab the notebook. Let's go outside and look later." After saying this, he pulled Cheng Jun and prepared to leave. Since these infected are so powerful, how come we haven't encountered even one? This was the true concern of Shen. He had a gun in hand, but against such monsters, Shen Yi estimated that even two of them would be very hard to handle. Just before exiting the laboratory, Shen Yi turned back to the playful purple rat on the table and asked, "Are you coming or not?" The mouse's head remained still, but the small flower above it turned towards Shen Yi. Soon it transformed into a viscous liquid that flowed to Shen Yi's feet. Shen Yi dragged Cheng Jun outside. Along the way, neither of them spoke. The amount of information they had just received was overwhelming, and they both needed some time to digest it. Upon returning to their dwelling, they finally felt a sense of safety and sat down to rest. Shen Yi noticed that the true core parasitic mouse had followed closely behind and opened a can to lure it into the corner. Currently, it harbored many secrets, and despite appearing harmless, Shen Yi dared not treat it as a pet. It was not polite and began to indulge itself, possibly influenced by its fungal instincts, as it seemed to have a fondness for human food. At this moment, Cheng Jun had already opened a notebook and started flipping through it. The records inside were not in chronological order. They resembled summaries and conjectures with a disordered and chaotic penmanship. This extraterrestrial plant possesses consciousness. Or rather, once it transformed into the true fungal master for survival, it shared a collective consciousness. All the infected are also under the control of this consciousness. Cheng Jun's pupils dilated as horrific speculations filled her notebook, running wild. A mad researcher even proposed the idea of humanity coexisting with fungi, transforming all of humanity into infected beings to consolidate a collective consciousness that could resist or even replace the fungal master's consciousness. What a crazy idea. Just then a new earthquake suddenly erupted. The ground shook, the walls trembled, and Shen Yi quickly shielded Cheng Jun and hid in a corner. This time the tremors lasted longer, and he silently counted the seconds while covering Cheng Jun with half of his body. 180 seconds. 3 whole minutes passed before the earthquake finally subsided. Cough cough, are you okay? The small building withstood this tremor, but the dust and debris from the aftershocks were unavoidable. I'm fine. Cheng Jun leaned against Shen Yi's embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat. In this chaotic environment, her heart strangely felt a sense of calm, as if she had just awakened peacefully from an afternoon nap. Shen Yi pulled Cheng Jun and hurried outside to look south. In the distance, a cloud of dust hung over a heap of ruins, and that tall building had completely collapsed and vanished. Shen Yi made a decision in his heart. Let's go. We need to leave now. Where to? I don't know anywhere is fine as long as we get away from here. The feeling of unease in Shen Yi's heart had reached its peak. All right. Cheng Jun asked no further questions, trusting Shen Yi completely. Get in the car. The vehicle they had prepared earlier finally came into play. The two of them hopped into the Jeep, and as soon as the engine started, they could set off. There was nothing valuable left at home. They needed nothing. With the roar of the engine, Shen Yi drove the vehicle straight. The fungal master is to the south, so we should head north. 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 All right, go straight, and then turn right ahead. Cheng Jun, sitting in the passenger seat, pulled out a map to confirm their position and began to guide the route. What about that rat? Cheng Jun suddenly recalled the true core parasite in the recent chaos. She had no idea where it had gone. Don't worry about it, even if we die it won't. Shen Yi, feeling lazy to deal with the strange creature, dismissed it. A dull thud sounded from the roof of the car. Following that, it began to flow down and gather in front of the windshield, forming a small black flower that swayed like a car emblem. Who else could it be but that parasite? Shen Yi couldn't help but scold. You little rascal, you certainly can't get enough of being mentioned. Despite the scolding, Shen Yi didn't drive it away. After all, it was a true core variant, and it might come in handy someday. The car had been driving for over 10 minutes. and they were nearing the farthest point they had previously reached. Are we safe? Cheng Jun murmured. Where are we going next? Shen Yi shook his head saying, I haven't thought it through either. But we can ask someone to think for us. Can you get the phone from my waist? Cheng Jun didn't quite understand, but she reached out and felt something hard. Taking it out, she exclaimed in surprise, a satellite phone. Where did you get this? I found it in the office of the underground laboratory. Oh, it still has power. Try dialing a number. As the name suggests, the satellite phone relies on satellites, and since the ground communication base stations were destroyed, it could still be used for communication. Cheng Jun opened it. There was only one number stored inside. Finally, she was about to connect with someone from this world, and with anticipation, she dialed the number. The wait was nerve-wracking, and after a long time someone on the other end picked up. Hello. A somewhat hesitant male voice. Hello, hi. Cheng Jun replied tentatively. May I ask who you are? We are survivors from Huijing City. We happened to pick up this phone and wanted to find out. Before Cheng Jun could finish speaking, she was interrupted from the other end. Wait, you say you are survivors from Huijing City? Cheng Jun noticed the shift in the other person's attitude and glanced at Shen Yi. Oh, after hesitating, she replied. Yes, we are from Huijing City. We can't provide much more information beyond Huijing City. Okay, please hold on, don't hang up, please don't hang up. After that there was a flurry of noise and the call was put on hold. Cheng Jun vaguely heard the person on the line calling out for news from Huijing City. About a minute later the call was picked up again, and the other end had a different person. This time it was a deep male voice. Hello, this is the Countermeasure Committee. May I ask how the current situation in Huijing City is? Are there any other survivors besides you? Currently it's just the two of us. There was just an earthquake in Huijing City, and we managed to escape. Cheng Jun replied truthfully. Where are you now? We just left Jiang District and are preparing to head to the S02 highway. Cheng Jun looked down at the map. Good, please head to the S02 highway toll station and wait there. We will immediately dispatch a helicopter for rescue. Rest assured the Countermeasure Bureau will not abandon any survivor. The male voice gave a brief instruction before hanging up, seemingly in a hurry to make arrangements. Cheng Jun put down the phone and turned to discuss with Shen Yi. Both agreed to head to the S02 highway, as being able to contact the organization was certainly better than facing it alone. The rescue efforts of the organization's world were still quite substantial. The two gradually drove out of the range of Huijing City. The road became increasingly difficult to navigate, filled with obstacles. It seemed that the outside world was even more devastated and chaotic than Huijing City appeared. Shen Yi observed everywhere, while Cheng Jun continued to study the notebook. The area ahead became increasingly desolate, with farmland lining both sides of the road, and they were nearing an elevated road. He maneuvered the car through a bizarre-shaped route using the jeep's bulk to collide and create a path. On both sides of the road, red and white crops stood straight in the soil like wooden stakes. Just as Shen Yi was puzzled about what these things were, suddenly the plants began to move. They broke free from their tendrils, each resembling peeled bamboo shoots pulling themselves out of the ground. The leaves unfurled above slowly closed in, revealing a face that would terrify anyone with a fear of tight spaces. Blood-red eyes opened, and the face was intertwined with vascular structures and roots. Layers of mold floated like tentacles. Roar! After a roar, all heads turned toward Shen Yi's position. In an instant, Shen Yi felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been targeted by a natural enemy. Cursing under his breath, Shen Yi immediately floored the gas pedal and surged forward. This sudden change startled Cheng Jun, who was deeply engrossed in research, and she looked outside. Is that an infected? Cheng Jun's voice trembled. Although there were annotations in the materials, pictures were just pictures. Seeing it in person was a whole different experience. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed as the creature approached them with a bizarre gait. In just a few breaths, they were nearly at the sides of the road. Each of these infected moved with the speed of an athlete, relentlessly pursuing them. Shen Yi took the moment to scoop up the rat and toss it behind the pile of supplies, driving for about 5 more minutes. At this point, Shen Yi could see their shadows in the rearview mirror. Damn, it is the cafeteria serving food now. He exhaled, trying to calm his anxious heart. No matter how fast these infected were, they couldn't outrun a car, but the road was difficult with too many obstacles preventing the car from picking up speed. Shen Yi's driving skills were actually average. In reality, he couldn't even afford a car. The reason he was now driving so skillfully was entirely due to practice and simulations. Cheng Jun held onto the overhead handle while constantly looking around. Oh no! Suddenly her face turned pale and she exclaimed. It turned out that there was a car blocking their path ahead. Hold on tight. Shen Yi gritted his teeth and didn't reduce his speed. He only had time to warn her before crashing through. Bang! He relied on the car's size and weight to push the obstructing vehicle aside. However, this delay allowed the pursuing horde to close in quickly. They were obviously not far from the highway toll booth, yet this distance felt incredibly torturous. To hell with this apocalypse. Just when the catastrophe passed, another one is upon us. As an ordinary modern person, Shen Yi was neither an athlete nor a special forces elite. Being chased by hundreds of infected, while still able to think clearly, was already quite a feat. Although he tried hard to remain calm, adrenaline surged, making his face flush crimson. Look ahead. The toll booth is right there. Cheng Jun leaned out half her body and suddenly pointed. Even though she was trembling with fear, she still shouted. Shen Yi swerved to avoid another car. Be careful. He kept his eyes on the road, not daring to lose focus. Did you see a helicopter? No. Cheng Jun widened her eyes and scanned the bright sky, but there was no sign of a helicopter. Her heart— What do we do? The toll booth was in sight, but the rescue team was nowhere to be seen. What could they do? Shen Yi steeled himself and chose to charge ahead. With a deadly horde behind them, stopping meant waiting for death. They had no choice but to press on and see if there was— With a muffled thud, an infected lunged onto the car, grabbing the rear door handle. A shock ran through him as he saw it being dragged along in the rearview mirror, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. The most terrifying part was that its hand seemed to split, releasing filaments in an attempt to climb onto the roof of the car. Shen Yi did not dare to slow down or let it crawl onto the car. He quickly opened the window, extended his left hand, and summoned his pistol, shooting blindly. A few shots rang out, but the infected's hand seemed welded to the door, showing no reaction. With no other option, Shen Yi had to drive while trying to shoot. Being a novice, he couldn't hit vital spots with just a few shots. Cheng Jun took a deep breath to calm her panic and said to Shen Yi, "Let me take over." You? Shen Yi didn't have time to question her and hurriedly handed her the gun. The road situation was too urgent for him to focus. Cheng Jun took the gun, familiarized herself slightly, and leaned out halfway. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. Shen Yi watched in the rearview mirror as she hit the infected right between the eyes, unable to help but exclaim, "Nice shot." Cheng Jun returned promptly, but inside she was equally panicked. Thankfully, she still had the feel and hit the target. I shot at a range while studying abroad, so I am somewhat competent. Not somewhat competent, but extremely competent. If Shen Yi weren't driving, he would have wanted to give her a thumbs up. He then pretended to rummage under the seat for 2 spare magazines and handed them to her. This gun was more useful in Cheng Jun's hands than in his own. I found this in an armored truck before. It's all I have, so you— Shen Yi briefly explained the gun's origin. They finally got onto the highway, and the 4-lane road was quite spacious. The vehicle gradually accelerated and Shen Yi managed to shake off the infected. Are we being stood up? Why hasn't the helicopter arrived yet? After barely escaping, now that they could finally catch their breath, Shen Yi couldn't help but complain. Cheng Jun didn't know the reason either and could only comfort him in return. They are probably coming from very far away. Let me call and check. Shen Yi stopped Cheng Jun's movement, his expression extremely serious. Let's wait to call. We have trouble now. The road ahead was blocked. It was unclear whether there had been a chain collision or an endless line of cars stretched as far as the eye could see, completely clogging the elevated road. It's over. Cheng Jun felt a sense of despair. The infected they had just shaken off were now relentlessly pursuing them again. With obstacles ahead and pursuers behind, where should they go? Shen Yi took a deep breath, shifted gears, and turned the car around. He couldn't outrun them on foot, so he had no choice but to take a gamble. The sight of the infected surging in layers from a distance sent chills down Shen Yi's spine. It was either one that couldn't be spotted or a mass of them. Shen Yi had already prepared for the worst. In a moment, he'll charge through directly. If any get close, you just shoot, and be sure to protect yourself. If I get infected, shoot me before I transform to spare me from becoming one of those disgusting creatures. Cheng Jun tightened her grip on the handgun, not daring to think in that direction, shaking her head repeatedly. No. It won't happen. After spending so long together, neither of them could be without the other. At this moment, Cheng Jun didn't care about her dislike and shouted at the rat. Aren't you the manifestation of the pathogen? Can't you control these infected? They are targeting you, right? The small black flower on the parasitic rat's head swayed left and right a couple of times, seemingly expressing that it couldn't do anything either. Cheng Jun had been studying a notebook along the way which contained a hypothesis suggesting that the microbial consciousness was a hive-like collective, but it had fallen asleep due to releasing a large number of spores. Now the earthquake was a sign of its awakening, and once it awoke, it would first seek to reclaim what it had lost. She deeply suspected that they were not the primary targets of this group of infected. At this moment, the infected crowd was being diverted by the car obstacles, and Shen Yi saw a glimmer of an opening. Charge! He floored the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The horde of infected collided with the jeep, and the infected in front were sent flying. Shen Yi paid no heed and kept pressing the gas pedal, charging forward. With mutated filaments, deep red veins, and grotesque faces, Shen Yi could smell the stench of decay and rot even through the glass. Countless hands reached for the jeep. No matter how fast Shen Yi accelerated, they were still blocked by the never-ending wave of infected. Cheng Jun, for the time being, couldn't pay attention to the parasitic rat and gritted her teeth, continuously shooting to stop them, but she could only manage one side. Shen Yi kept turning the steering wheel, trying to carve out a path. The windows in both the front and back seats were rattling, making one worry they might shatter at any moment. The car speed slowed down, and Cheng Jun tossed away her last magazine. Shen Yi felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He thought to himself that this journey was likely coming to an end. Perhaps due to the tension causing auditory hallucinations, Shen Yi seemed to hear the sound of propellers spinning. The next moment, a massive pressure of wind surged. Cheng Jun was overjoyed and pulled Shen Yi's arm, saying, "Rescue has arrived, we are saved." The enormous buzzing of the propeller descended overhead, accompanied by the pressure of the wind. After hovering, gunfire erupted incessantly. The rescue team on the plane fired continuously, and no matter how rampant the infected were, they fell like wheat. A muffled sound echoed as a bullet pierced through the infected's head, directly shattering the windshield and striking the dashboard with relentless force. Shen Yi swallowed hard, never having felt death so close. Get down. Regaining a semblance of calm, he stifled his urge to curse and pulled Qingjun down. Shen Yi gave up on breaking through the encirclement. The infected couldn't breach the jeep for the time being, but continuing to drive like this would make them vulnerable to stray bullets. Shen Yi decided to stop the vehicle to protect Qingjun, both of them crouching low to evade the gunfire. Are they really here for rescue? Listening to the chaotic shouts and gunfire outside, there was no sign of concern for their safety, leaving Shen Yi anxious. Inside the closed vehicle, only their heartbeats and breaths remained. Above, the rescue team coldly aimed their guns at the horde of infected below. The horde of corpses paid no heed to the helicopter overhead, focusing solely on the vehicle, clawing at it, even slamming their germ-filled heads against the windows, leaving them riddled with cracks. Fortunately, while the number of infected was high, few could get close to the vehicle, allowing them to hold on for the time being. Gradually, the gunfire diminished, and many infected fell, creating a massive pile of corpses. Prepare for descent. Be cautious when engaging and pay attention to retrieval. Hearing the command from Captain Ling Wu through the headset, the rescue team swiftly descended to the ground via rope. Once the gunfire ceased, Shen Yi cautiously looked up to check, realizing that all the infected had been cleared. In the distance, a team of 5 had descended and was walking over with guns drawn. Qingjun straightened up at that moment, her eyes sparkling with joy at having survived the ordeal. Shen Yi, the crisis had finally passed, and the rescue team was so close. She smiled brightly at Shen Yi and spoke. This time Shen Yi did not meet her gaze, but instead looked ahead with a tense expression. What's wrong? Qingjun felt a sense of unease, instinctively turning her head to look ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of suppressed gunfire exploded in her ears. The infected have been cleared. Team members covered each other, signaling as they advanced alternately. The vitality of the infected was remarkably resilient, as sometimes they wouldn't die, completely necessitating caution against their sudden resurgence. Ling Wu sat in the helicopter, intently observing the situation below. He recalled the conversation he had with his superiors earlier. Half an hour ago, the middle-aged man had issued orders immediately after hanging up the satellite phone. Dr. Chen's hypothesis has been validated. The true core fungus has awakened. A mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, indicating that the sample lost by Huaijing Research Institute should escape Huaijing City. Ling Wu will lead the team personally and ensure that everything goes flawlessly. Remember, the form of that true core variant could be a mouse or even a human. According to the information from Dr. Chen, it is speculated to have the ability to switch hosts, so do not let your guard down. It possesses an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Capture it and bring it back. Ling Wu inquired, what about the survivors? What nonsense about survivors? As the first outbreak site, Huaijing City has been searched 3 times inside and out. Where could there still be living people? The middle-aged man sneered. Even if there are some, they will be treated as infected. Understood. Ling Wu glanced at the situation before him, once more hearing the team request the next instructions through his headset. Target the jeep, open fire. But, survivors. A team member's hesitant voice came through the headset. Follow the orders. Pay attention to capturing the target. His expression was cold and resolute. The response was the sharp sounds of gunfire. What does it feel like to be shot? Shen Yi felt that he could write extensively about it upon returning. He didn't know how many bullets he had taken, but his body felt as if it had been hit by a truck. Then a burning sensation spread from the wounds, the pain piercing his mind like nails. He felt like a broken sack, his strength rapidly draining away. Why the hell I wasn't bitten by an infected, but I got shot by my own people. Damn system, it hurts so much. The feeling of pain to the extreme might just be anger, but unfortunately, he had no outlet for his rage, only a heavy eyelid and a wave of drowsiness. Shen Yi mustered the last of his strength to squeeze out a smile, softly saying to the stunned Qingjun, I'm sorry, the nightmare should end now. He apologized for dragging her into this adventure. At the brink of death, he thought, it's fine if I die, this dream will end. Then everything went dark and his consciousness began to... Qingjun instinctively supported Shen Yi's slipping face, her vision flooded with crimson. Blood poured out in torrents from Shen Yi's back. She desperately tried to stop the bleeding, but with one end blocked, another would leak. It was all in vain. The sudden upheaval had left her stunned just as Shen Yi lunged at her. The gunfire erupted and ceased in just a few seconds, yet it overturned her entire life. Is he dead? Why? Shouldn't the nightmare end? Qingjun felt dazed. Shen Yi lay in her arms like a ragged doll, struck in the body, while she felt as if her heart had been pierced. Has the nightmare ended? No, the nightmare was just beginning. Blood droplets rolled down, forming a droplet at her chin, ready to fall. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Qingjun closed her dim, lifeless eyes. She was so tired. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and despite the jeep in front being motionless, the rescue team showed no signs of relaxation. They advanced towards the parking area in a 3-2 formation. Through the shattered windshield, a couple could be seen lying in a pool of blood. They slowly approached the car door. Be cautious during the inspection. Begin retrieval of the samples. The faint voices reached Qingjun's ears, yet sounded like thunder. Samples. Research Institute. Notebook. Rescue team. Everything connected, and she suddenly they were merely pitiful sacrifices, and all the arrangements, all of it was just for that sample. Cheng Jun smiled silently. She suddenly opened her eyes and turned, grabbing the mouse. The mouse's fur was glossy, and none of the bullets had hit it. Now held in Cheng Jun's hand, it showed no reaction, only staring at her with its beady eyes. However, at this moment Cheng Jun did not look at the mouse, but fixed her gaze on the swaying flower on its forehead. "Everything is because of you," she whispered. It instinctively sensed something instantly transforming into black liquid attempting to slip from Cheng Jun's grasp. But how could Cheng Jun, having comprehended everything, let it escape? She lowered her head and bit off the flower, swallowing it whole. The team outside simultaneously noticed the commotion inside the car and quickly raised their guns ready to shoot. Cheng Jun, however, paid them no mind, merely sitting quietly with Shen Yi. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, continuously growing and spreading like tendrils. White fungal threads sprouted from the corners of her eyes, skin, fingertips, and her entire body. These threads wrapped around her, gradually forming a cocoon. The sound of her heartbeat resonated like drums. A chilling aura began to spread. The sudden change before their eyes left the five of them stunned in place. A white cocoon formed in the blink of an eye, and an invisible aura began to spread. A sound of swallowing echoed as cold sweat gathered on their foreheads. What seemed like a small cocoon gave them the illusion of being prey to a top predator. It felt like a fear etched in their genes. The angry roar of the team leader from the earpiece jolted the five back to reality. Yet their hands holding the guns were as stiff as iron, and none dared to make a move. Those selected for the team were all elites. They had dealt with at least 800 infected corpses. They couldn't accept the cowardice within themselves. With a shout, one person in the middle pulled the trigger first. The others quickly snapped to attention and followed suit. The bullets pierced through the car window, hitting the thin mycelium and sparking as if each bullet were striking a steel. The magazine was quickly emptied, but the white cocoon showed no reaction, not even a scratch. A tearing sound echoed as fabric ripped apart. The five exchanged glances, unable to help but retreat in unison. The car door had swung open. A bare foot extended from within, followed by a slender, delicate calf. Her skin was exquisite, resembling fine porcelain crafted by master artisans, emanating a deathly pallor. She stepped out, cradling a still bleeding body. Blood droplets fell, but could not cling to her. Each one fell like rain, splattering on the ground. She ignored the five standing before her. Gently, she placed the person in her arms on the ground, her gestures tender, as if handling a treasure. She crouched down to affectionately wipe the blood off the face of the one she cherished, nodding in satisfaction afterward. Her clean face contrasted sharply with the mangled body, evoking a chilling sensation. Only after ensuring everything was in order did she turn around. The five finally saw her clearly. Her features were finely sculpted, her complexion icy, her thin lips devoid of color. Her pitch-black eyes held no whites, appearing hollow, as if they could swallow one whole. Most striking was the black petal at the center of her brow. The intricately twisted stems rooted in her forehead resembled a crown made of thorny flowers. For large jet-black leaves enveloped her entire body. Her dress seemed to have grown from her body, spiraling leaves guarding her, revealing a long swan-like neck. It exuded an eerie beauty. "Die." Cheng Jun finally spoke, breaking the silence with her first syllable. Her voice was soft, yet carried a chilling sharpness. The ground trembled as a massive force pierced through the thick foundation, sending several slender tendrils shooting like lightning into the foreheads of the five. The elite rescue team didn't even have time to scream before they were annihilated in an instant, leaving only the sound of guns clattering as they fell. 05, hovering in the helicopter, felt his hands and feet turn cold, stunned by the massive upheaval before him. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "Turn around. Get out of here, quick, quick, quick." He screamed into the earpiece as if that alone could vent his inner fear. The helicopter's wings began to flap as it attempted to escape the scene. Cheng Jun merely glanced at the unfolding scene before turning away. "Yes, great. I'm in the air, she can't touch me. Monster, just wait for me to return. As long as I can make it back. Just wait." Seeing the creature crouched down, 05's tension eased by half as he clenched his fists, feeling a mix of joy and dread. Suddenly, 05's pupils constricted like pinpoints, reflecting a long, thorny whip. Boom! The helicopter in midair erupted in a blaze of sparks, its wings severing like butter under a hot knife, separating in an instant. The imbalanced aircraft spun rapidly, twisting in the sky before exploding into a fireball. Metal fragments from the disintegrated body rained down everywhere. Cheng Jun seemed to have eyes in the back of her head as tendrils reached out from beneath her skirt to deflect the broken metal pieces. She approached Shen Yi. His fair face was devoid of color, appearing as serene as if in slumber. For the first time, emotions flickered in her pitch-black eyes as she wanted to cry, but had lost the ability to shed tears. Cheng Jun cradled his face in her arms, murmuring, I know everything. You kissed me secretly that day, didn't you? I wasn't asleep at all. Please wake up, will you? As long as you wake up, whether it's a kiss or anything else, I'll agree to it all. Now I only have you left." In the long silence, those joyful, warm, ordinary moments and the bittersweet sweetness all surged back, striking her heart fiercely. It was the naive first acquaintance in an apocalyptic world, the little care in everyday life, the unspoken understanding after knowing each other, The gentle greetings of a mundane morning, the smiles shared in the afternoon fields, the silent companionship through long nights. Cheng Jun's heart twisted painfully. She suddenly began to hate herself. She hated herself for not opening her eyes that night, for daring not to open them. If only she had embraced him. She pressed her cheek tightly against Shen Yi's, feeling his icy face as his warmth faded away. Regret flooded her heart. You can't die, I won't allow it. Suddenly Cheng Jun tore open Shen Yi's clothing. Her fingers lightly tapped his chest as the mycelium surged into his flesh, pushing out bullet after bullet. His blood was nearly drained, and the mycelium filled the void in his body. Cheng Jun gritted her teeth, her fingertips digging deep into his flesh as she injected a large mass of black mycelial liquid. The mycelial liquid flowed through his body, rapidly restoring Shen Yi to his former state. In contrast, her own face turned pale, her body covered in cracks resembling fragile porcelain ready to shatter. Yet Cheng Jun paid no mind, only gazing at him expectantly. Soon his fingers began to tremble gently, and Cheng Jun excitedly grasped Shen Yi's hand. Then he opened his eyes. They were dull, entirely devoid of the familiar glimmer. This was merely an infected body she had shaped. The soul within was gone. Disappointed, her arms fell limply as she curled up. Closing her eyes, she felt like a doll on the verge of breaking. Fatigue engulfed her. Her recent actions had not been without impact. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was flooded with sunlight. The rolling heat melded into her body, and the crown of flowers atop her head unfurled. Cheng Jun turned her head. Shen Yi stood rigidly, wide-eyed as if guarding something. She felt a bit reassured, stood up, and looked around at the desolate scene. Cheng Jun felt lost as she didn't know where to go. When he was present, there was still a direction. When he left, there was no one to confide in. After standing in a daze for a while, she finally made a decision. Having stumbled into this world, she would start from where it all began. Looking towards the direction of the horizon, vines rooted at her feet lifted her up. Her feet hung still as her body moved forward. Shen Yi followed closely behind her. Two small figures walked upon the earth. Cheng Yun stood in front of the small Western-style building, dazed. Everything had returned to the original starting point, but the world had changed. After merging with the strain, Cheng Yun no longer knew if she could still be considered human. She felt neither hunger nor fatigue, and even tears would not flow. The broken body could still be repaired, but who could heal a heart riddled with wounds? After the mycelium awakened, days of earthquakes left the building covered in dust with cracked walls. Cheng Yun frowned. This place was filled with memories of the two of them, and it could not simply be buried in ruins. With a thought, the ground broke and a mass of vines emerged, wrapping around and protecting the entire small building. Vines on the walls instantly sprouted, green leaves and flower buds bloomed into vibrant blossoms, making the surroundings appear dreamily beautiful. As she walked in, her eyes were filled with traces of their shared life. Clothes hung at the entrance, the living room's warm arrangement, and the tidy kitchen. It had only been a day, yet Cheng Yun felt it was as distant as a past life. She sat down in the living room, the table still set with the unfinished game between the two of them. Cheng Yun gazed nostalgically, picking up a piece and dropping it. I win. You see, I don't need you to let me. As she thought this, the corners of Cheng Yun's thin lips curved into a warm arc. He often did this knowing he had already won, yet he felt it was not a complete victory. So he let her taste the flavor of victory as well. But now that person who endured her and allowed her to care for him was no longer there. Cheng Yun sat in silence until dawn before standing up and walking out. Without him, there was no longer a reason for her to return. Looking back one last time, Cheng Yun waved her hand to leave, and the vines surged and grew, isolating and sealing the small building as a memory. From then on, this city gained a wandering soul. Months later, the true core mycelium fully awakened, swallowing most of Huaijing City, and it constantly sought to merge with Cheng Yun to complete itself. Cheng Yun remained in Jiangqing District, almost exclusively moving within this area. She harbored no ambition to devour the mycelium, nor did she wish to merge with its consciousness, simply wandering alone, not knowing what to do nor what she could still do. As the sun set, the dying light melted into gold. At the top of the Jiangqing TV tower, branches and leaves intertwined, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and countless aerial roots cascaded down from the steel structure. Vines twisted and coiled, spiraling into a towering throne. Shen Yi stood silently behind like a loyal. Cheng Yun sat gracefully upon it. The cool expression on her face was illuminated by the fading sunlight, giving her a golden glow. She rested her hand on her forehead, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since she arrived in this world, and Shen Yi had been gone for 265 days. His departure felt like the last glimmer of sunset swallowed by the slowly descending curtain of night, leaving only endless longing beneath the starry sky and the solitude of night. Cheng Yun suddenly felt fatigued. For the first time, this seemingly tireless body felt weariness. She did not resist the instinct, slowly closing her eyes. Perhaps it would be good to sleep like this forever. She was very tired. As night fell, a gray haze enveloped the world, as if even the moonlight did not wish to disturb her serene sleep. Her body gradually shrank and then dissipated, leaving only a flower crown upon the throne. With Cheng Yun gone, the silently guarding Shen Yi's feet transformed into roots, his arms spread wide, gradually growing into a towering tree that shaded the sky. The tree's shade hung down, its branches gently resting on the flower crown. A soft breeze passed, causing the flowers on the crown to sway in the wind. One knows that human hearts are not like trees. Why then does parting feel like flowers falling apart? The disaster was over. 1,000 years passed in a great dream, and upon awakening one realizes the day has slipped away. Shen Yi heard a vague call, a voice that seemed to come from beyond the heavens. Her consciousness traversed a long corridor, finally reaching an unknowable end. The voice gradually became clearer, and her senses became more vivid. The housekeeper aunt was cleaning the room as usual. Today, as the sun was high, Cheng Yun had yet to get out of bed, so she had to push the door open to call her. Miss Cheng, miss. Wake up, you're going to be late for work. Cheng Yun loved gaming on usual days, and the aunt merely thought she had stayed up late, finding nothing unusual. Gently walking to the bedside, she nudged her arm, softly calling her. Cheng Yun suddenly opened her eyes and instinctively grabbed the throat of the person in front of her. Ever since she merged with the strain, no infected being could approach her without her permission. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, suddenly stunned. Is this my room? She wasn't in the apocalypse. Could it be a dream? The warm and bright room, the light blue sheets, the running computer, and Aunt Zhang wearing an apron. Wait a minute, Aunt Zhang. Cough, cough, cough. The housekeeper aunt was caught off guard, her throat grasped, turning red, and fortunately Cheng Yun's grip was weak. She merely felt a little tightness in her chest and coughed. Cheng Yun abruptly released her hand, looking down at her palm, slender and tender, radiating warmth. Her fingers closed together, no aerial roots fell, no vines broke through the earth, nothing at all. Cough, cough. Miss, what's wrong? Aunt Zhang regained her composure, asking in surprise. She had worked here for a long time and knew Cheng Yun's temperament well. She wasn't angry, just puzzled by her actions. Cheng Yun instinctively replied, I had a nightmare. Let me be alone for a bit. Aunt Zhang nodded in understanding, saying, Oh, I see, you scared me. Nightmares are all fake. It's fine, take your time. After saying this, she took the broom and left the room. Once Aunt Zhang was gone, Cheng Yun got out of bed. Her delicate toes touched the ground, and a chill seeped in. She experienced this feeling inch by inch. The icy touch was so real. Taking a few steps, she arrived in front of the dressing mirror, looking at herself in the reflection. Her long hair cascaded down, a few messy strands parting at the top, her beautiful face radiating a faint pink hue. She stretched out her hand, feeling her soft body from head to toe. The nightgown clung softly to her body, without a crown, without leaves, without mycelium, without flower branches. I have returned again. All the repressed emotions erupted in an instant. In a moment, joy, sadness, shock, panic, relief, confusion, and acceptance, all intertwined, complex, and unclear. Wanting to cry, she could only twitch the corners of her mouth. Wanting to laugh, she found silent tears falling. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Aunt Zhang urged, Miss, the meal is ready. Cheng Yun quickly wiped her eyes, cleared her throat, and replied, Okay, I'm coming right away. She sat down at the dining table where a nutritious and exquisite breakfast awaited. Cheng Yun picked up a boiled egg, drifting off again as she thought of someone. I have returned, will he come back too? Miss, the food is getting cold. Oh, thank you, Aunt Zhang. By the way, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I was a bit disoriented from sleep. Oh, it's nothing, who hasn't had a nightmare? Aunt Zhang said, wiping her hands on her apron with a smile. Cheng Yun returned a smile. She ate her breakfast slowly, as if it were a rare treat. Stirring the porridge with a spoon, Cheng Yun became lost in thought. Oh! Shen Yi cried out in pain as he jolted awake from his slumber, drenched in sweat. He sat up suddenly from the lazy sofa, the daylight streaming in brightly. The morning birds chirped cheerfully, and shouts of people exercising could be heard from downstairs. He instinctively touched his chest, relieved to find it intact without any signs of blood. If it weren't for the lingering phantom pain, he would have thought it was just a dream. Does it have to feel so real? Shen Yi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. In that urgent moment, he sensed that the rescue team was not friendly and instinctively threw himself onto Cheng Jun. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow, and he felt certain he had been shot at least 3 or 4 times. The pain of bullets tearing through flesh felt all too real, causing him to cry out even after waking. He questioned himself. He wasn't a protagonist of a novel, nor some hard-boiled soldier, and surely he couldn't treat life and death so lightly. Who? After a while, he exhaled, stood up, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. He opened the washing machine and dealt with the clothes he hadn't had time to hang up last night. After coming out and gulping down a glass of water, he finally began to relax. He returned to the sofa to sort out his thoughts. This event is such a scam, I definitely won't participate again next time. Shen Yi grumbled to himself. He was more suited for leisurely simulations. This kind of dream adventure was too hardcore. The bullets hitting him were painfully real with no discounts. Shen Yi knew he wouldn't die, yet he felt a chill in his heart. The shadow of death coupled with the intense pain wouldn't disappear. I can endure the suffering, but dying would mean it was all in vain. Cheng Jun was a great girl, but the apocalypse was too dangerous. She had only managed to survive for just over 3 months. With a sigh, he opened the panel to check. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in surprise. The display read, Qishi Special Promotion, fulfill your Qishi dreams. Dream World Cataclysmic Apocalypse. Strategy completed. Please collect your rewards. Shen Yi confirmed it several times before determining he hadn't misread. I can be considered a success even after dying. The evaluation can't be too high, right? Doubting, Shen Yi clicked the collection button. Night silver candle autumn light willow treetop, bright moon shining the weaver girl, meets the cowherd magpie sing in joy. Overall evaluation, your charm has increased and your strategy experience has increased. Reward strategy points 1, free attribute points 1, a charm 3. System comment: the joys and sorrows of separation are always heartless, a dream of yellow millet trickling until dawn. You have received a special reward from the weaver girl. An A grade. That's higher than I expected. What a pity. If I could live together with her until the end, I could surely earn the highest reward. Shen Yi felt quite satisfied. He initially thought that a character's death in this activity would definitely count as failure. To his surprise, the evaluation was still quite good, and he was already very pleased. Shen Yi checked his overall name: Shen Yi, level LV. 2 strength, 8 stamina, 9 energy, 9 charm, 77 assets, 219,533. 5 strategy points, 3 attribute points, 1 great. My charm increased by 3 points, and I have 1 attribute point. Which one should I add this time? Shen Yi stroked his chin deep in thought. The feeling of accumulating values was simply amazing, far more thrilling. The key point is that it truly reflects on himself. If everything had a progress bar, Shen Yi estimated that far fewer people would find it tedious. Positive feedback in life is indeed scarce and slow. It's not that everyone isn't working hard, but they are just afraid that their efforts won't yield hope. Forget it. I'll put this aside for now and research what this weaver girl reward is all about. He reached out and clicked to collect the reward. The weaver girl has given her reward. Oh, what is the cowherd doing? Checking on the cowherd. As he waited, Shen Yi's thoughts began to wander. Magpies danced surrounded by colorful lights. After some time, the reward was finally dispensed. You have acquired a skill blessing. Skill: Queen of True Core's blessing, photosynthesis. Wow, there's even a skill reward. But who is this Queen of True Core? Isn't she called the True Core Fungus Master? Unable to figure it out, Shen Yi didn't dwell on it further, but eagerly looked at the introduction to find out the utility of this ability. Photosynthesis slowly restores one's own state and injuries under sunlight. Indeed, the fact matched Shen Yi's speculation closely. Nice. This state is quite broad. Perhaps it can interact with my stamina talent. Standing in the sunlight using energy here while restoring over there, wouldn't that be a perpetual motion machine? Shen Yi chuckled. While a perpetual motion machine might not be realistic, it would definitely be a powerful and useful ability. He didn't have any perverse desires to kill gods, just wanting to be a peace-loving youth. But who doesn't have a dream of gaining superpowers? I can do without, but I can't live without. Even though this ability wasn't flashy at all, he was still very satisfied inside. I've now become a sentient sunflower, and with that injury recovery, I really need to test it out. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi felt invigorated, finding everything pleasing to the eye. With a spring in his step, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. On a sunny afternoon, Cheng Jun stood in the small garden dressed casually. The easel, which had not been opened for a long time, was finally exposed to sunlight. Cheng Jun was focused on painting. Aunt Zhang approached and placed a cup of coffee on the table. Miss, are you off today? Cheng Jun had only been working for a month or two, and there were fixed rest days. Logically, today should be a work day, yet she was leisurely painting in the garden. Given the morning's incident, she couldn't help but worry, hence her question. Cheng Jun picked up the cup, took a sip, and casually replied, no, I just took a leave today because I'm not feeling well. Oh. This was not a question she should have asked, but seeing Cheng Jun's calm demeanor, Aunt Zhang felt reassured. Since you're here, can you help me see how my painting is coming along? This is all stuff for you artists. I don't understand any of it. Aunt Zhang waved her hand dismissively. Just take a look. Unable to refuse Cheng Jun's request, Aunt Zhang turned her gaze to the several canvases set up. The first painting depicted a horrifying monster covered in spotted blood vessels with moldy roots, intertwined, bulging eyeballs tinged with blood. The figure appeared so lifelike that it felt as if it might jump out of the painting. The second painting was of a grand structure intertwined with vines and aerial roots, featuring leaves, stems, flowers, and tendrils oddly shaped and rich in imagination. The third painting was much more pleasing, depicting an ordinary two-story building basking in sunlight with a warm color palette and clothes hanging out to dry at the entrance, full of life. Ugh, what is this painting? It looks quite creepy. Aunt Zhang rubbed her arms, filled with reluctance. Then, perhaps realizing her words were too harsh and fearing it might discourage Cheng Jun, she hurriedly added, praise the last piece looks quite comfortable. I can't understand it, but it must be good. It's truly well done. Saying this, fearing she wouldn't believe her, she quickly gave a thumbs up. Cheng Jun, seeing this, smiled lightly and put down her brush. It's fine, you go about your business. I was just asking casually. If you need anything, just call me. Aunt Zhang replied, and as she turned to leave, couldn't help but glance at the fourth painting that Cheng Jun had just completed. This painting was very ordinary. It was just a portrait of a man. Night. Cheng Jun lay on her bed deep in thought. She had no interest in playing her favorite games or binge-watching dramas. After a day of adjustment, her condition had improved significantly. After such a major upheaval, she could not possibly have the leisure to return to work. Reflecting on her own experiences, she found herself pondering several possibilities. When she woke up in the morning, she checked the date. She had spent a whole year in that world, yet only a single night had passed in reality. This left her momentarily dazed as she got out of bed and changed clothes. Her familiar home now felt strangely alien. The stable and comfortable environment was now too far removed from her. There is an ancient tale of a dream of millets, so, is this a journey through time, or merely a dream? She murmured to herself. The ability of the main core fungus had already faded away, yet she felt no reluctance. Without the suppression of the fungal liquid, many of her normal human emotions returned. The previous sense of oppression tormented her constantly, driving her nearly to madness. It's not a dream, nor could there be such a vivid dream. Cheng-jun denied, leaning towards the idea that her soul had. The few paintings she created in the afternoon served as the best evidence. Every detail was meticulously captured, something that could not merely stem from imagination. Since it's not a dream, does that mean Shen Yi truly exists? Does he have memories too? Closing her eyes, the image of Shen Yi's smiling face emerged, one she could never forget. She was quite intelligent, and upon deeper reflection found this unusual. Every detail of her interactions with Shen Yi was vivid in her mind, and he had once said, perhaps this is just a dream. Nightmares will eventually have a moment of awakening. Perhaps one day you'll simply open your eyes and return home. Family, friends, warmth, tranquility, everything as it was. Is he predicting this? Or is it just a simple comfort? If crossing over is a rare occurrence, then what could be more special than meeting an old acquaintance during that crossing? There must be a special reason. Perhaps finding him will yield answers. With a name, a face, regardless of the secrets, with a smirk she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Cheng-jun went to work as usual. Before leaving, she folded the portrait she had drawn the previous day and took it with her. The administrative department was on the 17th floor. Upon entering the company, everyone greeted her with smiles and cheerful words, as if she were not just a junior supervisor, but rather the department manager. Despite her impressive resume and the confidentiality upon her transfer, the gossip within the company spread like the fact that she was the daughter of a high-ranking official could not be kept under wraps. Colleagues were not trying to curry favor, rather it was instinctive workplace self-preservation. After all, maintaining a good relationship with her brought benefits without any downsides. Over time, Cheng-jun had grown accustomed to it. As she pushed open the office door and sat down, her assistant Xiao Xiao knocked and came in. She inquired about the arrangements for yesterday's event. Cheng-jun paused, instinctively wanting to ask what event it was. Upon opening the form, vague memories slowly resurfaced. After all, for the assistant, it had only been a night, while for her a whole year had passed. She briefly explained, and feeling slightly out of practice, she handled the tasks at hand before heading out with the drawing paper. She pressed the button for the 23rd floor in the elevator. In the company, she rarely took the initiative to seek out her father. Most of the time, it was Cheng's father who called her over. However, today she had to ask him for something, so she had to make an exception. As the elevator doors opened, the secretary came over, naturally recognizing her. Seeing the secretary signaling, Cheng-jun understood. Is there a guest inside? Yes. How long have they been here? Just arrived about 10 minutes ago. What's their affiliation? A client or a friend? After the secretary reported the name, who? Sister Nan. Cheng-jun's eyes widened in surprise, then she smiled and said, no problem, I know this guest. The secretary dared not stop her. Seeing her reaction, he had no choice but to let her in. Knock knock. Cheng-jun knocked lightly on the door and pushed it open. Upon entering, her eyes lit up as she saw Fu Nanji sitting elegantly on the sofa. Sister Nan. What brings you here? It's me, Zhu Jun. She knew her cousin had some health issues, so she announced her name first to be polite. Zhu Jun was her nickname, known only. Fu Nanji had just received some documents and was about to leave when she suddenly saw someone push the door open and momentarily did not recognize her. It was only upon hearing the familiar voice that she smiled. Zhu Jun is here. You've really changed since returning from studying abroad. Oh, I hardly recognize you, you're so beautiful. Cheng-jun smiled as she sat beside Fu Nanji, affectionately taking her hand. I think you've changed even more, sister Nenu. I rarely see you wearing makeup. At this moment, she turned to greet Cheng Tianwei. Cheng Tianwei suppressed the odd feeling in his heart and replied. No one knows a daughter better than her father. He was the most aware of how she had changed. Fu Nanji's compliment about her change might also have been intended as praise, but in Cheng Tianwei's eyes, the current Cheng-jun represented a true transformation. The old Cheng-jun could be described as cunning. In less flattering terms, she was slippery. She was intelligent but unwilling to apply herself appropriately, and she had a knack for charming people, making it difficult to scold or reprimand her. Cheng Tianwei had always found this quite troublesome. But today, upon seeing her, Cheng-jun exuded an aura of tranquility, a subtle change in her demeanor that was hard to articulate. It was as if she had settled down after years of turmoil. This appearance, if it weren't for over 20 years of nurturing, he might have genuinely thought someone had impersonated her. The two enjoyed their conversation. Cheng-jun held on to Fu Nanzi's hand tightly and cheerfully said, Sister Nan, don't leave. Oh, let's have lunch together during the break. Come stay with me tonight. We haven't seen each other in years. Let's reconnect. In the past, Fu Nanji would have resisted this idea, but after undergoing social training with Shen Yi in her previous life, she had adapted well to it. Moreover, she had only this one childhood playmate, and deep down, she also longed to spend more time with Cheng-jun. She was anxious about the matter concerning Shen Yi, but knew it couldn't be rushed. With the clues in hand, she felt much more at ease and replied okay. Seeing that Fu Nanji had no objections, Cheng-jun was happy and cheerfully urged, just wait a moment, I'll talk to my dad about something, and then we can go. She stood up and sat beside Cheng Tianwei, gently nudging his elbow with her hand, saying, Dad, I need a favor. I knew you'd come with something. What is it? I can't guarantee I can do it. Cheng Tianwei scoffed lightly, lifting his teacup and adopting a tone, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of relief, thinking the familiar feeling had returned. It was just that kind of taste. The request that made her lower her stance could not be anything good. Cheng Tianwei was used to being manipulated and had long been on guard. Cheng Jun smiled gently. It's just a small matter. Can you ask Uncle Jean to help me find someone named Shen Yi? As she spoke, she pulled out the folded drawing from her pocket and handed it over. Here, this is what he looks like. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianwei spat out a mouthful of tea onto the floor, choking and coughing repeatedly. Ignoring the tea stains at the corner of his mouth, he asked in shock, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Shen Yi noticed that not only her father was stunned, but even sister Nen looked over in surprise. Shen Yi, you know him? She had not expected that a casual inquiry about someone would provoke such strong reactions from both of them. Wait a moment. Cheng's father waved his hand, composing himself, and asked with puzzlement, whether you know him or not aside, I want to know how you met him. What is your relationship? Cheng Tianwei's doubts in that instant were greater than an entire year's worth. Cheng Yun frowned, sensing from her father's change of mood that there must be more to this matter. But she was determined to find Shen Yi, so she improvised casually, we happened to meet outside before. Just ordinary friends, nothing special. A lie could not be too elaborate, otherwise her father would not be easily fooled. Fu Nanji also grew uneasy, her mind filled with quiet misgivings. In her previous life, her husband and Zhu Yun did not even know each other. They only met for the first time at the wedding introduction. This life she had not yet approached him. So why was she already making inquiries? A new variable had appeared. Cheng Tianwei took a tissue and wiped his face, disbelief written plainly. You two are really friends. He then tapped the folded drawing paper on the table with a teasing tone. What sort of friend needs to come here and post a missing person notice? Cheng Yun had no choice but to weave one lie after another. We parted so hurriedly the last time that I forgot to exchange contact information. Anyway, have Uncle Jean help me look for him. She once more pleaded with her father, using a trick that never failed. Yet this time Cheng Tianwei would not be swayed. No need to trouble your Uncle Jean for this. That Shen Yi is an employee of our group. He narrowed his eyes at Cheng Yun. What, you didn't know? Cheng Yun froze. A lightning strike of realization crossed her mind. Shen Yi had all along been on the company's staff. But why had he never mentioned it in their conversations before? Under her father's unfriendly, scrutinizing gaze, she thought quick and countered. There are many people called Shen Yi, maybe it's just a namesake. We'll check his file with HR later and find out. Cheng Yun's words were mere pretext. Now that she knew Shen Yi was in the group, she had countless ways to locate him. Cheng Tianwei chuckled at that. No need to make things so complicated. It's right here. Miss Fu, hand the file to your younger sister to look at. Off. Cheng Yun took the file Fu Nanji handed her, astonished and inwardly bewildered. She did not notice the odd look Fu had given her. There had been too many coincidences today for her not to be suspicious. With a sense of wonder, she lowered her head and opened the file, and at the first glance she knew. A photograph was affixed to the top right corner. Though he looked somewhat green and naive, she would recognize him even if he turned to ash. This was the Shen Yi she had been searching for. Joy surged within her chest. After Shen Yi's death, every second of the apocalypse had been torture for her. The endless solitude had nearly driven her mad. How she longed for Shen Yi to speak to her one more time. But by then regret had come too late. Now to see any trace of him again, to know he existed, was the greatest consolation. Cheng Yun's expression became visibly radiant. Her brows and eyes brimmed with delight, a change the other two could not fail to notice. Cheng Tianwei was stupefied. His daughter's look was almost identical to Fu Nanzi's from 10 minutes earlier. If there were no trickery here, he'd sooner wrench his own head off. He suddenly felt as if decades of convictions had been upended. Who exactly was this Shen Yi? How had he never heard? When Miss Fu came to inquire, he could afford to joke, but when it concerned his own daughter, he could not laugh. Cheng Yun's daily life unfolded beneath his nose, while Miss Fu had only been transferred here for less than 2 weeks. How had that young man managed to make contact with both of them? Even confident in his intellect, Cheng Tianwei could not for the life of him discern the reason. One was his biological daughter, the other almost a goddaughter. He could not bear to speak harshly to either. He steadied himself and asked Cheng Yun, is it him? It is. Cheng Yun nodded as she flipped back through the pages, then suddenly asked in puzzlement, Dad, why do you have his person? The file was detailed. Shen Yi was merely an ordinary advertising department employee, not a department bigwig. How had such a file found its way to Cheng Tianwei? I asked Uncle Cheng for it. Fu Nanji broke the silence and spoke up. She too had many speculative thoughts to digest. Cheng Tianwei sighed. What on earth is happening today? One after the other, you two asked me to find the same person. What? Sister Nan is looking for him too. Cheng Yun suddenly understood. Her father's and Sister Nan's strange attitudes finally made sense. Those moments had not been coincidences. The two women on the sofa exchanged a glance and quickly looked away, each nursing different thoughts. Of the three, Cheng Tianwei was the most vexed. When the two first heard the news, they had both brightened. His eyes were not blind. Now his brow furrowed deeply as he voiced his chief concern. Both of you say you are friends with this Shen Yi. Didn't your friend tell you that he had resigned? The moment the question fell, the two almost rose in unison and exclaimed, he resigned. When Cheng Tianwei could not help but close his eyes. and tilt his head back half wishing to faint. He felt a ludicrous irritation toward this Shen Yi he had never met. Denied and answered Cheng Yun did not soothe him, but pestered her weary father instead. He replied weakly, just yesterday. Yesterday? Where did he go? Cheng Yun asked instinctively. He had slipped away after giving only a sliver of information. Veins stood out on Cheng Tianwei's forehead. Nearly laughing in anger, he ground his teeth. This is a company, not a prison. There is no rule that we must care where someone goes after resigning. Aren't you supposed to accompany Sister Nan to dinner? Hurry along, and don't bother me here. With that he waved them away. Oh. Fu Nanji rose with Cheng Yun casually taking the file back into her hand and offering a polite farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Cheng. Cheng Tianwei waved feebly, looking utterly drained. As the two women departed, his expression shifted, and he immediately called, Shall Li come here? Mr. Cheng, you called me. Go to the advertising department and make inquiries about this Shen Yi. His performance, his character, how he handles matters. I ask about everything. Understood, I'll go right away. After Secretary Xiao Li left, Cheng Tianwei picked up the drawing paper on his desk. He needed no proof to know it was his daughter's handiwork. She had not given up painting, and the thought pricked his heart. She said he's just an ordinary friend, yet she drew this. Looking more closely, he pursed his lips. He looks rather plain, very ordinary. In a restaurant downstairs from the company, two women sat facing each other. What should have been a conversation without barriers now fell into silence, as both seemed to await the other to speak first. Soon the dishes were served. Cheng Jun was the first to break the silence, saying, Just eat something, Nanjia. With that she picked up her chopsticks and began eating, a habit formed during the apocalypse, unwilling to waste food. Fu Nanji followed her advice and picked up her bowl, but lacking any appetite, she only picked up 2 pieces before stopping. Taking a sip of water she smiled and said, Zhu Jun, you've changed a lot, and you seem much more composed now. This comment left her with complex thoughts, causing her chopsticks to stiffen for a moment. Cheng Jun quietly replied, Really? Even you noticed that? Pausing, she continued with a hint of melancholy. People always think they will grow up slowly, only to realize that growth comes swiftly and is quite brief. So brief that perhaps it only takes one night. Having experienced a fleeting dream, Fu Nanji empathized deeply, sighing yes. They had been childhood playmates, with Fu Nanji being a year older, thus a grade above her. During their teenage years, Fu Nanji's personality underwent a significant transformation, which led to their interactions dwindling, only seeing each other occasionally during family gatherings. Later, Fu Nanji stayed in the country for university, while Cheng Jun went abroad. Separated by the ocean, their lives and studies diverged, and their contact became nearly non-existent. Now seeing each other again should have been a time to rekindle their friendship, and the atmosphere should not have been so stagnant. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks masked their individual thoughts. Cheng Jun, being more straightforward by nature, pondered for a moment before cutting to the chase. Nanjia, do you know Shen Yi? Fu Nanji nodded knowingly. Of course I do. What kind of person is he? Cheng Jun asked while secretly observing Fu Nanji's expression. Mentioning Shen Yi caused Fu Nanji to smile before she spoke, her eyes softening, her face adorned with a gentle, enchanting smile. He pretends to be an adult on the surface, but inside he's just a child who hasn't grown up. As former spouses in a past life, a single sentence encapsulated Shen Yi's character. Cheng Jun observed quietly, her heart feeling sour and complex, for Fu Nanji's expression was genuine. Speaking of, Shen Yi transformed her entirely, brightening like a blooming flower, carefree and radiant. Has he already found someone else in reality? Then how could he still treat me like that during the apocalypse? She felt a surge in her nostrils, struggling to suppress her emotions. Suddenly, she noticed the files placed at the corner of the table, her thoughts becoming clear. Nanjie didn't even know that Shen Yi had resigned. There must be some misunderstanding. Pulling out a tissue to disguise her feelings, she adjusted her emotions and casually inquired, So, Nanjie, what is your relationship with him? Fu Nanji instinctively blurted out, He's my old friend. As soon as the words left her mouth, she gently patted her chest, relieved to have stopped herself in time, nearly revealing the truth. Cheng Jun looked skeptical, questioning the notion of old friend. If he's your friend, why do you need his file? Oh, you mean this? Shen Yi actually has a solid foundation in law and has self-studied a lot of legal knowledge. I happen to be working in legal affairs and thought of suggesting him to Uncle Cheng as a talent. Fu Nanji rarely lied, but this time she spoke without skipping a beat. Shortly after, she voiced a long-held question. Zhu Jun, how did you meet him? Me? Well, he saved my life. Cheng Jun was caught off guard, thinking that revealing the truth might make her appear insane. After stammering for a while, she finally concocted an explanation that wasn't entirely a lie, as it was the truth. Fu Nanji hadn't anticipated such an explosive story, quickly showing concern for her. You weren't hurt, right? Does Uncle Cheng know? Cheng Jun quickly waved her hands to reassure her. My dad doesn't know, and you shouldn't tell him either, to avoid worrying. It's all in the past. She then added, I'm fine. It was just Shen Yi saved me back then, and he didn't leave any contact information. I just want to find him to express my gratitude. Fu Nanji nodded in understanding, fully trusting Shen Yi's character. After all, this was something her own husband would do. Then she furrowed her brows, thinking about his overly enthusiastic nature, as many young women in their department had constantly sought his help in their past life. But saving a life is a debt that outweighs the heavens, and Cheng Jun's desire to find him was entirely reasonable. Should I help you schedule a meeting with him? Fu Nanji was troubled as she lacked a good reason to approach Shen Yi, but this was a fine excuse. As long as she could make contact with Shen Yi, Fu Nanji was confident. With her charm, how could she not win him over? At the same time, she sought to solidify her own identity, cutting off her cousin's thoughts. Fu Nanji was no fool. She had heard of concepts like heroic rescues and the bridge effect. Zhu Jun's family background and looks were not inferior to hers, making it entirely possible for them to hit it off. If she were to be outdone, there would be no place to cry. No, I think I'll contact him myself. It seems more formal that way. Zhu Jun immediately rejected the idea, wanting to meet Shen Yi alone, while also confirming if he shared the same what would 3 people together even mean? Moreover, she had just fabricated a story. If it were exposed on the spot, she wouldn't know how to explain. Oh, that's fine too. Fu Nanji, seeing her refusal, felt disappointed, but could only nod in agreement. The meal concluded with both harboring their own thoughts, and they bid farewell in the elevator. One pressed the button for the 11th floor, the other for the 17th, parting ways. As for the idea of getting closer later that evening, neither mentioned it again. Sitting at her desk, Fu Nanji had no inclination to deal with work matters and unfolded Shen Yi's file to review. Her past life experiences had undergone tremendous changes, and Fu Nanji was unsure which butterfly's wings had flapped wrongly, leaving her feeling insecure. Initially, she planned to take her time, following the trajectory of her past life. However, given the current situation, if she wasn't careful, her husband might end up with a different surname. Fu Nanji could let everything slide, but she could not afford to retreat on this matter. I can't hesitate any longer. I must take the initiative to reach out, she thought to herself while analyzing Shen Yi's personality, pondering how to approach him without appearing too obvious. The file contained his contact number and current address, making it no longer difficult to find him. Should I just call him directly? But what should I say, that I'm your wife from your past life? Or should I just wait for him outside his house after work? Would that scare him? Fu Nanji cupped her face with her hands, pouting as she pondered. Meanwhile, Qing Jun returned to her seat. She grabbed a pen and wrote down an address and phone number. Her memory was quite good, and she had quickly noted Shen Yi's contact information after glancing at the file. Her slender fingers twirled the pen as she thought deeply. Shen Yi never mentioned having a girlfriend. Could it be that Nan Jie is pining for him? She was far more astute than Fu Nanji, despite her efforts to disguise it. Qing Jun saw through her insincerity. In recent years, whenever Qing Jun returned from vacation, she had never seen Fu Nanji treat anyone kindly, yet Shen Yi was a notable exception. An old friend. Qing Jun scoffed, suddenly stopping her hand and slamming the pen down on the table, resolved. I'll go find him after work to prevent Nan Jie from slipping up. As soon as she got off work, Fu Nanji eagerly grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. Recalling Shen Yi's address, she could only think of the most foolish method, pretending to run into him by chance. Just contact the landlord, and by several places around where he lives, he'll live right across from him. Fu Nanji pouted while gripping the steering wheel, feeling that she had a bit of savings. For Shen Yi, a little money was nothing. She would see him every day, which would surely help them become familiar. Then, as if recalling something, a rosy glow appeared on Fu Nanji's face as she hummed a tune. A cool evening breeze swept over the lake, dissipating the sweltering heat. Shen Yi spent the entire day feeling particularly relaxed and at ease. Primarily because he didn't have to work, such a mindset of relaxation was likely hard for others to understand. His phone lay quietly like a well-behaved child, not crying out for no reason. He enjoyed leisurely wandering around, indulging in the pleasure of doing nothing. Even just sitting with a stool and watching the hurried pedestrians pass by was a form of enjoyment. Besides, the main purpose was to relax his mindset. The last dream simulation had almost given him a psychological shadow. He truly needed to take a good break for a while. The simulator was bound to him, and no one could take it away. His life was steadily improving in all aspects, and Shen Yi was not greedy. He had no place where he felt unsatisfied. Running along the lakeside, he was most satisfied with his own body. This feeling of strength emanating from within was so invigorating that he felt like shouting to release the joy in his heart. He hadn't done nothing all day. He had primarily focused on testing the new skills he had acquired. At the same time, he was testing the compatibility between his skills and innate talents. Because no one could give him a demonstration, Shen Yi could only test based on what he could think of. First, he focused on the aspect of photosynthesis. The conclusion was that as long as he stood under the sunlight, his body would hardly sweat. The more intense the sun, the more comfortable he felt. Additionally, he didn't feel hungry. He hadn't eaten all day, but could still run and jump. He didn't completely lack appetite. He was just in a state where eating was optional. Furthermore, under the sunlight, he would slowly regain stamina, but it couldn't compare to the consumption from intense exercise. Thus, the idea of a perpetual motion machine failed. According to Shen Yi's estimation, if he could grow roots and bury himself in the ground while soaking up the sun and absorbing nutrients from the soil, he might not need to eat for a lifetime. That would indeed make him like a sunflower turned sentient. Lastly, he had the ability to slowly recover from injuries. At home, Shen Yi had resolutely cut 3 varying lengths of wounds on his arm. Then he stood on the balcony soaking up the sunlight. The shallowest wound almost stopped bleeding as soon as it was exposed to sunlight, healing completely in about 10 minutes. As for the longest and deepest wound, it also stopped bleeding quite quickly, but it took about 8 or 9 hours for the scab to fall off. Although the healing wasn't particularly fast, it couldn't be compared to Wolverine or any legendary rebirth from blood. He was basically without that fortune. But the good news was that there were no scars left. Currently his arm was smooth, just like before he was injured. Following this discovery, Shen Yi decided to expose the scars on his knee, which he had gotten from being mischievous as a child, to the sunlight. As expected, the scars were gone. This wasn't the key point. As a grown man, he didn't care about scars. The crucial thing was that this exploration of his own body was incredibly wonderful, leaving Shen Yi unable to extricate himself. This evening, he went out to test the final aspect. The goal was to see if photosynthesis could still be effective at different times, even at night. Running around the lake, Shen Yi estimated in his heart, while facing the twilight, probably between 0.4 to 0.5. Shen Yi didn't know how to quantify it, so he used the most intense noon sunlight as a baseline, marking it as 1. In comparison, the sunlight at around 8 or 9 in the morning was almost at 0.6 to 0.8. Now between 6:30 and 7 in the evening, with summer having longer days, the sun still had some afterglow, so it was around 0.4 to 0.5. Almost there now, I just need to wait until night to feel it out. The intensity of the sun would affect the effect of his skills, so the fluctuations weren't particularly large. Additionally, he had to consider whether cloudy or overcast weather would also diminish the effectiveness. This needed to be tested later. Today the sunlight was perfect with not a cloud in sight, so he would save that for future tests. For now, Shen Yi could only think of this much. Perhaps there were more uses for photosynthesis. He would explore them slowly. Shen Yi slowed his pace and switched to walking. Young man, your body is great. There aren't many young people like you who are willing to come out for a run these days. Just as Shen Yi was strolling along the lake, a tall, middle-aged man approached him. Shen Yi was puzzled. He couldn't represent the youth, but he still politely replied, "Thank you, I'm just running for fun." The middle-aged man casually walked beside him and continued, "I've been observing you for a while. Your pace is quite good. Do you practice long-distance running?" Shen Yi had run at least a dozen laps around the lake. It was impossible for the middle-aged man not to notice. It was clear that he maintained a constant speed throughout, breathing evenly and swinging his arms powerfully. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi waved his hand in denial. "I don't practice long-distance running, but it's just a hobby at most." He had only been running for a few days, relying entirely on talent and the system's slight enhancements, so he certainly didn't dare to take credit. The man looked at Shen Yi with suspicion, thinking that he was quite humble. In his eyes, Shen Yi's body was either born that way or had been honed through hard work. His long legs and lean upper body with a streamlined figure were typical of a long-distance runner. However, he didn't dwell on it and instead smiled. "A hobby? That pace you had earlier would make many professional athletes feel ashamed. Excessive humility is just hypocrisy." At this point, Shen Yi could only lightly smile in agreement, not sure how to respond. Earlier, he had been lost in thought, silently calculating the effects of his skills and hadn't really focused on running. As for the speed, it was just a bit more strenuous than walking. He hadn't even used half of his strength, so it certainly wasn't. But with the middle-aged man saying that anything Shen Yi said would seem hypocritical, so he could only smile along. Really not a long-distance runner. The man still didn't believe him. Shen Yi helplessly said, "Really not." Seeing Shen Yi say this, he could only shake his head and sigh. What a pity. Shen Yi didn't want to entangle further, lifted his leg and prepared to leave. "You take care, goodbye." Hey, young man, don't rush off. Listen to me, the city is hosting a marathon soon. It's quite a big event." The middle-aged man tugged at Shen Yi's sleeve to keep him there, saying, "The prize money is substantial. You should consider signing up. It's easy to register online." I'm just doing this as a personal hobby. I'd rather not challenge the professionals." "Don't. I see you have good strength. Besides, how would you know if you don't try? Even if you don't win, it's all about participation. You're running anyway, so why not do it for a prize? Moreover, don't you want to compete with others?" The middle-aged man chattered on, considering everything for Shen Yi. Shen Yi felt overwhelmed and could only respond, Okay, I will consider it." After saying that, he ran off like the wind, leaving the middle-aged man sighing repeatedly. On the other side, Qingjun parked her car and arrived at the entrance of a small community. The buildings were overall old and the environment was simple. She estimated that Shen Yi's financial situation was quite average. This should be the place. At the entrance, Fu Nanji calmed her breath, carefully adjusted her expression, and then pumped her fist in encouragement. "Hello, I'm here to look for a place to stay, may I ask?" She repeatedly recited the line she had prepared before knocking on the door with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked several times. However, after a long while, no one responded. What? Has he moved out? It was only after calling the landlord on the wall that she learned Shen Yi had already left. When did he move out? Fu Nanji pressed further. The landlord scratched his head and thought, not long ago, maybe 3 days at most. I haven't found the next tenant yet. Do you know where he moved to? Who knows? Thank you. After hanging up, Fu Nanji felt quite disheartened. She felt wronged and couldn't understand why everything was going against her wishes since her rebirth. Pouting, she couldn't help but open her contacts to find a specific entry. Having learned Shen Yi's number, she had already set it up. Her finger hovered over the green dial button, ready to press it. She didn't want to think anymore. Even if the call connected without her saying anything, just hearing his voice would suffice. Suddenly, she heard footsteps climbing the stairs behind her. Fu Nanji instinctively glanced back, and both of them froze in surprise. Sister Nan. Zhu Jun. The atmosphere froze, and it was awkward and hard to describe. Both avoided each other's gaze as their faces flushed. Regardless of their thoughts beforehand, encountering each other in person was a different matter. No martial ethics sneaking away, Cheng Jun thought. Ill intentions, be wary, Fu Nanji silently considered. It was then that Cheng Jun learned about Shen Yi's move. They were unaware that the records indicated Shen Yi's original residence, and that he had changed places due to rent burdens with the records not yet updated. Since they hadn't seen anyone, there was no reason for them to stay here any longer. Thus, after a few words, they each left. The effect is only 1/10. As Shen Yi ran, he reflected inwardly. He didn't pay much attention to what the middle-aged man said. After leaving the lakeside, the sun began to set. As night fell, the ability for photosynthesis was suppressed to its lowest level. By numerical value, it was only 0.1, but better than nothing. It was certainly better than being ineffective at night. There were fewer pedestrians on the road at night, making him less conspicuous. Thus, Shen Yi gradually let go, running at breakneck speed, feeling as if even the wind couldn't catch up. His strength poured forth endlessly, breathing in the fresh air as if he would never tire. Only a few passers-by noticed Shen Yi's astonishing speed, but before they could pull out their phones, he had already disappeared. Shen Yi had no particular destination in mind. He simply ran forward according to his feelings. After an unknown amount of time, he gradually slowed down and stopped to rest. Having not eaten properly all day and losing the sunlight that energized him, his energy was starting to wane. Walking along the roadside, Shen Yi observed his surroundings to see where he currently was. How did I end up here? He looked up and found himself at the north gate of Songping Garden. Unconsciously, he had run to the place where Fu Nanji lived. The security guard at the entrance was diligently on duty. In the simulation, Shen Yi had crashed into the booth, but in reality, they had no memory of that. I wonder how she is. Suddenly reminded of Fu Nanji, a wave of longing surged in Shen Yi's heart. He had always been concerned about her, but didn't know how to approach her. Fu Nanji was closed off and defensive. Approaching her recklessly would only make things worse. No matter what, I won't just stand by and watch you get into trouble. Shen Yi silently vowed. According to the simulation, Fu Nanji would drown on a Thursday night 6 months later. He was uncertain whether it was destined to happen or if his interference caused it, but he dared not take the gamble. No matter what excuse he used, he had to save her. Hello, sir, are you here to visit? Perhaps because Shen Yi had been loitering at the entrance for too long, a security guard came over to politely inquire. Shen Yi's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Oh no, I'm just taking a walk." Seeing he had disturbed their work, Shen Yi casually found a reason to brush it off. At that moment, car headlights shone, and a vehicle was entering, so Shen Yi stepped aside to make way. The security guard immediately saluted the owner as the barrier was lifted. As the vehicle slowly passed, Shen Yi found the car familiar. In the simulation, it seemed to be the same model that Fu Nanji drove first. Without thinking, he glanced at the person in the car and was taken aback. Feeling dejected, Fu Nanji drove home. It was one thing not to see Shen Yi, but unexpectedly she ran right into her cousin Zhu Jun. The awkwardness was one aspect. On the other hand, this encounter completely exposed Zhu Jun's feelings. Fu Nanji had long considered Shen Yi to be her own. How could she tolerate anyone else encroaching? No matter how reasonable Cheng Jun's excuses were, her actions had already betrayed her. Now she not only had to hasten her contact with Shen Yi, but also guard against this childhood friend. When the car arrived at the neighborhood entrance, Fu Nanji nodded to the security guard while lowering her window. As the vehicle passed the checkpoint, she noticed someone next to her looking at her. She turned her head and locked eyes with the person across from her, whose gaze seemed complex and fervent, causing Fu Nanji to frown slightly. She had seen this kind of look before. Not wanting to dwell on it, she turned away and left. As the car entered the neighborhood, suddenly her heart skipped a beat, as if gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard. Creak. The sound of brakes echoed. The figure from earlier felt strange, yet familiar, and Fu Nanji grew more concerned the more she thought about it. No, I have to go see, she muttered to herself. Admitting she was wrong was one thing, but she knew that if she didn't confirm it, she would definitely regret it. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car, not even bothering to close the door. The security guard noticed something was off and hurried over to ask what's wrong. Do you need any assistance? Fu Nanji ignored him, not caring about her high heels, and dashed out without looking back, leaving the security personnel dumbfounded. Upon exiting the neighborhood gate, Fu Nanji determined the direction. Sure enough, in the distance, there was a figure slowly moving forward, prompting her to take a deep breath and chase after it. Shen Yi stepped on the tiles, his heart complex and unfathomable. Just now was the first time he had seen Fu Nanji in reality. It's reasonable that she wouldn't recognize me. After all, it was just a simulation. Shen Yi continuously persuaded himself, trying to maintain his mental balance. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any expectations, but seeing her turn away actually left him feeling quite disappointed. Sighing, he prepared to head home. Pat pat. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. It was the sound of high heels tapping against the ground. Shen Yi instinctively turned around and saw Fu Nanji breathless, leaning on her knee behind him. Excuse me. Are you surnamed Shen? Finally catching up, Fu Nanji, breathless and full of hope, inquired. She had run all this way just to confirm a conjecture, to get an answer irrespective of the reasons. A person who truly loves you will definitely run to meet you without exception. Excuse me. May I ask if your surname is Shen? The words, though soft, struck Shen Yi like thunder. How could she possibly know me? In reality, we had no intersection, could it be? Shen Yi was stunned. He had only harbored such hope in his heart, never expecting it to come true. Now that Fu Nanji had truly come to him with a question, Shen Yi was at a loss about what to do. Could she have that memory too? Shen Yi could hardly believe it. His heart raced wildly, involuntarily leaning toward this possibility. Under the moonlight, a veil of soft light shrouded Fu Nanzi's face, her complexion, radiant eyes sparkling with hope, making it hard to look away. Shen Yi felt parched, his throat dry, tentatively uttering Nanji. This was the affectionate name he had used for decades, spanning both lives. As the familiar voice rang out, Fu Nanzi's eyes widened instantly, her features softening with joy. An indescribable happiness surged from her chest to her mind. Before a smile could fully form, tears of excitement had already fallen. Trembling lips could not utter a complete word, and she rushed into Shen Yi's embrace. The force of her embrace made Shen Yi take a step back. Holding the soft figure tightly, even a big man like Shen Yi couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, nearly moved to tears. The emotional impact caused Fu Nanji to cling tightly to Shen Yi, her hands gripping his waist, fearfully afraid that if she loosened her hold, he would vanish again. Tears dampened her chest, yet Fu Nanji was incredibly happy. I knew it. I knew this couldn't possibly be. She whispered, tears streaming down her face. Since you've come back too, why didn't you come find me? Her tone was both joyful and accusatory. Do you know how hard I searched for you? Hearing the sob in her voice, Shen Yi's heart ached, constantly blaming himself for not bravely taking the first step. At this point, he could only softly comfort her. I thought it was just a dream. You are the unattainable young lady. I'm just a small employee. How could I take it seriously? Fu Nanji playfully hit Shen Yi's chest. Nonsense. You know I don't care about that. All I need is you. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt warmth in his heart, realizing how lucky he was to be loved by her. If it weren't for his nightly runs leading him here, he would still be oblivious. Fu Nanji surprisingly had that simulated memory too. It must have been the system's doing. No matter how vivid Shen Yi's imagination was, he hadn't initially considered that direction. Shen Yi couldn't explain the simulation to her, so he could only deceive Fu Nanji kindly. He cupped her face, her smooth skin already stained with tears, and carefully wiped away the traces, yet it did not diminish her beauty. I apologize, it's all my fault. Fu Nanji was easy to soothe, immediately forgetting her anger, cuddling against his chest, unwilling to leave. Hubby, do you remember this? Fu Nanji called him hubby smoothly without any hint of shyness. Saying this, she excitedly pulled out a platinum necklace from her neckline to show him. Look, you found this, right? Shen Yi's gaze sharpened, and he instantly recalled. I know it was under the cabinet. Yes. The moment I woke up that day, I went straight to search under the cabinet, and I truly found it. Since then I knew you couldn't possibly be fake. As she spoke, she giggled to herself, hee hee. Following her description, Shen Yi gradually activated his memories, unable to resist playfully pinching her delicate nose. Silly girl. Hubby, let's go home. After calming her emotions, Fu Nanji tugged at Shen Yi's hand, ready to pull him back. Which Shen Yi teased her with a smile. Fu Nanji stomped her foot in frustration, pouting, I am yours completely. Which home? They are all our homes. Ha. Shen Yi looked at her charming face, unable to suppress his grin, laughing proudly. With a wife like her, what more could a husband ask for? At over 20, Fu Nanji still acted like a little girl in front of Shen Yi, adorably pouting, hubby, I want you to carry me back. For such a small request, Shen Yi naturally complied, squatting down to say, at your service, hop on. Fu Nanji smiled as she climbed onto Shen Yi's back, feeling a peak of safety in her heart. As Shen Yi stood up, a playful impulse struck him suddenly, declaring, hold on tight, we're taking off. He then accelerated, suddenly running fast and steady. Amidst the movement, a vibrant life force radiated, stirring up boundless wind. Yet it was a late breeze. The wind arrived late, but the people did not. Fu Nanzi's hair flew wildly, the refreshing wind rushing towards her, making her feel clear-headed and comfortable, unable to help but joyfully exclaim, woo. The two of them, like children, cheered all the way back to the community entrance. The car was still parked, the door left open, but fortunately there were not many people near the guard booth. At this moment the security guard approached, only then realizing that Shen Yi was the one who had been wandering at the entrance just moments ago. At the same time, the security guard noticed Fu Nanji perched on Shen Yi's back, feeling quite strange. Wait, do you two know each other? Were you just performing a drama here? But his good professional demeanor kept him from voicing his thoughts as he seriously said, hello resident, your car is blocking normal traffic, please move it. Fu Nanji, feeling embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and whispered the details into Shen Yi's ear. Hubby, you drive. Shen Yi smiled and agreed, turning to thank the security guard. He first opened the passenger door to help Fu Nanji inside, then went to the driver's seat to start the car and leave. Watching the two of them drive away, the security guard stood alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. He felt as if he had witnessed a public display of affection from the roadside. Having parked the car in the garage, the two of them held hands back to Pinga residence. During this time, Fu Nanji smiled, her gaze never leaving Shen Yi. Upon opening the door, Fu Nanji searched for a long time, but ultimately couldn't find a pair of slippers that Shen Yi could wear. In the end, she could only give him her spare pair. Seeing Shen Yi in the slightly small pink slippers walking humorously, she couldn't help but double over with laughter. Amidst the commotion, her chest felt heavy yet alluring. Shen Yi, teased by her laughter, kicked off the slippers and approached her barefoot, playfully squeezing her face into a bonum. You dare laugh at me? Fu Nanzi's delicate face was squished into a shape, her rosy lips glistening. The words she spoke turned into a different tone. I poked, I dare not let go of me. Shen Yi was merely teasing her, and soon let go. Looking into each other's eyes, they both fell silent. The spacious living room felt as still as a needle dropping, with only the faint sound of breathing remaining. Their faces drew closer, as if magnetically attracted. The two drew closer, with Fu Nanzi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, as if it would leap from her throat. Her lips parted slightly, breath forgotten, and an uncontrollable joy surged within her, causing her smile to broaden wildly. Closing her eyes, their lips met, a tender affection passing between them. Immersed in this moment, Fu Nanji felt utterly enchanted, her body soft and swaying, as if intoxicated, collapsing into Shen Yi's embrace. Shen Yi tucked the loose strands of hair by her cheek, behind her ear, her tightly shut eyelids fluttering, revealing her inner turmoil. Soft and sweet, Fu Nanji was a delight Shen Yi could never have enough of. Though they were like an old married couple, the long separation made their reunion feel fresh, and they kissed passionately, lost in the moment. After a long while, they finally parted. With her alluring red lips slightly curled, Fu Nanji gazed at him dreamily, her eyes like a gentle spring breeze, nurturing the heart filled with affection. Crossing her hands behind Shen Yi's neck, she tilted her chin and leaned against him, saying, "Husband, carry me up." Their unspoken understanding was evident. Shen Yi felt a surge of warmth in his chest as he lifted her soft body and hurried upstairs. Everything seemed like fate's arrangement as they once again reunited in this bedroom, just like in a past life. The lamp at the head of the bed emitted a warm yellow light, illuminating the room. In the interplay of light and shadow, Fu Nanzi's smooth body appeared hazy, like a phantom lingering in the shadows. Her face adorned with a blissful smile, her eyes tender as water, filled with infatuation for Shen Yi. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Fu Nanji beckoned to Shen Yi with her fingers, saying, "Come here." Shen Yi felt as if his breath had paused. No matter how many times he looked, he could only marvel at the divine craftsmanship of the goddess Nuwa. Fu Nanji seemed favored by the heavens, growing more delectable with age. In the simulation, those in middle age were infatuated with her. Incoming Shen Yi could no longer hold back, moving. Fu Nanji leaned back, and the sight almost made Shen Yi dizzy. Be gentle. Past and present intertwined, blissful reunions often come with trials. As the fragrance of Nanji lingered, the fleeting moments of joy faded with the clouds and rain. With the clouds resting and the rain subsiding, Shen Yi lay beside Fu Nanji, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Gently tucking the loose strands of hair aside, Shen Yi leaned down to kiss her forehead. Fu Nanzi's small mouth slightly parted, still recovering from the moment. Her delicate arms flushed a rosy hue. After a while, she returned to his side, nestling against him, saying, "Husband, I love you so much." Shen Yi wrapped his arms around her. "I know, we've already proven that." "That's right." Fu Nanji thought for a moment and laughed. They had spent their lives proving it, and at this moment she held Shen Yi, wanting nothing more. "By the way, husband, weren't you called Shen Yi in your past life? Why the change?" As she spoke, she fiddled with Shen Yi's earlobe, pouting, "It's easier to call me that." Shen Yi was momentarily speechless, struggling to explain, eventually saying, "It was a previous name. I used it before I changed it." Fortunately, Fu Nanji didn't mind much about it, and a few words sufficed to brush it aside. No matter the name, what mattered to her was the person he was. "Oh, if you didn't want to find me, why did you resign? Were you trying to avoid me?" The haze of love faded, and during this moment of clarity, Fu Nanzi's small mind seemed to light up. Her words, though casual, pierced Shen Yi directly. Although it was hot outside, the air conditioning in the room kept it cool. Yet at this moment, Shen Yi could feel a slight sweat forming on his back. Every question from Fu Nanji was difficult to answer, and he couldn't directly reveal the truth. However, a spark of inspiration struck Shen Yi, and he quickly explained, "How could it be that I am avoiding you? If I were, why would I be here tonight, right?" Fu Nanji rested her chin on Shen Yi's chest, pondering before agreeing, "That's true. As for resigning, being a low-level employee has no future. I plan to start my own business." Shen Yi said this casually. His true intention at the time was simply to slack off, as he was exhausted from work, but had no survival pressure. The reason was simple: starting a business. Fu Nanji turned her face towards him, twisting around. "Do you need money? I still have some small. Don't move around too much, be careful not to catch a chill." Shen Yi saw her curling up on the bed and reached out to pull the blanket over her exposed legs. After pinching her nose, he replied, "No need. Keep the money for yourself to spend." According to the memories from the simulation, Fu Nanzi's money was certainly not small. All her red envelopes from childhood had been saved up, and she had only given Shen Yi money once after they married. At that time, Shen Yi checked, and there were several hundred quietly waiting in the bank for him to use. Fu Nanji huffed non-committally, not overly concerned, as they were an old couple, and what was hers was as she could say so whenever she wanted. Thinking this, she buried her head under the blanket playfully. Suddenly, Fu Nanji paused her playful little hands and said, "Wait, why do you want to start a business? Just go to my dad instead. Just go and be his assistant, or after a few years you can take over directly." In the past life, it was like this. Shen Yi was well-versed in legal matters, and following the old path was the most suitable. Besides, with experience it would be even easier. Anyway, you can't surpass Jin Heng with small tricks. Shen Yi knew she was speaking the truth, but he still needed to save face for his father-in-law. "Dad is still youthful and vigorous, full of spirit. Why should I intervene?" Fu Nanji seemed like a little cotton-padded jacket full of holes, always backing Shen Yi. He's getting on in years running between the company and home every day, isn't he tired? Besides, sooner or later it will be handed over to you. You aren't incapable, why does he hold on to it so tightly? In the simulation, Fu Yuan, her father, held on to it for over a decade after their marriage before handing it over to Shen Yi. This was actually reasonable as Shen Yi was quite naive at the time and needed guidance in many aspects. Shen Yi pressed her playful mouth shut and admonished, you know my capabilities, but Dad doesn't. If I were pushed forward without preparation, it would be strange if he accepted it. This is our little secret, so don't say anything, I don't want to scare the two elders. He then suddenly shook off his damp hand and playfully scolded her, little dog, why are you licking me? Fu Nanji laughed mischievously, saying, who told you to cover my mouth? Not only will I lick, but I'll also bite you. Oh, will bite you to death. As she spoke, she lunged at Shen Yi, playfully nibbling at his neck. Shen Yi constantly defended against her, saying, hey, did you hear what I just said? I know I won't say anything reckless. Fu Nanji rubbed her cheek against Shen Yi impatiently, saying, I'm not an idiot. Idiot. You look like a silly fool to me, Shen Yi replied mercilessly. Fu Nanji didn't argue back, tightening her embrace around Shen Yi and giggling, come on, silly fool, is thinking again. Shen Yi hesitated at her flushed face, saying, are you okay? Your health is important. Who was the one begging just now? After all, it was their first time, and even though Fu Nanji seemed carefree, Shen Yi still maintained some rationality. However, what awaited him was Fu Nanji's provocative gaze. Facing the provocative gaze of Fu Nanji, Shen Yi directly seized her arm and tickled her. How could he endure such disrespect when he had just mentioned his talent? Fu Nanji couldn't help but burst into laughter, unable to maintain her provocative demeanor, her expression twisting. Am I wrong? You're wrong, I surrender. Fu Nanji laughed so hard that she lost the strength to resist, lowering her head to plead for mercy. Umph. Shen Yi released her wrist, letting out a soft hum as he lifted his chin. Fu Nanji squinted her eyes like a cat snuggling into Shen Yi's arms, murmuring, hubby, give me a kiss. Who could withstand such a test? If one could resist for 3 seconds without kissing, they would be a god. Shen Yi, being just an ordinary man, didn't hesitate for a second before responding. Their voices lowered, leaving only the sound of their breaths mingling. The night was quiet and long. There was still plenty of time. The next day, with the dawn brightening, Fu Nanji woke from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively reached out beside her, but found nothing. The person beside her had vanished. Panic surged in her heart as she called out, hubby. Hey, what's up? She heard Shen Yi's voice responding from outside the room, and soon he pushed the door in half his body, showing while holding a spatula. You're awake, why did you call me? Seeing Shen Yi, Fu Nanji felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she revealed a sweet smile, saying, it's nothing, I just missed you. You're being silly. If the pot burns, you'll still have to eat it, you know. Shen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. After Shen Yi left, Fu Nanji hugged her pillow and rolled around on the bed, stifling her giggles, her heart brimming. Isn't this exactly the life she had dreamed of? It had returned, everything was back. After a short while, she decided to. No dream could compare to the splendor of her current life, so she didn't linger in bed. Ouch. As soon as she got up, she let out a cry, her whole body feeling as if it were falling apart. Her upper body ached, her lower body hurt, every inch of her was sore. She had been too happy to notice earlier, and now simply getting out of bed felt impossible. At this moment, Shen Yi had prepared breakfast and heard her cry coming back in. Seeing Fu Nanji unable to move, he felt both pity and amusement, teasing her. I told you not to show off last night. Look at you now, you can't even stand up. With his physical talent, this little exertion was nothing for him. He just needed to eat something to recover. Fu Nanji, being an ordinary person, had managed to endure for so long, which was already extraordinary. Unfortunately, while she had experience, her body did not, especially since it was her first time. If Shen Yi hadn't intervened, she might have even wanted to continue. I just wanted to. Fu Nanji knew she had been excessive, and now she sheepishly sought forgiveness. You have to take responsibility for your own body, you know. I know. Fu Nanji stuck out her tongue and tried to move closer to Shen Yi. Get away, you haven't even washed up. Shen Yi hurriedly made a face of disgust. Fu Nanji, unbothered, shamelessly reached out to Shen Yi, hubby, carry me over. Wait a moment, I'll get you a set of sleepwear. Turning to walk into the wardrobe, Shen Yi found a nightgown and helped her put it. Then Shen Yi picked Fu Nanji up and carried her into the bathroom to help her wash up. After a busy night until dawn, she was too exhausted to move, and it was Shen Yi who carried her in to wash her body. He set Fu Nanji down on the toilet, squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush, and handed it to her. Here, spit the foam here. At the sink, Shen Yi pulled out a washcloth, dampened it, and gently supported her head, saying, be good, lift your head. As he spoke, he carefully washed her cheeks. Fu Nanji's little feet dangled in the air, thoroughly enjoying Shen Yi's service, almost humming in delight. All right, let's go eat breakfast, it'll get cold soon. Bending down, he picked Fu Nanji up again and carried her to the dining room downstairs. He placed her on a chair and went into the kitchen to bring out the food. He served her a bowl of porridge, placing it in front of her, then handed her a spoon and chopsticks before sitting down across from her. Eat up. For breakfast, Shen Yi had boiled porridge, fried a couple of eggs, and stir-fried some vegetables. It was quite simple, mainly because there weren't many ingredients, but it was enough for breakfast. Hey hubby, what happened to the bedsheets we changed last night? Fu Nanji stirred her porridge with the spoon, cooling it down. Shen Yi frowned and said, I put them in the dirty laundry basket. We're having breakfast now, don't talk about that. Last night the bedsheets were so dirty that they couldn't sleep. Shen Yi had replaced them with new ones before they could sleep. Oh, I was just asking. After receiving an answer, she happily sipped her porridge, her eyes shining as she praised, Wow hubby, you're amazing. This is so delicious. Stop it with the flattery, it's just ordinary porridge, not some celestial soup. Hee, it's made by hubby, I wouldn't trade it for any celestial soup. Fu Nanji didn't hold back her praise, and Shen Yi, knowing she was being playful, couldn't help but curve his lips. Alright, if you think it's good, eat more to replenish your energy. Upon hearing this, Fu Nanji glanced down at her chest with worry, saying, If I replenish it'll just grow, ooh, I'd better. Shen Yi pushed the plate closer to her so it would be easier for her to reach, while saying with a hint of annoyance, This is to make up for what you lost last night. I see you'll struggle to move today, so rest at home. Don't forget to ask for leave from the company. Fu Nanji nodded, My legs are sore and swollen. If you asked for it. Remember to exercise restraint next time. Breakfast finished quickly, and Shen Yi got up to clear the dishes. Fu Nanji instinctively tried to stop him, saying, Hubby, let me do it. Shen Yi brushed her hand away gently, saying, It's fine, you're a patient now, just rest. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen with the dishes. Fu Nanji giggled, resting her cheeks in her hands, staring dreamily at Shen Yi's retreating figure. There weren't many dishes, and Shen Yi quickly finished washing them. Drying his hands, he said, Come on, I'll carry you back to rest, you can't move around too much right now. Fu Nanji obediently wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's neck, allowing him to carry her. On the bed, Fu Nanji was using her phone to ask for leave in her group chat. Shen Yi came over and propped a pillow for her, making her more comfortable. Then he began picking up the scattered clothes and used tissues on the floor. Fu Nanji was too distracted to play with her phone, just watching Shen Yi busy himself back and forth. Seeing that he wanted to mop the floor, Fu Nanji hurriedly said, Oh hubby, don't bother with that, come chat with me, ooh I'm so bored. Leave the cleaning to the maid later. Shen Yi placed his hands on his hips, looking at the room that was finally much cleaner. He then relented and came over to sit at the head of the bed. Alright, what do you want to talk about? Just some casual chat. Fu Nanji's eyes twinkled as she asked him, Hubby, didn't you Who? My cousin Qingjun, you met her at our wedding. This remark made Shen Yi's heart skip a beat. What? Qingjun is your cousin? Shen Yi was astonished, never expecting that there was this connection between them. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi instantly recalled something. However, after drinking with Lao Dai and the others, he had become a bit hazy and probably wouldn't remember even if introduced. I have a vague memory, perhaps I drank too much that day. Shen Yi could only respond ambiguously. Fu Nanji nodded in understanding, as she couldn't remember everything clearly either, as many details were fuzzy. Oh, I happened to run into her yesterday. We chatted and she mentioned that you had saved her life before thinking of repaying. Then Fu Nanji glanced at Shen Yi. Is that true? She's looking for me. Shen Yi was suddenly stunned, looking at Fu Nanji. He quickly realized. Since Fu Nanji had memories from the simulation, then Qingjun must also. Moreover, considering she is currently searching for him everywhere. Oh no, the system made a mistake. Fu Nanji, retaining her memories, had allowed her to indulge in a gentle world, which was certainly delightful. But if another Qingjun was added to the mix, that delight would likely turn into a fright, extending this to future simulations if new people came knocking each time. Shen Yi shivered, unable to imagine that tragic scene. Hey husband, are you listening to me? Fu Nanji, waiting for a response for a long time, waved her finger in front of Shen Yi. Yes, that's true. Shen Yi came back to his senses, not understanding the intent of Qingjun saying this to Fu Nanji, but at this moment, he could only play along. Fu Nanji couldn't help but lift her chin playfully, as expected of my husband doing good deeds anonymously. How did you save her back then? Save. After telling a lie, he had to follow up with the truth. Shen Yi had no choice but to mutter while his mind raced. Fearing he might say something inconsistent, he finally took a deep breath and said, Your husband is quite impressive. At that time the situation was critical, with over 100 zombie monsters chasing after me. I drove, taking your cousin through various drainage ditches, making it impossible for that group of monsters to even catch a whiff of exhaust. Then I wielded my gun, taking down one after another like a pro. And then I was caught by Lao Lu. Shen Yi stopped there, recalling the excruciating pain and Qingjun's terrified and sorrowful eyes. The downside of retaining memories surfaced. If he felt this much pain, her death would be even harder for her to bear. Shen Yi felt anxious and guilty towards Qingjun. Fu Nanji thought Shen Yi was trying to make her happy, laughing heartily. Husband, you're so funny. It's the classic hero saving the beauty, right? Shen Yi helplessly shook his head, smiling wryly. What kind of hero am I? I didn't succeed in saving the beauty. Fu Nanji held on to Shen Yi's fingers, playing with them, unconcerned. Him, my husband is a hero, the best one know. Aside from the exaggerated heroics, everything else could be considered true, though the reality was so bizarre that no. Okay, then I'll invite her out another day. We can have a meal together, and you can thank her in person. Fu Nanji clapped her hands. Bringing this matter up was to alleviate her inner doubts, and also to assert her claim, nipping any budding feelings in the bud. Hero saving the beauty doesn't necessarily mean one has to pay with their life. Alright. Shen Yi reluctantly agreed, feeling a bit chaotic inside. Fu Nanji was in pain, lying in bed, unable to move, and was bored without wanting to play on her phone. So she decided to tease Shen Yi. Shen Yi frowned, sensing something unusual, and shot her a sideways glance. I warn you not to play with fire. If it catches fire, no one will extinguish it for you. Oh. Fu Nanji, feeling wronged, pulled her hand out from the elastic band. Shen Yi wasn't wrong. If she felt unwell, she would be the one suffering the consequences. Having tasted the flavor of meat, Fu Nanji was greatly addicted, though her physical condition limited her performance. They'll go pour you a glass of water. Shen Yi stood up, noticing she looked like she had bugs all over her. He went downstairs, grabbed a cup, and walked to the water purifier, waiting for the water. Just then his phone in his pocket started. Since resigning, Shen Yi's phone had hardly rung, only occasionally receiving spam calls or messages from his mother. Taking out his phone, he saw it was an unfamiliar number, so he hung up. However, the person on the other end was persistent and immediately called back. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, considering hanging up again, but thought better of it, and answered. Hello, who is this? There was a long silence on the other end, and just as Shen Yi was growing impatient, a crisp female voice suddenly broke through. True Core Fungus Master. Just that solitary phrase stunned Shen Yi. Cheng Jun. Who else could it be? The True Core Fungus Master was the source of the disaster world, and a secret only the two of them knew. Sure enough, after Shen Yi called her name, the other end became cheerful in an instant. Shen Yi, you've really come back. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. A barrage of words came forth like a cannon, with longing spilling out that even the signal couldn't block. Cheng Jun was overjoyed. After learning about Shen Yi's phone number, she devised this method to experiment. If Shen Yi had also traversed back, it would be impossible for him not to react to the words True Core Fungus Master. As long as there was a reaction, it could be confirmed that Shen Yi was the person she was looking for. The familiar voice made Shen Yi feel as if he had returned to the little Western-style building. He couldn't help but ask, are you doing well? I'm fine, and nothing is better than hearing from you. Cheng Jun's long-lost concern made her eyes well up. I want to see you right now. She decisively put aside her reserve. The regrets of the apocalypse would not be repeated. This request was something Shen Yi couldn't refuse, and he replied, all right. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yi exhaled and picked up the cup of water as he went upstairs. Fu Nanji was completely engrossed in playing a match-3 game on her phone, so Shen Yi brought the cup to her lips. She slightly turned her head to sip, perfectly timed, her gaze never leaving the screen. Placing the cup on the bedside, Shen Yi spoke. Nanji, I'm going out to buy some ingredients to cook you a nice meal for lunch. Fu Nanji pouted. Oh no, I don't want you to go. Let's just order takeout for lunch. No way, some takeout isn't sanitary. There's no comparison to homemade food. Besides, don't you want to try my cooking? Fu Nanzi's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Right? It's been ages since I had food made by you, husband. Take my car. The keys are in the usual place. Quick in and out. Okay, call me if you need anything. I'm off. Wait. What now? You need to give me a kiss before you go. Fu Nanji pointed to her cheek. Shen Yi looked at her helplessly and had no choice but to lean over. Mua, is that enough? Go on, go on. Shen Yi took the keys by the door and set off. Hands on the wheel, he thought a great deal along the way. He had once believed that a simulation was a simulation and reality was reality, distinct realms that must never be conflated. But change had come too swiftly. Our reality had become muddled and chaotic, and he found himself powerless to alter or avert it. Yet the immediate feedback was positive. Promises of a fulfilled life and love seemed to embrace him. However, a single misstep could send all that beauty sliding into an abyss. He exhaled softly, parked the car, and walked toward the appointed meeting place. The meeting had been arranged by Shen Yi at the lakeside where he had last gone jogging. It was a little past 9. The sky was not clear. A mist hung in the damp air, and few people lingered by the shore. After crossing a bridge and rounding a corner, Shen Yi spotted a woman. Upon closer look, it was Cheng Yun. She was pacing beside a bench. Because she was coming to meet someone, she had taken care to dress up. The morning held a chill over the lake. Cheng Yun wore a long trench coat that accentuated her slender waist, standing graceful and poised. Her figure was long and lithe, her face as pure as a snow lotus. Even the coat could not hide her elegantly straight long legs. She wore short socks and delicate sandals. At the sight of such beauty, ripples of feeling rose in Shen Yi's chest, more stirring than the lake's own waves. Footsteps approached, and Cheng Yun noticed him. When she turned, her smile spread like light. Cheng Yun. Shen Yi. She called, almost running toward him. Though she had only returned to the modern world a day or two ago, her spirit still seemed to wander lonely and adrift in the apocalypse. Everything she had been through felt fleeting and insubstantial. At the moment she saw Shen Yi, everything found its anchor. The heart that had hung, suspended, finally settled to the ground. This time she did not hesitate, and threw herself into Shen Yi's arms, her face pressed against his chest to feel warmth once more. She drew a deep breath. To see you again. How wonderful. It's all right. It's over now. Shen Yi patted her back to comfort her. After a while she straightened, lifted her head. Her eyes were clear and bright, though rimmed with red. It wasn't easy finding you. By the way, why didn't you tell me you also work at Tianqing? Were you trying to make me a joke? Shen Yi recalled her earlier boast and smiled softly. How could that be? I'm but an ordinary man. I would never dare to aim so high. You can if you say the word, and you're not an ordinary man. Cheng Yun regarded Shen Yi seriously. Her tone was solemn, as if she were speaking of something far beyond a job arrangement. Shen Yi averted her gaze and replied, I'm not as good as you imagine. Cheng Yun, unashamed, stepped closer with wide eyes. No, you are wonderful. I don't care about anyone else. To me, you are the best. Unable to accept the compliment, Shen Yi changed the subject. I didn't know you and Nanji were even cousins. Cheng Yun's eyes sharpened at the change of address, though she kept her tone unchanged. We're not really relatives. It's just that our elders were close. We grew up together. Sister Nin is older, so the name stuck. She then feigned casualness and asked, did she contact you? Yes. Shen Yi nodded without evasion, inwardly calculating how to gently lay matters bare to Cheng Yun. Her heart dropped at his straightforward admission. An uneasy premonition rose. How long have you known Sister Nan? At the question, Shen Yi smiled, recalling their shared past. Though the road had been rough at times, it had in the end reached a satisfying conclusion. It's a long story. We've known each other for some time. Oh. Cheng Yun felt a sudden urgency, though she had presumed that only she recognized Shen Yi's goodness. She hadn't expected that her face-blind cousin would be so quick-minded, or in fact, she had acted faster than Cheng Yun herself. The two walked along the lakeside talking, reminiscing about the cozy days in their little villa. During the apocalypse, they had eaten and slept together, enduring hardships side by side and learning each other's depths. Cheng Yun had long understood her own heart. She had committed herself to Shen Yi. Her feelings were hardly concealed. Anyone not blind could tell that every word she spoke betrayed affection for one man. So simple a thing like a flower loving a tree, she strove to grow, and in spring offered all she had. They stopped beneath a willow. Cheng Yun gathered her courage, and looking into Shen Yi's eyes confessed, I like you, Shen Yi. Her lips formed a perfect curve as she awaited his answer. Such scorching ardor overwhelmed him, leaving Shen Yi at a loss. The responses rehearsed in his heart circled there for a long while, but would not be released. Shen Yi felt a bitter ache. There is a particular pain in being unable to return a Bowtai's favor. Were it not for Fu Nanji, he would not feel this sorrow. Being admired by a beauty like Cheng Yun would have sent him into jubilant confusion in another life. If he were an unscrupulous selfish cad, he would not be so tormented. Being loved by two and enjoying divided affection would be a dream come true. What's the matter with you? Cheng Yun, sharp as ever, noticed his oddness and asked in alarm. Cornered, Shen Yi drew a deep breath, steeled himself, and apologized. I'm sorry, I can't. Those words pierced Cheng Yun. After enduring hundreds of days of torment in the apocalypse, she was suddenly shattered. She stepped back, her eyes dazed, and managed a stiff smile. You don't agree. Her smile was painfully forced. Color fled from her face, leaving it pale and wan. She had not expected Shen Yi's refusal to be so blunt. Seeing her like that made Shen Yi's heart convulse with pain, yet he thought that short pain was better than prolonged anguish. He hardened himself and answered, You are wonderful, I am not worthy. Have I done something wrong? Cheng Yun paid little heed to his explanation. Her brief question trembled with grievance, and a sobbing tone, tears tracing down her cheeks, a sight that broke the heart. Shen Yi could not bear to look at her, and turned his gaze away. It's not your fault. There's someone in my heart. He and Fu Nanji sought a lifetime of conjugal love. A crucial element in their bond was mutual respect. This respect was not mere formal courtesy, but the practice of considering the other's feelings when matters became weighty. Cheng Yun had done nothing wrong, neither had Shen Yi. Only fate, for she had come too late. Shen Yi had already accepted Fu Nanji's affection. To rashly accept Cheng Yun now would not only betray Fu Nanji, but also deny the lifetime of devotion he intended to uphold. Cheng Yun watched Shen Yi's evasive eyes, a shadow of gray in her gaze. Shen Yi, I want you to look at me. If you look into my eyes and say you do not like me, you'll leave immediately and never appear before you again. Shen Yi had meant to answer plainly, but faced with the deathly stillness in Cheng Yun's eyes, his heart felt gripped by a large hand, and no words would come. As Shen Yi faltered, Cheng Yun seemed injected with a surge of will. Light rekindled in her eyes. Her view of love was simple and honest. She could only accept someone she loved who loved her in return, and she had chosen Shen Yi. She would not settle for less. Cheng Yun, decisive and resolute by nature, found her fighting spirit inflamed. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said plainly, So that person is Sister Nin, isn't she? Yes. At this point, Shen Yi had no reason to conceal the truth and admitted it outright. Where do I fall short compared to her? Cheng Yun fixed him with an intense, unwavering gaze. Shen Yi's expression turned solemn. You lack nothing beside her. This isn't a matter of deficiency, but rather, enough. That's all I need to hear. I refuse to listen to anything more. Cheng Yun cut him off before he could continue, her eyes sharp and self-assured, once again radiating the commanding aura of the fungal sovereign she had been in the apocalypse. Since love itself defies reason, notions of first or last hold no meaning. I will not yield so easily. I intend to compete with Nanjia on equal footing. Shen Yi sighed, utterly disarmed by her childish declaration. After all, what true fairness could ever exist in rivalry? If a scale existed between them, Fu Nanji already occupied an overwhelming majority of his heart. Shen Yi tried to dissuade her from wasting her efforts, only for Cheng Yun to rebuke him first. Shen Yi, you've changed. The man I knew during the apocalypse never hesitated, never second-guessed himself. If I'm unafraid, then what precisely are you afraid of? Don't make me lose respect for you. Where has that eternally proactive, confident, and indomitable person gone? Her words struck him like thunder, leaving him silent. Back in reality, he had quietly reverted to the ordinary, unremarkable office clerk he once was. Though he bore a system within him, old habits, deep-rooted and ingrained, could not vanish overnight. Enfu Nanji's affection and Cheng Yun's devotion alike unsettled his composure, plunging him into anxious uncertainty. You don't understand. Ni's rebuttal came weak and hollow. And don't I? Cheng Yun's delicate brows knitted together as her exquisite face suddenly drew near, close enough to fill his vision. Why won't you speak your feelings? And kiss me. Before him her beauty was ethereal, as if carved by heaven itself, flawless contours, serene grace, and two faint tear trails still glistening upon her cheeks, like natural veins of color threading through flawless jade. What? And stunned by her breathtaking presence, Shen Yi's breath caught mid-inhalation. Cheng Yun leaned closer still, so near that their breaths mingled warm and palpable upon each other's skin. Kiss me. You've already stolen a kiss from me. Why hesitate now? And you weren't drunk that night after all. And before he could utter another word, the bold Cheng Yun sealed his lips with hers. Her kiss was awkward, almost clumsy, a sudden, earnest collision, her teeth grazing his lips, yielding an imperfect, unrefined sensation. Yet Cheng Yun surrendered wholly to the moment, eyes half closed in quiet rapture. Clear waters surged beneath willow branches, the two kissed beneath the trees, oblivious to all else. Within mere seconds her cheeks flushed crimson. Her hair danced freely in the breeze, each strand trembling with her racing pulse. Her hands clenched tightly, betraying far more tension than her outward calm suggested. Moments later they parted. Cheng Yun stepped back 2 paces, feigning composure as she spoke. Consider that a taste of what's to come. Whatever Nanjia can offer I can match and surpass. In any case, I won't give up, not even if you tell Nanjia outright. I'm not afraid. Nan, besides, And she turned to leave. Shen Yi's expression shifted instantly. He hurried forward, unable to resist, asking what's secret? Tell me plainly. Want to know? I'll tell you next time. Cheng Yun cast him a sidelong glance. Also, from now on call me Zhu Yun. Without a trace of hesitation or lingering, she quickened her pace, crossed the bridge, and vanished into the distance. Shen Yi stood rooted in place, his thoughts churning, his heart in tumult. He had resolved just moments earlier to reject her utterly, yet at the crucial instant his resolve had softened. Their time together in the apocalypse had been real, not illusion or fabrication, and Shen Yi could not remain unmoved. That momentary softening only ignited Cheng Yun's determination, ironically backfiring, its consequences still uncertain. Perhaps Cheng Yun's words had pierced deep, prompting Shen Yi to examine his own heart with rare honesty. In truth be told, he was profoundly ordinary, a mortal flesh-and-blood man, unexceptional in every conventional sense. He'd read novels, watched dramas. Scenes of polygamous bliss and romantic abundance were no strangers to him. To claim he harbored no such fantasies would be sheer hypocrisy. Yet fantasy remained fantasy. Ultimately, reality would always reclaim its due. On one hand, he wished fiercely to honor his love for Fu Nanji. On the other, Cheng Yun's devotion stirred a quiet, guilty thrill within him. Stripped bare, his soul revealed a tangle of reason and impulse, the very duality that defined who he was. Shen Yi sighed. He scarcely recognized himself anymore. The immature speak only of liking, the mature speak also of duty. Liking is effortless, love demands gravity. Though his head throbbed with uncertainty, he could only move forward, one step at a time. Leaving the lakeside, he remembered his errand and drove straight to the supermarket. After a flurry of activity, Shen Yi entered his home, bags in hand. Hearing the sound, Fu Nanji called out, Honey, is that you? It's me. I'm back from shopping. Shen Yi replied, placing the groceries in the kitchen. Entering the living room, he found Fu Nanji already downstairs, seated on the tatami mat near the garden, arranging flowers. She'd always cherished this quiet pastime, fitting given her formerly reclusive nature. How did you manage to come downstairs on your own? Has the pain eased? Shen Yi sat beside her. At the sight of him, Fu Nanji instantly abandoned all pretense. Half her soft, warm body leaned against him, languidly murmuring, it still hurts. But lying alone was dreadfully dull. Anyway, the stairs aren't far. I simply made my way down slowly and carefully. Shen Yi kissed her forehead and praised her gently. Then you're absolutely wonderful. Here's a little reward. And she lifted her chin proudly, then held up the vase toward him like a child showing off a treasure. Honey, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Shen Yi took the vase and studied it, saying warmly, of course it's beautiful. You could never produce anything less. Let me admire it properly. The arrangement featured bluebells and chamomile, delicate, fresh, perfectly suited for indoor display. Fu Nanji had long favored bluebells, because their floral language whispered, forever and always, my heart beats for one alone. Shen Yi paused, then offered softly, it's perfect. I think it would look lovely on the bedside table. Really, I think so too. At his words, her head bobbed eagerly like a child's. Shen Yi chuckled, ruffled her hair, and rose, hungry. Today your husband will show off his culinary skills. Fu Nanji lay back on the tatami, the world around her softening like watercolor, playfully declaring, agreed. I vote with both hands and both feet. Shen Yi strode toward the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. He tied on an apron. and in that simple gesture exuded the quiet warmth of a devoted homemaker. In truth, Shen Yi mastered only everyday dishes. Nothing elaborate, nothing extravagant, just solid comforting fare. Not plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried garlic sprouts with pork, sautéed shrimp with lettuce stems, and finally, a soothing soup. Done, dinner's ready. And he carried each dish to the table, set out the bowls and chopsticks, then called out to Fu Nanjin, dinner's served. Come eat. In the living room, Fu Nanji lingered lazily on the tatami, using her injury as sweet, shameless leverage in, nope, I want to be carried. Shen Yi bent down to pick up Fu Nanji, noticing her making funny faces, and asked, does it still hurt? It's much better. It should recover pretty soon, probably in a day or two. Oh, 2 more days. Fu Nanji widened her eyes in protest. Honey, I'll go crazy in 2 days. Shen Yi served her a bowl of soup, saying, here, have some soup before your meal. After that, he started eating rice by himself. Honey, I'm talking to you, honey. Shen Yi. Fu Nanji pouted, growing increasingly frustrated as Shen Yi ignored her. At this moment, Shen Yi slowly set down his bowl and said nonchalantly, who can you blame? You were too greedy, and this is your lesson, do you understand? Fu Nanzi's way of addressing Shen Yi had always been dynamic. At first, she called him by his name, but after they got married, she started calling him honey, and when they grew old, she would gradually switch to old man. Generally, she would only call him by his name when she was serious. Of course, there were various names used in the bedroom, but they were all playful banter between spouses. Then why didn't you stop me back then? Fu Nanji asked as she sipped her soup. Didn't I? You jumped on me and started biting. Ooh, did you even ask for my opinion? Shen Yi pointed his chopsticks in the air, mercilessly exposing her. Isn't that love? I worked hard to find you, so what's wrong with asking for some reward? Fu Nanji knew she was in the wrong, and her voice grew smaller. Shen Yi, hearing this, said helplessly, so, if I say I'm unwilling, does that mean I don't love you? I care for your health because I love you. One shouldn't indulge in good wine too much. It must be said that it was partly his fault. Fu Nanji was just too alluring, and she took the initiative, making it hard for Shen Yi to stop. Oh, I understand now. Fu Nanji pretended to be aggrieved. Shen Yi, knowing her too well, was not swayed. Since you understand, let's set some rules. You need to restrain yourself in this regard from now on. As soon as Fu Nanji heard this, she lost her appetite immediately, exclaiming it'd take 2 days to recover, and now you want to set restrictions. You might as well kill me. Don't you want to hear what the rules are? Seeing her sulking, Shen Yi spoke mysteriously to entice her. Fu Nanji perked up and leaned closer, asking what are the rules. Shen Yi didn't speak, but only held up a hand, waving it in front of her. Fu Nanzi's eyes instantly lit up. 5 times a week. Shen Yi was nearly choked by her response, and took a breath before saying rest on Saturdays and what? No way. That's too few. Once a day is the bare minimum. It should be at least 4 times a day. Fu Nanji swatted Shen Yi's hand away and held up 4 fingers. 4 times is out of the question. Then 3 times. 2 times. Deal. The two began negotiating like they were making a business deal, with Fu Nanji constantly haggling. In fact, Shen Yi didn't mind the number. With his recovery ability, as long as the nutrition was sufficient, he could manage without interruption. However, this capability might frighten her. Shen Yi did this entirely to take care of Fu Nanji's health. Since she had such poor self-control, if Shen Yi didn't refuse, she would likely keep wanting more. Having some limits would be beneficial for her. What about during that time of the month? Unexpectedly, Fu Nanji suddenly asked after counting on her fingers for a long time. Shen Yi was both amused and exasperated by her meticulousness, saying cumulative. She refused to take any losses, and Shen Yi realized that the reason he could only live to 83 in the simulation was indeed apparent. Are you done eating? I'll clean up the table after I finish. Just this last bite. Fu Nanji quickly scooped the remaining bite in the bowl into her mouth, puffing her cheeks. Shen Yi stood up to stack the bowls and chopsticks, then started wiping the table. Fu Nanji clapped her hands from her chair, her little feet moving chaotically. Honey, you're amazing, so considerate. Shen Yi dodged her playful legs and scolded her, don't mess around if you're not helping. After cleaning the table, Shen Yi prepared to carry Fu Nanji to the living room. As Shen Yi untied his apron, he walked towards her. Hey honey, don't take it off, it looks good like this. Fu Nanji stopped Shen Yi, preventing him from removing the apron. The apron was a women's one with a small bear sewn on the chest. It was usually used by Fu Nanji, but he had borrowed it today. Shen Yi frowned at his appearance, unsure why it appealed to her. You little seductress. Though he said that, Shen Yi still didn't take it off. Fu Nanji snuggled against Shen Yi's shoulder, relishing the pampering. I'm a seductress exclusively for you. Shen Yi ignored her and placed her on the sofa, leaving her to act silly by herself. By the way, I'll step out this afternoon to pack some things. Fu Nanji lay sideways on the sofa, tugging at Shen Yi's apron strings to keep him from leaving. What are you packing? Change of clothes. Haven't you noticed I haven't changed since yesterday? Then Shen Yi lifted his foot and continued in slippers. You can't expect me to walk barefoot, right? I even used your toothbrush this morning. Fu Nanji had only her own things here, and there was nothing Shen Yi could use. It would be fine for a day or two, but if he were to stay long-term, he would definitely need to get more. Oh, I'm not complaining about you. If you don't want your belongings, we can just buy all new stuff. I'll order it online for you right now. Fu Nanji didn't want Shen Yi to leave for even a moment, as she immediately took out her phone and began browsing. Shen Yi bent down and pinched her tender cheek, saying, I know you're a little rich lady, but you can't waste money recklessly, okay? After saying that, Shen Yi returned to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After they confirmed their relationship, there was no longer a reason for Shen Yi to live apart. He would definitely have to go back to his rental place. He didn't have much stuff, a suitcase was enough for him wherever he went. It wasn't just about changing clothes, there were also important little gadgets like his computer and phone charger. After taking off the apron, he poured himself a glass of water and sat beside Fu Nanji, who was still tapping away on her phone. Don't buy too much or you'll regret it when it comes time to unpack, Shen Yi advised her. Unpacking is my favorite, but the quality of clothes online is usually mediocre. Wait for me to recover, and then we'll go shopping. I'll make sure to dress you up nicely. Fu Nanji was excited as if she had just gotten a new doll. Shen Yi pointed a finger at her forehead saying, I can accompany you, but it has to be limited time. Endless trying on is not allowed. Fu Nanji immediately deflated upon hearing this, but she also knew Shen Yi's habits. Agreeing to accompany her shopping was already a big deal. Got it, I'll listen to you. Shen Yi was quick when shopping. He would usually decide in advance what he wanted. Once he had a clear goal, he would head straight to the destination and leave right after buying. In the afternoon, after finishing dinner and lulling Fu Nanji to sleep, Shen Yi finally stepped out. As he drove past Jingyuan University, Shen Yi couldn't help but reminisce. Now as September approaches, many students are returning to school, possibly including new students as well. Watching the bustling crowd, he felt a sense of melancholy. The Songping Garden Villa area is quite close to his alma mater. Shen Yi had studied design, and after graduating he was summoned into the massive Tianqing group. At that time it was something everyone envied, with a high salary, great benefits, and good treatment. Looking back now, it wasn't entirely wrong, but with high salaries come high expenses, and he wasn't able to save much while seeing no hope for promotion. He had been working tirelessly for over 2 years, merely treading water. Despite studying design, he ended up being overworked in the advertising department. The green light turned on, and Shen Yi shook his head to dispel the wandering thoughts. Before long, he returned to his rented apartment and opened the door. Although only a day had passed, his life had undergone a dramatic change. Living off soft food for decades, Shen Yi initially thought he would strive for success, but the system had other plans, directly presenting him with a shortcut. Looking around, the small room of a few dozen square meters was naturally incomparable to a large villa. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, he was merely lamenting internally. It was indeed quite nice, and Shen Yi's character wasn't one to endure hardship without reward. He dragged out the suitcase from the bedroom and packed his meager belongings into it. He stuffed in both important and trivial items until it was just full enough. Pulling the suitcase out the door, Shen Yi suddenly realized he had only rented this place for a mere 3 or 4 days. Yet it felt as if a long time had passed. With such a short duration, it would be troublesome to cancel the lease, and finding a sublet would be difficult, so Shen Yi chose to give up. He'll just leave it as it is. After all, the rent is cheap. Having no attachments, he placed the suitcase in the trunk and drove back. Back at Pinggu residence, Shen Yi took out the clothes and other items from the suitcase and began to arrange them around. In the simulation, they had lived here before their marriage, and he was as familiar with every aspect as if it were his own home. Entering the bedroom, Shen Yi shook the still sleeping Fu Nanji. Lazy pig, wake up. Fu Nanji opened her eyes in a daze and instinctively reached for Shen Yi to lie back down. She was feeling sore and was sleeping soundly. Not only did she not want to wake up, but she also wanted Shen Yi to stay with her. Naturally, Shen Yi wouldn't allow it, saying, a short nap is fine, but sleeping too long can lead to headaches, and you won't be able to sleep tonight. However, Fu Nanji only made soft whining sounds and refused to open her eyes no matter how much he pushed her. Seeing this, Shen Yi had no choice but to use his trump card and slipped his hand under her blanket. Suddenly, Fu Nanji's eyes widened, a blush creeping up her neck, and she instantly woke up. The softness he felt made Shen Yi's heart skip a beat, but he quickly withdrew his hand. Fu Nanji, however, reacted swiftly, grabbing Shen Yi's arm to prevent him from escaping. You're so bad, husband. Shen Yi tried to break free from her grip, but couldn't, so he gently said, be good, get up quickly, it's already past 2 and you've been sleeping for a long time. That's only because you're here. Fu Nanji had never behaved like this before. It was just that with Shen Yi around, she felt at ease no matter where she lay, feeling lazy and unwilling to move. Seeing her open her eyes, Shen Yi left her be. He walked into the closet to clear some space to hang up his clothes. When he came out, Fu Nanji was already gingerly getting out of bed. Shen Yi hurried over to help, but Fu Nanji pushed him away, saying, I feel much better, I'll try to walk on my own. Despite her limping, she was at least standing steadily. After all, she was young, and her recovery speed was decent. The afternoon was still long, and Fu Nanji was still moving gingerly. The two had no plans to go out, so they cuddled on the sofa and found a movie to watch. It was a fairly good romance film telling the story of a couple who went through various hardships, breaking up and getting back together before finally ending up together. It was a bit cliched and somewhat heartbreaking, but in the end they achieved their happy ending. Since he had seen it many times in the simulation, Shen Yi felt little, while Fu Nanji was teary-eyed every time. There was no help for it, due to her face blindness, every viewing felt like the first time. Although she was familiar with the plot, she could never remember who the leads were. The female lead is such an idiot, as she obviously likes him so much, but still acts out. Fu Nanji leaned against Shen Yi, commenting as she watched, why be so melodramatic? Look, she almost let someone take advantage of her. If it were me, I wouldn't pay any attention to those petty people's slanders. If I trusted him 100, there wouldn't be so many problems, right? Don't you think so, husband? Shen Yi chuckled and playfully pinched her nose, saying, if it were like that there would be no drama left, it would all be over in the first 10 minutes. Would directly fast forward to the happy family life. Fu Nanji, who had been laughing joyfully, suddenly froze, recalling something very important. Or rather something she had subconsciously forgotten. What's wrong, Nanji? Shen Yi noticed Fu Nanji had gone quiet for a while and couldn't help but ask. Fu Nanji came back to her senses, forcing a smile as she said, it's nothing, new lovers eventually become a couple. What's wrong with a happy ending? You're mistaken. People don't feel the reality of things unless they happen to them. They prefer watching convoluted stories. A smooth journey seems uninteresting to them. Besides, isn't a perfect ending great? At least the director didn't stab them in the back. Shen Yi spoke while playing with Fu Nanji's hair. Fu Nanji lowered her head, emotions swirling in her eyes. A perfect ending, huh? As night fell, the stars decorated the sky, creating a stunning painting. After dinner, the two washed up early and lay down in bed. The television played the news, but Fu Nanji had little interest in listening. In the covers, she squirmed about like a caterpillar. Be good. Shen Yi frowned and gave her behind a playful slap as a lesson. Fu Nanji ignored him and only tugged at the drawstring of his shorts. If you can't eat it, don't mess with it. Shen Yi turned slightly to avoid her hand, thinking that if things heated up, it would be Fu Nanji who suffered. Her eyes darted around. I can eat it. You can't eat anything. It hasn't even been a day and you've already forgotten the pain of your injury. Shen Yi replied rather irritably. Fu Nanji countered. I'm really feeling much better. Didn't you see I could walk on my own this afternoon? That doesn't matter. The swelling hasn't gone down yet. Fu Nanji hugged Shen Yi's arm, rubbing it against her cheek with a pitiful look. It's fine. Ooh, just be gentle. Then she extended a finger and pleaded, just once, please. Despite Fu Nanji's earnest pleas, Shen Yi remained focused on the television, unmoved. Though Shen Yi said nothing at 25, he was in the prime of his youth. He had already endured much, and with his energy still vigorous, how could he withstand Fu Nanji's provocations? Her nightgown was loose, the straps hanging off her shoulders, and Fu Nanji intentionally played up the act, showcasing her alluring figure. With such a captivating scene, Shen Yi found it impossible to focus, his gaze drifting towards the glimmering light. Fu Nanji, still unsatisfied, continued to pull his hand closer. Finally, Shen Yi succumbed to the temptation, turning his body to say, I see you temptress are playing with fire. Fu Nanji noticed the fire igniting in his eyes, her throat dry and hoarse as she gazed intensely at him. She laughed, unafraid. Then come and catch me, the temptress. The thin sheet slipped to the floor, and the television continued to perform, yet no one was watching. With youthful bodies and fervent hearts, they drew closer, both in need of each other. Before long, Fu Nanji raised the white flag and surrendered. Though her words were tough, she softened when kissed, her endurance faltering. Huff, huff. At this moment, she lay back, still trying to catch her breath. From her cheeks to her neck and down to her chest, her skin glowed a deep wine red. Her lively eyes lost their focus, staring blankly at the ceiling. Shen Yi, seemingly unfazed, even contemplated lighting a cigarette, despite not knowing how. After a while, Fu Nanji regained her senses, her face flushed with a look of satisfaction. Shen Yi brought a cup of water from the bedside and helped her sit up, feeding her. You're severely dehydrated. Come drink some water. Husband life is complete. I love you so much. She sighed with affection. Shen Yi smiled and playfully flicked her smooth forehead. Is it that time for reflection? You have so much to say. Not at all, I'm being serious. Fu Nanji's fingers traced Shen Yi's firm abdomen, and she teased, husband, your figure is great. You don't even have a little belly. Shen Yi, feeling ticklish, pushed her hand away with a laugh. I'm not even middle-aged yet. Besides, I've been running and exercising regularly, so it's quite normal. In the simulation, Shen Yi took over the firm, and due to long hours of sitting and social drinking, he inevitably gained a bit of weight. Now with the system in place and not neglecting exercise, his body had improved significantly. You need to exercise too, you know. I do. I swim and do yoga regularly. Why do you think I've gained weight? Fu Nanji suddenly realized, her hands exploring her slim and smooth waist for a moment before she sighed in relief. Of course not. I don't think you're fatty. Exercising isn't just about weight. Health is important too. Seeing her anxious, Shen Yi gently patted her head and advised. Fu Nanji squinted her eyes in comfort, but suddenly felt reluctant. Husband, how about I quit my job? I just don't want to go to work anymore. Oh, I want to be with you every day. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Sure, but is it appropriate? After all, it was entrusted to her by her father personally. You've only been at Tianqing for half a month. Quitting now would embarrass Uncle Cheng. He will definitely want to know why. Moreover, you can't just quit without handing over your work, right? Shen Yi had no objections to her quitting, but there were practical considerations. If not arranged properly, it might seem like she was forced to do so. Fu Nanji pouted, and after some hesitation said, you're right, quitting now would be unfair to Uncle Cheng. She took her job seriously and knew that quitting recklessly was not wise. Furthermore, based on Fu Nanji's estimates, even if she quit, she would likely return to work at Jinheng, so the difference wouldn't be significant. Ugh, this is so annoying. Is there any way I can avoid going to work? Shen Yi found it amusing to see Fu Nanji, once so dedicated and perfectionist about her work, now wanting to slack. It must be said that he was responsible for about 80% of this change, but it made her seem more like a normal person. Working non-stop every day would wear anyone out. Meanwhile, Fu Nanji was turning her clever mind, pondering ways to slack off. Suddenly she brightened up, sitting up straight, and saying to Shen Yi, "Hey husband, let's get married." Having thought for a long time without a solution she could only draw from past experiences in her previous life, she had gradually let go of work after marrying Shen Yi, content to stay at home. It may sound like she was marrying just to avoid work, but that wasn't the case. To her, she and Shen Yi were already a couple, and whether or when to hold a ceremony was entirely up to them. Shen Yi did not expect Fu Nanji to say such a thing, but without a moment's hesitation he nodded in agreement. Sure. Whether in simulation or reality, when this woman in front of him proposed marriage, Shen Yi had no hesitation whatsoever, nor was there any reason to hesitate. To marry her was a stroke of luck in his 3 lifetimes. Even the slightest doubt would betray their feelings for each other. Last time we had a Western wedding, this time we can have a Chinese one. Mentioning marriage made Fu Nanzi's eyes sparkle, her enthusiasm palpable. The traditional red wedding dress is so beautiful. Well, I've seen so many pictures of it. Fu Nanji grasped Shen Yi's large hand, intertwining their fingers with a dreamy expression, and then she chuckled foolishly. Hee hee, to have 2 weddings blending Eastern and Western styles, I truly feel like the happiest woman in the world. Looking at Shen Yi, the love in her eyes seemed capable of melting him. Whether in this life or the last, holding a wedding with the one she loved most was the greatest romance for her. Hey, come back to reality. Stop grinning like a fool. Shen Yi pinched her cheek, pulling the corners of her mouth down a bit. You can arrange it however you want to. I have no objections, but I need to pour a bucket of cold water on you first. Shouldn't we inform both sides of our families about the wedding? Fu Nanzi's laughter halted, her gaze turning blank as she looked at Shen Yi, seeming not to quite understand his meaning. What I mean is, shouldn't we give your parents a heads up? This made Fu Nanzi's expression stiffen as she remembered the need to pass her parents' approval. Just now she had unconsciously thought from the perspective of her past life, not realizing this point as Shen Yi's words were very reasonable. Fu Nanji knew in her heart that Shen Yi was her past life lover, but her parents were unaware. She came from a good family background, which made Shen Yi appear to be a poor boy in comparison. This imbalance in status was the first hurdle, and after only 2 days of real time together, bringing this up could cause even the most open-minded parents to have doubts. It seems that way. Let me think some more. Fu Nanji said awkwardly. She finally caught on, and Shen Yi shook his head with an amused smile. Then next time come back with me and make a brief appearance. He'll introduce you to my father and recommend you to the firm as his assistant. Fu Nanji thought for a moment and replied, "Oh, please don't. If we go together and your parents don't throw me out on the spot, that would already be them being magnanimous." Although Mr. and Mrs. Fu were cultured and could be considered very open-minded parents, even the most liberal have their limits. Imagine their beloved daughter suddenly being won over in 3 days by some penniless nobody who popped out of nowhere and now insisting on marriage. Any parent would have their mind blown. Their imaginations would conjure up a disreputable figure with messy yellow hair and a roguish air. If he even muttered something like he left his ghost light parked downstairs, it would only deepen that impression. This needs to be handled slowly. You must gently prepare them beforehand. Shen Yi put his arm around Fu Nanzi's shoulders and said, "I'll mention it next time, so they have an idea." His suggestion made sense, and Fu Nanji could only nod in agreement. "What about your parents? Should we visit them too? My side is easy. My mother has been hoping I'd marry as soon as I graduate, as she's been waiting for this. Without you, she'd probably be setting up blind dates for me within a year or 2. Saying that, Shen Yi pressed his forehead to Fu Nanzi's teasing. And with such a beautiful daughter-in-law stepping forward, how could she refuse? Fu Nanji pouted with a touch of pride. Of course. So, when shall we go see our parents? Shen Yi rubbed his chin and considered. Any time works. Wait for your next day off. A round trip to the hometown will take at least 2 days. Fu Nanji, who in her previous life had often visited and later even brought her parents to live with her, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll adjust my schedule and take the time off. Though she had been married once before, the mention of it still filled her with eager anticipation. I wish time would move faster. I could hardly wait to be married tomorrow. Just thinking about having to go to work tomorrow drains all my motivation. Shen Yi watched her adorable tilted head and couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Shall I inject a little energy into you? Will that do? All right, it's late. Go to sleep. You said you have work tomorrow. But I'm not sleepy. Husband, let's chat a bit more. The after effects of an afternoon nap left Fu Nanji wide awake. Shen Yi could only hold her in his arms and soothe her. Be good, close your eyes. I'll hold you and you'll fall asleep soon. Fu Nanji twisted her body reluctant. Shen Yi switched off the wall lamp and gently restrained her so she would stop fidgeting. The room sank into darkness and gradually fell quiet. After a while, Fu Nanji opened her eyes and whispered, "Honey, I can't sleep. How about once more? If we do it again, I'll get sleepy and fall asleep." Faced with the audacious request, Shen Yi paid it no heed. Only the steady sound of his breathing answered her. Ignored in the darkness, she grew bored. Before long, drowsiness washed over her, and she drifted off. The next morning, Fu Nanji woke to find that Shen Yi had already prepared breakfast for her. After a full day and night of rest, she felt much better. At least she could walk normally now, or as long as she didn't overexert herself, it wouldn't affect her work. Fu Nanji changed into a sober professional outfit, an ensemble that in no way diminished her beauty. She walked to the table, picked up a glass of milk, and drank it down. Slow down. No one is snatching it from you. Shen Yi had made her an egg sandwich, simple, quick, and ready to grab and eat. He came over, straightened her collar, and carefully smoothed the creases from her clothes. Appearance mattered most to Fu Nanji. She could be casual around Shen Yi, but before others, she always strove for perfection. After breakfast, she was about to leave when Shen Yi picked up her small handbag and handed it to her. What's going on? Am I turning into a house husband? Shen Yi teased. Fu Nanji laughed delightedly, leaned in, and kissed his cheek. You're right, my husband is the best. Be a good boy and wait for me to finish work, okay? I'm off to work now. She was about to walk out when she paused and returned to the doorway. Shen Yi asked, what's the matter? I forgot something. Fu Nanji walked to the coffee table, picked up a pair of large black-framed glasses, and put them on before stepping out again. She didn't need them around Shen Yi, but for work they were necessary. The wide black frames were plain and ungainly, but at least they masked some of the irresistible charm she emitted effortlessly. Standing by the door, he waved her off as she descended into the underground garage. The small villa felt quiet and empty. Shen Yi tidied the dishes, then sat back down on the sofa to rest. Finally, he had a moment of leisure. There was nothing pressing on his hands at the moment. Simulator activate. He hadn't opened the system in 2 days, and everything appeared as usual. Name Shen Yi. Level LV. 2. Strength 8. Stamina 9. Energy 9. Charisma 77. Assets 219,533. Points 5. Strategy points 4. Attribute points 1. Shen Yi instinctively reached to click the simulate button below, but he stopped halfway. Do you wish to continue the simulation? He had been careless before, but now that he understood, he had become cautious about further simulations. So far he had simulated only 3 people: Jianlui, Fu Nanji, and Cheng Jun. Of those, Fu Nanji and Cheng Jun had clearly retained memories. Jianlui was uncertain, though most likely she had not. Shen Yi had yet to discern the pattern. Is it a difference in campaign rating? Must it be an S or a rank to retain memory? Or is it the distinction between text-based simulation and scene-based simulation? He could only form conjectures from the information at hand. Simulation was no longer mere simulation, it could now influence reality. Because of the simulator, he had Fu Nanji and the happy life he now enjoyed. Yet it was also because of simulations that he had entangled himself with Cheng Jun, an unresolved affair that still lingered ambiguously. If he simulated again, who might he unwittingly provoke next? Who would return bearing memories to confront him, and how would it all end then? These were questions Shen Yi had to ponder. He was not the sort to treat life like a game. He had responsibilities to himself and to Fu Nanji, and at present his life held little to complain about. There seemed to be no compelling reason to simulate further. Yet on the other hand, the simulator had granted him attributes, skills, and talents that forged the man he was. The system still held countless treasures to unearth. Who could so easily renounce them? Should he abandon a heavenly gift for fear of choking on it? Shen Yi sat on the sofa, torn by contradiction. Should he bravely explore, or content himself with the status quo? Cheng Tianwei watched as the secretary compiled the evaluations regarding Shen Yi. One was from the team members, and the other was from the advertising department head. The reviews were basically polarized, and Shen Yi had a good reputation among his colleagues. His character was stable, low-key, and amiable, making it easy for him to get along with others. However, the comments from the leadership were lackluster, praising him as diligent and dependable. To put it bluntly, he was unremarkable. He was the type of student who would be described by the homeroom teacher in a report card after the final exams as obedient, honest, possessing good character, in good health, and loving to work. It was truly difficult to find anything worthy of praise. Cheng Tianwei flipped the thin piece of paper in his hand back and forth, his frown tightening. From any angle, he seemed to be just a very ordinary grassroots employee. An ordinary family, mediocre abilities, and an unambitious character. The only commendable point was that he had gotten into a very good university, but unfortunately his major lacked competitiveness. Cheng Tianwei couldn't fathom the reason behind it. He knew his daughter's personality and preferences all too well. Cheng Jun appeared carefree and playful on the surface, but she was quite opinionated, and being intelligent and adaptable often left her father Cheng Tianwei at a loss. There was no particular reason, it was generally hard for people to enter her inner world. When it came to his daughter, Cheng Tianwei felt a bit of a headache. Recently she had changed quite a bit, arriving at work punctually and industriously, almost as if she had become a different person. According to feedback from the housekeeper, she no longer stayed up late, not even touching her favorite games or shows. When she returned home, she would immerse herself in drawing, going to bed right on time. Cheng Tianwei was nearly left speechless. Such a well-behaved daughter was only seen when she needed him to do something or when she wanted to ask for money. It was unimaginable what had caused such a change in her. If it were just that, he would have only been secretly pleased. The key was that Cheng Jun had been acting mysteriously lately, disappearing in her car right after work, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. He wasn't worried about her safety, but he had a vague sense of unease. The little cotton-padded jacket he had cherished for over 20 years seemed to be slipping away. The old father tossed the note aside, leaned back in his office chair, and let out a sigh of ambiguous meaning. In the afternoon, at a restaurant in the Jianyuan district, in a corner table, Cheng Jun sat across from Shen Yi. Cheng Jun, you can share your secret now, right? Shen Yi said softly, holding a cup. At around 9 or 10 in the morning, Shen Yi had nothing to do and was resting. Just then Cheng Jun called inviting him to. At that time Shen Yi was preoccupied with issues concerning the system and had no mind to deal with it, so he refused. So using the secret they had mentioned last time as a reason, Cheng Jun continued to invite him, which changed his mind, as he was feeling quite chaotic and couldn't settle on a decision. Thus he agreed to meet her. Today she wore a black knee-length dress, simple, yet elegant, and the fitted style accentuated her graceful figure. Her face was beautiful with fair and delicate skin, resembling peach blossoms in spring, exuding fragrance freely. Such a dazzling person sitting next to Shen Yi attracted the attention of nearby diners who lost their appetite. Facing Shen Yi's vague aloofness, Cheng Jun merely smiled lightly and said, "Don't rush, since we're having a meal we naturally need to eat well first. Also just call me Zhu Jun." As she spoke she naturally picked up some dishes and placed them into Shen Yi's bowl, just as Shen Yi used to do for her. Shen Yi silently picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. This restaurant was chosen by Cheng Jun, and she evidently had done her research in advance. She knew that Shen Yi had a heavy taste and preferred spicier dishes, so she chose this place. The dishes on the table were to Shen Yi's liking. Having only eaten a piece of sandwich in the morning, he was naturally a bit hungry as noon approached. So he temporarily set aside his questions and focused on eating. He had quite a good appetite and his chopsticks moved swiftly. Cheng Jun's eyes never left Shen Yi. Seeing him eat so heartily, she put down her chopsticks, rested her chin on her hands, and watched him intently, as if a food blogger was savoring a feast. Shen Yi paused, slightly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and asked her, "Why aren't you eating?" Cheng Jun smiled as she refilled Shen Yi's cup with water before saying, "I'm on a diet recently, not too hungry. I'm fine just watching you eat. You really don't need to diet at your height and slim figure, you'll have no trouble finding a partner. Just eat more, health is the most important thing," Shen Yi habitually advised her. "Can I take this as you caring for me?" Cheng Jun said with a playful smile and a hint of meaning in her eyes. Shen Yi frowned slightly. He had only come to hear the secret Cheng Jun mentioned and didn't want to provoke her further, so his response had been rather lukewarm. He picked up his cup to mask his emotions with a drink. "Think what you will. You're using my cup." "Huh?" Shen Yi froze for a moment, subconsciously glancing at the table. Puffed. Upon hearing Cheng Jun stifling her laughter, Shen Yi finally realized he had been tricked. "You. Alright, just a joke." Cheng Jun waved her hand, her charming smile, making it impossible to feel upset, and Shen Yi was no exception. Then she lowered her eyes, her fingers tracing the edge of the table. "Compared to these, I actually prefer the dishes you make." As soon as she said this, Shen Yi's thoughts instantly drifted back to the little Western-style building where they had shared many moments together. "Thank you. My skills are mediocre, they're just home-cooked dishes." Shen Yi was not being modest. His cooking was indeed average, neither particularly good nor bad, just adequate. That place had no conditions and didn't demand much. As long as it was cooked and heated, it was a good meal. Shen Yi felt unworthy of such praise. "But I like it," Cheng Jun replied without hesitation, her words implying that it was hard to buy such a taste. Her beautiful face leaned closer, her gaze fixed on Shen Yi with a double entendre in her words. Shen Yi felt his heart skip a beat. Cheng Jun's intention was clear. The quality of food varies for everyone, and what aligns with one's heart is what they like, and people are the same. He wasn't a fool, so he deliberately avoided her gaze and pretended not to understand. Truth be told, when a woman of Cheng Jun's beauty and background was willing to lower herself and cater to someone, especially when that person was you, who could resist? Who could remain unmoved? Who could remain indifferent? Shen Yi did not possess such transcendent composure and could only awkwardly change the subject. "Didn't you say you wanted to tell me a secret the next time we met?" Cheng Jun did not expect an immediate, straightforward response, especially since Shen Yi had just rejected her. Seeing this, she simply turned around and pulled out a roll of drawing paper from her bag. She pushed the rolled paper towards Shen Yi and gestured for him to take a look. Shen Yi opened the drawing roll with questions in mind. After unrolling it, there was not just one, but many drawings, and Shen Yi looked through them one by one. Shen Yi recognized it at a glance. The painting before him depicted mostly scenes of apocalyptic disasters, bizarre plants, fungal-infected individuals, and the streets of Huaijing City. Looking at the scroll seemed to pull Shen Yi back into the apocalypse. "Did you paint all of this?" Shen Yi continued to flip through, his expression changing. The subsequent several paintings depicted scenes he found quite unfamiliar, all of which he had never seen before. The small villa they lived in was also painted by Cheng Jun, but in the painting the villa had undergone a drastic transformation with cracked walls covered in vines. The next images completely altered Shen Yi's expression. The true core fungus. The painting depicted that alien plant, its peculiar form and complex root system were unforgettable after just a distant glance. "Wait, how do you know what it looks like?" Shen Yi was certain that Cheng Jun had never seen it. He was the only one who had gone, and she hadn't secretly followed him. Such detailed depictions could only be achieved through close observation. Could it be a? In response to Shen Yi's inquiry, Cheng Jun gently nodded, saying, "What's so strange about it? I've seen it before." Shen Yi suddenly froze, his thoughts in disarray as he fell silent for a long time before finally asking the lingering question, "After I died, did something happen?" At that time the bullets were coming in dense waves, and he had no time to think, instinctively shielding Cheng Jun in front of him. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to concentrate. He had thought that if they both died the dream world would end as well, which is why he had said it was time to wake from the nightmare. Now it seemed that not only had she not died, but the dream was far from over. Recalling those lonely days, Qing-jun's gaze became somewhat dazed, clearly deeply affected, and unable to shake it off. After you died, I didn't intend to live on, but I heard. I swallowed the fungus and then. Qing-jun brushed her hair behind her ear, intentionally describing the events that followed in a light tone. Shen Yi's fists gradually tightened, his heart shaken. The actions of the rescue team left him bewildered, while Qing-jun's choices rendered him silent, and the subsequent upheaval shocked him even more. Despite her calm tone, as if recounting an ordinary tale, Shen Yi could still detect the complex implications hidden beneath. And then, you made it through all by yourself. Unconsciously, Shen Yi's voice had become hoarse, as if something was lodged in his throat. Qing-jun appeared indifferent, casually replied, "Of course not. You were there too." Me. She flipped to the second-to-last page and pointed, "Look, isn't it cute?" The painting depicted Shen Yi transformed into an infected individual with a vacant expression, murky eyes, and a sense of rigidity in his body, all vividly portrayed. She then lamented, "Too bad it lacks consciousness. It has your exterior, but can only offer hollow comfort." Shen Yi examined the familiar yet strange face in the painting, vaguely recognizing it as his own. Yet this visage could hardly be called cute. His hand grazed the rough paper surface, and a wave of immense regret surged within him, emotions rolling violently in his chest. It was unimaginable what kind of despair would compel Qing-jun to swallow the fungus. How did she manage to survive alone in the desolate city? Shen Yi's mind could even reflect that image of her wandering in the city like a lost soul every day. Unfettered by hunger or fatigue, neither aging nor dying, only a heart gradually shattered and riddled with wounds. "How long did you stay afterward?" Shen Yi felt uneasy, not daring to look at her face. Qing-jun's gaze shifted, looking out at the bustling street. 265 days and 3 hours. That was when I first felt drowsy, fell asleep, and woke up at home. Shen Yi died on the 100th day. Oh, every minute and second afterward was torment for her. Yet being possessed by the fungus, even trying to take a moment's rest was impossible, like a soul trapped in a shell, enduring endless suffering. A year, indeed a whole year. Shen Yi murmured to himself. The system's arrangement was inexorable, declaring it to be a year meant exactly 1 year, not a second less. Qing-jun's extremely precise response filled Shen Yi with a mix of regret and pity. For her, this was an endless prison with no one to tell her that this was merely a dream with an expiration. It was hard to imagine with what kind of belief she persevered. Be it luck or the system's choice, in any case her plight was entirely due to Shen Yi's actions. She was not a particularly strong person, she simply held on to a belief, forcing herself to carry on. Shen Yi mused that if he were in her shoes, not going insane would already be quite an achievement, and that was with the knowledge of, had I known this would happen, it would have been better if both of us had been shot by the rescue team. Shen Yi felt guilt. It was his actions that led to Qing-jun surviving, only to cause her greater torment. "I'm sorry." Uncertain of why, Shen Yi apologized. Qing-jun seemed to have come to terms with it, appearing more open-minded than Shen Yi, and gently laughed. "Why are you apologizing to me? Without you I would have long since perished. It's I who should be thanking you." Shen Yi met her clear gaze, feeling a sharp pain, muttering repeatedly, "It's my fault, my fault." He turned to the last page, which was a self-portrait. The figure in the painting bore a striking resemblance to Qing-jun, yet the aura was entirely different. Mysterious, imposing, and cold, the fair face had perfect lines with pitch-black eyes devoid of any white. The bizarre and exaggerated image moved with vine-like air roots, revealing a sense of noble beauty. It was as if a monster and a deity were amalgamated. This painting was remarkably lifelike, leaving Shen Yi in a daze. "Is it beautiful?" Qing-jun suddenly asked. Having gone through this experience, the most notable change was Qing-jun's painting skills, which had improved tremendously. Her work was no longer just a hollow pile of colors, but for the first time it possessed spirit. She infused the painting with soul, making them come alive. "It's very beautiful." Despite its bizarre and exaggerated appearance, beautiful was still beautiful. Not only Shen Yi, but anyone else who saw it would be unable to give a dishonest evaluation. Qing-jun smiled contentedly, her gaze shifting between the painting and Shen Yi. "I only wish to share this beauty with you." As the two parted ways, rejecting her offer to give him a ride, Shen Yi watched Qing-jun's car gradually drive away before finally averting his gaze. Shen Yi did not immediately call for a ride back, but instead wandered aimlessly along the street. His legs moved left and right, the faces of Fu, Nanji, and Qing-jun alternating in his mind. One was charming and radiant, while the other was elegant and graceful. One side promised a lifetime together, while the other faced life and death together. His heart was in turmoil. Wait, what secret hasn't she mentioned yet? Shen Yi suddenly recalled the original intent of his appointment. There was no helping it. The news he had just received was too shocking, and amidst the back and forth he had overlooked it. "Forget it, Qing-yun." Shen Yi sighed, unsure of how to navigate this relationship. No matter who it was, there were troubles at every. So what if there is a system? Can a system dictate someone's thoughts? Can it control whom one falls in love with? Qing-yun had never been one to conceal her feelings, as she always expressed her affection openly. Shen Yi noticed her attitude, but chose to ignore it. Her resoluteness made her impervious to a few indifferent remarks. The endless solitude of the apocalypse hadn't made her give up, and returning to reality was even less of an issue. One could say she was sustained entirely by this flicker of hope. Shen Yi in his complicated situation found no one to seek answers from. Mainly he was afraid of being scolded for being overly sentimental. After wandering the streets for half a day, Shen Yi returned to Pinga residence. Unable to find an answer, he decided to use exercise to lighten his mood. So he changed into a set of comfortable clothes and went out for a run. His talent was excellent, but it still needed training to grow. Since he had obtained it, Shen Yi had never given up on his exercise. After running outside for over an hour, he indeed felt much more relaxed. Regarding his current pace, Shen Yi later looked. To his surprise, he found that with his current abilities, breaking records would definitely be easy. While he couldn't guarantee short distances for marathons, he should be unbeatable. In fact, one could say the longer the distance, the more he had the advantage. Few could compete with him in endurance. While he might not match professional athletes in short bursts, over time, he could outlast them. While others were still managing their stamina, Shen Yi could run a marathon at full sprint. Just thinking about it felt somewhat So the last time that middle-aged man by the lake invited him enthusiastically, he had shown little interest. Despite the many capable people in the world, there was a difference between gifted individuals and monsters, and Shen Yi didn't want to expose his uniqueness too much. After exercising, Shen Yi took a shower and changed his clothes. After checking the time, he realized it was about time Fu Nanji finished work, so he put on an apron and prepared to make dinner. As he walked into the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients, he soon heard the sound of a door opening. "Honey, I'm back," Fu Nanji called out as she stepped inside, dragging her shoes, her head looking around. "I'm in the kitchen," Shen Yi replied, not looking up as he was cutting vegetables. Upon hearing this, Fu Nanji rushed in like a gust of wind, and seeing Shen Yi's back, her eyes lit up as she leaned closer. She wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's waist from behind, standing on her tiptoes to rest her chin on his shoulder. "Cooking, huh? You're amazing, honey." "Hey, honey, have you gotten taller?" Fu Nanji asked, looking down at her feet in confusion. In the past, she could easily reach him just by standing normally. Now she had to tiptoe. "Of course. Your husband is a towering figure at 1.8 meters, you know." Shen Yi casually brushed it off and quickly changed the subject, asking, "Why did you get off work so early today?" Upon hearing this, Fu Nanji immediately pouted apologetically. "I specially left work early today. I'm sorry, honey, I might not be able to stay with you." Shen Yi, upon hearing this, immediately put down the knife he was holding, wiped his hands on his apron, turned around, and hugged her, asking, "What happened?" "My mom just called us. She wants me to come home for dinner tonight," Fu Nanji said with guilt. "I thought something serious happened." "That's a good thing. If your mom calls you, just go quickly. I won't run away. I can't spend a day without you." Shen Yi thought she was overly dramatic in her speech and was panting as if something big had happened. "Then I might not even be back to stay tonight," she continued. Shen Yi nodded in understanding. "Of course. If you don't go back for 10 days or half a month, your parents will definitely keep you there. But I can't sleep without you," Fu Nanji pouted in Shen Yi's embrace. Shen Yi held her waist with one hand and pinched her cheek with the other, saying, "Be good, it's just one night. Besides, I still need you to speak well of me in front of your parents. You know this time you have a mission, right? Whether or not I can marry you depends on your performance from now on." As soon as these words came out, Fu Nanji stopped being troubled and was immediately moved. That makes sense. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Puffing her cheeks, she gave Shen Yi an awkward salute and declared loudly, "Yes, I guarantee to accomplish the mission." Shen Yi was charmed by her cuteness, and he kept kissing her cheeks several times until he finally stopped. "Then hurry up and go, don't keep your parents waiting." "Okay, I'll go change my clothes." "Go ahead." Watching Fu Nanji bounce out, Shen Yi shook his head with a smile. If one didn't know better, they wouldn't guess this was a 27-year-old workplace elite. Looking down at the ingredients on the counter, Shen Yi sighed and put some away. Without Fu Nanji around, he was too lazy to cook so many dishes. If it was just him, a simple meal would suffice. Soon Fu Nanji changed into casual clothes and came downstairs. Shen Yi walked her to the door. Fu Nanji turned back, unwilling to part, wrapping her arms around Shen Yi. After being apart, she didn't want to leave him even for a moment. "Alright, it's just going home. You're making it sound like a life or death separation. Go on." Shen Yi chuckled helplessly, comforting her repeatedly. Fu Nanji nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "While I'm not around, don't just stay cooped up at home. If you want to go out and have fun, just don't go to any shady places." Shen Yi patted her head and replied, "Where could I possibly go have fun? Never mind, don't worry about me. Bye-bye, honey, I'm leaving now." After watching Fu Nanji get in the car, turning back 3 times, Shen Yi finally turned to go back inside. He just stir-fried a dish and sat down to eat quietly. After dinner, he sat there bored and scrolled through his phone for a while. After Fu Nanji left, the house indeed felt empty. Oddly, even though they had only spent 2 or 3 days together, he seemed unable to adapt to living alone. Sighing, he opened his computer to log in and play a couple of games to pass the time. Ding ding ding. His phone rang and Shen Yi picked it up to see it was from Lao Dai. Shen Yi mumbled and answered, "Hello, Lao Dai." "Hey Shen Yi, are you free?" Lao Dai's cheerful voice came from the other end. Shen Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Yeah, what's up? My sister-in-law took the kids back to her parents' place, so I'm free. I thought I'd invite you out for a drink." Shen Yi smiled to himself. No wonder Lao Dai had been speaking loudly earlier. It turned out he was on vacation. It really wasn't easy to be middle-aged. Feeling grateful for Lao Dai's care at the company, Shen Yi figured he had nothing else to do, so he agreed. Alright, who else? Shen Yi felt like he had become an outsider at the group dinner and thought it would be inappropriate to go. Old Dai with great enthusiasm said directly, "It's no big deal, we're all brothers, oh just come over. We're having Northeast barbecue. They'll send you the location. I hurry up before I hang up." After putting down the phone, Shen Yi got up and headed over. The barbecue place was a bit far in the Shenyang district, about a 20-minute drive. Shen Yi opened the car door and got out surveying the barbecue restaurant until he spotted Old Dai, who was tackling a plate of peanuts by himself. Shen Yi walked over and sat down asking, "What's going on? Are you the only one here?" Old Dai put down his chopsticks and immediately handed Shen Yi a bottle of beer, saying, "I came over first, Su Sun will arrive later. Ziming has to work overtime and Xiao Sun is with his girlfriend, so he won't be coming. Here, let's have a toast." Shen Yi clinked glasses with him and popped a edamame into his mouth. "How's everything going in the department recently?" "It's okay, just a bit stagnant." Dai Taifeng pushed a skewer towards Shen Yi, indicating he should help himself. "Lu Changjiang, that old rascal, left on his own, which saved me the trouble. Hey, let's not talk about him, it ruins my appetite." Shen Yi shook his head and picked up a skewer of rice cake, taking a bite. "As for you with your wife not at home, you must be having a blast." I have to make the most of these good days. The first day is for watching football, the second day is for drinking, and I'm thinking of taking a break to go fishing the day after tomorrow." Old Dai chuckled proudly, clearly enjoying the freedom of the past few days. Then he rubbed his slightly balding head and complimented Shen Yi, saying, "You look different after quitting your job. You seem more spirited and handsome even when you're just casually dressed." Shen Yi smiled and waved his hand, downplaying it. "It's not related to quitting you, I've just been exercising more lately, so I look a bit more energetic." Old Dai nodded in agreement, patting his own impressive abs, and lamented, "I should exercise too, but I lack the time. A client gave me a gym membership, but I never used it before it expired. I barely get enough sleep and my hair is falling out in clumps." Shen Yi quickly interrupted him, raising his glass and saying, "It's not even noon yet, let's not dwell on the gloom. Cheers." Right, it's my fault. Sigh, we all look good on the outside, but who doesn't have their struggles?" Old Dai sighed deeply and then put on a smile, raising his glass to drink it all in one go. Hearing that, Shen Yi felt a pang of empathy, and while rubbing his glass asked, "Old Dai, I have a friend who's been dealing with a bit of trouble lately." Dai Taifeng glanced at him sideways, asking, "Your friend? Tell me more." "Ahem." Shen Yi cleared his throat and poured out his troubles, concluding, "He's really confused right now and doesn't know." Old Dai set down his glass, eyes wide as he stared at Shen Yi, saying, "So your friend has a girlfriend, but another girl is pursuing him, and he's stuck between the two, wavering, right?" Seeing Shen Yi nod, he immediately came to a conclusion. "Is that friend you?" "Edge. Miss Chung, right? You sly dog, how come I never noticed this before?" "How did you know?" Shen Yi was genuinely surprised. It wasn't strange for Old Dai to guess his friend's situation, but how he knew about Chung Jun was a mystery. Did everyone at the company already know? Seeing this, Old Dai scoffed, "I'm not blind. Not long after you quit, Miss Chung came by once, then the company had another visit, and in the third group, she was asking about you left and right. Was that hard to guess?" What did they ask about me?" Shen Yi hadn't expected this and quickly asked. "Oh, nothing much, just inquiring about you as a person, your work capabilities, and can we lie? Of course we have to support our brothers." Old Dai confidently patted his chest. "Thanks. So the situation now is that Miss Chung is pursuing you." Shen Yi nodded. At that moment, Su Sun arrived late, sitting beside Old Dai and asking, "Pursuing? What's this about?" Old Dai handed him a bottle of wine, cutting him off. "It's none of your business. Since you're late, you owe 3 bottles first." Then he turned back to Shen Yi and continued, "It's simple, just choose whoever you like in your heart." Shen Yi filled his glass and faced his own heart, saying, "I like both, but if I had to choose, Qing Jun would weigh a bit lighter in my heart." Deep down, he definitely leaned towards Fu Nanji, but his greed made it hard to let go of either side. Old Dai, somewhat angry, set his glass back on the table and said, Are you not a scumbag? Not taking the initiative and not refusing. It's not like that, as she pursued me, and I made it clear I refused, but..." Shen Yi didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. "Nobody, you really deserve to die for this." Su Sun finally understood, his eyes wide and teeth gritted. While he was suffering from unrequited love for Lin Ruyu, Shen Yi had already started to waver between two choices. Old Dai clearly hadn't anticipated this situation, scratching his head before saying, "Since that's the case, I think you should stick with your current girlfriend. First, we can't despise our wives of humble origins. Secondly, that young lady isn't easy to please. Who knows how much family trouble she might have? We're just ordinary people. Can we really expect good outcomes if we force it?" Shen Yi nodded. Even though the actual situation differed from what Old Dai said, it was heartfelt advice. There was no need to mention that Fu Nanji was a wealthy woman. At this moment, Su Sun, who had just finished a glass of wine, leaned in again and said, "Brother, in matters of the heart, I support you in standing firm, but rationally, I support you choosing the wealthy woman. But only children make choices. A real man must have it all." Old Dai slapped Su Sun on the head, scolding him, "Get lost, stop giving stupid suggestions." Continuing, he turned to Shen Yi and said, "Brother, I've been through it. There's an old saying, if you want to avoid discomfort for a day, wear small shoes, but if you want to avoid discomfort for life, marry 2 wives. Unless you can make both sides obedient as close as sisters, otherwise you'll find yourself in a difficult situation later on. Most people don't have that ability. Can you do it?" Old Dae's words were heartfelt, and Shen Yi pondered deeply. Another thing, it's your right to choose whoever you like, but regardless of who you favor, you must quickly cut off the other person's hopes. It's precisely because of feelings that you should refuse decisively. Dragging it out only means you don't owe her anything. A sharp remark left Shen Yi speechless. He silently raised his glass and clinked it with loud dies, downing the drink in one go. At this moment, Su Sun seized the opportunity to speak, waving his hand and saying, the leader's words are reasonable, but I disagree. In the end, one must bow to reality. No matter how excellent your girlfriend Shen Yi is, she can't compare to the young lady. Her looks are top-notch, her family background goes without saying, and she seems to have a pleasant personality. I don't understand why you're so conflicted. I admire you, brother. Even with the young lady pursuing you, you still manage to remain calm. Don't blame me for being opportunistic. If it were me, I would have wholeheartedly pursued her already. Men are usually controlled by their lower halves, isn't it normal? Why pretend to be a monk when you haven't shaved your head? So are you saying you don't want Lin Ruoyu anymore? Su Sun, who usually prided himself on being a fan of Lin Ruoyu, took over 10 seconds to respond with difficulty. Then I'll still choose Lin Ruoyu. It's just that I've gotten used to it. You understand the concept of sunk cost, right? Wait, I almost got sidetracked. I was talking about your situation. Su Sun suddenly realized he was about to be derailed, and then looked at Shen Yi and asked him, aren't you the one who couldn't confirm your own feelings? You actually still have a soft spot for that young lady Chung, right? Shen Yi was somewhat confused, but still nodded in acknowledgement. Su Sun clapped his hands decisively and said, then this is easy. I'll ask you one question. He then leaned closer to Shen Yi's ear and whispered, ask yourself if you can truly let her go after a breakup, watching her be with someone else while smiling and wishing her happiness for the rest of her life. When the night comes and you dream back, will there be a hint of heartache or regret deep down? After Su Sun finished speaking, he noticed the changes in Shen Yi's expression and patted his shoulder knowingly. I think you already have the answer in your heart. What are you two whispering about? Lao Dai, dissatisfied, pushed Su Sun and said, don't teach him bad things. It's not right to ruin someone else's relationship. Su Sun understood this very well. He felt uncomfortable whenever Lin Ruoyu got close to someone else, and he firmly stated, I'm helping him realize his true feelings to avoid making a wrong choice. How could this be blind guidance? But speaking of which, aren't you perpetually single? Where did this girlfriend come from? Oh, it's something from before. We just didn't confirm our relationship publicly. Shen Yi brushed it off with a few words, forget it, let's stop talking about that and drink instead. The three of them raised their glasses together, and the conversation gradually shifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, Fu Nanji drove back home. As soon as she pushed the door open, she eagerly called out, Mom, I'm back. Upon hearing her call, fuss mother Ji Shulan hurried out, her face beaming, oh, my precious daughter is back. Fu Nanji looked at her mother with reddened eyes, rushed over, and hugged her, murmuring, Mom, I missed you. In my past life, she and Shen Yi had both bid farewell to their parents one after another. Fortunately, both had lived long lives and had not been too sorrowful. Yet upon this reunion, feelings of longing surged forth. Hey, let me see. You missed home and came back, but you insisted on living alone. Can't you stay here? Ji Shulan cherished her only daughter deeply. Fu Nanji shook her head. I'm already this old, how can I still rely on my parents? Ji Shulan knew she couldn't persuade her, but still called out to her husband inside, old man, your daughter is back. Aren't you coming out to see her? Stop calling, oh, I'm not deaf. Fu Yu spoke slowly, but he was already at the entrance, indicating he had come down, immediately showing how much he valued her. At this moment, Fu Nanji called out, Dad. Oh, you're back. Fu Yu responded, his gaze fixed on Fu Nanji. Fu's mother also looked her up and down, saying to Fu Yu, old man, you can't say that. It's clear that going to Tianqing has made a significant difference. Nanji looks much brighter now. Those who know you best are your parents, and Fu Nanji's changes naturally couldn't escape their eyes. Fu Yu coughed softly. A big company naturally has its benefits. Going to Tianwei was not a mistake. All right, you two don't just stand at the door, come in. Saying this, he slowly entered with his hands behind his back. Ji Shulan smiled and said, come, Mom made soup for you. You must eat more tonight. Fu Nanji nodded, and the three of them walked into the living room. The father and daughter sat down, and Ji Shulan said, I'll go check on the soup. You two can chat for now. Although Fu father appeared calm, he was still concerned about his daughter, so he initiated the conversation. How's it going at Tianqing? Is quite good. There are many people and opportunities, and I can learn a lot. Fu Nanji replied honestly. In the past, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but hadn't really engaged in practical experience, which had caused many issues. Had it not been for Shen Yi being there to pick up the pieces, it's hard to say what would have happened, but their acquaintance was also a result of this. Practice leads to true understanding. Be brave and take the first step. Fu Yu was a relatively traditional father, and his concern was always hidden within his teachings. Fu Nanji nodded in agreement. Now she just wanted to live her own little life, without the pursuit of perfection and daily internal strife. External matters cannot sway me. Living well for myself is the most important. These words made Fu Yu's eyes light up, and he said with relief, you finally grasped something. You two can chat later. Come wash your hands and eat. Ji Shulan called the two over to the dining room. The dining table was lavishly prepared, knowing their daughter was coming back, filled with dishes that Fu Nanji loved. Here, have a bowl of soup first. Ji Shulan served each of them a bowl and handed it over. Thank you, Mom. Fu Nanji smiled as she took it and lowered her head to drink the soup. During the meal, Fu mother kept serving dishes to Fu Nanji, and seeing her cheerful demeanor, she couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. Yes, this is how it should be. You were once so gloomy. You came home and spent all day cooped up in your room, making me worried. Fu father interrupted with a frown. Nanji has gone through so much to come back. Can't you say something nice? Ji Shulan hurriedly wiped her eyes and smiled. Yes, it's good now. Nanji, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider personal matters. Should we introduce someone to you, or will you go out and meet someone yourself? Fu Nanji blinked. She was almost 28 now. It hadn't been easy to bring it up before, but now that there was a change, Ji Shulan couldn't help but feel anxious and wanted to hurry her along. Just as Fu Nanji was troubled about how to bring up Shen Yi, her mother's words gave her the perfect opportunity. Actually, I have a boyfriend now. What? Ji Shulan exclaimed in astonishment. She had merely intended to scout around for introductions, never expecting that her daughter would move so quickly and already establish a relationship. Who? What is his name? How did you meet? How long have you been dating? Ji Shulan's questions fired off like a... There was no way around it. Fu Nanji had never shown interest in anyone before, and now hearing that she was in a relationship left Ji Shulan utterly shocked. His name is Shen Yi and we met at Tianqing. We've been dating for a while now. Fu Nanji shared what little... An employee from Tianqing. Ji Shulan looked at Fu Nanji suspiciously. It wasn't that she opposed office romances, but Fu Nanji had only been at Tianqing for half a month, so how could a relationship develop so quickly? How long is a while? Fuss mother pressed on. Fu Nanji knew this question would come, but couldn't avoid it, so she stammered, 3 days. Ji Shulan felt her vision darken and nearly fainted. She quickly followed up, you confirmed a relationship in just 3 days. How much do you know about him? What kind of person is he? What about his family? Nanji, are you being foolish? Are you being... With that she put down her chopsticks and kicked Fu Yuanyu under the table saying, Old man, can you still eat? Fu Yuanyu appeared much calmer. After a light cough he said, your mother isn't interfering in your personal life, but knowing a person is different from understanding their heart. Relationships require caution. Fu Nanji knew it wouldn't be easy for her parents to accept this immediately, but she was confident she could persuade them. I know he treats me well and takes care of me. I'm also very clear-headed and won't misjudge a person. Ji Shulan couldn't listen any longer and frowned saying, but 3 days is far too short. Can you really understand a person completely in just 3 days? It was no wonder Fu's mother was skeptical in her past life. It took the two of them over a year of dating for her parents to gradually accept it. Initially there was some resistance, but as time went on Fu Nanzi's character indeed improved step by step. At that time, seeing their daughter become better, they sincerely agreed. Now all those steps were skipped, which made Ji Shulan. Fu Nanji had no rebuttal. After all, she couldn't reveal the truth to her mother. Talking about reincarnation would only frighten them. She could only firmly stand her ground, leaving no room for negotiation, saying, I've made up my mind about him. Next time I'll bring him over for you to meet. Seeing Fu Nanzi's resolute expression, Ji Shulan's suspicions deepened, saying, I think you've been bewitched. After saying this, she turned to Fu Yuanyu. Yuanyu, should we call Cheng Tianwei to ask about how his employees are like this? Fu Yuanyu shot her a glance. He wasn't so old as to lose his senses. What would we call to say? Is he supposed to help us break up with our daughter? Nanji is in a free relationship, don't complicate matters. Of course he felt empty inside. His daughter's changes made him feel unfamiliar. What more is there to say? We should find out what kind of person Shen Yi is. What if he intends to deceive her for money or affection? Ji Shulan spoke quite bluntly. Upon hearing this, Fu Nanji was displeased. She didn't like her mother slandering Shen Yi, so she said calmly, he has neither deceived me for money nor affection. This is all my choice. Ji Shulan's heart trembled as she caught certain keywords. What do you mean by that? You gave him everything. Yes, we are living together. Fu Nanji was quite clever. She had no illusions that her parents would understand all at once, so she decided to drop a bombshell. By directly turning raw rice into cooked rice, no matter how much they disagreed later, they would have to accept it. Watching Fu Nanji admit it so openly, Ji Shulan's hand trembled, pointing at her and saying, You just gave yourself to him. At this moment, even Fu Yuanyu couldn't maintain the demeanor of an old father, choking on a spoonful of soup and coughing repeatedly. Fu Nanji stood up and walked to her father's side, patting his back to help him breathe, while nodding without any hesitation, saying, I was the one who took the initiative. Ji Shulan was left stunned, as if she were meeting her daughter whom she had raised for over 20 years for the first time. She stood there in a daze, her expression changing, saying, Old man, oh dear, this life is unbearable now. Ji Shulan, who had been gentle and graceful all her life, was now completely enraged, lamenting at the dining table. Fu Nanji felt pity for her mother, but this hurdle had to be crossed, and she could only harden her heart to confront it. In her past life, Shen Yi had actually gotten along very well with this mother-in-law. Fu Nanji firmly believed that as long as her mother got to know Shen Yi better, she would surely accept him. At this moment, Fu Yuanyu had to stand up to mediate. He had seen all sorts of storms and did not share Ji Shulan's level of agitation. He walked to his wife and whispered words of comfort to stabilize her before sending her upstairs to rest. Before leaving, he left Fu Nanji with a sentence, Go wait for me in the study, we need to have a good talk. Regardless, the priority was to separate the mother and daughter, waiting for both to calm down before continuing the conversation. It was wisdom to maintain balance in life. Fu Nanji quietly apologized to her mother in her heart, calmly walking upstairs to the study. She casually pulled out a book from the shelf to read, patiently waiting for her father to arrive. Before long, Fu Yuanyu pushed the door open and sat down. He brewed tea saying, "Why are you two so at odds? You really made your mother quite upset." Fu Nanji replied earnestly, "Stop treating me like a child. I am determined that he is my other half in life." After hearing this, Fu Yuanyu did not respond directly, but nodded in agreement saying, "It seems that your changes in these 2 weeks at Tianqing have been significant. Is it because of Shen Yi?" Seeing her nod, Fu Yuanyu continued, "Nanji, there were some things I didn't say before because you wouldn't listen, but now I can speak openly. You struggle with inner conflict and live in a twisted way. What you think, say, and actually do cannot align, so you end up feeling very exhausted. You always pursue success and perfection in everything, setting standards so high that failure becomes obvious. You used to live too artificially and too strenuously, easily falling into a dead end." Fu Yuanyu poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, his face full of earnestness. "The current you makes me very proud. You have become more self-aware and transparent." Fu Nanji held the cup, revealing a happy smile, and said, "Dad, I understand your and Mom's worries. I know you both have my best interests at heart. I have the ability to discern right from wrong. Finding him is my fortune." Fu Yuanyu felt comforted inside. "Just stick to your true self no matter what your choice is. Dad supports you. Just remember to be gentler with your mom. She might not accept it in the short term no matter how you persuade her." After taking a sip of tea, Fu Yuanyu advised, "Be mindful of your approach and methods. Alright, as long as you know in your heart, just go rest." Then Dad, you should rest early too." Fu Nanji replied, and stood up to leave. She returned to her room after a long absence, and fell onto the bed with a thud. The sheets and covers had already been changed to new ones by the maid, exuding a pleasant fragrance. "Fu Nanji, you are amazing." Fu Nanji rolled around on the bed, excitedly giving herself a little fist pump. No matter what, she had finally managed to push Shen Yi away, marking a good start. As for the future, she could persuade slowly. Fu Nanji was not in a hurry about a little resistance in her life. It was her first time arguing with her mother for Shen Yi, and achieving this was quite an accomplishment for her. Lying on her back in bed, Fu Nanji suddenly took out her phone and dialed Shen Yi's number, wanting to ask for compliments. Beep. Beep. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Honey, I miss you," Fu Nanji said impatiently. On the other end, it was quite noisy, and after a while she finally heard his voice. "Hey Nanji, it's a bit noisy on my side. Are you at home?" "Yes, I'm at home. Where are you, honey? Why is it so noisy?" Fu Nanji pressed her ear to the phone to listen closely. "I don't mention it. I went out for barbecue with the former team leader. He drank too much, and I'm just taking him home." Shen Yi's voice came from the other end, saying that his mentor needed to park the car. Oh, you're not too drunk, are you? Do you need me to pick you up?" Fu Nanji was worried, and she decided to drop the topic about her mother. Shen Yi replied nonchalantly, "I only had a few bottles, or I'm not drunk at all. Just stay with Mom and Dad. I'll drop him off and come back, no need to worry." Fu Nanji finally felt relieved and responded, "Okay, then send me a message when you get home to let me know you're safe. Bye-bye, Mua. Mua." After hanging up the phone, Fu Nanji held her phone to her chest, grinning foolishly, as if already envisioning their wedding. On the other side, Ji Shulan felt no fatigue whatsoever. She sat at the head of the bed, unable to settle down, staring at Fu Yuanyu, who had fallen asleep, feeling more and more anxious. "Old man, do you think Nanji might have been PU'd by someone?" Fu Yuanyu replied irritably. "Look at your daughter. Oh, does she look like a fool? What kind of mental control could make her like this? What if? I'm just worried she's been deceived, as she doesn't understand anything." In Ji Shulan's eyes, Fu Nanji still resembled that child who hadn't grown up. Fu Yuanyu closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep, and said, "She's 27, not 17. As a mentally healthy adult, she has the ability to take responsibility for her actions. In the past, when she didn't talk, you kept nagging. Now that she does, you still nag. The child will get annoyed with you." Ji Shulan showed her displeasure, rambling on. "You make it sound easy, as she's my flesh and blood. If I don't care, who will? Old man, you still need to call Chung Tianwei and ask about it, or at least don't be completely in the dark, right?" Fu Yuanyu replied vaguely. "And they are living together. Does this young man not know how to restrain himself? What if she gets pregnant? Old man, you are really carefree, letting her do whatever she wants. I have to go stay with Nanji for a while to keep an eye on her." "Old man." Fu Yuanyu. The only response to Ji Shulan was the sound of snoring. He had already fallen asleep. Such a terrible old man. Seeing him sleeping like a dead pig, Ji Shulan could only angrily kick Fu Yuanyu and turn off the light, giving up. The next morning, after a night of cooling off, at least the two didn't turn red-faced upon meeting, though there was still not much conversation. At the dining table, Fu Yuanyu ate, while holding his phone, reading the morning news. The mother and daughter across the table were like performing a silent play, with almost only eye contact. Fu's mother peeled a boiled egg for Fu Nanji and handed it over, while Fu Nanji pushed a bowl of congee towards Ji Shulan. Fu Yuanyu felt extremely awkward and finished a few bites before moving to the side of the sofa. After breakfast, Fu Nanji said goodbye. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to work. Bye." Okay, take it slow on the road and be careful." For the first time, Ji Shulan's farewell was even shorter than Fu Yuanyu's. Fu Nanji didn't pay much attention, and after getting in the car, she headed straight to the company. As soon as she left, Ji Shulan, who had been silent all morning, suddenly became active. Old man, hurry up and help me pack my things. I want to stay in Pingu for a while. Fu Yuanyu frowned and said, what are you going crazy about again? I told you last night, didn't I? When did you say that? Ji Shulan couldn't help but grit her teeth, turned around, and went upstairs to pack her clothes. Forget it, do I want? Fu Yuanyu sighed and stood up to follow her, trying to persuade her. Don't go, things just cooled down, and if you go, Nanji won't have a good expression. I'm doing this for her sake. Nanji used to be so conservative, now just 3 days and she's already living with someone. She's really bold. Since she dares to come clean, she's not afraid of you saying anything. If you go, won't it just make her uncomfortable? They are in the passionate phase of love. If you intervene now, it will only backfire. The old father understood human emotions clearly. Ji Shulan paused for a moment, turned her head, and said, if she ends up pregnant, are you going to hold your nose and accept it? Fu Yuanyu muttered softly. If it happens, it happens. Oh, what's wrong with having a child? Are you trying to provoke me? Get lost. If you won't help, just stay out of it. Ji Shulan glared at Fu Yuanyu. After a while, Ji Shulan packed her things and carried a large suitcase downstairs. Old man, drive me. Fu Yuanyu shook his head while sitting on the sofa. I won't drive you. I have to go to the law firm later. While he couldn't stop her, he wouldn't assist either. Ji Shulan pointed at him. Fine, I'll drive myself. Saying this, she pushed the suitcase out the door. Fu Yuanyu stood up and followed her to the door, thought for a moment, and reminded her. Be gentle with the child, don't be all nose and eyes. Ji Shulan did not look back, and Fu Yuanyu wasn't sure if she heard him. He shook his head and chuckled, turning back into the house. In the blink of an eye, both his wife and child were gone, leaving him alone. There was always a light parting. The reasons for separation and reunion are hard to predict. He murmured softly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Shen Yi woke up a bit late today. Last night after he took Lao Dai home, it was already very late, and he had drunk a bit, so he didn't wake up on time. Now he was preparing food for himself. With Fu Nanji not around, he was too lazy to cook, so he heated a cup of milk and started nibbling on some bread. He wouldn't feel hungry after soaking up some sun in the garden later. Click. The sound of the front door unlocking came, and Shen Yi turned around in confusion. Nanji. Shen Yi set the cup down at the entrance. At this hour, Fu Nanji shouldn't be back yet, as she had work today and would be late if she didn't hurry. At that moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in pushing a suitcase. She appeared to be in her 40s, her hair neatly pinned up, her features delicate, though her skin showed signs of aging with fine lines emerging, yet one could still faintly discern the grace of her youth. The two exchanged glances, both taken aback. Shen Yi was the first to regain his composure and greeted her. Hello, you must be Aunt Ji. I am Shen Yi. How do you know me? Ji Shulan was startled to find someone at home and instinctively stepped back before asking. Seeing her retreat, Shen Yi did not press further, but explained, you are Nanzi's mother. She has shown me your photo, so I naturally recognize you. In reality, he had been calling her mom in the simulation for over 20 years, so how could he possibly not recognize her? Although Ji Shulan's sudden arrival was unexpected, Shen Yi felt no panic. Fu's mother had a pleasant personality, tough on the outside but soft-hearted, and they had gotten along quite well in his past life. Ji Shulan looked Shen Yi up and down, her expression slightly easing. After all, this young man was not unattractive and had a decent height. Her daughter had a poor sense of direction in terms of looks, yet her choice was passable, avoiding any oddities. Appearance is the first impression, which always adds some points. You are Shen Yi. How did you get to know my daughter Nanji? At this moment, she still harbored doubts about Shen Yi using some despicable means to deceive Fu Nanji, her tone not very polite. With her words, Shen Yi subtly sensed that this future mother-in-law was not here with good intentions. They had never met, so there couldn't be any personal biases. The issue clearly lay with Fu Nanji. Shen Yi guessed that the interaction between the mother and daughter yesterday hadn't gone very well. With this in mind, he pretended not to notice Ji Shulan's rejection and smiled. Aunt, please come in and sit. It's not appropriate for an elder to stand while speaking. He then bent down and took out Fu Nanzi's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them by her feet. Please use Nanzi's shoes. She didn't inform me you were coming. Had I known, I would have prepared them in advance. Though Ji Shulan was inclined to ignore the slippers, he had a point. Was she to just stand there? Just as she bent down to change her shoes, Shen Yi took the opportunity to grab the suitcase and push it inside. Once Ji Shulan changed her shoes, she saw Shen Yi had already entered the living room, so she had to swallow her refusal. Aunt, please sit. I'll come over once I put away the suitcase. Shen Yi moved quickly. As soon as Ji Shulan's bottom touched the chair, he returned and asked while walking, what would you like to drink? Is tea okay? You don't need to trouble yourself. Oh, plain water is fine. All right then. Shen Yi got some water and placed the cup beside. Ji Shulan was clearly taken aback by Shen Yi's attentive actions, realizing that she seemed more like a guest. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself why she was there and pointed across. You are Shen Yi, right? Please sit. Yes, Aunt, you can just call me Xiao Shen. Ji Shulan remained non-committal. After seeing Shen Yi sit down, she asked that question again. How did you meet my... Shen Yi was unsure of what Fu Nanji had told her parents the night before, but from the tone of her questioning, he realized he needed to be cautious in his response. He contemplated for a moment and elaborated on some details before replying, we met at Tianqing. She works in the legal department, and I am in the advertising department. Due to some work-related matters, we crossed paths and developed mutual feelings over time. I understand that young people today are quite forward, but is it appropriate to be together after knowing each other for just a few days? Ji Shulan couldn't help but ask. Is it really suitable to be together just like that? If you changed your clothes, she might not even recognize you. Ji Shulan hesitated, finding it hard to voice the words she wanted to say in front of Shen Yi. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had anticipated Ji Shulan's visit, but he hadn't expected Fu Nanji to be so impulsive. No wonder she would rush over worried. She could have subtly expressed her concerns and gradually laid the groundwork until Shen Yi showed up. Fu Nanzi's approach was clearly too aggressive, attempting to rush things, which could easily provoke a strong backlash. Moreover, she hadn't even informed him beforehand, so Shen Yi could only tread carefully. Though he felt a headache coming, he first needed to clean up after Fu Nanji. Shen Yi sat upright, steeling himself as he fabricated, "It's fine though, I haven't known Nanji for long, it was love at first sight. She can already recognize me completely, and I believe love isn't determined by the length of time. I'm confident I can take good care of her." Ji Shulan initially felt nauseated by his words. In her eyes, Fu Nanji had been oblivious for over 20 years, and now that she seemed to have awakened, she might easily be swayed by a few sweet words. She didn't want to argue with Shen Yi about this, but instead shifted the topic. "How old are you? Where are you from, and how many people are?" As expected of an elder, Shen Yi answered truthfully, "I am 25 this year, and come from a small county in Suzhou province. I am an only child, and there are 3 people in my family." After hearing this, Ji Shulan reflected for a moment and had a general understanding of Shen Yi's family situation. "How are you developing at Tianqing now? What's your position?" "I've resigned, and am preparing to venture out on my own," Shen Yi replied, plainly maintaining eye contact. Upon hearing this, Ji Shulan frowned. A certain guess in her mind seemed to click into place, and a knowing smile appeared on her face. "Oh, so you are currently unemployed?" Yes. This was a truth that couldn't be hidden, or it would be easily discovered. Ji Shulan thought he was quite honest, and said meaningfully, "Xiaoshen, our family isn't old-fashioned. We don't have such ideas of matching social status. However, material wealth is the foundation of life, and one can't rely solely on love to get by, can they? You young people might not think much about this now, but if you want to develop further, it's something you will inevitably face. Nanji is my precious one, though she hasn't lived in luxury, she certainly hasn't lacked for necessities. In your current situation, if Nanji were to be with you, she shouldn't have to suffer, right? To be honest, a single piece of her clothing or a bag costs several months of your salary." Her words were straightforward, with no intention of targeting Shen Yi. She was merely stating a fact. "Please don't let it come to the point where Nanji ends up supporting you, okay? And what you're saying is a bit blunty, I hope you don't mind." Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Although Fu Nanji wasn't materialistic, her circumstances played a part in that. "It's fine, you're right, I don't mind." Ji Shulan noticed that even after her blunt statements, Shen Yi remained calm, which made her regard him with a higher opinion. At the very least, he appeared calm and collected on the surface, not a fool who could be easily seen through. Her words had no intent of discussing class, yet each statement was deeply rooted in it. Most people would have likely reached their limit by now, but she still needed to continue speaking as the role of the bad cop fell to her. "When it comes to being a parent, there are always more considerations, especially since our family Nanji is experiencing her first relationship. I hope you can understand." Ji Shulan spoke sincerely, nodding at Shen Yi as she continued. "I came here today because I miss my daughter and plan to stay with Nanji for a while. I'm not optimistic about your relationship, but I won't stop you. Oh, I just hope you can take a break from each other for a while. You understand, right?" Rather than being confrontational, Ji Shulan chose not to directly break them apart. She merely wanted to create a period of separation, as it truly made her anxious to see them together every day. There is a saying that the more you try to separate them, the more resistance you may provoke. If over time they truly become a strong match, then Ji Shulan would be more than happy to see it. "I understand your intention." Shen Yi fully grasped the words of Mother Fu. Her personal visit and the things she said all indicated that she wanted him to realize the difficulties. Even if Shen Yi was unwilling to back down, at least he could move out for a while to allow both sides to cool off. It was very normal for Ji Shulan to have such concerns as a parent, and Shen Yi maintained a positive mindset, showing no signs of anger. Although his feelings for Fu Nanji had already transcended material concerns, that was merely the tacit understanding between the two which outsiders could not comprehend. Moreover, her current attitude was already quite mild. One could only say that concern could lead to chaos. Shen Yi had originally thought she would resort to the cliché of offering a check, saying something like how much it would cost to leave his daughter. Though he was determined to leave, he still needed to express his stance. After some deliberation, Shen Yi said to Ji Shulan, "Auntie, you have your concerns, and I have my persistence. I will not give up on Nanji. Although I currently have no achievements, I am confident that I can make Nanji happy both spiritually and materially." Shen Yi spoke with great confidence. Even without a system, he had managed to build a career for himself. There was no reason for him to become destitute with a system. Originally, Shen Yi only wanted to enjoy life and be content with his material needs, but it seemed that was no longer enough. It wasn't sufficient for just Fu Nanji to recognize him, he had to gain the acceptance of his in-laws as well. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, Ji Shulan felt a bit relieved in her heart, and finally revealed a genuine smile. She was afraid that Shen Yi would play along while secretly making small moves, relying on Fu Nanji's favoritism. "I am very pleased that you have this ambition. Nanji would be happy to know it too." After speaking, she let out a barely, if possible. Ji Shulan did not want to play the villain. Oh, she knew that no matter the outcome, Fu Nanji would certainly not regard her with a kind expression upon returning. However, Ji Shulan believed that Fu Nanji wasn't fully aware, yet she was merely overwhelmed by sudden love. In a romantic relationship or marriage, love is essential, but love alone is not enough. Only after realizing the truth can one truly recognize who loves her most. As the words fell, Shen Yi had nothing more to say and stood up to pack his things. As Shen Yi prepared to leave, Ji Shulan felt obligated to see him off. When she reached the door, she thought for a moment and spoke. Xiao Shen Auntie is not completely forbidding your interactions. You can come over for meals often in the future. Sure, I will. You don't need to see me off. Shen Yi politely turned back to acknowledge her before leaving. Sitting in the car, Shen Yi shook his head. His future mother-in-law was reasonable. It would be strange for anyone else to be thrown out on the spot. Pushing his suitcase, Shen Yi returned to his small rental apartment once again. It had been less than 3 days since he returned. Thankfully, he hadn't canceled the lease, or he would have had to find a new place to stay. Shen Yi sighed, chuckling at himself. After putting everything back in its place, he finally found some peace. Lying back on his lazy sofa, he once again focused on the flickering screen before him. The scene had abruptly shifted from love simulation with the system, I just want to relax, to the son-in-law of the Fu family, a ruthless mother-in-law forces me to step up. Shen Yi's lips curled into a smile at his own thoughts. There was no way they wouldn't allow him to enjoy a comfortable life. Now it seemed the simulator had truly been activated. Simulator activate. As soon as work was over, Fu Nanji impatiently packed her things and rushed home. Having been away from Shen Yi for a whole day and a night rounding off to 3 autumns, she was anxious in her heart. Driving back, she pushed the door open and shouted, "Hubby, I'm back." Fu Nanji's nose twitched at the delicious aroma of food heading straight for the kitchen. What delicious food are you making, Mom? The word husband got stuck in her throat as she looked at Ji Shulan, who was tying on an apron, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, what are you doing here? Where is Shen Yi?" Ji Shulan, holding a spatula, almost wanted to hit her on the forehead, gritting her teeth, and saying, "Do you know no shame? You've only known him for 3 days, what are you calling him?" That husband had left Ji Shulan dumbfounded, her temples throbbing in anger. She could hardly imagine her usually obedient daughter sweetly calling someone else her husband, which completely overturned her understanding developed over many years. "Fu Nanji, how could you? I never noticed this before. Are you even my biological daughter?" Fu Nanji, however, ignored all this and stared at her, asking, "Where is Shen Yi? Is he upstairs? You come back and don't even care about your mom. It's all Shen Yi, Shen Yi. How would I know?" Ji Shulan looked at Fu Nanji's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, intentionally refusing to tell her. Fu Nanji felt a bad premonition and couldn't wait any longer, rushing upstairs while shouting, "Shen Yi, Shen Yi, Mom." A moment later, she stomped back down the stairs to Ji Shulan, her expression suddenly turning cold. "His things are all gone. Did you force him to leave?" Fu Nanji's attitude made Ji Shulan feel as if her little cotton-padded jacket was not only leaking air, but also had holes, making her heart feel cold. What kind of potion did this Shen kid give her? How could she be so devoted after just 3 days? Thinking this in her heart, she didn't show it at all on her face, frowning and saying, "What do you mean I forced him to leave? Can't he leave on his own?" Fu Nanji had long since made up her mind, and she sneered. "If you hadn't come, would he have left?" Ji Shulan was angered by Fu Nanji's words, her heart filled with resentment. "What do you mean I didn't come? I can come whenever I want. This is my home." This statement was tantamount to admitting the fact that she had driven Shen Yi away, and Fu Nanji exploded on the spot, her eyes turning red as she held back her tears and said defiantly, Okay, this is your home, so am I an outsider then? But don't worry, I won't need you to drive me away. I will leave on my own." Fu Nanji blinked her eyes, striving to hold back her tears, and threw down this statement before walking out without looking back. Ji Shulan stood there feeling extremely wronged and did not think she had done anything wrong. "I'm your mother, and you're getting angry with me over a man now." As the sound of the door slamming echoed, Ji Shulan finally felt flustered, not even having time to take off her apron before chasing after her. Nanji. Ji Shulan pushed the door and chased out for dozens of meters, only to find that Fu Nanji had long since vanished. At this moment, Fu Nanji was sitting in the car, heartbroken and shedding tears. She repeatedly hung up on her mother's calls, but her mother persistently called back, so she simply chose to block her. With tear-filled eyes, Fu Nanji dialed Shen Yi's number, and it connected immediately. Upon hearing Shen Yi's voice, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Woo, where have you gone, my love? Don't cry. What's wrong? Where can I go? I can only go home." Shen Yi comforted her from the other end of the line. "Did she chase you out?" "What do you mean she? That's our mother. It's not exactly chasing you away, as she wants to come over and stay with you, and it would be inconvenient for me to stay here." Shen Yi corrected her, having no objections to his mother-in-law's actions. "Isn't that implying you're being chased away? Why didn't you call me at that time?" Fu Nanji pouted, feeling wronged. Shen Yi quickly reassured her. "What would I have told you then? Would you have rushed back to cause a scene or argue with her? That wouldn't solve the problem. She is your mother, and I am your husband. Wouldn't that put you in a difficult position?" Shen Yi's calm voice seemed to possess a soothing ability, and Fu Nanji's tears immediately ceased. Then you should have told me earlier. I've already argued with her. Fu Nanji wiped her eyes with a tissue as she spoke to him. You lost your temper, didn't you? I did. Then hurry back and apologize to Mom. Why should I? She was the one who chased you away first. Why should I apologize? Fu Nanji couldn't help but protest. First of all, she is your mother, so she has no reason to harm you. Secondly, you need to learn to think from another person's perspective. If you were unaware, would you want your daughter to get close to a stranger she met just 3 days ago? Your emotions would probably be even more intense, right? Fu Nanji wanted to argue back, but after calming down, she couldn't find a reason. Lastly, calling you a fool, you still love to argue. When I told you to go home, it was a gentle reminder, but you nearly broke the drum. Let me ask you, what was your purpose in introducing me to your parents? To get married. Fu Nanji thought for a moment and replied weakly. Good. Does getting married require your parents' approval? It does. Wonderful. Can an argument make Mom agree? No. Fu Nanji's lips were already pouting. If that's the case, do you understand why you need to apologize now? I do. Exactly. We need to solve the problem, not confront it. Understand? If Mom doesn't accept me, then I should work hard to make her accept me. What's wrong with you, my husband? If you argue with her now, it's equivalent to forcing her to admit me, and that would naturally have the opposite effect. Shen Yi's insightful analysis gradually clarified her mind. Although Fu Nanji felt guilty, she still leaned on the steering wheel, mumbling. But I feel embarrassed. Having just had an argument, she felt a bit shy about going back to apologize. On the phone, Shen Yi immediately gave her advice. What's embarrassing about a daughter apologizing to her mother? It's not her apologizing to you. Don't worry, Mom is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She might just scold you a bit. You do this when you go back. Just say you're hungry and want to eat. Don't say anything else. If she scolds you, just listen and don't argue. The next day will be fine. This has happened before. If Shen Yi mediated it personally, it would be even more effective. Oh, got it. Fu Nanji agreed, feeling this approach was better than directly admitting her fault. She then coyly whined. But I miss you. How can I sleep without you? Having only enjoyed a few days of good life, she was at the peak of longing. Just thinking of Shen Yi not being around made her want to fly to his side. How about I come to find you now, and I'll apologize tomorrow? Shen Yi immediately refused, and quickly explained, no, dragging it to tomorrow will change its nature. Be good, endure it for now. You need to distinguish between a full meal and just a snack. Moreover, Mom will eventually come back. She won't always stay with you, and she hasn't prohibited me from going to Pingu, only that I can't stay overnight there. Then Shen Yi painted a promising picture. Behave well, and your husband will reward you later. Really? What? This piqued Fu Nanji's interest, and she asked in a playful tone, it's a secret. He understood Fu Nanji. With just a few words, he managed to cheer her up. After hanging up the phone, Fu Nanji got out of the car and wiped the tears from her cheeks with her sleeve. On the way home, she followed Shen Yi's advice and quietly sat down at the dining table saying, I'm hungry. Meanwhile, Ji Shulan regretted not being able to reach her on the phone. Just as she was about to call Fu Yuanyu for help, she saw Fu Nanji surprisingly returning. Feeling relieved while also cautious not to provoke her, she murmured, as long as you know you're hungry, that's good. Ji Shulan turned back to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. At the dining table, the clattering of bowls and chopsticks filled the air as the mother and daughter sat across from each other eating dinner. Ji Shulan picked up a piece of vegetables and placed it in Fu Nanji's bowl, frowning as she said, eat some vegetables, stop just focusing on the rice. Throughout the meal, no matter what Ji Shulan said, Fu Nanji did not argue back. She accepted the vegetables Ji Shulan served without protest, only bowing her head and concentrating on eating. After finishing the meal, Fu Nanji went upstairs to rest. Though they hadn't exchanged a single word during the meal, she understood that her child had softened. About an hour later, Ji Shulan knocked on the door and walked in. She had just finished showering and changed into her pajamas. Her hair, which had been tied up, flowed down her back. Standing at the door, she hesitated for a moment before saying, ahem. That it's been a long time since the two of us slept together, you see. Fu Nanji was looking at something on her phone, and upon hearing this did not respond, but subtly shifted to the side. Ji Shulan immediately picked up on the signal and felt comforted in her heart. She walked over, sat down at the edge of the bed, and gently patted Fu Nanji's head, her gaze gradually softening. Shen Yi hung up the phone and set the device aside. Shaking his head, he sighed. Without me, this family will fall apart. The reasoning was quite simple, yet those deeply enveloped in love often fail to see clearly. No one will endlessly tolerate your capriciousness except your parents. When you are wrong, apologize and do not evade. Clearly, a matter that can be resolved with a few words should not develop into a misunderstanding, ultimately turning into a knot in the heart. Shen Yi needed to help Fu Nanji untangle the things she couldn't understand, ensuring that small issues didn't create gaps, as that would not be beautiful. Father-in-law Fu Yuanyu and mother-in-law Ji Shulan are both wonderful people, which is why they could raise such an excellent daughter like Fu Nanji. Love is not an unending machine. It also requires constant maintenance. Warding off the swirling thoughts temporarily, Shen Yi continued to focus on the simulator. He had already started a new round of simulations in the afternoon, this time opting for scene simulation. On one hand, it was to see if he could make money, on the other it was to validate the assumptions in his mind. Based on previous experiences, he concluded that text simulations generally yield talent and attribute points, and one can even gain knowledge learned during the simulation. In contrast, scene simulations are more realistic and present a higher difficulty. The outputs of scene simulations primarily revolve around money, providing ample guiding information and opportunities for trial and error, making them significantly easier than text simulations. However, a certain level of evaluation is required to synchronize the rewards with reality, which prevents Shen Yi from simply grinding scores. Whether memory synchronization is affected by the evaluation level remains to be further investigated. The two individuals matched by the system had an overall rating that was not high, considered ordinary people. One had a composite score of 68, while the other was even lower at 59. Shen Yi studied the basic information of the two for quite a while. With 10 minutes to choose, he ultimately decided to select the one with the higher rating. Not for any other reason, but simply to ensure his own pleasant mood. The girl's full-body photo was displayed as well. She had a well-proportioned figure and a charmingly youthful appearance, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. From her attire, she appeared to be a university student. Name Xiao Baozhen. Gender female. Age 21. Charm 62. CUPB. Marital status unmarried. Date count 23. Experience count 2. Traits, cheerful aesthetic preference. Details require strategy points to unlock. Composite score 68. Since the simulation began in the afternoon, he had just finished his second simulated date when he received a call from Fu Nanji. In these two instances, Shen Yi focused primarily on gathering information through interaction. Thanks to the girl's aesthetic preference trait, each time he asked her out went relatively smoothly. With several boosts from his strategies, Shen Yi's charm value was still decent. However, the effects seemed less significant as he had primarily interacted with individuals like Fu Nanji and Cheng Jun. When it came to Xiao Baozhen, she readily agreed to his invitations without much hesitation. The reason for his two failures was that Shen Yi's experimental mindset was quite heavy this time, choosing several outrageous options. The overall evaluation of the two failures was naturally low. One was rated D and the other D, not meeting the standards for synchronization with reality. The last heart under Xiao Baozhen's avatar shattered, signifying that the third and final attempt at strategy was about to begin. Date assistant reminder: after re-strategizing, any rating will override the previous evaluation. Confirms yes. With the experiences from the previous two attempts, he was familiar with the options this time, basically avoiding potential pitfalls. For the outing, Shen Yi discarded the flashy branches from before and directly chose to ride a bicycle to pick her up. This choice indeed caused their rapport to soar. In the projected scene, sunlight, greenery lining the roads, a young man riding a bicycle and a girl with hair flowing in the breeze. They sped past amidst cheers and laughter. The image was so harmonious and unified. For the subsequent chat options, Shen Yi also tried to lean towards straightforward and sincere choices, as this girl responded well to that. The reason was that in the first simulation, Shen Yi had chosen the most outrageous options, leading to a chaotic conversation that left the other party speechless. Including but not limited to quotes from male martial artists, vague small talk, sudden ailments, and counteracting heavenly forces. He successfully blew the conversation apart. After picking up Xiao Baozhen, the next step was to choose a date location. Faced with several options, Shen Yi did not hesitate to select the amusement park. The reason for choosing the amusement park was that he had failed in the second simulation there, as he had opted for the outrageous option of a public restroom he had always wanted to try. He was curious to see what a date at a restroom would look like. In the projected scene, he brought the girl to the bustling men's restroom entrance, professing his feelings amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. In this strange environment with a pungent odor, swarming flies, and several spectators nearly urinating on themselves, the girl's face turned green, her expression twisted. Faced with such a method of confession, regardless of how pleasant their previous interactions had been, the outcome was clear. Having learned from this experience, the amusement park was undoubtedly the best choice for a joyful outing. The delightful date began. They rode the roller coaster, took a pirate ship ride, and played bumper cars. Laughter, screams, and joyful chatter filled the air, continuous and unending. After riding the carousel under the girl's surprised gaze, his confession flowed naturally and effortlessly. Date completed. Strategy successful. System calculating. Overall evaluation: B. Notice your strategy experience has increased. Reward 150 yuan. System comment: the falling flower has intention, the flowing water has no feel. Evaluation met. Should rewards be synchronized? Would you like to review the scene? A flood of information came rushing in, and the rewards were decent, indicating that the time spent was not wasted. He clicked to confirm the reward synchronization. The final results were basically what Shen Yi had anticipated, and he felt no joy at the success of the strategy. During these three simulations, his mindset resembled that of problem-solving, devoid of any emotional factors throughout. Shen Yi declined the scene review, feeling there was nothing worth seeing after completing the strategy. The girl named Xiao Baozhen was easy to read, caught in an age of pure romantic liking and boasting. She enjoyed fun, had a romantic mindset, and prioritized aesthetics. The three simulations had been enough for Shen Yi to understand her thoroughly. Standing up and stretching, Shen Yi prepared to go out for a bite. The place he currently resided in didn't even have a kitchen. Aside from having a glass of milk in the morning, he hadn't eaten all day, relying solely on the sunbathing by the window in the afternoon to make it this far. Basking in the sun is indeed quite energy efficient and environmentally friendly, but it cannot fully replace eating. He went downstairs to find a nearby KFC to sit down and casually order something to eat. Thanks to the aesthetic preference trait, this simulation went very smoothly. So far, it seems the amount of emotional investment does indeed affect the rating. During the wait for his meal, Shen Yi reflected on the entire simulation process. The system's comments clearly indicate, while it appeared to be a fulfilling date, in reality, it was merely Qiao Baozhen's one-sided affection. Throughout, Shen Yi had been like a mere observer. Thinking this way makes sense. A dating simulator that only has dates but no romance would find it quite difficult to achieve a high rating. Summarizing, he had received high evaluations in the two previous instances, likely because he had been fully invested. One led to a life of togetherness, the other to separation and death. In comparison, scene simulations appeared quite simplistic. However, a monetary reward of over 100,000 is not bad. If this is considered the minimum standard, then focusing on strategies for a month with 3 to 5 successes could yield an income of 1 million. This accumulation speed could be considered a rocket ride rather than a step to the sky. The only difficulty lies in successfully strategizing. The evaluation level from failures is insufficient for reward synchronization. The individuals matched are completely random. Next time it may not go so smoothly. Picking up a fry dipped in ketchup and tossing it into his mouth, he felt there were new ideas to verify. He'll try text simulation again tomorrow. The next morning, everything was as usual. After spending a night together, the conflicts between the mother and daughter had dissipated. Fu Nanji, apart from feeling a bit of longing for Shen Yi earlier, slept quite soundly beside her mother. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Ji Shulan, Fu Nanji arrived at the office as usual. Once she took care of her tasks, she pulled out her phone and began to disturb Shen Yi. Indeed, Fu Nanji had now learned to slack off at work. It was difficult to learn well, but easy to slip into bad habits. Her fingers tapped on the screen rapidly as she complained to Shen Yi, expressing just how much she missed him last night. Shen Yi's response was, "The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrade still needs to work hard. Please, Comrade Nanji, carry out your undercover work." Fu Nanji smiled and played along. "Understood. I guarantee the completion of the task." After sending a cat salute meme, she decided to secretly devise a comprehensive plan to soothe and eventually persuade her mother to turn to the light. "Good. At the moment of victory, the organization will commend you." Shen Yi's reply made Fu Nanji chuckle to herself, holding her phone and grinning. Just as she was about to ask about the specifics of the commendation, a knock suddenly came from the door. Knock, knock. Fu Nanji immediately sat up straight, gathering her composure, pretending to look down at the documents, while secretly replying to a message under the table. "Love you. JPG." She didn't have time to send any extra words. The door opened a crack and Zhang Rui poked his head in, saying, "Fu Lu, the department is organizing free health checkups. Will you sign up? If you want to sign up, just let us know in the group." Fu Nanji was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Okay, got it." Zhang Rui was just passing by to inform her, and seeing her agree, he closed the door and left. The room fell silent, and Fu Nanji couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen, lost in thought. After a while, she picked up her phone and replied a few words in the group. In a large company like Tianqing, not only is there a health checkup when starting a job, but there are also certain free checkup slots available each year. In principle, it is voluntary, but very few people refuse. It's always good to check one's health, and besides, it's free. Signing up also provides a chance to slack off for half a day under the pretense of a health checkup. Why not take advantage of it? However, Fu Nanji still declined. She knew that ultimately the health checkup reports would be compiled and submitted, and she couldn't hide her physical condition from the company. She didn't want to expose her health issues. Sitting at her desk, Fu Nanji pondered for a long time. While she wouldn't participate in the company's health checkup, she could go for a private one at her own expense. Although she had a vague expectation, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Putting down her phone, Shen Yi shook his head and chuckled. Fu Nanji's personality never seemed to match her appearance. No one could tell that beneath her serious demeanor as a lawyer lay a cute personality and an interesting soul. He scrolled down his phone a few times to check for any unresponded messages. Ever since he resigned, the world seemed to have quieted down. There were very few people reaching out to him. Apart from Fu Nanji, only his mother would occasionally ask if he had eaten. Then there were a few group chats, but Shen Yi they were either extremely quiet or excessively noisy, like the college graduation group or a gathering chat among a few friends. Scrolling down to the bottom, a hand-drawn black flower icon caught his eye. Cheng Jun. She was a friend he added on the day they parted after a meal, but they had not contacted each other in these past 2 days and hadn't exchanged a word. His feelings towards Cheng Jun were quite complex, filled with guilt, a hint of affection, and a touch of vanity. She didn't reach out to Shen Yi, and he didn't reach out to her either. Several times, Shen Yi opened the chat box, but didn't know how to start the conversation. Her earlier declaration still lingered in his mind, and the longer it stayed quiet, the more anxious he became. He was afraid she might have something big brewing. Putting his phone aside with a sigh, Shen Yi walked into the bathroom. He had just returned from a run and needed to take a quick shower. Exercise truly can be addictive. Now he felt uncomfortable unless he had a good run every day. After drying his hair, he sat down in the living room. On the table was a stack of books he bought at the bookstore while running that morning. He opened the system and clicked on the text dating assistant. Warm reminder: text simulation mimics reality and will randomly search for suitable partners around the player as targets for strategy. 2 at a time, you can choose one for strategy. Would you like to start matching? Start matching. Searching. Match successful. Two new strategy targets were refreshed, and Shen Yi glanced at them surprised to find he didn't recognize either. This time, both had decent overall scores, one with 71 points and the other with 66. Shen Yi casually selected a girl named Xia. She had a higher overall score, and he was too lazy to spend points to unlock her traits. He simply wanted to validate his thoughts. Clicking to start. Selected Xia simulation starting. You are Shen Yi, a 25-year-old high-quality, human male, physically fit, reasonably good-looking with both parents around, and a harmonious family. Simply an enviable person living in the moment. Finding Xia and successfully dating her is your goal. You gathered your thoughts and realized you weren't really interested in Xia, but wanted to learn and enrich yourself. You gave up on finding Xia and chose to sit down instead. You picked up a book from the table and began to read. Nice. Shen Yi had been fixated on the development of the text and instantly clenched his fist in excitement when he saw the simulated version of himself starting to read. Yes, he had always known that knowledge could be acquired through the simulation, but it had previously been a passive process. This time he wanted to try and see if he could actively learn knowledge by entering the simulation with his strong intent. If he were to use a game analogy, he was currently engaging in a passive grinding behavior. The simulated version of himself was diligently learning new knowledge while he just needed to quietly wait for the rewards. Shen Yi watched the flickering ellipsis at the bottom of the text with excitement. If he could succeed, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. This method of exploiting a bug not only allowed him to benefit from the capabilities of the simulator, but also helped him avoid getting involved with a brand new strategy target. It was simply a win-win situation. He had no intention of interacting with the girl named Xia. Surely the system wouldn't implant any memories into her. Scene simulation to exploit money at the lowest scores, text simulation to learn knowledge through exploiting bugs. Shen Yi was amazed by his own genius idea. Immediately the ellipses on the screen flickered and new text refreshed. You have been studying hard all afternoon and feel quite fatigued. After putting down your book and resting for a while, you find yourself somewhat bored, so you decide to go out to inquire about Xia's whereabouts. B. Lie down on the bed for a short nap. C. Sit down and continue studying diligently. D. Act freely. Outside the simulation, Shen Yi directly chose option C to continue studying diligently. No time to rest, keep studying. His principle was to treat his simulated self like a slave. As long as he did not die, he would push himself to the limit. Resting was for his true self. The simulated self had no rights. Your intent to study is very strong. Just a few minutes of rest, and you forced yourself to pick up a new book. Time rolled on to the deep night, and you turned on the light to continue studying. Books opened one after another, and you studied until your eyes were blurry and your head was spinning. You desperately need a break. Simulation ended. System calculating. Comprehensive evaluation A. Reward: you gained a slight amount of learning experience. System comment: A failed simulation. It seems you haven't yet grasped the key points. Should you review the scene? Should you restart the simulation? After the simulation ended, he chose no in succession. A warm current flowed into Shen Yi's mind. Small amounts of text, images, and information emerged one by one. When he opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashed in his gaze. Perhaps having avoided the main storyline for too long, this simulation ended quickly, yet he still gleaned quite a bit of knowledge. Shen Yi picked up a book from the table, opened it, and casually chose a page to read. After looking for a moment, he began to compare it with his memories one by one. Correct. Shen Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. This feeling was fantastic. Studying is so exhausting. I really put myself through a lot. There's no choice. The simulated self is still himself, and he feels no guilt for pushing himself hard. Since the method worked, Shen Yi wasted no time starting the next simulation. After repeating this 3 times, he exhausted his quota for simulations today. Although his strategy for Xia failed, this experiment was remarkably successful. Throughout the 3 simulations, he never stepped out of the door studying until dawn each time. Having pushed himself to the limit, he finally finished all 5 books he bought at the bookstore that morning. Because he picked them hastily, some were miscellaneous books, and the knowledge gained was not systematic, but this feeling of acquiring knowledge without effort was truly intoxicating. When the simulation count refreshes tomorrow, I can choose some useful knowledge to study. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Yi pondered. Time passed quickly, and after 3 simulations, evening had already arrived. After glancing at his phone, Shen Yi prepared to go downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the community gate, a BMW 7 Series stopped at his feet. As soon as Shen Yi sat in the passenger seat, he heard Fu Nanji frown and say, "Honey, why do you live so far out?" "There's a benefit to being far out, it saves money," Shen Yi replied casually as he fastened his seatbelt. "But this place looks very old. Isn't the environment poor? If not, I can rent you another room." Fu Nanji assessed the shabby appearance of the community entrance, noting that the security guard by the booth was an old man who seemed more like a doorman, allowing anyone to come and go freely. Shen Yi reached out and flicked her smooth forehead. "Why rent? We won't waste our mother's help once she leaves." Finally, he turned back and said, "Although this is an old community, I specifically chose it. The layout and quality of the houses inside are quite good, and it's very comfortable to live in." Shen Yi wasn't picky about locations. He could sleep well in a good place and get by in a bad one. "Then can I sleep with you tonight?" Fu Nanji playfully leaned towards Shen Yi, her eyes wide as she looked at him. You already asked our mother for the night off for dinner. How can you wish to come and stay? Didn't we agree to behave well? You showed your true colors in less than a day, didn't you? Shen Yi pressed his forehead against hers, their noses almost touching. I told my mom I was working overtime. I just want to spend more time with you. Fu Nanji stared at the tip of Shen Yi's nose, her eyes playfully crossing. Your glasses are blocking me. Shen Yi leaned back, separating from her, pressed the bridge of his nose that was left with an imprint, and continued. No problem, where should we go to eat now? They had decided to eat together while chatting in the morning. Shen Yi originally intended to go directly to Pinggu residence, but Fu Nanji was worried her mother would feel disappointed, so they decided to go out for a stroll. Fu Nanji had already thought of where to go while at work, and as soon as she got off she came to pick up Shen Yi. Let's go have hot pot. I've been wanting to eat at that place. Let's set off to go. Shen Yi naturally had no objections. With a single command, they headed straight for their Once they sat down at the restaurant, Fu Nanji began ordering. While ordering, she instructed Shen Yi, honey, help me mix a portion of sauce the same as usual. Okay. Shen Yi stood up to get a bowl, and when he returned the pot base was already served. How does it taste? It should be okay. Fu Nanji asked Shen Yi while flipping a piece of beef tripe in the pot. I have no problem, but can you handle it this spicy? She liked spicy food, but could not handle it well, commonly known as having a big appetite, but little ability. Yet she wasn't satisfied with the mildly spicy broth and insisted on ordering a medium spicy one. Sigh. Not long after, her face turned red, and she was gasping for air, sticking her tongue out. Shen Yi helplessly shook his head, handing her a cup of sour plum juice, and carefully wiped the beads of sweat forming on her forehead with a wet tissue. I can't eat anymore. Honey, you help me eat this. Fu Nanji placed a half-bitten piece of meat in a Shen Yi's bowl. She couldn't eat much, but wanted to taste more, so Shen Yi followed suit, finishing her leftovers. It was the same in his past life, causing Shen Yi to gain quite a bit of weight as he entered middle age. After the meal, the two held hands and strolled around the mall to digest. At this hour, Fu Nanji didn't want to go home. She just wanted to stay with Shen Yi for as long as possible. They wandered from one store to another, indulging in their whims. Fu Nanji held Shen Yi's hand and stopped in front of a watch store. Noticing his bare wrist, she suddenly said, honey, let me buy you a watch. No need, you know I don't like wearing accessories. Shen Yi shook his head to refuse. In the simulation, aside from his wedding ring, he only had a watch that was a gift from Fu Nanji. Fu Nanji ignored Shen Yi and nodded at the sign. This brand is indeed mediocre. How can my man not have a watch? Next time I go home, he'll steal one of my dad's watches for you. He has plenty in his collection. Shen Yi laughed and hurriedly stopped her. Don't do that. A dad has only a few hobbies, so don't mess with him. He can't wear so many anyway. What's wrong with giving you one? Fu Nanji pouted, saying that, but she didn't insist. After finishing their shopping at the mall, she clung to Shen Yi's arm and whined. I can't walk anymore. Honey, carry me. Shen Yi glanced at her suspiciously, but still walked in front of her and crouched down. Fu Nanji giggled, looking as if her scheme had succeeded, and hurriedly climbed onto Shen Yi's back. Shen Yi supported her bottom and adjusted his posture before moving forward. Hey, don't lick around, your mouth is spicy. After Fu Nanji playfully attacked, she ignored Shen Yi's startled shout and laughed heartily on his back. Feeling the soft expanse on her back, Shen Yi gently pinched her thigh as a form of punishment. The two laughed and slowly walked to the front of the car. Shen Yi patted her rear and said, get down already. Fu Nanji tightly wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's neck, shaking her head repeatedly. I won't get down. If you don't get down, I'll have to tickle you. Shen Yi grinned mischievously, reaching out a hand to her soft spot as if to tickle her. I surrender, I'm getting down now. Fu Nanji, who was extremely sensitive and afraid of being tickled, quickly jumped off Shen Yi. In both this life and the last, Fu Nanji was most afraid of Shen Yi tickling her. The two sat in the car and drove out of the parking lot. As they reached the intersection, Shen Yi turned to her and said, drop me off here, you should head back early, so our mom doesn't worry. Fu Nanji stubbornly shook her head and refused. No way, at least let me take you to the door. Shen Yi chuckled. I'm a grown man. Oh, I won't get lost. Still, I have to drop you off. Fu Nanji insisted. But no matter how far she drove, they eventually reached the entrance of the community. Shen Yi got out of the car and Fu Nanji followed suit. Wait for me, husband. Saying this, she went to the back of the car and opened the trunk. These are the clothes I bought for you last time. The delivery has arrived. Take them back and try them on to see if they fit. Fu Nanji had already opened quite a few packages, all from her online shopping last time. Shen Yi looked down and saw there were indeed many items, from underwear to clothes and shoes. Fu Nanji had bought him everything. How can I wear so much? Shen Yi sifted through the items and chose 2 sets to hold in his hands. Alright, I'll just take these. He put the rest in. His place was too small. Taking so many clothes back would be a burden, and since he wouldn't be living there long, moving things back and forth was troublesome. Thank you, wife. Come here for a kiss. Fu Nanji was delighted and tilted her face towards him. Alright, I'm leaving now. You hurry back and send me a message when you get home. Oh. Fu Nanji hesitated, turning back every few steps. Standing on the curb, Shen Yi looked at her and said, in a couple of days I'll go to your house for dinner. It's not good to keep avoiding our mom. You can't become fat all at once. Oh, let's take our time. Fu Nanji started the car, rolled down the window, and replied, got it, I'm leaving now. Shen Yi waved at her. He continued to watch Fu Nanji turn the corner and disappear before heading home. The sensor light in the hallway turned on. Shen Yi lived on the 4th floor, and since this was an old community, without an elevator the low floors made it easy to climb. After a few steps up to the third floor, and around the corner, he heard the sound of something heavy being dragged. Looking up, he noticed a woman struggling to carry a suitcase up the stairs. He didn't slow down, but the woman turned to look at the noise, and their eyes met. Shen Yi was facing the light, and the woman's face was hidden in the shadows, her hair cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring her features. Just as Shen Yi was puzzled, he heard her suddenly speak, her voice crisp and pleasant. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to help? This voice made Shen Yi pause and surprised Cheng Jun. What are you doing here? Cheng Jun handed the silver suitcase to Shen Yi, finally relaxing. Why can't I be here? Cheng Jun wiped the small beads of sweat from her forehead. This community had no elevator, which had exhausted her. With her slender arms and legs, she struggled to bring the suitcase upstairs. Shen Yi took the suitcase, lifting it effortlessly with one hand while walking beside her. Which floor? Fourth floor. Fourth floor. Shen Yi frowned and followed her, and sure enough, she stopped on the fourth floor. Cheng Jun rummaged through her small bag for the keys and opened the door. Shen Yi's sense of oddity intensified. This room was directly across from where he lived, meaning Cheng Jun had moved in right across from him. When the door opened, the layout was quite spacious, around 80 to 90 square meters. The owner had clearly renovated it recently with all the necessary furniture and decorations. This side had a larger orientation and layout, while Shen Yi's side had been partitioned for rental purposes. This unit was likely lived in by the original owner. Cheng Jun walked in, and Shen Yi followed to help her push the suitcase inside. Standing in the living room looking at Cheng Jun as she observed her surroundings, his curiosity piqued, and he asked, you. How did you end up moving here? Guess. I won't guess. Cheng Jun shot Shen Yi a glance, putting her hands behind her back as she paced around the room. I had a fight with my family and moved out. Shen Yi didn't quite believe her explanation. I believe you had a fight, but with your conditions, how could you live here? What's wrong? Cheng Jun patted the table and then brushed over the sofa, replying, it shields me from the wind and rain, has food and drink, a place to live and sleep. I've lived in worse conditions before. Shen Yi understood what she meant. Indeed, no place could be worse than the environment during the apocalypse. Although Cheng Jun had the status of a young lady, she didn't have the airs of one. However, Shen Yi didn't believe her living across from him was a coincidence, so he directly asked, how did you know I lived here? Cheng Jun laughed lightly, her tone relaxed. Is it hard to find you? As soon as she said this, Shen Yi felt his question was pointless. In this city, it wasn't difficult for her to find him. At least finding his address wasn't hard. Alright, I need to unpack. Cheng Jun escorted Shen Yi to the door. Watching the door close, Shen Yi returned to his small nest. Sitting on the sofa, he felt a bit of a headache. It was truly a case of silence building up. He had just mentioned her during the day, and before the day was over, she had moved in directly across from him. As for whether it was a coincidence, Shen Yi had no way to judge. He couldn't say in front of her that she couldn't live near him. That would be too narcissistic. Putting his thoughts aside for the moment, Shen Yi got up to hang the new clothes to avoid wrinkling them in the bag. Shen Yi then went to wash up and wash his clothes. He had just eaten hot pot, and he smelled a bit. He sat down at the table, opened his computer, and prepared to download some knowledge. He had already used up his download quota for the day, so he was downloading for tomorrow's simulation learning. The internet was convenient for researching anything, saving him from constantly buying books. Just as he was halfway through his research, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Shen Yi walked over to open the door, and sure enough, Cheng Jun was standing at the entrance. She wore a white t-shirt on top and hot pants on the bottom, her long, straight, fair legs as eye-catching as chopsticks. Her long hair hung down, her cheeks flushed, and she radiated a hint of moisture, clearly just out of the shower. Handing over a small paper bag she was holding, she said, here, a gift for today. Shen Yi took it and saw it contained some hand. What's this? Aren't you going to invite your neighbor in for a seat? Cheng Jun raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at him. Please come in. Shen Yi stepped aside to let her enter. Shen Yi stepped into the room, glancing around with quiet curiosity. Have a seat. My place isn't nearly as spacious as yours. Shen Yi gestured for her to sit on the sofa, then took a chair beside the desk himself. Shen Yi settled onto the sofa, hands resting neatly on her knees, eyes darting left and right. Once seated, the wide neckline of her t-shirt revealed her delicate porcelain clavicles, pale and elegant, deeply hollowed, as if they could cradle a palmful of clear water. Below them extended two slender, perfectly straight legs, gleaming blindingly white under the soft light. Her bare feet rested in cool sandals, toes curling unconsciously, soft, fine, alive with quiet tension. Not bad, still quite clean. And she offered her appraisal after surveying the space. It's small, and there's little here, so it feels refreshingly uncluttered, Shen Yi replied offhandedly, gazing at the room he'd only inhabited for a few days. Cheng Yun pointed to a paper bag resting on the table. Try one. I made them myself. Sure thing. Shen Yi pulled out a cookie, popped it into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, then nodded in genuine approval. Delicious. Truly excellent. Her eyes lit up, hesitant, hopeful. Really, lately she'd been diligently practicing cooking. Naturally bright and fiercely determined, her progress had even astonished the Livian chef who tutored her. Absolutely. Ni's praise was sincere. The cookies were sweet, yet never cloying, rivaling those sold in specialty bakeries. Shen Yun smiled. a smile that bloomed from deep within where anticipation met validation, swelling into pure unguarded joy. She felt her effort had not been in vain. Her labor acknowledged her care received. And even this modest sweetness she wished to share with him alone. Shen Yi was momentarily dazzled by that smile, so radiant it stole his breath. And ding-dong, Na phone notification chimed, his own device. And he unlocked it to find a message from Fu Nanji. She'd arrived home safely and was checking in. An instinctive gentle smile curved his lips as he tapped back a simple received emoji. Cheng Yun's brows softened, then subtly furrowed, as if in that instant her joy dimmed. A vague suspicion flickered across her mind. Her lips parted slightly, then stilled words unspoken. And the atmosphere cooled, thickened. Not long after Cheng Yun rose to leave, Shen Yi stood and walked her to the door. After she departed, Shen Yi crossed to the bed and lay down. And he exhaled softly, closed his eyes, and slipped into sleep. The next morning dawned bright and clear. As usual, Shen Yi laced up his running shoes and headed out. Just beyond the residential gate, a car glided past and slowed to a stop beside him. And the window rolled down, revealing Cheng Yun behind sleek sunglasses, offering a casual wave. Shen Yi waved back. One turned left toward work, the other ran right, parting ways beneath the morning sun. And watching the taillights fade, he shook his head faintly. A brand new Porsche seemed jarringly out of place in this quiet neighborhood. Preoccupied, he cut his run short, just over half an hour, then grabbed a hasty breakfast at a roadside stall before returning home. And after showering and freshening up, he sat down, opened his laptop, and began a new day's simulation. Several browser tabs were already open, pages he'd carefully selected the night before, brimming with knowledge he intended to absorb and master. A luminous interface shimmered into view as he clicked text simulation. He skimmed past the lengthy instructions and moved straight to initiate matching. Dating assistant reminder text simulation is a real-world simulation. It randomly scans your immediate surroundings for compatible targets, 2 at a time, with the option to select one for pursuit. Begin matching, and initiate matching, and scanning. Warning, detected passive gameplay behavior. Warning, passive gameplay carries unpredictable risks. Choose your actions with care. Penalty, number of match targets reduced from 2 to 1 in matching successful. Shen Yi's eyes widened in shock. What? Ni's brilliant idea, tested just once, was already doomed to stillbirth. From warning to penalty, the system made one thing unmistakably clear: exploits wouldn't work. This was a romance simulation. Deviation from its core purpose was strictly prohibited. Clearly what he'd done yesterday, within the simulation, had registered as laziness, as deliberate disengagement. So much for free riding. And now I'm penalized too. Since the system had laid down the law, Shen Yi had no choice but to accept it. Tragically, his pool of potential matches had narrowed dramatically. Henceforth, he'd have to grit his teeth and choose whomever the system served up, however mismatched or unremarkable. As for the unpredictable risks hinted at in the warning, he had no intention of testing them. Better not risk the system vanishing entirely, leaving him utterly bereft with nowhere left to weep. Self-inflicted consequences were pointless to dwell on. For now, he resolved to focus fully on this round's designated target and simulate with precision and intent. Name: Xu Yunin, gender female, in age 34, in charm 91, in cup size, in marital status single, in previous dates 7, in experience count 0, in traits preferences reserved, travel details require relationship points to unlock, an overall score 94, in this is. Shen Yi froze, his expression blank, his gaze drifting into distant vacancy. Though Xu Yuni's overall rating was astonishingly high, Shen Yi felt little elation. And because he knew her. Xu Yuni, a name that echoed from long ago. Or perhaps not so distant. She had been the youngest lecturer in his university. She was also one of the campus's most talked about figures. Beautiful, kind-hearted, statuesque, with a gentle voice and formidable academic prowess. A single photograph of hers had gone viral across the university network, making her the object of countless students' quiet adoration, himself included. Into those tender formative years she had entered like a woodland sprite, effortlessly radiant amid the crowd's scattering charm, like pollen on the breeze. Unintentional, yet unforgettable, she wove silken threads through every memory, leaving behind indelible impressions of grace and beauty. It's really her. She must be a full professor by now. Shen Yi murmured to himself. The last time he'd seen her before graduation, she'd already been promoted to associate professor, supervising graduate students. His gaze lingered on the single field, puzzled. Wasn't she rumored to have a boyfriend? At 34 still, that rumor had come from senior classmates. Back then, many had sighed and shared heartbreak, mourning collectively, as if they'd all been rejected. Now, years later, she remained unattached, still a woman of rare distinction, yet unwed. Shen Yi stared at the glowing start simulation button below while memories stirred, vivid, warm, long dormant. Pursue her. Target selected. Xu Yunin simulation initiated. You are Shen Yi, a 25-year-old human male of exceptional quality, physically robust, energetically vibrant, refined in bearing, and striking in appearance. Truly outstanding among the multitude. Locating and winning over Xu Yuni is your objective. You pause, reflecting, and realize to your surprise that you already know her, though her current circumstances remain unknown to you. You've already devised a plan to find her. Guided by this lead, you decide, nah? Rely on the unclouded brilliance of your undergraduate intellect and charge forward headfirst. B. Seek out a senior classmate who stayed on campus asking for insider information and a personal introduction. And C. Erect a banner at the university gate publicly accusing her of abandoning you after seduction. D. Act freely. Choosing A is definitely possible, since it is my alma mater, and the person I am looking for is someone I know. Shen Yi's thought. The atmosphere in the university is pleasant with no restrictions on coming and going. In principle, graduates can return at any time to attend a large lecture. After all, with so many people around, no one is paying attention to you. However, Shen Yi still chose B because this method is faster. You decided to ask a senior brother who stayed at the school. You opened the university group chat that you hadn't used in a long time and found a senior brother you often chatted with to inquire about Shu Yui. After listening to your inquiry, the senior brother fell into recollection. Perhaps he was one of her admirers back in the day. However, people's memories are indeed too short. It was only after you mentioned it that he realized he hadn't heard anything about this remarkable person in a long time. The last time he heard news about her was quite a while ago. It was said that her family had undergone a significant upheaval. Under your persistent questioning, the senior brother stated it was merely rumors, and he only knew that she no longer teaches. As for more specifics, he could not say. Although the senior brother did not know about Shu Yui's current situation, he did not let you down, recommending another informant to you. After all, Shu Yui used to be this person's mentor. You got in touch with her, and she inquired about your purpose. After you stated your identity and earnestly requested, she eventually agreed to take you to visit. You agreed to meet at the school gate. With a flash before his eyes, Shen Yi found himself standing at the entrance of Jinyuan. Are you Shen Yi? A female voice inquired from the opposite side. The newcomer was a woman around 27 or 28 years old, of short stature, wearing glasses and looking hurried. Her face was bare without any makeup, not particularly attractive, and her appearance could only be considered passable. Yes, hello senior sister, I am Shen Yi. Shen Yi stepped forward, gently shook her hand, and continued, thank you. May I ask how to address you? Just call me Shi Jing, no need to be polite. Shi Jing released his hand and looked Shen Yi up and down, finding a good first impression of this junior who had already graduated. Sure, senior sister, I really appreciate your help this time. Shen Yi observed her hurried demeanor and politely inquired, noticing that she seemed to value her time. Shi Jing waved her hand, saying no problem. I was originally planning to visit Professor Shu anyway, you just happened to catch me at the right time. Then shall we talk as we walk? Shen Yi suggested. Sure, follow me. With that, Shen Yi followed Shi Jing into the campus. In front was a large stone tablet standing tall, inscribed with the school motto of Jinyuan, rectify the heart, be sincere in intent, and achieve knowledge. Returning to his alma mater, Shen Yi felt quite emotional. After all, it was the place he had spent several years studying. Shi Jing led the way while introducing Professor Shu no longer teaches. She basically stays in her apartment now, so to find her you have to go there. The apartment refers to the on-campus accommodation assigned to professors. It's not very large, usually around 50 to 60 square meters, but it's definitely enough for a single person. Has Professor Shu already been promoted to professor? Shen Yi asked her. Shi Jing shook her head, saying no, she is still an associate professor. Regardless of age or qualifications, Shu Yui should have no problem advancing to professor. The reason she has not done so must be significant. Shen Yi pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, is it related to her no longer teaching? Shi Jing hesitated for a moment before replying, it is both related and not related. Mainly due to some other reasons, teaching is something she does not wish to do. I am the last student she took on. In other words, she is on an indefinite break. Shen Yi nodded in understanding, thinking a break. It probably isn't. Clearly a prominent figure at the school, she has remained single until now, dragging on to 34 years old and directly becoming a leftover woman of advanced age. It should not have been possible, as back in the day those who admired her could line up from the school gate to the department cafeteria, including many lecturers and professors who were also infatuated. The secrets and difficulties involved are quite significant. To further understand, one must gather more information. It's no wonder she has an overall evaluation of 94 points. The intensity of this matter has suddenly increased. The two walked towards the apartment, with Shi Jing stopping in front of a store. Wait for me a moment. Saying this, she entered a convenience store, bought 4 cans of beer, hesitated for a moment, then took one away, finally carrying out 3 cans. Let's go. Shen Yi glanced at her and asked, why are you buying beer? Shi Jing weighed the bag and said with a wry smile, Professor Shu loves to drink. Every time I go to see her, I must bring some. If I don't, she gets angry. Shen Yi hadn't expected Shu Yui to have this hobby and could only nod in understanding. Upon entering the apartment, Shi Jing reached for the elevator button. While waiting, she said, you are the first person to visit Professor Shu in such a long time. Shen Yi was surprised to hear this. Oh, wasn't there anyone before? People from the department have come to visit, but at that time Professor Shu was very irritable and hard to communicate with, so gradually fewer and fewer people came. She has become a forgotten corner. Shen Yi observed along the way, unable to suppress his doubts, so he asked Shi Jing, may I ask what the reason behind this is? Why has Professor Shu become like this? Shi Jing fell silent for a moment and shook her head, saying it's a personal issue of Professor Shu. I can't say much, nor should you ask too much. Don't ask too much. Upon exiting the elevator, Shi Jing led Shen Yi forward. When they reached the door, she turned back to remind him again, if Professor Shu happens to get angry with you later, just bear with it. Once she has had some drinks it will be fine. Okay. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Instead of knocking on the door, Shi Jing entered a password and opened it directly. Upon entering they were greeted by the living room. The chairs in the room were askew, the table was messy, and in the middle a coffee table was filled with various bottles of alcohol. Fortunately the floor was relatively clean, otherwise there would be nowhere to step. Shi Jing, accustomed to this, walked to the bedroom, where the door was slightly ajar. She slowly pushed the door open and softly called out Professor Shu. Shen Yi followed Shi Jing inside, where a woman was lying on the bed sound asleep. Her hair was disheveled, making it difficult to see her face, with only a long white leg hanging off the edge of the bed. By the bed were glass bottles of alcohol and crushed cans, with one slipper standing upright and the other missing. The wardrobe door was open, with clothes hanging in a disorganized manner, and many had fallen out. Several pieces of colorful lingerie were also scattered on the floor. Each had different designs and appeared to be of considerable size. Shi Jing glanced at Shen Yi and sensed something was off, silently squatting down to tidy up a bit. Then she walked to the bedside and gently shook Shu Yui, saying, Professor Shu, wake up. Shu Yui seemed to awaken from a dream, sitting up in a daze. As she sat up, it seemed as if liquid gathered and flowed at her chest, forming a captivating curve. This swaying allure inevitably reminded one of the autumn harvest in the fields. The wheat field swayed lightly, and the golden ears danced gently. The silk nightgown completely enveloped her alluring chest, revealing only a segment of her fair neck. Shu Yuni rubbed her sleepy eyes, her messy hair sticking up in a part at the top of her head. Jingjing, you're here. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, like the dryness of a hangover. Upon recognizing the visitor, she didn't pay much attention, instead reaching beneath the bed to rummage. Her searching hand knocked over several empty bottles, producing a series of thuds on the ground. Shu Yuni found a few wine bottles with remnants inside, shaking them and wanting to pour them into her mouth, only to realize they were either empty or contained too little to quench her thirst. Seeing her resort to drinking to quench her thirst immediately upon waking was quite an eye-opener for Shen Yi. Here, teacher. Shi Jing handed her a can of beer she had just bought. Shu Yuni took the beer, popped it open, and tilted her head back to gulp it down, draining it completely in one go. Due to her hurried drinking, some spilled down the corner of her lips to her neck, finally soaking her collar. The nightgown, made of silk, became somewhat translucent upon soaking in the alcohol, revealing the flesh tones beneath, and the rounded lines that could not be concealed hung heavily down. Shen Yi caught a quick glimpse and suddenly recalled the underwear scattered on the floor, his eyes widening in shock. This? Shu Yuni, however, was oblivious and happily burped casually, wiping the droplets from her chin. After throwing the empty can on the floor, she still felt unsatisfied and reached out for more. At this moment, Shi Jing refused her, pulling the bag back while stepping away. Teacher, you can't drink anymore. Once the alcohol hit her stomach, Shu Yuni seemed to have sobered up a bit, frowning in discontent and saying, I just woke up and am thirsty, give me another can. I can pour you some water if you're thirsty, but you should drink less alcohol, Shi Jing insisted, shaking her head. Shu Yuni was filled with displeasure, her eyes widening in anger, but when meeting Shi Jing's stubborn gaze, the words that were on the tip of her tongue softened. Just one can, the last one, I'll drink slowly. As she spoke, she pleaded and snatched another can. After popping the cap, she indeed did not gulp it down in one go, but rather sipped it slowly like a soft drink. Shu Yuni sat at the edge of the bed, drinking beer, one leg curled up under her arm, while the other dangled off the side, swaying gently, as she mumbled, Jingjing, you've changed. You used to at least bring a whole box to see me, now, it's just bottles and cans. And it seems you've started skimping on quantity, going from 6 bottles to 5 to 4, and now you've only brought 3. Her complaints flowed freely, lacking any real emotion. Shi Jing remained unfazed, turning to help her close the open wardrobe door, and replied, Auntie has repeatedly instructed me not to bring you alcohol. This is already an exception. Why do you listen to her? She's not your mother. It's not about whether I listen or not, but drinking too much is bad for your health. It's fine, I know my own body. Hearing the lecture, Shu Yuni turned her head impatiently, and only then did she notice that there was actually another person in the room. Who are you? Before Shen Yi could speak, Shi Jing interjected. He said he was one of your former students and wanted to see you, so I brought him along. At this point, Shen Yi timely added, Hello, Teacher Shu, I am Shen Yi from the 2021 Design Department. You taught me. Shen Yi. Shu Yuni frowned, trying to recall, but found no impression, yet she did remember that she was indeed a lecturer during the 2021 term. There was a small competition that year, and our group won first place. You were the one who led us. Shen Yi quickly supplemented with details when he noticed her lack of memory. Back then, Shen Yi was still a freshman, forming a group with 2 classmates to register with Shu Yuni as their guiding teacher. Young and eager to prove himself, he might have wanted to impress Shu Yuni or simply didn't want to disappoint her. Therefore, Shen Yi and his teammates worked hard and surprisingly won first prize. On the day of the award ceremony, everyone was thrilled, marking one of the few highlight moments in Shen Yi's university life. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuni's expression indeed revealed a look of realization. Oh. Still can't remember. The expression Shen Yi had just raised froze instantly. Seeing him fall for her joke, Shu Yuni burst into laughter, her chest shaking uncontrollably. Just teasing you. How could I forget Shen Yi? You were in the group with Gao Yuan and Zhao Chuang. As she spoke, she carefully examined Shen Yi, raising an eyebrow. Oh, how you've changed. You've become quite handsome now. Is this still the same boy who had acne on his face back then? This compliment made Shen Yi feel a bit embarrassed. However, Shu Yuni wasn't wrong. At 19 or 20 he indeed had acne on his face back then. Teacher Shu, you're really humorous. Humorous. Shu Yuni stopped smiling and continued to ask Shen Yi, are you studying for your master's now? Under whose supervision? Shen Yi waved his hand, replying, no, I've already graduated and started working. I came back to visit you this time. Visiting me? What's so special about that? Have you seen enough? If you have, you should go back where you came from. Shu Yuni sighed, her tone suddenly turning cold. The conversation abruptly halted as Shu Yuni adopted a posture of sending him off. Shi Jing pulled you away from the apartment, and before leaving she tidied up a lot of empty bottles and garbage. You helped out a bit, and Shi Jing's attitude towards you improved considerably. The brief visit came to an end as Shu Yuni showed neither rejection nor much surprise at your arrival. Shi Jing told you not to take it to heart. Teacher Shu's personality was not like this originally. You shook your head, indicating that you didn't mind. The first contact with her seemed to yield little reward, leaving you to consider visiting again next time. Shen Yi opened his eyes, realizing the situation in the earlier scene was not optimistic. He remembered Shu Yuni as cheerful, approachable, and someone who enjoyed mingling with students. Now looking at the current Shu Yuni, her temperament was eccentric, lazy, fond of alcohol, and unkempt. If it weren't for her excellent foundation, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure such self-neglect. Watching her current state, Shen Yi felt a mix of complexity and regret, unable to suppress his desire to find out what she had gone through. Is it possible to spend 1 point of strategy points to unlock feature preferences? Yes. Name Shu Yuni feature preferences: negative, melancholic, lonely, indifferent, reclusive, fond of alcohol, travel. Oh my. Even though Shen Yi had anticipated this feature, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Almost all were negative emotional traits. There were hardly any positive or even neutral ones. Although you find it challenging, you decide to take the initiative once again to approach her. Since Shu Yuni is quite lazy and rarely goes out except to occasionally buy alcohol, you really don't need to put much effort into finding her. Just go to the apartment. This time you didn't contact Shi Jing, but chose to go alone. You knocked on the apartment door, but there was no response for a long time. As you persistently knock, Shu Yuni finally opens the door with a look of impatience. Instead of letting you in, she asks about your intentions. In response, you choose boldly confess, I see that the teacher still retains her charm. B. Hide your feelings, I wish to discuss and exchange ideas with you. C. Don't be annoying, directly punch through the door. D. Free action. M. Shen Yi was left speechless. These options were outrageous, and what was with the violence? Was it impossible to enter without resorting to force? Frowning in thought, Shen Yi's finger hovered over option B, which seemed the most prudent. However, at the moment of clicking, he decided against it. Damn it, I've always played it safe. This time I want to be reckless. Forget about being cautious. Just confess right from the start. If it blows up, I can start over. He confidently clicked on option A, eager to see what change would unfold. After making your decision, you boldly confessed to Shu Yuni right at the door. Listening to your declaration of love, her expression remained largely unchanged, only sizing you up from head to toe. Whether she agreed or rejected you did not surprise you, but her intense gaze made you feel quite uncomfortable. You decided to say something more. Before you could speak, she closed the door on you again. You were left standing outside, bewildered. What does this mean? Shen Yi furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Shu Yuni's attitude was strange. She neither nodded in agreement nor showed any sign of disdain, not even a foot stomp to refuse. From start to finish, she had been looking at Shen Yi with a scrutinizing gaze, leaving him confused. This rejection didn't discourage you. A few days later, you rallied your spirits once more to visit. This time you learned your lesson, carefully considering your approach to win her favor. You knocked on the apartment door for the third time. Upon seeing you again, Shu Yuni almost closed the door, but you cleverly revealed a right hand holding some alcohol. You brought a case of beer to her door. The hand that was about to shut the door paused, and Shu Yuni instinctively swallowed at the sight of the beer bottle. It seemed that in her eyes the alcohol was of utmost importance while you were somewhat dispensable. You successfully entered the room. After Shu Yuni invited you to sit down, she casually opened a bottle and started drinking. After a few sips, her demeanor relaxed significantly, becoming more animated, and her attitude towards you softened. As you reminisced about the past, you spoke with great enthusiasm about the amusing events from your dormitory days, how popular she was, and how everyone admired her. Now that you have both graduated, the barrier between you as teacher and student has diminished considerably. Being able to chat with your former teacher from your youth made you feel quite content. Although most of the time you were the one talking, Shu Yuni only occasionally chimed in. After a few rounds of drinks as night fell, you suggested it was time to leave. Shu Yuni accompanied you to the door, and before you left pointed at the beer bottle, suggesting you bring some white wine next time, as beer was too light and lacked strength. Hearing her mention coming again next time made you quite excited, as it indicated that Shu Yuni did not reject you. You nodded to show you understood, looking forward to your next meeting. Seeing the situation improve, Shen Yi clenched his fist, realizing that being reckless wasn't entirely wrong, and that catering to her preferences played a significant role. Regardless, this beginning was much better than being unable to start a conversation at all. A few days later, You found yourself once again at Shu Yunyi's door, this time better prepared, bringing 4 bottles of alcohol and some cold dish. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Yi found himself back in the scene, knocking on the door. When the door opened, Shu Yunyi's face appeared. Perhaps it's her natural beauty, who despite being in her 30s, her skin remained tight, her features clear with bright eyes and delicate lips. You're here, she said, yawning as she loosened her grip and walked inside. She was still in her nightgown, making it hard to tell if she had changed clothes in the past few days. With the experience from the last time, Shen Yi wasn't awkward. He walked to the dining table, pushing aside various bottles and jars to lay out the food and drink. Shu Yunyi emerged from the bathroom and sat down directly. She wasn't completely disheveled. She had at least washed her face and combed her hair. Perhaps having a messy hairstyle would undermine her professional demeanor, though she didn't seem to care. Shen Yi poured her a drink and pushed the cup towards her, which she took eagerly and downed in one go. White liquor packs more punch than beer. After one sip, her eyes lit up immediately, and she seemed more pleased with Shen Yi. You're a good boy, oh I like that, she said, smiling at Shen Yi. Shen Yi knew she was referring to the alcohol, not genuinely complimenting him, so he just shook his head and raised his glass in response. Hiss. Shen Yi inhaled sharply. He usually drank beer and rarely had white liquor. Watching how easily Shu Yunyi drank made him unprepared. The liquor felt like fire in his stomach. Realizing that he had picked up a 52-degree liquor by chance, he quickly grabbed some cold dishes to ease it down. Once the alcohol hit his stomach, the conversation flowed freely. Shu Yunyi squinted her eyes for another drink and asked with a sidelong glance, You graduated, why did you suddenly think of me, an old lady? Shen Yi smiled, half flattering and half seriously replied, How could you be an old lady? Someone like you could easily pass for my age and people would believe it. As for coming back, I am simply following my heart's choice. Shu Yunyi was beautiful with an elegant demeanor. Perhaps due to her years of teaching, she possessed an intellectual charm, especially captivating when her expression was serious. She was used to compliments and didn't pay much attention, only sighing. In your 30s, life passes in the blink of an eye, and I've accomplished nothing. How about a drink instead? She said, resting her chin on her hand, staring into space, swirling her glass with a somber tone. Shen Yi didn't understand why she suddenly became so emotional during their pleasant conversation. Forget it, just drink with me. She snapped out of her negative emotions and reached out her hand to clink glasses with Shen Yi. The two clinked their glasses and downed another shot. Shen Yi felt a fiery line settle in his stomach, the stimulating spiciness rushing up to his nostrils, while Shu Yunyi appeared completely unfazed. She drank quickly and eagerly, and Shen Yi struggled to keep pace. He decided to pause her momentum and asked, Teacher Shu, why is alcohol so enjoyable? I have never understood it. Shen Yi truly did not love alcohol. He could drink, but would never actively seek it out. Shu Yunyi did not immediately answer, but instead shook her glass filled with clear liquor and said, Alcohol is a wonderful thing. You don't understand, it's not about the taste, but the emotions. Warmth, exhilaration, intoxication, freedom, a state between dreams and wakefulness. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this moment, drinking not just alcohol, but a sense of peace that detached her from reality. Shen Yi noticed her effortless manner of downing glass after glass and realized she was not joking. After several glasses, her complexion remained mostly unchanged, with only a slight flush rising to her cheeks, making her mature features appear much more vibrant. No wonder they say beer is as light as a beverage. With this drinking style, beer was indeed consumed as if it were a thirst quencher. Shen Yi thought for a moment before advising her, though alcohol is good, it should still be consumed in moderation. Too much can be harmful. Shu Yunyi, caught up in the excitement of drinking, did not want to hear this discouraging advice. However, as Shen Yi had bought the drinks, she chose not to speak harshly and pushed her glass toward him, saying, Fill it up for me. Once Shen Yi poured more, she immediately lifted her glass to clink with his. As Shen Yi put down the bottle, he quickly raised his glass again, only to see Shu Yunyi downing another glass, causing him to gasp in surprise. Given his improved constitution, he should be able to drink more than before, but judging by the fierce momentum on the opposite side, he doubted he could keep up for the entire duration. Seeing Shen Yi still dazed in place, Shu Yunyi frowned slightly. Are you okay? If you can't drink, go join the kids at their... Why can't I? I'm drinking now. Shen Yi could not take this lightly, especially in front of someone he had once admired. With a smile, he said, and immediately lifted his glass to down it in one go. Shu Yunyi smiled at Shen Yi's appearance. Her life was dull and monotonous. Aside from drinking, she had no interest in anything else, but teasing Shen Yi gave her a unique sense of enjoyment. She tilted her body slightly, leaning against the table, her toes playfully lifting her slippers as she looked at Shen Yi and asked, You said you liked me. Is it my looks, my figure, or my identity as a teacher? It can't be my age, right? Although her tone was light, the implication was piercing, even questioning Shen Yi's motives. After years apart, a student suddenly visited her, drinking and reminiscing, making anyone inevitably suspicious. Fortunately, Shen Yi openly expressed his admiration, but it did not dispel the confusion in Shu Yunyi's heart. She loved drinking, but her mind was not dull. At that moment, Shen Yi fell silent, pondering for a while before answering seriously. Looking into Shu Yunyi's eyes, he smiled softly and said, People love to preserve beautiful memories, constantly embellishing and enhancing them. So rather than saying I like you, it's more accurate to say I like the fleeting glimpse of your beauty from my youth. A hurried glance, a sweet word, a radiant smile. Shen Yi spoke slowly, nostalgia evident in his eyes. A lonely and sensitive youth can develop feelings from a mere glance, a word of greeting, or a smile from someone else. Affection is inherently a subjective matter. Of course that was in the past, as for now the reasons you just mentioned all hold true. It's not your fault for being good-looking, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to like you. At the end, Shen Yi cracked a small joke, fully revealing his feelings. Shu Yuni's eyes concealed emotions, her fingertips lightly brushing the table's texture, as if feeling something, her heart swirling with thoughts. After a moment of silence, she drank another glass, casually wiping her mouth and murmuring, "Little brat. Consider yourself off the hook." 18 or 19-year-old Shen Yi, having come to Jinyuan all alone, was sensitive and insecure due to his impoverished background. He had too few possessions to fill his heart, leaving room for only a few matters and people. Shu Yuni was not anyone significant to him. She never specifically cared for Shen Yi. Yet her unintentional gestures provided him with immense solace, which he cherished in his heart until today. As the rounds of drinks continued and the dishes were consumed, Shen Yi's 4 bottles of alcohol were already down to 2, and Shu Yuni had begun reaching for a third bottle. Each bottle contained about a pound of liquor, meaning they had consumed a total of 2 pounds together. A feat Shen Yi had never. He was now feeling a bit tipsy, his head spinning, while Shu Yuni's eyes sparkled with excitement. As she leaned in to pour more liquor, Shen Yi quickly covered his glass with his hand and shook his head. "That's enough. If I drink any more, I won't be able to leave." Today he had indeed drunk quite a lot. As Shen Yi rarely consumed liquor, and he estimated that if it weren't for his physical talent aiding in faster metabolism, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. With the drunkenness settling in, Shu Yuni was in a moment of emotional release. While playfully tugging at Shen Yi's hand, she urged, "If you drink too much, just sleep here, it's no problem." Shu Yuni's face was so close that he could feel the alcohol on her breath, a familiar and inviting fragrance wafting over, making it impossible for Shen Yi to resist her charm. Unable to withstand her persuasion, Shen Yi continued to drink 3 to 5 more glasses. By this point he was already feeling dizzy, sitting there with his head down, blankly lost in thought. Shu Yuni appeared even more relaxed, her hands intertwined on the table, her chin resting on them. She teased Shen Yi with a smile. "What's the matter?" "Just this." Shen Yi had not yet drunk to the point of losing consciousness, but his gaze was vacant, looking dazed. At this moment, he could barely muster a word, let alone assert himself. Shen Yi's dazed appearance seemed to strike a chord with Shu Yuni, causing her to burst into laughter. She wore a silky sleep dress that flowed like mercury, her figure ample, her delicate waist enchanting, and her lines graceful and fluid. Just resting there, she exuded an exceptional charm. Her laughter captured Shen Yi's attention. He slowly turned his head to look at her, and in that moment he was entranced. Shen Yi's heart throbbed violently, beating furiously as ripples suddenly stirred in the formerly calm lake of his heart. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Shu Yuni was completely unguarded. Her neckline sagged, revealing a stunning view before him. Shen Yi stared at her, unable to utter a word, his mind inexplicably wandering to the pearls displayed on a jade plate. Round and luminous, clear and bright, abundant and exquisite. Vague and elusive, it lingered in the air. Shen Yi's heart trembled in rhythm with Shu Yuni's laughter. That faintly discernible beauty captured all of Shen Yi's attention. He felt a strange anticipation to explore, yet oddly wished to keep that expectation from becoming reality. Sometimes a hazy hope suspended in midair is far more satisfying than the fulfillment of a desire. Shu Yuni noticed Shen Yi's gaze, put down her cup, and licked the remnants of wine from the corner of her mouth, her eyes carried. The alcohol amplified her emotions, as she was not angry at all, but instead playfully teased him, "Is it beautiful?" Under normal circumstances, Shen Yi would have averted his gaze, whether to change the subject or to apologize earnestly. In any case, he would not have been so rude as to stare. But at that moment intoxication surged within him, emotions soared, his lips felt dry, and he kept swallowing, bluntly responding, "It's beautiful." His mind only had a single straight path, unable to turn away, and so he openly expressed his feelings to Shu Yuni. Shu Yuni did not expect Shen Yi to be so straightforward, making her feel a bit embarrassed. She tugged at her clothing to conceal her figure, yet her words did not concede. "Little brat, dare to take advantage of me." The silence from Shen Yi made her anxious, and after a moment she quickly added, "Do you know how many years older I am than you? I could be your aunt." She raised her hand to point at Shen Yi, intending to continue her scolding, but when she turned her head, she found he had already slumped over the table, fast asleep. Shu Yuni's outstretched hand froze, and she ultimately chuckled and let it go. "She did not explicitly accept you, but neither did she reject you. You interacted casually like friends. You exchanged contact information and occasionally chatted, but her past seemed to remain an untouchable taboo, never mentioned in everyday conversation. More often than not, you would drink together, engage in carefree conversations, and indulge in laughter and banter." Before drinking, Shu Yuni was cold and dignified, exuding an air of unapproachability reminiscent of a stern teacher watching you from the window, making you sweat under her icy gaze. After drinking, however, Shu Yuni transformed completely. The frost on her face melted away like spring rain, her emotions fluctuating between exuberance and melancholy, and she no longer held herself aloof, displaying a playful demeanor that made her easy to get along with. You maintained this strange relationship, gathering every few days for drinks, chatting, boasting, and laughing until you passed out on the sofa. You were more than friends, but not quite lovers, as she never took the initiative to bring it up, and neither did you. Gradually, under her influence, you began to love drinking, finding the intoxication incredibly comfortable, allowing you to say and do things you normally wouldn't dare to. The gatherings every 3 days evolved into daily meetings. Without alcohol, you felt empty, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. During this time, Shu Yunyi's mother visited several times, trying to persuade her, but Shu Yunyi wouldn't listen at all, leading to a fierce argument between mother and daughter. You weren't there at the time and learned about it later from Shi Jing. Joyful gatherings and drinking continued daily as you both indulged in a life of drunken debauchery in the apartment. She always secretly offered you benefits, yet never truly let you touch her. Whenever you were teased, her laughter would. Whenever you could no longer endure, she would feign a pitiful look, murmuring words like white moonlight, crush, and teacher, making you feel a mix of anger and helplessness. Gradually, prolonged hangovers left you with excruciating headaches. During the day, you were always in poor spirits, unable to muster any energy. You suffered daily from the pain of indulgence, gazing at your haggard reflection in the mirror filled with regret, and thus made a silent resolution to quit drinking. But once night fell, a call from Shu Yunyi would naturally draw you to the apartment for another round of drinking until dawn. While drinking, you indulged excessively, and when sober, you felt both anger and regret, raising your cup and excitement, hesitating when it was time to put it down. Once the alcohol entered your mind, it was like a parasite, impossible to shake off. By day you repented, and by night you raised your cup. Your thoughts oscillated in confusion. After a period, you went to the apartment to find Shu Yunyi as usual. With no response, after a while you hurriedly entered the password and pushed the door open. In the bedroom, Shu Yunyi lay pale on the floor. You were startled and quickly dropped the wine bottle to call for her, but she did not respond at all. You swiftly contacted an ambulance to take Shu Yunyi to the hospital. The lights in the emergency room flickered above you as you paced anxiously. Shu's mother arrived, her eyes red, gripping your sleeve, fiercely relentless and accusatory. After a long time, the operating room door opened, and a doctor pulled down his mask, gravely shaking his head at you. Shu's mother, upon hearing this, turned pale and collapsed weakly. You stood there stunned and at a loss. According to the doctor's description, Shu Yunyi collapsed at home due to a heart condition triggered by long-term excessive drinking, having missed the best chance for rescue due to being alone for too long. Ultimately, she was declared dead at 9:56 p.m. after failed resuscitation. Simulation ended. Overall evaluation: C. Reward: your alcohol tolerance has greatly increased. Your strategy experience has increased. System comment: alcohol is as dangerous as a tiger. Abstaining is the only way to be safe. You have completed a simulation. You can now spend 1 strategy point to select any time point in the previous simulation as the starting point for re-entry. The simulation ended and Shen Yi sat still, feeling immensely conflicted. In fact, he sensed something was off midway through the simulation, where the dangers of alcohol were vividly illustrated. Shu Yunyi transitioned from enjoying drinking to becoming an alcoholic, eventually becoming a slave to alcohol. Shen Yi also fell into the abyss. Fortunately, the simulation only transmitted images without the addiction to alcohol, yet the feeling of losing control still haunted him. Shu Yunyi was naturally suited to drinking, but even a physically resilient person would struggle under years of such consumption. Even without heart disease, other ailments would arise. Shen Yi, with his special physique and strong recovery, was gradually worn down by alcohol, let alone her. Alcohol is as dangerous as a tiger. Only by refraining can one find safety. Shen Yi sighed, digesting the information he had just received. He did not immediately start the second simulation, but sat up straight and began searching for information on his computer. He did not like drinking and had never paid attention to the state of heavy drinkers, so he urgently needed to understand more about. Shu Yunyi absolutely had to quit drinking. Anyone who allowed her to drink was harming her, including Shen Yi himself. He had originally thought that alcohol was a bridge for their communication, a cornerstone for them to open their hearts. But from the current perspective, it was more like a death knell for her. After a thorough search, Shen Yi fully understood the dangers of alcohol. If one did not become addicted, it was still manageable, but once dependency formed, it was harmful not only to the body, but also a torment to the mind. Even in the later simulations, Shen Yi was affected. Without drinking, he felt empty, as if something was missing. He would toss and turn in bed, needing to get drunk before he could sleep. Fortunately, at first, Shu Yunyi merely liked drinking and had not reached the point of alcoholism. Everything was still salvageable. Quitting alcohol is imperative. Without quitting alcohol, this was a dead end. Shen Yi confirmed his plan in his heart and began the second simulation. He chose a time node for the end of their second drinking session. If it was too early, they would have to familiarize themselves again. If it was too late, they might miss the opportunity, and he might also develop a drinking habit. This time was just right. Would you like to spend 1 strategy point to enter the current time node? Yes. After this experience, your relationship will develop positively. She did not explicitly accept you, but she did not show any rejection either. You interacted like ordinary friends. You exchanged contact information and occasionally chatted, but her past seemed to be a taboo that could not be touched upon, and it was never mentioned in daily life. In the days that followed, you secretly devised a plan for her to quit drinking, but did not tell her about it. You knew that helping Shu Yunyi successfully quit alcohol was impossible in the short term, so you decided to take it slow. Shen Yi had carefully researched this matter. Quitting drinking could not be done abruptly. Completely forbidding someone from drinking could be harmful and lead to withdrawal symptoms along with a series of adverse physical reactions. The first step to quitting drinking is money. Through the previous simulation, Shen Yi learned that due to Shu Yunyi's prolonged neglect of school, her salary had already been stopped. In the later stages, she relied entirely on her mother's support and her little savings to continuously buy alcohol. This was also one of the reasons why she often quarreled with Shu's mother. Cutting off her source of funds could to some extent suppress her autonomous drinking behavior. Your first choice is to collaborate from within, gradually tighten Shu Yunyi's situation. You immediately contacted Shi Jing, asking her to go to Shu's mother to subtly report and gradually explain the danger. Once Shu's mother was convinced, cut off Shu Yunyi's living expenses, leaving only a small amount for basic living necessities, and repeatedly instruct her not to be soft-hearted. You successfully implemented the plan and began to quietly wait for a response. You still chatted with Shu Yunyi every day, but never mentioned drinking and never took the initiative to look for her. After her money was firmly controlled by Shu's mother, the amount given was only enough for the lowest standard of living. Even so, Shu Yunyi would find ways to compress her food expenses to save money for alcohol. However, money will eventually run out. Through Shi Jing's continuous reports, you learned that Shu Yunyi gradually began to afford less and less alcohol. After a big fight with her mother, she finally took the initiative to contact you. Shen Yi sighed. In his vision, the first choice would surely be for Shu Yunyi to take the initiative to leave her room, resume work, and earn money diligently. With a job, teaching and taking students not only brings income, but also keeps one busy. The advantages of being busy are numerous. One major reason for alcohol addiction is boredom and emptiness. Unfortunately, she was too much of a homebody. Poverty can lead to change. As Shen Yi had expected, she did indeed contact him. The tragedy of being controlled by alcohol lies in this. She unexpectedly took the initiative to contact you, expressing that she had enjoyed their previous conversation and subtly hoping you would bring alcohol to see her again, just like last time. You did not refuse. Instead, you brought a few bottles of beer over in the evening for a small gathering. Upon seeing the beer, she expressed some discontent, which you brushed off by saying you couldn't drink white liquor due to an upset stomach. This time, the drinking experience was not very satisfying, as Shu Yunyi simply could not get drunk. She mentioned that she preferred white liquor more. You fully agreed and subtly conveyed the dangers of drinking throughout the gathering, casually recounting stories of friends who fell ill from excessive drinking. Although Shu Yunyi seemed uninterested, she still listened to you half-heartedly, simply because it was you speaking. A couple of days later, at Shu Yunyi's urging, you visited her again. This time you did not heed Shu Yunyi's wishes and instead brought a bottle of red wine to find her. As soon as you entered, before she could say anything, you excitedly told Shu Yunyi that a friend had given you a bottle of good wine, which you had brought specifically to share with her. Sure enough, after you said this, Shu Yunyi could not complain and could only continuously praise the wine during the gathering. When faced with her invitation again, you simply said you would be busy for a few days before being able to come. You consciously controlled Shu Yunyi's alcohol intake, trying to space out the days between drinks as much as possible. Under your evasive excuses, Shu Yunyi was unable to drink to her heart's content. With the quantity being small and the waiting time long after several rounds, Shu Yunyi's alcohol cravings, which could not be satisfied for a long time, made her somewhat anxious, beginning to fidget. At her repeated requests, you finally brought white liquor to her door. This time you were determined to test her. Shu Yunyi paced back and forth in her room, occasionally glancing at her phone screen. As for the television in the living room, she had no mood to watch. It merely served as background noise to make her feel less lonely. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Shu Yunyi instinctively smiled and hurried over to open the door. When the door opened, it was indeed Shen Yi waiting at the door with food and drinks. Shu Yunyi pretended to be calm as she let Shen Yi in, but upon seeing the bottle in his hand, her mouth began to water. Shen Yi spread out the food and called Shu Yunyi to sit down, not rushing to open the drinks. Come and taste this. I waited a long time to get this takeout. How is it? I didn't deceive you, right? Here, try this low-alcohol white liquor. I guarantee you've never had it before. Shen Yi said as he opened the cap and poured a glass for Shu Yunyi. Shu Yunyi took the glass filled with anticipation and downed it in one go. As soon as she finished, she frowned. The taste of this liquor was a bit too weak, almost like water. Then she lowered her head to smell the cup, confirming her suspicion. Bang! Shu Yunyi felt tricked, slamming the cup down on the table in anger, saying, "What kind of low-alcohol liquor is this? This is clearly watered down."